immigration programs, because and what they really want to do is figure out people who are here illegally but filing taxes, and figure out who they are, and then go and deport them. Interestingly, that like drains this golden goose, like the way that this two-tier society that we have going operates is that people who are here illegally in general pay taxes. But because they're here illegally, they can't get benefits. All right, it flips the whole thing on its head that they're here. I mean, when I talk to people like ER rooms, you ever been to an ER room? Okay, how many percent of an ER in Los Angeles is free healthcare? Very little, because they can get it because they get Medicaid. They get Medicaid there. And my point is look, the idea that they're not consuming your taxpayer resources is insane. Like that's just really true. I think more importantly, it's just wrong to have a two-tier system. Okay, sure. Yeah, but so there's two ways to accomplish that. That's basically, it seems like what's going on here. They're trying to just connect everything and make it immediately searchable. Yeah, but so Theo Von pressed J.D. Vance about what does J.D. Vance owe Peter Thiel because of all of the money that Peter Thiel invested in his campaign. I guess 2 campaigns. I guess only one really didn't kick in the second one, did he? On the presidential, I don't remember. It doesn't matter. He didn't donate to the Trump vote. Not as much as you. So let's roll a little bit of J.D. and Theo Von. It costs a lot of money to run for office, and you got to go and raise money. Yeah. But I think that if your attitude is, I owe something, these people gave me money, then you're going to end up being corrupted. And you've got to kind of take the attitude of, they're supporting me because they agree with me. And obviously, like, you have conversations with, like you mentioned, Peter Thiel. I see a lot of crazy stuff on the internet about Peter Thiel. Like, he's always been a friend of mine. He's always been one of the smartest people I've ever met. Like, just a very thoughtful dude. But he's literally never asked me once for anything. So he just believed in you. He believed in me. He agreed with me on a lot of issues. I mean, he definitely has said, hey, I don't agree with you on this, but he's never said, I don't agree with you on this, therefore you should vote differently or act differently. So in that same interview, he also, Theo Von's like, this is going to roast this whole database thing. And the way that JD kind of plays it off is, all we're doing is connecting data that we already have. And that the bigger problem is the private corporate collection of data. What Theo Von could have responded with is, then maybe having a giant corporation come in and do it for the government is not the best way to shrink the amount of access to data, private data, that corporations. I mean, I think what the major objection here on the Palantir thing, ought to be, at the very least, is, look, yeah, I think I support the okay, I know it makes it easier to divorce you, but when you have a database, we saw this with the Patriot Act, we saw this with a lot of things, and yes, just because the government has it, and it's decentralized, isn't necessarily a bad thing for all of us. Like, having basically AI automated things in government databases is really bad. In fact, the vast majority of the audits that are initiated by the IRS are automatic by software, and they're predominantly against people who are lower income. And that's one of the ways that we have seen, some of this AI stuff. That's, let's say, whenever it's deployed in healthcare companies, it automatically shoots down like claims, and using it, and often actually does it incorrectly. And so that's one of the major worries about all of this. I mean, on the Peter Thiel discussion, I'm going to split the difference where, look, I do think it's a little ridiculous for the idea that somebody's supporting because they don't know something. But I also think that this Thiel thing in particular is vastly overstated compared to the entire GOP industrial complex. And for some, I mean, I know leftists will say this, but you want to know who the most prominent policy area where the billionaires who donate to you actually do demand something? It's Israel. It's actually not. In my opinion, in my experience in right-wing politics and watching things in terms of what the real PSYOP and industrial complex here in Washington is, it has way more to do with foreign policy than it does have to do with ICE or Palantir or any of this. The tech guys have definitely spent quite a bit of money, but this is similar, I think, also to left-wing or when Kamala's like, well, hey, George Soros and Reid Hoffman and all this other people, well, a lot of rich people support you, so it's right. Any one of them could drop out. I would say it's more of a systemic thing, but I do think it is ridiculous of the idea that they don't necessarily want something. In Thiel's particular case, Thiel is
I mean, it's an interesting story. If you go, the J.D. Vance origin story is literally like a law student at Yale University who meets Peter Thiel after a lecture. Peter's like, hey, this is a smart guy, we should hire him, right? So, I mean, they do actually go way back a long time. That is pretty rare, even all of it in politics. But, this like symbiosis between rich people and politicians, I don't know. At a certain point, it just seems systemic to me where it's like, when people who are bitching about this, who take contributions of money from Bill Gates and all these other people, like, shut up. You know what I mean? Look, I'm not saying many people like you or some others are totally for systemic critique, but, to see DNC, like, people talking about this, I'm like, we all know who you had dinner with every day in Los Angeles or in San Francisco. Just stop, pretending as if you were in any way different.
The difference is that J.D. Vance is, in a lot of ways, basically unique in American politics in the sense that a lot of these candidates, they come up through the traditional pipelines. They stand for, they're for rich people, they're for corporate power, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. And then, these rich donors are actually supporting their agenda because these politicians made it clear that their agenda is to support the powerful. So, okay, you can say that they just love my ideas. My idea happening to be that you should have lower taxes and less regulations. Amazing how that worked out. But with J.D. Vance, he wasn't even, to your point, he wasn't even a politician. Peter Thiel was like, I like this guy. Now, J.D. Vance, obviously a very smart, talented guy. So Peter Thiel was correct in that assessment. But then when he gets him to run for Senate, not just gets him to run.
I don't think he got him to run. I think he just wanted to run. And I'm telling you, this is somebody who knew some for sure. I don't think it was like, hey, you should run for office. He's like, I want to run.
He's an ambitious guy.
And it's not just, it was Blake Masters as well. By the way,
you said no earlier, right? Well, you could have run in 2018.
I think so. I don't actually remember. But, I mean, it's funny to me because Blake Masters is much more of like the Peter Thiel. He actually ran the deal for real, like Tina Capital, whenever he ran for office. And I guess only because he lost.
That's true. Blake Masters.
But I'm like, that's like
more of the
much more like what I think.
And he seems to be more like, I think J.D. Vance is in line with a lot of the Peter Thiel stuff, but Blake Masters is like just a clone of it.
I guess. I honestly,
I think Masters
does he get a job with the Trump administration? I think he did.
He did get a job. So when you say, well, Peter Thiel just he agrees with me, I don't really agree with him. It's like, it's weird because you've been a team for so long. I
think that's fair, honestly. I encourage people. There is a great book, George Packer, liberal, he'll back me up on this. He wrote The Unwinding. Have you read that book from 2013?
Sitting on my shelf.
The Unwinding is one of the best most prescient books I've ever read. Because it came out in 2013 and it predicted the Trump era, in my opinion, far before anyone else. And actually, Peter Thiel is profiled in The Unwinding. And one of the things that Thiel says, which ends up becoming massive impression, is he's like, I think that the next person who wins the American presidency will do so on a message of American decline. And it will not be on a message of American optimism, kumbaya, kind of what Obama was selling. And you'll remember, that's why Thiel was one of the only people, prominent business people, to speak on the RNC stage in 2016. And arguably was one of the only, quote-unquote titans of industry or whatever to actually be pro-Trump. And, I mean, if we'll also say this, if we think back to 2016, JD was calling Trump Hitler. Peter Thiel was on the stage. Okay, so let's point out, some of the things that are going on here, those little contradicting interests. And it's only later on, JD doesn't really become a full-blown Trump guy until 2018, 2019. And actually, that's when Thiel reduces his amount of funding to the Republican Party and basically says, hey, screw you guys took advantage of me, and I don't really want to be on the team anymore. Right. And in 2020 and 2024, I wouldn't say sits out the election per se, but does a lot less. And you don't see him giving the same speeches in Washington or at the Bitcoin conference or the RNC stage in a similar way that he did in 2016.
Yeah. I think that's an interesting point. Is it a different story? All right. The Obama thing is worth listening to. J.D. Vance is just disturbingly good in those environments.
Why do you think it's disturbing?
Because, I'm with Obama through most of it, where he's pressing J.D. Vance on the genocide. And it was good to see him raise it, but then Jay Vance picks up on the phrase genocide, and he just kind of dissects that, and then just moves into Ukraine. And he's just so good at like sounding reasonable.
Democrats do that. I'm sorry, there's tons of numbers.
Very few of them are any good.
It's more of a talent problem.
Yes. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Okay.
All right, guys, 2 quick things. Number 1, by popular demand, we are bringing back the monthly subscription. Number 2, you can get a month free, Ryan, by putting in that promo code BPFree at breakingpoints.com.
Yeah, and I think the most important reason to become a premium subscriber is just as an act of support for the show. It helps us do what we're doing. But if you're curious what the benefits are of doing it, take the
aggression against the Palestinian people seems to grow. So we usually hear, flush the night to hold on, and then the incursions on Muslim outside really sour for the entire Muslim world, right? Because you're watching worshippers being assaulted in one of the holiest places in the world, and at the same time you're trying to find your deep connection, your own deep holy connection, right? In Ramadan. This time we're going in. This is still ongoing. We're dealing with a continuing genocide. So I think the mood has been somber. The community, the mood has been different from anything I've ever seen before. So I anticipate this Ramadan will be different from anything I've ever seen before. I think the focus will continue to be on Gaza and on either stopping the aggression on Gaza or beginning to rebuild it.
My program is just get that fucking guy right now. There is no like, when he's running, oh my God! No.
Yeah, I mean, get every sermon I've given has had to have some. We also have people in our communities that have lost 20, 30, 40 people, right, in our midst. It's not the same. If we start to have refugees or people that escape medical treatment, so they're able to get out.
Abandoned and rejected by the church, his mother, and the woman he loved, Vincent looked at his life and studied the pictures on his walls. He was 27 years old, and he came to a decision. He would still preach about the dignity of the worker and the glories of nature, but instead of using words, he would use pictures. Vincent van Gogh was going to become an artist. Vincent van Gogh was 27 years old and considered a failure. He had no money and no prospects of earning any, yet he was possessed by the passion that he must become an artist. He wrote to his younger brother Theo to tell him of his plan. It seemed an impossible task. He had had no formal art training, and at his age the odds were against any kind of success. But Theo offered to support Vincent financially. Theo was a respected art dealer with Google & Company and encouraged his brother to pursue his art. Vincent also pursued a new love. Vincent was always attracted to older women in mourning and found his cousin Kate irresistible. She was recently widowed and spending a few months at the Van Gogh parsonage. When Vincent proclaimed his love and proposed marriage, Kate was repulsed by his lack of propriety. She had just lost her husband and missed him terribly, but Vincent insisted that once they were married, she would feel much better. Kate fled to her home in Amsterdam. Once again, Vincent refused to accept rejection and followed her. Kate's family agreed to see him while she hid in the next room. Vincent later wrote, "I put my hand in the flame of the lamp and said, Vincent van Gogh was 27 years old and considered a failure. He had no money and no prospects of earning any, yet he was possessed by the passion that he must become an artist. He wrote to his younger brother Theo to tell him of his plan. It seemed an impossible task. He had had no formal art training, and at his age the odds were against any kind of success. But Theo offered to support Vincent financially. Theo was
Welcome, how are you?
with Google and Company, and encouraged
What's
his
good?
brother to pursue it.
How's your day going? Kicking ass, taking names, baby. How'd you find out about me? Absolutely, yeah. Welcome. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Well, firstly, what Discord did you find me in? Sure, a lot of people do. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. KPGZ, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Okay, that's all right. Essentially, it's like living your life on camera 24/7, and that's what I do. I go for world peace. Uh, da- and the data that I've archived to the internet is more data than any single individual in global history. I'm live right now on 18 different YouTube streams, and basically, you can watch my life in 24 in 360 degrees, 24 hours a day. The data element is interesting. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that human data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more human than any person ever is archived to the internet in global history, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to help. I'm going to help your friends and family all become financially independent if they're not already, to create generational wealth. And eventually, I'd like you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. I talk about things that I feel are going to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth $100 million. It's known as Harry Potter Bombasonic Techno. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate. I want to continue those types of projects. I'm a major advocate for the LifeStar program and additionally for desalination technology, essentially pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How does that sound? Excellent. So with that, that's basically what I do. Do you have any questions? Not at all. I very much enjoy recording my life. I find it to be more stressful when I'm having issues for any reason and I'm unable to stream, like I'm having a computer issue or something like that. But that's why I stream on so many different platforms, because if I ever have an app crash or a battery issue or any kind of other issue, I'm live on so many other different streams that I have redundant backups. It is not stressful. I find it very soothing. Oh, thousands of dollars. That's my last name, and I'm a rabbi. Rabbi means teacher, and so I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Oh, it very well may be, but there are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, over 10,000 of us in the world. So, um, perhaps someday it may be the last name of the richest person on earth, and that I may be that person. Yep, he died in 2024. Any other questions? All right, that's cool. We're watching podcasts right now, and I'm watching a biography on Vincent Van Gogh. So feel free to stay as long as you like. If you ever have any questions, feel free to hop in here. More than anything that I talk about, really, I'm here to just be a positive person, to give people an optimistic view on the future, and just give people hope. So if there's ever anything that you ever need, or you ever need to talk with someone, I'm here for you. Okay? You're welcome, my friend. Oh, what is fame? I have seven. I have 1,700 people in here who know about me, and many more on the internet. Enough. Yeah, I mean, I have so many different um, usernames that it's like hard to keep. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500. I can tell you on Twitch, I've got 500 Twitch accounts, and one of them has 40,000 followers. I've got an Instagram account with 10,000 followers. I've got over a thousand TikTok accounts. Quite a few of them have over 1,000 followers. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So, you know, I want to be uncancelable. So if ever anybody doesn't like what I do, or I get a copyright strike or something like that, I can just start up another account, or don't even have to do that. I've got an already established account, and I just have to switch over. Years. Yeah, I mean, it took me like the Kick accounts to make 10,000. It took me like 8 months. The Blue Sky accounts to make 5,000. It's taken me like 6 months. Twitter to create over 2,000. It took me like 9 months, something like not nine, maybe 6 months of that. Um, create over 1,000 TikTok accounts. It took me several months. Yeah, so there are things known as temporary email accounts, or reusable email accounts that you can use. Just Google it, and you can get as many emails as you need. Good question. Do you like to play games? I know you found me in e-girl world. What are your favorite? Okay, very cool, man. Just checking your. Are you 18? Yep. In order to click on it here, it says you have to be 18. So if you're not 18, take care, my friend. And when you turn 18, come hit me up, okay? Just leave the call. Take care, my man. Peace. Thank you.
To his art. Vincent also pursued a new love. Vincent was always attracted to older women in mourning.
Fuck
and
yeah.
found his cousin Kate irresistible.
Oh, no.
She was recently widowed and spending a few months at the Van Gogh parsonage. When Vincent proclaimed his love and proposed marriage, Kate was repulsed by his lack of propriety. She had just lost her husband and missed him terribly. But Vincent insisted that once they were married, she would feel much better. Kate fled to her home in Amsterdam. Once again, Vincent refused to accept rejection and followed her. Kate's family agreed to see him while she hid in the next room. Vincent later wrote, "I put my hand in the flame of the lamp and said, 'Let me see her for as long as I can keep my hand in this flame.' But I think they blew out the lamp." Dazed and weak from pain, he never returned. He left instead for The Hague, the center of the Dutch art movement. At the age of 28, Vincent van Gogh completed his first oil painting. There was little doubt he was a painter. Vincent's romantic life was headed for another catastrophe. He fell in love with Klasina Hornig, whom he called Scene, an alcoholic prostitute with syphilis. She had a 4-year-old daughter and was pregnant with another man's baby. In a letter to Theo, Vincent wrote, "Scene is in poor health and a bit unbalanced. Disgusting to others, in my eyes she is beautiful. She needed him and he knew he could save her." Scene became his companion, mistress, and model. Vincent was ill. He learned that he had syphilis and gonorrhea and was hospitalized. Only Scene, her children, and work seemed to calm his despair. But Scene went back to the streets to make more money in spite of Vincent's pleading. They fought and drank. Vincent began to see her as she really was, and a veil of depression engulfed him. By the end of 1882, his family, including his devoted brother Theo, had had enough of this scandalous affair with Scene. They threatened to cut off all his money unless he ended it. So with guilt and regret, Vincent left Scene, her children, and the unfriendliness of The Hague. In 1883, he wandered to desolate regions in the northeastern part of Holland, drawing and painting.
Something has to happen. There has to be some diplomatic bilateral communication. No, what has to happen is entertainment. History moves in one direction, right? Communism, Nazism, all of that was a regression from what was happening at, for example, the beginning of the 19th century and the 20th century. In what way? Do you think that today Donald knows that he lost the election? Absolutely. So I don't. This is one of the areas where I don't understand if there's like brain breaking happening or what's going on. I don't know what we'll ever live in when we say that Trump is less divisive in the country than Biden. Joe Biden, literally, occupational safety hazard administration, right? Ran down back in and being out there.
Some of the stories that we are following. The president announced today the U.S. will get down like $40,000 in cash in like freezer. So she's like, "What is going on?" You know, and so we have this conversation, and I tell her, "Look, people are looking to law enforcement. Which one? All of them." You know, she's like, "That doesn't even work for what I do." Mostly painful. And she's like, "Well, how are they not finding you?" I mean, everybody, people know you, like your general contractor, which I met 4 months before. This guy 6 months before, 2 months before, so and so, and I'm like, right. I said, well,
like, I mean, they got your name. They got your, yeah, that's identity. And she's like, what are you going to spend my name's on? My name's on. What is your name? You know, it's really don't worry about it. Following this conversation with Matthew, John Man recently released a federal prison. He served 13 years in bank fraud, mortgage fraud, identity theft, passport fraud, and other charges. He has been guilty. He has written true crime stories of many of his fellow prisoners, and now continues this work by interviewing criminals on their crimes on his YouTube channel that I recommend, called Inside True Crime. Exploring the mind of a criminal is exploring human nature to the extreme. Often it's most raw and illuminating to us. And that is something I definitely want to do with this podcast. To understand the human mind and everything is capable of. This is the Restream podcast. Supported, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, Matthew. What was the first crime you committed? The first mortgage I ever made. Mortgage is me borrowing money from a bank to buy a house. Yeah. How can you find a way to commit crime? How can you do fraud? It's very difficult for the average guy to do because there's so many safe frauds set up. You know, if you were to go in and say, I make $300,000 a year. Okay, well, we want your W-2, we want your pay stubs, we're going to call your employer, we're going to check to make sure your employer, how long they've been incorporated, we're going to check to make sure they're registered. It's like, your whole plan fell apart, you know, because the average guy can't do that. He can't even come over the pay stub and W-2. So the average person, or I'm going to put down this much money, but you're going to borrow that money from the seller. You know, okay, well, then they start asking for bank statements. Where does the money come from? How long has it been in your bank? Like, you can't even have it put in your bank for a day, get a letter. It's got to have been there for 90 days, or 60 days, depending on the bank. And so there's all these ways for the average person. It's very difficult to commit fraud. The average guy that works at Walmart and makes $60,000 a year, he's been for 5 years, and he stages deposit. Like, that's really the guy that those transactions are set up for. To borrow a mortgage from Bank of America, that's the guy they're looking for. So to commit fraud in this space, you have to misrepresent some aspect of your identity, how much you're worth, how much money you have, this kind of stuff. Right. You have to be able to lie to the bank. Anytime you lie to the bank, you've committed fraud. And it's funny, when I was doing it, I would say, it's the gray area. There's no gray area. You're either lying in some capacity or you're not. So, for instance, the very first loan I did, I whited out my borrower. Had been 30 days late on her rent. So they're really looking at the last 2 years. So when you go to the bank, and most of what they're asking is a 2-year window. They're saying, how long have you been on their job? They care about 2 years. And how long have you been at your residency? They're looking for 2 years. Now, you could be at 3 places in 2 years. That's fine, as long as you consistently paid for 2 years. Well, she had been in an apartment complex, but she'd been 30 days late. Well, she called it up, but she was late. The bank doesn't want to lend you money if you've been 30 days late. So I was a broker, and I whited out the 30 days late. I just got rid of it. And my manager is the person that told me to do it. She said, it'll be fine. And she was right. What did it feel like? So that was the first fraudulent action. Yeah, I was worried. I was say, I sweated bullets for 4 or 5 days. But I was concerned. And I don't know that I was concerned that I had broken the law. I was concerned because I was behind on my truck payment. I was behind on my mortgage. Like, I had banked on being a mortgage worker, and I'd gone deep behind on all my bills to do this. So at the last minute, when this loan isn't going to close, and I have to commit fraud to make that happen. And the idea, my fear was,
they were going to figure it out, and maybe I'd get fired. I didn't think I was going to go to jail because my manager assured me that you're not going to jail. You'll get fired at best. So my concern was they were going to catch it, and I'd get fired, and I wouldn't get paid. Like, I needed that money so bad.
So maybe paint the picture here. Where were you working? Who was the manager?
The manager was funny because I think I never want to mention this. Her name was Gretchen Zayas. She eventually, I don't mind saying that she eventually ended up going to jail for fraud. But her name was Gretchen Zayas, and she was the manager. I was working for a company called Eagle Lending, and it was in Tampa. And this was like my first month. So my very first deal, 3 or 4 weeks into that first month. And I walk in, I put the file in front of my manager. She looked through everything, oh, great, good, and put this one piece of paper over here and sat there. And then when she was done, I said, what's going on? She goes, perfect, file's perfect. She goes, but your borrower was 30 days late on her rent. And she said it's done. She's like, it's a deal killer. And I was like, oh my gosh, what do I do? And I remember she pulled out a thing of whiteout, not the sticks with it, and she started going, and I was like, what? She goes, if I was you, and she hinged it out, white it out, make a copy, stick it back in the file. She said, it'll be fine. And I was like, that's fraud. I could go to jail. She goes, and she was like, they're never going to catch it. She said, look, we do something, I'll do something. She said, they're not going to catch it. Nobody's calling the FBI. She said, the worst case scenario, if underwriting catches it, then they'll fire you. That's it. Nobody's calling. You're not going to jail. And I was the one I trusted them. I was like, okay. And so I did what she said. I stuck it in the file, and I mean, like I said, for 4 or 5 days, I was like, probably 29. Like I had gone to college, and so many things had not worked out. I got a degree in fine arts. There's not a lot of people with a fine arts degree. And I tried to be an insurance adjuster. Tried that for about a year and a half. That didn't work out. Ended up working construction for a few years. And, so finally the girl I was dating said, you got to be a mortgage broker. She had just started as a mortgage in the mortgage industry. And she was like, you have to do this. Like, you were going to do this. This is perfect for you. What did she see in you? She said, you're a salesman. And I was like, because I was like, I barely balanced my checkbook. Like, I don't know anything about numbers. She's like, it has nothing to do with that. It's sales. It's putting together deals. You're good at that. You're good at negotiating. You're a natural salesman. And I figured I need to try something.
So what aspect of mortgage is sales and deal making? What aspects require the charisma that you clearly have?
Well, one, you have clients that have lots of options. They can go to Bank of America, they can go to some trust, they can go to Chase. They have options if they have perfect credit. I ended up working for a company that was a subprime lender, and those people didn't have a lot of options. By the time they got to Eagle Lending, their options were over. So what ends up happening is you're negotiating with sellers. You would think that a lot of the stuff that in that industry that real estate agents should do, the brokers do, because real estate agents are used to, you meet them at the house, or they take you to several houses. They open the door, they walk around, they write up a contract that's a legit contract, and you're already pre-approved. Everything works out. But subprime, that's not the case. You got borrowers with horrific job history. They don't have enough of the down payment. Maybe they have the down payment, but they don't have the closing costs. So you have to go to the real estate agent and say, listen, I need you to raise the purchase price and have the seller pay the closing costs, which is legal, but that's not, to a degree, but that's not how they wrote the contract. So now you're having to get them to rewrite the contract, or there's little things you're trying to do. And the more the more deals you get done, and the more you deal with certain real estate agents, the more you start to realize that they're, you know which ones are completely above board and which ones are willing to twist the rules.
And a lot of it works on personal relationships.
Right. For some reason, people tend to like me and trust me. I don't know why. It hasn't worked out for so many people, but people naturally seem to trust me. And so if I say, hey, I can close the loan, but you got to do this, it'll be cool. Don't worry, we do it all the time. It's like my third loan. And, I don't know, I've been doing this for years. And they go, oh, okay. And then they raise the purchase price. They add some money. They have the seller of the house give the borrower some money. They stick it in the bank, or they put it in escrow at the closing company. Like, now you're starting to massage deals.
What was the second time you did that? So how did it start to evolve? Why not?
Well, I mean, when that went through, I think a normal person probably
Come on, baby.
said, wow.
Come on, baby.
One-time thing, got away with it.
Come on, baby.
I'm good. But for me, it just emboldened me. Like, I just got a check for I don't know what it was, $2,500, $3,500. I was thrilled. And by that time, I was already working on another deal. But that guy, he made let's say, $45,000 a year before his W-2. Based on his current track record, or his year-to-date of his pay stub, he made it just enough money. But if you factored in last year's W-2, he was shy. So if I changed that $45,000 to $51,000, then the loan closes. I get a check for $3,500. He gets into a house. I'm doing him a favor. I'm doing God's work. So I fix it. I kick back. I'm terrified a little bit, worried about it. Sure enough, it closes. 4 or 5 days later, they call me. He's ready to close. A week later, we close. I get a check. Next guy that comes in, I got very, very quickly. I was concerned. Do you have a house? Do you have a deal? Is it ready? I can get you done. Now, if you were in bankruptcy or something, there's some things you pull their credit. You just couldn't help them if they had a 550 credit score or something and no job. It had to be within reason. But very quickly, it was changing W-2, changing pay stubs, changing appraisals, fixing verifications of rent. So it evolved very quickly for me.
You're essentially helping people.
That's what I told myself.
Giving them a chance. People that have been really struggling financially in life. So you've been telling yourself that you're doing a good thing for people.
I told myself that right up until that those loans were solid and I was helping those people out. Right up until I went to prison. And I was in prison and I had to write, the government asked me to write an ethics and fraud course to help teach the nation's mortgage brokers. All loan officers and brokers have to take, I think it's 9 hours of continuing education every single year. And I was approached to write the ethics course. And it was about that time, and about the same period of time, I was writing my book. And that kind of, I started reflecting on what I had done. The truth is, and this is a horrible thing to say, because the first time I ever heard somebody say this, I remember thinking, oh, that's a horrible thing to say. Some people should not own. They shouldn't be allowed to borrow. They're not in a position financially, and there were many occasions where I put someone in a house that they 100% swore they could afford. I was helping them. I told myself I was helping them. And a year and a half later, they're going into foreclosure. Their stuff's on the corner. They don't know where to go. And the truth is that I'm not smarter than the actuaries that came up with those underwriting guidelines.
So in this whole process, how are you making money? Are you taking a percentage?
Broker fee. Yeah, I charge a broker fee. Or you charge yield spread. So yield spread is, let's say the interest rate is 8% interest. I charge them 25 basis points over the 8%. So I charge them 8.25, 8.25. then I get 1% of the loan back as a fee. So if I charge them 8.5%, I get 2 points back. So if it's a $100,000 piece of property, and the bank says your interest rate is going to be 8%, and I tell you 8.5, and I'm charging you a $3,500 broker fee, now I'm making $5,500. So on even a $100,000 loan, you could make a nice chunk of change. I mean, it's
So how much gray area? You said that there really isn't a line or not, but
I mean,
it feels like there is.
Well, every time I changed something, it was in gray area. I just committed fraud. At this level, you either meet the guidelines or someone has massaged it in such a way that they've committed fraud. That's it. There's tons of ways where you can commit fraud and they just can't figure it out. Does that make sense? Like you've committed fraud, and it's like they look at all the documents and they double check everything, and they know there's fraud in here. They just can't.
Just because they can't find it
Doesn't mean it wasn't fraud.
As part of this, you did a lot of fascinating things. One of the things you did talked about creating synthetic people, meaning creating fake identities. What does it take to do that? To do that well.
So your credit profile is made up of your name, date of birth, your address, your social security number. And those are the kind of and then there's other things where you work. That's what. But what people don't realize is there's so many people out there that think that the credit bureaus already know who you are, right? But the truth is, the first time the credit bureau has ever heard about you was when you told them. The first time you applied for a credit card, they created a credit profile at that moment. Prior to that, they had no idea. The first time you apply, you give them your full name, date of birth, social security number, and your address. And they create a credit profile, and they say, hey, no record found of this person. He has no credit, nothing, probably got denied. Well, what I realized through the course of, because eventually I ended up leaving that one company and I opened my own mortgage company. When I opened that mortgage company, I was on the inside. Does that make sense? Like I wasn't just a broker that was sitting out with everybody else and would periodically come in and ask questions or would call underwriting, but really didn't understand what was happening and what the underwriting guidelines were. Now I was actually talking to the underwriters, and you're talking to the owners of the lending institutions and the banks, and you're talking to all of the account executives. And now it wasn't just Eagle Lending I was talking to. There were 40 different account executives coming in on a weekly basis trying to get us to sign up with their lenders. And they're on the inside telling you, coming in, showing you programs and saying, look, if your borrower is self-employed, we don't ask for this or this. We just ask for them to say they're self-employed, like wire loans. You've heard the term wire loans? Okay. No doc loans, where they don't ask for any documentation. If you've got over, like, let's say, a 700 credit score, and he says he's been a plumber and he works for himself, then he's got over a 700 credit score. He just has to say he's worked for himself for over 2 years. And they don't ask for any documentation. He's got the money in the bank, got a 700 credit score, says he's been on the job for 2 years. He's self-employed. We're going to raise his interest rate by 1%, and that's it. He's got the loan. So, but you start to know how things work, because I hired a bunch of brokers to work underneath me, and when they would get called, I would get the phone call. So I get the phone call from the owner of a bank or a lending institute, a lender, and that lender says, "Hey, Matt, we got a problem." I'm like, "What's up?" He's like, "Listen, we caught a fake W-2." I'm like, what do you mean? Yeah, your broker so-and-so sent us a file, and this person there's 2 fake W-2s, and we're assuming the pay stubs are fake. And I'm like, are you serious? How did you even catch that? And they go, oh, well, here's what we did. We checked with sunbiz.com, sunbiz.gov, which is the Secretary of State's website that registers corporations, and we checked that the tax ID number didn't match. And now I know. every W-2 has to have a matching tax ID number for whatever corporation issued it.
So there's a sequence of checks they do to detect fraud on different documents like W-2s.
Right.
And then you're slowly learning.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the process for the tax.
I mean, I had a pretty good understanding anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to learn this. So I'm putting these things together. And I remember one time I had a woman come in, and she came in and she had perfect credit. She had like 750 credit scores. I mean, it was perfect. And she came in, and one of the brokers came in and said, "Hey man, can I show you something?" I was like, "Yeah, what's up?" He goes, "Look," he said, "I've got this woman's W-2s here." I said, "Okay." I looked at him, and he goes, "Here's your credit report." And he goes, "Here's the application. This is the social security number." I went, "All right." And he said, "This is the social security number on the W-2. I went, "Okay." Keep in mind, you go to get a car loan or credit card, they never ask for these things. So, and he was like, and I'm really shocked he even noticed it. I probably might not have even caught it, but they were different. And I went, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah." He said, "I'm sorry, my dad, she just brought him in. She's here." And I was like, "Oh, bring her in here." So she came in, sat down, and said, "Listen, here's what we just found." And she was like, "Oh, okay, you know what? I don't want the loan. I go, no. I said, "Listen, you're getting the loan. You have 750 credit score. Like, I don't care what we have to do. We're getting you the loan. I just want to know what's going on. How did you get 750 credit scores under this social security number? And clearly, this is your real social security number. You've been working for this number for 10 years. And your credit profile says it's only like 3 years old." And I was like, "What happened?" And what she told me she did was she went through a divorce. She had been married for 10 years, used her his surname for 10 years. So she had no credit under her maiden name. But when they got divorced, she switched to her maiden name. Because when she tried to get anything in her husband's surname, it was denied. Bad credit. So he had bad credit. Their credit went bad. So he switched to her. She switched to her name. And a friend told her if she needed to get her electric or anything turned on, she could use her name and use her daughter's or son's social security number, which was like a 4-year-old kid. So she used that, and it went good. She put a deposit down, but it went through. Wasn't denied. So that went good. Then she went and she applied for an apartment with them. Sure enough, it went through. She had no credit, but they said you have a bad credit. So she said once she moved into the apartment, she then started getting these credit cards, which is good. But I knew I had applied there using like one social security number. So she started filling those out. And sure enough, she got a credit card. And then she got 2. And then she got a pre-approval from 4 other credit. She went and got a separate card. Got approved. I go and everything. She has 750 credit scores. She thought she could try her hand at buying a house with this social security number. And we caught it. And she got a house in that. We closed it. I just did. This is great.
Can I ask you a question about that? Because it seems like she's able to pay for everything.
Right.
So, while this is highly illegal, is it unethical? Is it like it's unethical in that it's messing with the system on which a lot of people rely? But it feels like some aspect of the system that's broken in that it doesn't give people like her a second chance.
She could have claimed bankruptcy, and then 2 years later, listen, 2 years out of bankruptcy, you could go into Bank of America and get a conventional mortgage, assuming you have perfect credit outside the bankruptcy, you have the down payment, you make enough money. There's a whole bunch of, underwriting guidelines you have to meet, but that's possible. But you're right. For instance, she wasn't getting an apartment using with her bad credit. She wasn't getting her utilities turned on. She wasn't getting any of those things done.
So getting your life back on track is just hard.
It's extremely.
So there's a temptation to take the shortcut, and the shortcut is often going to be illegal.
Right, and she stumbled into it. But she basically explained it to me, and I don't think she had walked out of my broker's office before I went, and I just started making up names. And I think I went into our file cabinet and grabbed some people's 1040s, which we had, their tax returns, and looked up children's social security numbers and just grabbed some random kids' social security numbers and their name, and went and pulled it. Sure, and, but I changed their date of birth to be an adult. Pulled it, sure enough, it came up, no file found. It didn't say fraud alert or fraud or anything. It didn't say mismatched this, mismatched that. It didn't say anything. It just said, no file found. Well, then we went and we applied for a couple credit cards using a child's social security number. And then we went and pulled our own credit report, and sure enough, it didn't say no file found. It just said that there had been 2 inquiries applying for credit cards. So I was like, wow, like that's a credit profile. So that turns into me going to Social Security and calling Social Security and trying to get them to issue these Social Security numbers to adults that had never had a Social Security number issued to them.
Come on.
I need to get Social Security number to give me a clean Social Security number. But I called up, and of course, I'm a novice. I don't really know what I'm doing. So I call up and I say, hey, I'm never had a Social Security number issued. They were like, how old are you? And I was like, I'm 31 years old, And they were, yeah, that's not possible. Do you have a driver's license? Yeah. Do you have a bank account? Yeah. Do you have a Social Security number? Bring your driver's license in, and we'll pull it up. Okay, that's not gonna hang up. Call back. Hi, my son is 7 years old or 3 years old, and he had never had a Social Security number issued. Oh, okay. Was he born in a hospital? Yes. Well, he has one. He has one. Go ahead and get your son. Come in here. Hang up. Call back. So I called back probably 10 times, and eventually someone said I kept altering what I was saying. So I got to the point where I was saying, my son was born with a midwife, not in the hospital. And the pediatrician told us that we needed to get Social Security to issue a Social Security number. And they would say, well, he should have issued it, but that does happen sometimes. So bring your son in, and we'll, you can fill out paperwork, we'll have one issued. And first we'll check to see if he's never had one issued. And if he hasn't, we'll issue one. And so then it turned into, my son is out of the country, and I need this. And then that turned into, oh, I'm sorry. Well, how old is he? I was like, he's 3. And they go, well, I'm sorry, he's over the age of 12 months old. He has to come in. Hang up the phone, call back. My son is 10 months old. He's out of the country, born with a midwife, never had a Social Security number. And then they go, oh, okay, that's fine. Just get his birth certificate and his shop record, and you can come in, fill out the paperwork, we'll issue you a Social Security number. And that's what I did. So I figured out how to create a birth certificate. I ordered the security paper, where you make a copy that says, void of copy. So I had to order a bunch of that. And I went online and figured out how to make a fake birth certificate. It was great too, because the county actually, they give you a blank form, and then they actually show you what it looks like filled out, like a handwritten one filled out. So I knew, born this day, he got these shots. 2 months later, he got these shots. 6 months later, he got these shots. So I just filled it out. I even had to order a seal. So you have to have a seal that says Hillsborough County Vital Statistics or Richland County Vital Statistics or something. I couldn't get anybody to make that. So I changed it to Richland County Office of Virtual Records. And then I took 220 grit sandpaper and hit it over and over and over again to wear it down. And then I did the embossment on the corner, and I printed it on the security paper, embossed it. Nobody looks at those things. You can see Richland County. You could kind of see that, and really they just grab it and they go like this. This is what you realize after when I started getting driver's licenses issued by the state DMV, right? The state. I figured out eventually it was easier to just go into the DMV and have them give me a driver's license than actually make one. So if you notice, they would just grab the thing, they fill the form, and they go, okay. They don't even look at it. So, which is upsetting. If you put as much work into these documents as I am, for them to go, okay, yeah, that's good, sit over there. I felt like going, hey, bro, take a look at this. This is artwork.
they're looking for the low-hanging fruit of crappy fraud.
Right, yeah, this stuff is
Okay, so birth certificate gets you a social security number. So it's interesting because you've also done a lot of different approaches to creating synthetic people. There's homeless people involved, so sometimes it's grounded in real people or real names. And then you're like, some part is fake, some part is real sometimes, and sometimes it's completely all fake.
right, because now I have the name, I have the social security number, and what's great is they mail you. What's even better is you get to pick whatever name you want. You know, because when you pick your child's name, he doesn't even have to have your last name. You pick any name. So I would pick a name and I'd just say, oh, my wife's last name is this, if they question it, which they never did. But, you know, I've got a social security number, and then I would go apply for credit card. And I'd get denied, of course. But they would all offer me a secured credit card. So I'd then fill out the secured credit card, and I'd send the bank the money, and they would give me a secured credit card for $500, $300, $1,000, whatever it was. And then once you start making the payments, I pull the credit, and a credit profile shows up saying that this 31-year-old man with the social security number that I know was issued, you know, a couple months ago, has three credit cards. They don't even say secured. They just say, this credit card is $500. It was issued by Bank of America. This one was issued by Capital One. This one, I've got three of them. But I had no credit score. So at that point, I kind of kicked back and waited. I just kept making payments. And I remember thinking to myself, I'll bet you that the credit bureaus don't generate credit scores for at least a year. And I was like, God, this is going to be a year-long process. And while that was happening, I was starting other ones. Because I figured at least in a year I'll have a bunch of these secure, these, we call them like phantom borrowers, but now they call them synthetic identities. So at least I would have these synthetic identities, and maybe I could do something with them. But what happened was, in 6 months, I went and I randomly pulled the guy's credit, the person's credit, and 705 credit scores, 705, 701, 695. I was like, oh, you only needed 620 to borrow to get a 95% loan from the bank. So I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Sure enough, a month later, the other ones I had started, all of them, bam, bam, bam.
So what do you do with a phantom borrower? How do you make money on this?
So I think most people, if you were just like a scam or a fraudster, you would probably just get credit cards.
Come on, baby.
And maybe build up that history.
Come on, baby.
Borrow a personal loan, which is limited. Personal loans used to be you could go to an FDIC insured bank, which borrows money. Those, the personal loans they lend out at the max of $15,000. So you could do that.
So you can go through this whole process of creating fake identity, getting a card, paying it off, building up credit, and then you get $15,000.
Right, you get 15, maybe, if you want to keep the payments, if you could wait a year, you could probably get 15,000. Maybe you could get 20, 30,000, and a bunch of little smaller ones. Get 7,500, because I did this with $7,500 from Citibank, $5,500 from American General. So you maybe get 25,000. Maybe 30,000 in personal loans. Maybe you could then apply for. You can maybe get another 20 or 30,000 in regular credit cards. 10,000 here, 8,000, 5,000. And then you go to the lower department store cards, and you go to Home Depot, you get 1,000, you get 500. So it ends up being maybe you can get 50, 60,000. Maybe if you're really good, you could get up to $80,000 or $100,000 in credit cards and personal loans. You really knew what you were doing. But her identity. But I had the ability to leverage those perfect credit profiles against property. And ultimately, that's what I ended up doing. And so each one of those identities was worth, a few million.
Can you explain how that works to leverage and get property? So how does that work with a mortgage?
So what I did eventually, this was like down the road, but at this point when things have my whole life had kind of gone off the rails, I was on federal probation. So what I decided I was going to do was start running a scam, a much larger scam. And what I was going to do was I was going to start flipping properties, right? Like buy houses cheap, fix them up and sell them. There's an area of Tampa called Center City. So I was going to start flipping houses in New York City. And, I thought, okay, I can buy these houses for, you could buy a really crappy house at that time for like $50,000, $60,000. Let's say 50. And then you could put $25,000 into it in renovations. You could renovate it for 25, and maybe you could get an appraisal for 100. So I thought what I could do is I can buy these houses, renovate them, and sell them to regular people. But I also had been working on the synthetic identities. And then I thought, well, or I could just sell them to the synthetic identities. And then I wouldn't have to dump $25,000 into it, right? And these guys are perfect. They have perfect credit. I can provide W-2s and pay stubs because by this point, I'm manufacturing businesses. So I've incorporated businesses. I've got websites for the businesses, W-2s, pay stubs. So these guys look perfect. So I figure I'll buy these properties for $50,000, sell to these guys for $100. Maybe I'll pocket $40,000 or $50,000. I don't really have to do anything. But that seems short-sighted. So I thought what would be even better is that if I did a little bit of renovations and then I sold it for much higher. Maybe I put $10,000 to clean up the outside of it, because these guys don't care what the inside of the property looks like. They don't exist. So, and then I can't. How am I going to get an appraisal for $100,000? Well, do you know how appraisals work? Okay, so the bank sends an appraiser out. Or at that time, you could provide an appraisal. They can review it. So they'll do what's called a desktop review. They review it on the computer. They never go out to the property. Or they send someone out. They call that, it's like a field review. They send someone out. And they just look at the house. They don't go in it though. So I have to clean up the outside of the house. So what I did was, but the problem is if your house is, you're trying to sell that house for, let's say, $200,000, the other houses, they have to pick 3 comparable sales in the area that are also going to support a $200,000 sales price. So there's no other houses selling for $200,000 near this house. So I thought, if I want to get these appraised for $250,000, I have to have comparable sales. And that appraisal is going to be reviewed. So what I did was, I went out and I bought this house for $50,000, and I recorded the sale at $200,000. So when you buy a house for $100,000, you pay $700 in taxes. So if you pay the extra $700, the sale shows up for $200,000. I'm buying these for $50,000, so I'm paying $350, and I'm just paying an extra $1,050. So it ends up being $1,400, but the sale shows up at $200,000 on a house that's a crack house I bought for $50,000. Now I trim the trees, we mow the yard, we clean up the porch, put the porch rail on maybe, we paint it real nice, we black out all the windows, you can't see inside, but from the curb it looks crazy. And I get an appraisal, so I do that with that house, I do that with another house, all within a mile. So I buy 4 houses, knowing I could use there's a subject and 3 comparables for all of these. The first thing I did is I bought 4 houses for $50,000, $60,000, $40,000, and I record the values at $210, $200, $190. So I get an appraiser to come out there. He appraises it. He says it's horrible, but there's comparables here. Now, of course, it is in bad shape, and he says it's in bad shape, but I go ahead and I correct it. So I correct it. So now if you review the appraisal and you're in California, or even if you drive your car down, the appraiser comes to the house and looks at it from the street, it looks fine. So the truth is, I've got $60,000 into this property, and you're appraising it for $200,000. So the bank's ready they're not going to lend $200,000, but they'll lend $190. So the bank is ready to lend this synthetic borrower $190,000 on a house that I have $60,000 in. So I schedule a closing, and we close on the house, and I walk away with $60,000. And the thing is, like, the problem was is by the time I got to this point, I knew so many people in the industry. Nobody had to really at that point show up. Although I've had people show up for the synthetic identity and sign for them. Almost all the closings, nobody ever showed up. I just showed up and said to the title agency and said, "Hey, my borrower, he's at work right now. He can't make it," and I just take the file and I'll have him sign all the documents at his work, and I'll bring them back. He's like an hour and a half away from here. I'll be back in 2 or 3 hours. They're like, "Oh, wow, Matt, thank you so much." And they would give it to me, and I'd go sit in the parking lot, and I'd sign all the documents. I'd wait an hour or two, and I'd come back in and say, "Here you go."
How were you able to keep all this in your mind? Because you have to not slip up in any of these conversations.
It's pretty easy for me to keep them everything in the correct category. Does that make sense? Like it's I'm not great at a lot of things, but this I was very good at.
Well, there's these phantom people that exist, and they were becoming real people in your mind. Isn't like you're able to tell good stories with those people, right? Because if you're talking to the appraiser, if you're talking to everybody involved,
Which in the appraisal never meets the borrower. Never. Well, not even almost like 99.99% of the time they never meet them.
but you have to talk about them.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm asking is you're able to converse fluently about these synthetic identities.
Yeah, they all had different jobs. They all had all the jobs were basically they were all on the job. They were all a lot of it was
There's a template.
yeah, exactly. But
Got it.
yeah, hey, listen, matter of fact, almost every one of them had the same birthday. So because who knows? It wasn't difficult. And keep in mind, a lot of the brokers barely ever meet the bar. They call in on the phone, but it didn't matter anyway because I'm walking in saying, "I got a slam dunk deal for you," and they're like, "Oh wow, man, you got W-2s, the pay stubs, you got all their rental history, you have everything done. Perfect, thank you so much." They're happy to do it. Hey, I turn up the docs and I'll have them go sign it. Great, wow, thank you. Assuming they didn't already know about it, almost everybody involved in this, by the time I was done, was involved. There was probably 15 or 20 people that all knew it was going on.
The full of it. They knew the full depth of it.
Yeah. Maybe not 100% everything, but they definitely knew this is fraud.
And then we're still going on.
Yeah. Keep in mind that even when, I'll give you an example. One of my, let's say, and this happened with almost all of them, was you would buy 5 houses. So the guy bought, what happens, the basic design was, I buy the houses, I record the values higher, and this person buys all 5 houses, refinances them, he ends up borrowing a little bit over $1 million in his name. Then I go and I get personal loans from several banks. I get credit cards. I run up all of his credit cards. By this point, I've got $10,000-$20,000 worth of credit cards in the guy's name. The guys are all worth like $1 million and change. Well, once I stop paying, you start getting letters from the collection companies, right, from the banks, and then they sell them off. So after about 3 months, you're getting tons of letters. What I would do is I would take my borrower's name, I would go online, and I would find, or I'd go to the newspaper, and I would find an article about, let's say, like a 12-car pileup. So there's a huge accident on I-4. It's very dangerous. So there's a 12-car pileup, and someone in the accident was life flighted to Tampa General Hospital. I would cut and paste that article, and I would just insert my borrower's name into the article saying that Brandon Green was life flighted to Tampa General Hospital, currently in critical condition. I would then print that article out on newsprint. I'd then make a copy of the cut it up, make a copy of the newsprint, highlight his name, and I would write a letter from Brandon Green's fictional sister to the collection companies saying, several months ago, my brother was in a horrible car accident. He is currently, they've got the article, they have a highlighted name, he clearly was in this accident. He is currently in a coma, and the doctors say even if he wakes up from the coma, he will never work again. That, so you might as well just foreclose on, stop writing us letters and take the houses back. And that's all they're looking for is a reason. At this point, even if they look into Brandon Green, they can't figure out if he's a real person because he's got a social security number. And everything went bad at the same time. He's got multiple rental properties or his primary residence. All of his credit cards went bad. Everything went bad. We have an excuse. We have a letter. That happens. People get divorced, lose their job, they get in an accident. It's reasonable.
When they look into it, it all looks legitimate.
Even if they ordered another appraisal. By this point, it's not 4 comparable sales or 3 or 4 comparable sales. By this point, it's like 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 because I kept making more and more of these guys.
What was your, just almost like a tangent, what's your thinking process? There's a lot of cleverness going on here. So like the car pileup is a solution. Newspaper, you mail it. Are you sitting there alone and thinking through this? How do you come up with that idea? It's a very interesting and very clever, innovative idea.
So at first I thought about making like a fake death certificate. He died, But I thought, I don't know, like what if, like some of these places had like, primary mortgage insurance. Like what if the primary mortgage insurance, like what if they try and claim that he was dead? Or like, I don't know that side. So I'm like, all right, I don't want to do that. I want to do something that's semi-verifiable and third parties, like a third party telling me this is what happened. I thought, well, like the newspaper, and, or do I claim bankruptcy? And I've done that. I've gone and got the bankruptcy forms. Or you go to the bankruptcy court and they'll give you forms to mail to all of your creditors, and you mail them. They stop contacting you. They wait to be located by or notified by the bankruptcy court. But my fear there is, nobody's ever going to notify them. Like I'm not going through bankruptcy for one of these guys. So it was like this is a better bet than just writing a letter saying I'm going through a divorce. My wife's keeping those houses. That's her problem. There's lots of things to do. But to me, this was they're not going to try and how do you shut it down without him dying? How do you shut that down? This is how you shut it down. Then a coma. He'll never work again. He was in a car accident. Here's the proof. He can't even write you. I'm a sister. I wrote you the letter.
It's a one-time letter that seems to
type exactly. I don't know exactly how that. What's part of that is as much as there were so many other avenues that I could have gone that I just didn't know.
But you were thinking through all those different avenues.
Yeah.
Are you mostly thinking alone?
I mean, I had guys that was bouncing ideas off of. There were other guys that were involved in the scam. Everybody, I think that scam ended up making like, the FBI said, it was like 11.5 million or something. And but there were so many other people that were involved in that scam that were, this guy's getting 50, this guy's getting 20, 17,000, 20,000, 25,000, and we're just doing it constantly. And so the bank would foreclose on that property. They take it back. They put it back on the MLS. They put it back on the MLS for 200,000. It wouldn't sell. Then they drop it to 150. Wouldn't sell. Then they drop it to 125, 130. They drop it for 90, and somebody buy it for like 90. It wasn't worth 90. But by that point, that whole area, we'd done so many houses at that point. The whole area shot up. The FBI said we did 109 houses. I don't think that's true, but we when I end up leaving Tampa after that scam falls apart and the FBI showed them, Forbes came out with an article 6 months later, and they said that the Ybor City zip code was one of the top 20 fastest growing appraising areas in the country. And everybody was like, "Oh, that's mad," because this place is a dump. Like, this is a horrible place. Like, this is. And I remember one time I had talked to a guy years later, and he's like, "Oh, all the comparable sales have dried up. Like, when you left, there was just nothing you could get down."
You mentioned right before telling the story of this elaborate scam that you were on federal probation. How did that happen?
So I mentioned that I own the mortgage company. Right? So I had started a mortgage company. I had maybe a dozen guys working for me, and there was fraud. Like, I would say it wasn't all fraud, but whatever, 60-70% of it was fraud that was going in there. And from the outside of that business, it looked very legitimate. We were an FHA approved lender, we were a VA approved lender, we did conventional. Always signed up with 40 or 50 subprime lenders. But there was a considerable amount of fraud, and it kept getting. It became a game, right? I started getting just more and more creative. Like I said, every time I would get away with something, like, you become emboldened by it. It's like, nice, like, hey, the underwriter's looking for this and looking for this, and you just sit there and go, man, so that she's, that's, what am I gonna do? What we could do? We could create our own bank. What? Yeah, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go on. Like, how do they know if this bank exists? These people are in California. They're in New York. They don't know. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go online. This is 2000. This is 2000, 2001. Like, this is the internet in its infancy still, right? So we figure out. I remember GoDaddy, I think, had just come up with a site where you could build your own website. Like, how cool is that? So I go online with a buddy of mine, and we create something called the Bank of Evil. We cut and pasted things that we like from other banks, and we've got a 1-800 number you could call, or a 186 number, whatever it was, and you could call it, and it would go to a voicemail. And so we set up this thing, and then I ended up making bank statements, which by this point I already had been making bank statements to prove someone has their down payment. Because a lot of times people, they have good enough credit to borrow 95% or 90%, but they don't have their down payment. So we raised the purchase price high enough to cover their 5 or 10% down payment, and we would bring their down payment for them, or we'd have the owner of the house bring the down payment for them, and then we would have a check cut out of the closing statement to a construction company that I own, and we get our money back. So they get into the house for 100% financing, or 110%. Some turn into 130. They want to pay off their car, give them an incentive to sign. They still don't have the money to buy it. So we're doing all kinds of insane things. Well, at some point, remember Gretchen Zayas, my old manager? Yes. She came and worked for me for a short period of time. And then she and her husband went and opened their own mortgage company, which you should have known it was going to be fraudulent from the get-go, because it was called Creative Finance. It was CFN, Creative Finance. No, Creative. Yeah, Creative was in the name. So she doing very well, and we became very close. We're going on vacation, went to Puerto Rico together. I got married at the time. I was married. Our kids, play together. We babysit. We go to each other's parties. We're good now. And she's got her own mortgage company. She called me up periodically and asked me, "Hey, can you make a W-2? Or hey, can you make me a pay stub?" Sure, no problem. We're friends. That's what fraudulent friends do. So, if I needed somebody to verify rent or verify somebody's rental history or employment, she had a cell phone. She could answer that sort of thing for me. Well, what ended up happening is she gets in trouble. She starts doing fraudulent loans for some guys. And these guys are doing what's called a cashback scam. So they're getting like a $500,000 loan on a house that's worth $300,000. So they're getting they're buying the house for whatever, $600,000. It's really only worth $350. But she happened to be in an area where she could get it, the appraisal jacked up. So they buy the house, they get $200,000-$300,000 back, and it's a straw man scam, right? It's a cash back straw man scam. So this is a real person that's buying the house. He's got perfect credit, but he's willing to ruin his credit to get a couple $100,000 in his pocket. So he never has any intention. So it's not a synthetic identity. It's not a stolen identity. It's a straw man. He's a fake, not a fake person, but he's just a straw man. He's a stand-in. So he stands in, he signs the paperwork, he buys the house. They end up getting $200,000-$300,000. Well, this guy buys like 5 houses. So it's $2-3 million. They've lost $700,000. And these guys never even make the first payment. They just let them go into foreclosure. The bank immediately investigates and realizes this is fraud. So the FBI comes in, they grab Pete and Gretchen. She has to hire an attorney. And she doesn't get thrown in jail or anything. They just come to their office and they tell them they're investigating them and know what's going on. And they want to talk to them. They're like, well, look, we want to talk to you. And you're going to be indicted. Okay. So she comes to me. Well, actually, Pete came to me and said, look, man, can you refinance our house and get us $75,000 out to pay our attorney? I said, no problem. Gretchen gives me W-2 pay stubs, fakes, the whole thing's fake. I refinance, I get a second mortgage on our house, $75,000, they pay their attorney. Their attorney immediately says, you need to wear a wire on this guy. Like, he just got you $75,000, I don't know how you got $75,000, but the attorney knows something's wrong because the attorney's like, your whole mortgage company was just shut down. There's no way you can borrow $75,000. So he's like, this guy's doing fraudulent stuff. And she says, yes, of course he is. And he says, you need to work with the FBI, wear a wire against this. So she calls me one day and says, listen, I got to talk to you. The FBI is asking questions about you. And I go, what? And she goes, yeah. And I was like, meet me at the pizza place down the street. So don't come in my office because everybody knows she's been indicted. Like, everybody in her office, when the FBI shows up and gives you a business card and announces they're the FBI, everybody quits. So I said, don't come here. Because they already know, they're already concerned. So I go and I meet her and Pete, and we sit down at a restaurant, a little pizzeria. And I sit down, and she starts telling me that the FBI is asking questions about me. And I'm like, well, what are you talking about? Like, what are they asking me? She goes, look, they came in, they took all our files. And I was like, I don't know any of this. I'm like, when did this happen? She's like, yeah, they a couple of weeks ago, and they have some of your files because I had closed several loans for my wife at the time. We were buying rental properties. My wife didn't have a job, so it's all fraud. But I could not close those loans at my mortgage company because I owned the property. So I'm selling those properties. I bought properties, renovated them, and sold them to my wife to get around something called seasoning. Seasoning says you have to wait 6 months to a year to refinance at the market value. Otherwise, if you want to refinance, that's fine, but you have to refinance at the price you purchased the property at. But I bought these properties for $80,000 or $100,000, renovated them, sold them for $200,000-$300,000 to my wife, who didn't get a big mortgage. We were just trying to kind of get around a guideline. So, well, my wife was not working, and I provided W-2s and pay stubs. So when she says all this, she says, yeah, they're looking at the loans you gave me at your wife's loan. And I went, oh my God. You didn't tell them that the W-2s were fake, did you? You didn't tell them the pay stubs were fake, did you? You didn't tell them that the down payments were, you didn't tell them that we were married, did you? I mean, just absolutely buried myself. And as I'm telling her this, I was like, okay, I kind of caught myself and I go, okay, wait a minute. Okay, here's what you're going to tell them. You're going to tell them you never met her. She called on the phone. Like, I started trying to devise a plan that will answer their questions without getting my wife in trouble or them in trouble. And if nobody cooperates, the whole thing should shut down. They said it doesn't go anywhere. There's nowhere for them to go. Everybody just kind of stonewalls them. So as I'm saying all this, Gretchen says, Matt, we can't lie to the FBI. I go, what are you talking about? You're already lying to the FBI. I mean, you've been lying to the FBI. I mean, I just refinanced your house before I can really say anything. Pete jumps up. Her husband stands up and says, "We've never lied to the FBI. We may not have told them everything, but we've never lied." And I thought, like who are you talking to? Like, I know that's not true. So you're not saying that for my benefit. So I kind of look at him and I'm like, and I remember looking down, and this made me, both of their cell phones were right next to me, right? And I remember, they probably just weren't wires, but I just remember thinking those cell phones are microphones. They probably weren't, but I remember thinking, oh, wow. And I looked at her and I went, wow. And I said, well, I hope you're going to get something for this. And she immediately starts crying. And she says, Matt, I'm sorry. I have a kid. I can't go to jail. Yeah, I'm like, I have a kid. Like, I have a kid. And I was like, wow. Wow.
What have you learned about friendship from that? Like, well,
oh yeah, it's sweet.
It must have hurt.
It's cute. I mean, I love the idea of it.
You don't think that?
No. I'll tell you why. So I go back to my office. I remember I told her, I said, tell the FBI agent to call me on the phone. Do not come to my office. So I go back. I'm still trying to figure out how to weather this, right? I go back. I sit down. Phone rings. My secretary comes in and says, hey, agent, I'll never forget his name, Agent Scott Gale with the FBI. And I was like, okay, he's on the phone. And she's standing there. I was like, close the door. Get out and close. She's like, so get on the phone. He asked me if I'll come down. I said, yeah, absolutely. Let's schedule it for next Tuesday. And I put it off 4 or 5 days. I go to my brother-in-law immediately, who's a lawyer. And he says, oh, yeah. And I don't really tell him exactly what's going on, but I tell him this is what's happening, kind of, and I'm going to be in trouble. I need a federal defense attorney. I don't even know what a federal defense, I don't even know this, but he said you need a federal defense attorney, the FBI. So we go on we meet a couple lawyers. I end up getting a lawyer. I give him like $75,000. And he started to have me convinced. Initially, he had me convinced I was probably going to go to jail for a few years. But really, that's what they kind of do to justify you giving them $75,000.
Right.
And then, but the more I thought about it, and read, he gave me the guidelines that supposedly I had the fraud that I had committed and the guidelines that I was saw that. And I read it and I was like, I'm not really in trouble because I'm looking at a felony, but I'm not going to go to jail because there was no potential for the bank to lose money. So, because I bought the house with like a hard money loan, and then I renovated it with my own cash. And when I sold it, it appraised at $250,000. My ex-wife borrowed like $180,000. So there's plenty of equity. If the whole thing had gone into foreclosure, they still would have got their money. And to be honest, by the time all this happened, there was only like three properties. It was like 5, but we'd already sold a few. And at this point, we'd just sold another 2. There's like 1 or 2 properties left. And we're selling at that moment we were selling. So I was like, no, I kind of argue with them, but then he wanted $75,000. I gave him $75,000. And then he comes back and he says, good news. There was no potential fraud. So I can get you 3 years. Now, here's the thing. Here's what I always kind of look back at. When I first got even into his office, he said, listen, you haven't been indicted yet. I spoke with the FBI. I spoke with the U.S. attorney. They believe, and they've been told, and he said, look, they didn't tell me exactly what they have, but they said with the evidence that they have on you, based on 2 confidential informants, that you cannot go shopping. I was like, right. Of course I knew that. And I was like, okay. He said, but he said, you haven't been indicted yet. And they are fairly certain that you're running a mill, right? A fraud mill over there. You guys are churning out fraudulent loans. Now they can't come and raid your office and do anything about it yet, because so far they only have you. But here's what I'm saying is that he said, I can keep you from being indicted. It's called pretrial. It's a pretrial intervention where we go in, and what we'll do is you go in, talk to the FBI, You go grab a bunch of your mortgage brokers' most egregious files. Grab them, bring those files to the FBI, go work with the FBI. They will indict them, and you will not be indicted. And I said, which I kick myself to this day, I said, absolutely not. I'm not going to snitch on them. I'm not going to cooperate. I'm not going to, I'd seen The Godfather. You're not supposed to cooperate. You're supposed to be loyal. And I'm not going to do any of that. And, and so I say all of this, where, looking back, like, I would have, if I could go back in time, I would have gone into our weekly meeting with a dolly. And I would have walked in front of everybody and scooped up 2 or 3 of the file cabinets and put them in the back of a truck and said, listen, you guys are going to be talking to the FBI soon. I suggest you get attorneys. And I would have driven off. But I didn't. I thought, no, be loyal. Don't do that. And what happened was, when the other thing falls apart, right? When the next scam falls apart, every one of these people go to the FBI. Like, they're not even coming to them. These guys are going to the FBI with lawyers. I want to cooperate. I want to tell you what the cops did. I want to help. And I'm thinking, like, I never had to get excited to begin with.
Do you think that most of these people, from your experience, are going to sacrifice all integrity? Sacrifice.
Applies to this, but that's right.
They're going to sacrifice friendships, loyalty, for just to save their own ass.
Yeah. I only had one person that did not talk to the FBI. I had one person that every time the FBI or the Secret Service went to that person's door, she said, don't come to my house again. I don't have anything to say about Matt. I have nothing to do with any of this. Talk to my lawyer. And this happened over and over again. And that's my ex-wife. She's a gangster.
So are there people in this world you trusted or you still trust?
The problem is, eventually I cooperated. And at the time I didn't want to cooperate. I didn't believe in cooperation. But after seeing how many people cooperate and the way the system is set up, I think that my understanding of loyalty is vastly more realistic now. And I think that if you're committing crime, if you're absolutely, like the things I did a bunch of scumbag things, I mean, I'm not killing people, but I'm doing scumbag things. I'm lying, cheating, stealing. I'm a thief. And when you boil down to it, that's what I am. So you can't go around behaving like a scumbag, dealing with scumbags, and then expect those same scumbags to suddenly abide by some kind of a street code and not roll over on you. And it does happen, but it's like in the 90 percentile of people that cooperate. 90-something%. And people cooperate when they're not even looking at any real time. So if you're looking at 30 years, and especially after going to prison, you go to prison and it's like, this guy's a stand-up guy over here. He got 30 years. He could have cooperated against all of his co-defendants, but he didn't. Nobody can see him. His wife divorced him. His kids ended up in foster care. His friends are cleaning out his house. Nobody puts money on his books. Nobody comes to see him. Nobody answers his phone. Nothing. He took 30 years. Most of those guys turned around. They end up getting indicted for other things years later. They cooperate. And the best thing this guy's got going for him is that he can walk around and say, well, he's a stand-up guy. That guy's going to the same halfway house as me. He's going to be 30 years. Well, I'm going to do 10.
Stand-up guy meaning he never snitched.
Right.
And so everybody's seeing this example saying, well, I'm going to snitch. But it sounds like what people are doing is they're signaling, virtue signaling, like they would never snitch. And they actually do secretly. I mean, I remember talking to the COs at the prison one time, and he said,
I said, shit, I said 50% of the guys here snitch. He goes, it's more than that. He said, but listen, 100% of them are lying. He said, so there's nobody here who can tell you they snitch. Nobody. So there's guys, tons of them that cooperate. If 80-90% of defendants cooperate, you start doing the math. And if you ask 10 guys, there's all of them say, I didn't cooperate. Like, okay, well, you ask 100, I didn't cooperate. Nobody's going to say I cooperated.
Does that break your heart a little bit? That people backstab each other like this?
It does. It does, but but I have such a low opinion of people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't expect. It's not that I don't like people. I just don't expect anything of them. I don't expect you to look out for me. There was a time when I did. I thought, I look out for you. You should look out for me. But I just don't expect that anymore.
See, but I think humanity flourishes because there is a lot of people out there that do the thing that is difficult to do in terms of integrity.
That may be, but these aren't people with integrity. These are criminals. If these were decent human beings, and all of them will tell you, well, why'd you do that? Well, I was a drug addict, or I needed the money. If you were a decent human being, you would have gotten off the drugs. You would have gone and gotten 3 jobs. You can work 80 hours a week. I've done it. You can work 84, 85, 80, 90 hours a week. You can do that. Oh, I do it for my kids. No, you're lazy. You could have worked 3 jobs for your kids. Instead, you decided to sell methamphetamine. Well, I was addicted. You could have gotten off of it. It wasn't important. It was the easy way out. You're not someone with integrity. So for you to sit there and say, hey, I'm going to act like a scumbag, but now I got caught, or you got caught, and I don't want you to tell on me. Well, you're a guy that robs banks. You stick guns in people's faces. You kidnap people. You torture people. You sell drugs. You're not a moral, ethical person, but you want everybody else to hold up to some ethical code while you're robbing grandma. That's not right. So I get the whole Omerta code, and there was a time when I was delusional enough to believe that. But after going through it, no, and after going through it multiple times, no.
I have to really think about that. I deeply appreciate your honesty. I think there's all kinds of people in this world, and they all have all kinds of stories. And your story is one of, I don't know if it came from desperation versus a love of this kind of game, right? Like it wasn't part of it an attraction to the creative aspect of this, of breaking the rules when nobody else can, and you figure out a way to do it.
I think initially it was I needed the money. Like, that's the first thing, You say, oh, okay, well, I need it. And if you ask most guys, well, man, I need the money. You need the money. And then I definitely needed the money. But then you get $50,000 in your bank, and then you get 100, and then it's 200, and then it's $500,000, and then it's $1 million. And what the hell are you still committing fraud for? You've got $500,000 or $1 million in the bank, or worth of real estate, or you're making $5,000-$10,000 a month just in rental income. Why are you still committing fraud? So I think it morphs into the creativity, in part for me, and two, it was a chance for me to prove to everybody how smart I was. I mean, it was done out of desperation initially, and then it just turned into pure narcissistic arrogance. Look at me. Look at how I can do things that nobody else can do. Look how smart I am. I just walked into Bank of America, handed them 7 documents that were all fraudulent. They cut me a check for $250,000. Like, wow, I'm amazing. And guess what? They're never going to get their check, and they won't even know where to start to try and find the person because they're looking for a payout. So, and you feel great. I felt great. I used to say I felt like James Bond. I felt like 007. It was amazing, and and it did it feeded my need to feel important. Even if it was even if that was a lie, because all that success was just a lie.
Well, no, you're good at it.
I was good at it, but it's not.
It was illegal.
Like you know what I'm saying? Like it's not like I'm an exceptional human. I'm an exceptional human being at a horrific thing at committing fraud.
Well, the question is how many people are getting hurt, because
initially nobody got hurt. That's the thing. Nobody ever lost any money directly. Like I didn't go and say, "Give me $50,000," and I ran off with your money. Like I wasn't doing that, and that was a great justification. But at some point, and we'll get into that, I take off on the run, and people do lose money. I didn't take that money directly, and for some reason, in my, sick mind or whatever the case may be, that seems like a distinction to me that makes me feel okay. Is that I never said, "Give me $300, give me $10,000," and I ran off with it. But I put people in a position where I damaged the credit or damaged the title to their house, and they had to go get a lawyer. And so that they had to go pay a lawyer $10,000. So I absolutely caused that person to you're a victim, and I owe you that money. And it was a shitty thing to do, because even at the time I was like, "Oh, they'll make a couple phone calls, it'll be fine." It wasn't fine. I mean, if I really put any thought into it all, I would have known it's gonna really affect these people. And those people had done nothing wrong, with the exception of trusting me. They rented me their house, or they owner financed their house. They made the mistake of bumping into me, and now they owe $10,000, $20,000. And I'm sure a ton of anguish.
So what happened when you were caught that first time?
So I was caught. I got 3 years of probation. I took the probation.
Just out of all.
Initially, it was such a slap on the wrist.
Were you allowed to still practice?
No. Well, okay, so I wasn't. I couldn't own the mortgage company. That's a good question. Like you would think, wouldn't it be great if I could keep on going? But what they said was, you have to forfeit your brokerage license and your brokerage business license. And what I did was I transferred my brokerage business license to a guy that essentially bought my business. They allowed me to work as a consultant in the mortgage industry, because they went, my lawyer goes to the judge and said, "What else can he do?" So, so I have a friend, his name's Dave Walker. He was a CPA. He came in and he bought my business, and he paid me like $9,000 a month, and that covered my life. My wife and I got divorced, so she's my ex-wife. And I don't know what to do, right? Like I could have, and I was saying, I could have, like, you look back and it's like, I could have claimed bankruptcy. I could have moved into my parents' spare room, something like that. But, because I lost everything in my divorce. Had huge child support payment. Not that has anything to do, like, with my ex-wife. Like, I absolutely signed up for that. Like, I wanted to pay that. But it was a chunk of change, So we're going to get a couple $1,000s a month for child support. She got all of the apartments that we had. We had about $1.5 million worth of apartments.
Come on, baby.
A lot now, but that's probably $5 or $6 million now. So she got all the apartments. So she got everything. So now I'm sitting here like, I can't be a mortgage broker. I can get my $9,000, but I have to help this guy run this company, train people, that sort of thing. So what I decided to do was I was going to start flipping houses.
Legitimately or not?
Well, initially I thought about doing it legitimately, right? But at the same time, I was also in the middle of figuring out how to make these synthetic identities. So I'm making the payments every month, remember? 2 months in, 3 months. No credit scores, no credit scores, no credit scores. And I'm also saying I'm going to start buying houses, renovate them, sell them. So the truth is, we actually renovated probably one house completely. I remember it was on 26th Street. We renovated the house completely.
On the outside and the inside.
Yeah, outside, inside. It's done. It's good.
Okay, great.
Me and this guy, actually Dave Walker, the guy that bought my business. So we renovated it, and it just so happens at the same time I go to pull credit one day, and wow, 700 plus credit scores. And I went, we don't have to sell this thing at all. Like I can sell it and put it in this guy's name and let him refinance it. And so that's what we did. I ended up selling it to this synthetic identity.
Do you remember the first synthetic identity, the name?
The first one was a Joel Cologne. Yeah. And then I started getting creative because the ones after that I started naming. So I had like Joel Cologne and an Alan Duncan. But then do you remember the movie Reservoir Dogs? So I started naming the characters after guys in the Reservoir Dogs. So I had a James Red, I had a Michael White, a Lee Black, I had a William Blue, David Silver, Brandon Green. So then I started developing these guys, and I thought, forget those normal. I'm going with the Reservoir Dogs, and I thought it was so cute too.
You think in retrospect that
was so stupid. That was just there's so many things, so many mistakes I made. I mean, within the fraud, there are mistakes I made, but other than just the overall committing fraud, but it was just like I thought it was so cute. And then you get in front of the judge, and the judge is learning about the Reservoir Dogs and Mr. Green, Mr. Black, Mr. White, Mr. This, Mr. And he's looking at me just like, you jackass. Like, and what am I saying? I'm like, yeah, I thought that was cute. But nothing's cute. So, plus I'm making fake banks.
What's the purpose of the fake bank?
Well, sometimes you have to have your down payment in the bank, right? So they want 3 months worth of bank statements to see that, hey, he's got his $50,000 in the bank. And the more properties you buy, they start to want to see what's called reserves. They want to make sure that you can pay all your mortgage payments. If this guy loses his job, can this guy maintain all these mortgage payments for the next 6 months? So they do that, and they think you're going to go, no, you can't do it. They go, well, then we won't lend it. Well, when they do that to me, I go, of course I do. Of course he's got it. Let me send you over the bank statement. Oh, you want to call the bank? Call up.
So there's a phone number, there's a website.
Go get on there. I'll do the whole, and hold on. Okay, good. What's the name again? Do you have the account number? Hold on. Oh, okay, I got it here. I can't tell you the exact amount right now, but what was his balance last month? Oh, yeah, that's it. Exactly. Okay, thank you.
Would you do different voices, or would you be?
No, I've done different voices, or I've just had somebody else do it. Gretchen would have done it, or one of the brokers, Susan would have done it. One of the brokers that worked for me, or Kelly, or Johnny Moon. I had so many guys that they just get on the phone to do it, but they're all doing something fraud, and we're all working together. So, hey, I need you to call this guy, and verify this, and say, I'm at the bank. Okay, I'm at the bank. Okay, good. And they call back.
Does this feel like an organized system, or was it more improv? Just like dealing with different situations?
The government would definitely say it was organized. I would say, you're a bunch of guys. You're joking around with everybody, and you're helping each other, and it's not like everybody's kicking up the Tommy.
So then all these new puzzles come up, and you figure out what's
nice. You go in and you say, hey, I've got this loan. I need to get this loan if this guy's trying to buy this house, and I need a loan that looks like this. Where can we go? And by the way, they cannot order a copy of the tax return. So you don't want to have to sign what's called 4506. So they're like, oh, okay, listen, so-and-so's got a program that, and you go back and forth, but you have to have this much in reserve, but you got the bank, I got the bank, I can do that. So you go in and you throw it out there to 5 or 6 guys, and you're going to come up with an answer.
So you're on probation here. It's self-reflect. Did you start doing this while on probation because of the money, or because it gave you meaning?
God, a big part of that, the reason is I did not want to be back in with my parents. I didn't want my father to see me struggling. I didn't want him to. It was my success. He had no idea. My success was the first time he ever really did proud.
Is that financial success?
Yeah.
At which point, what was the first time you told him you did something and he was like, you could sense you're being proud?
Oh, when I became a mortgage broker. When I became a mortgage broker and I went to work for the company, and remember, within a week, I got a client. 3 days later, got a client. A week later, got a client. 2 days later, got a client. Like I closed 4 loans my first month. And my dad was like, well, how much money are you going to pay? And I'm like, oh, I'm charging this much, this. I got a point on the back. I got this. I got boom. I'm thinking I'm going to walk home after taxes, like 10, 11,000. Jesus, God almighty. You know, are you serious? Well, we'll see. Don't start counting your chickens before that, you know. And then, you know, 3 weeks later, 4 weeks later, you know, boom, I got a check. It's like $9,000 or something. And then, you know, the next month it's 12, and the next month it's 16, and then they make me a manager. And, you know, it just
He didn't know anything was illegitimate.
no. He thinks my son, he's brilliant. You know, he's great. He's wonderful. I had, you know, was certainly not proud of me prior to that. But, you know, my dad was athletic. He was extremely bright. I mean, brilliant. And I was a kid who had to be put into special schools, who barely graduated high school, who ended up going to college and getting a degree in fine arts because I was never going to be able to get a degree in business. It wasn't going to happen. So when I graduated college, I remember with the degree in fine arts, he said, the best thing you can do with that is maybe you can draw caricatures at Disney World. You know what I'm saying? Which wasn't a compliment. It wasn't like, hey, you can draw. So yeah, he, you know, and then I turned around and I tried to go to work for State Farm Insurance, which is who he worked for. He worked for them for like 40 something years. And I failed the aptitude test. So then I went and worked for another insurance company, and I was an insurance adjuster, but I couldn't keep up with the workload. Then I ended up working construction. I'm still barely paying my bills. You know, that's basically where my dad felt like that's you know, he was polite to me. You know, we were cordial, but yeah, I wasn't. I think he felt he deserved a better kid. So.
Well, when you started doing mortgages, that's when he was like,
worse. He was like, I'm driving I gotta just pulled in a new car, and I just bought a house that was, you know, 4 or 5 blocks away from his house, from where I grew up, from where he lived at that time. You know, 6 blocks away from where my sister's married to her lawyer husband. Like, I'm doing pretty good. And then within 3 months, bought, you know, where my new wife, we buy a quadplex, and then we're buying a triplex, and another quadplex, and a 10 unit, and a duplex, and another duplex, and a quadplex. And it's like, what the hell's going on? This guy is blowing up. He's going on vacation here, and vacation here, and, you know. So he, you know, and so when the FBI comes in, they indict me, and I take the 3 years probation. Like, I mean, probably the worst thing in the world, other than going to prison, would have been just having to just sell everything and go then and start over and sell used cars. Not that there's anything wrong with selling used cars, but I just felt like, you know, I just didn't want to disappoint him any more than I already had. So I thought, I'm going to flip houses, and then I'll start maybe a development company, so I'll buy some vacant lots and all this and that. The problem is, these houses I'm buying for $50,000. If I fix them up and sell them, maybe I make $20,000-$25,000, and then you got to find a qualified borrower. It's very hard to find a qualified borrower that wants to live in New York City. Back then, I still think it's rough, but those same houses are going for $300,000 and $400,000. So, you know, I'm buying houses. I got to get qualified borrowers. I do all the renovations. It's a nightmare, you know. And if I, you know, looking back, it's like, okay, well then you got to bite the bullet. It's just what you have to do. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do it, whether it was laziness or I don't know. You know, I just thought I'm good at this. I'm just going to start running a scam. I'm going to figure out how to drive the prices up, buy the houses for 50, record them at 200,000, and then have these synthetic identities, buy all the properties, refinance them, pull out the cash, make 6 months worth of payments, let them all get on the foreclosure. And that really, really started working well. Very well. I had one time where I had a guy, it was James Red, this other guy named James Red, and he had bought 2 or 3 houses. And there was somebody at the office who was friends of somebody who knew the title company was closing was. And he called that girl. Her name was Mary. He said, Mary, this guy James Red, like, Cox is doing something shady. James Red doesn't even exist. She goes and looks at the file, the last couple files, and she realizes that, of course, obviously, like, this guy never shows up. She remembers Cox looked on the file, like, and his thing, he doesn't exist. So she freaks out. She calls the mortgage broker. Mortgage broker calls me. Mortgage broker calls me up and says, "Listen, Mary says she's not closing the next loan unless James Red shows up." And I'm like, wow. That's it. And she's like, "Okay, so what do you want to do? Do you want to go to another title company? Like, we're supposed to take like 3 days, 2-3 days." I said, "Well, Mary's going to show up. So I'll figure it out. Like, give me a couple days. Let me figure this out." She's like, "Okay, well, I don't know how that's going to happen. It doesn't exist." Keep in mind, at this point, I don't need IDs. I don't need a real ID. I mean, I figured out how to kind of make a real ID, right? Like, I could make one. I could take sandpaper and sand off the information on a regular ID, and then I would print the corrected information in reverse on a piece of transparency, and I would glue it over there, and you could still see the holograms and stuff. It actually worked pretty good. I don't know if the cop's not gonna pass muster with the cop, but somebody at the bank, like, I was able to go in and I would open a bank account with them. Well, so one of the things I had done when I was closing these loans was I would go online and I would pick. You have to pick a photo of somebody, right, to put on the driver's license, right? So I'm not making a fake ID for all these guys because I don't need a fake ID for all these guys, not with my picture on it. But I need I need a copy of an ID. But I need a picture. Where do I get these pictures? So I go to Hillsborough County's arrest website, and I would find people that I knew that had been arrested. And so I found a guy named Eric Tamargo, who had been arrested. I don't know what it was, DUI or domestic violence, I forget what it was. But there was a picture of him. So I print out the picture, I cut it up, I paste it onto a driver's license, and I make a copy of it, for James Red. That's what I've been giving the title people. When I would close, I'd sign all the documents, and I'd leave them that copy so that it looked like they made a copy of it. And then they would notarize all the documents. Even though they'd never seen this person, they have a copy of his driver's license, everything is signed, Cox said he signed it, it's good. Notarized, here's your check. So what I do is, I think, let me see if I can get Eric to do this. I knew he'd been in prison before. So I call up Eric, and I remember one of my buddies, like, he's never gonna do this. And I was like, I think he will. So that's how, and that's good that kind of, like, you think, wait, you try, you call, I don't know, bro. That's the kind of conversations you're having, like, but really looking back,
I would love to hear the opener few sentences that you have.
I can tell you exactly what he said, because it's burned in my mind. He comes in, so what Eric was doing at that time, he was actually working. He worked for somebody else, but periodically we'd buy a house, and we'd call him up. We'd say, "Hey, can you and your boss, can you guys come over and trim the trees of this house? Trim all the trees, take all the crap in the yard, clean it up." They go, "Yeah, sure, no problem." Because that's what he did, work for like a handyman service. So they would come, they clean it up, they do that. So I said, "Can you come over?" He was like, "Yeah." So he comes to the office, whatever, a few hours later, and he comes in the conference room. I said, "Hey, Eric, what's going on?" And he says, "Yeah, how's it going?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Listen," I said, I'm gonna tell you something. I need a favor." He's like, "Okay, cool." He's like, "What is it?" I said, "You know all these houses we've been having you go and clean up?" He's like, "Yeah, we painted that one house, we did this." Yeah, I know. Great. So here's what we've been doing. I've been buying these houses for $50,000, recording for $200,000, and then I have these fake people buy them, and I just lay it out. And he's like, "Wow, he's like, that's ingenious, man. That's smart. Like, ooh. I was like, okay, so yeah, no, that's great. So here's the thing. I said, the title company who's been closing some of these loans, we have a closing in a couple of days. She wants this guy, James Red, to show up. And I need someone to show up as James Red. And he goes, wow, who are you going to get to do that? And I was just thinking, just like, you don't understand. I'm not confiding in you because I need a friend, So, and I looked at it, I said, well, I was thinking you might do it. And he's like, oh, that's a big favor. I said, it is a big favor. I could be in a lot of trouble. I said, I know. And he goes, well, wait a minute. Because I can't go. He said, you have to give these people a driver's license. You said the driver's license, you were using mugshot. You said she's closed a couple of them. She's seen this guy's picture. And I go, she has seen his picture. I said, the thing is, for James Red, I pulled the mugshot offline of you when you were arrested a couple of years ago. And he jumps up and he goes, yo, motherfucker. I'm like, oh, I said, Eric, I said, wait a minute. I said, hold on. I said, listen, I only did that because I knew if it came down to this moment, you were the only person that I knew that could pull this off, that had the balls to walk in and do it. And he sat there and he went, yeah, you're right. And I mean, I couldn't believe he fell. Listen, this guy would beat the brakes off me. He's like 5'10", 5'11". He's boxed. He's a big guy. So, it's like I weathered that part of it. And he sat there and he goes, right. He goes, well, I'm not doing it for free. I'm doing it for nothing. I said, no, bro, of course not. I mean, he's like, you're making a lot of money. I said, keep in mind, a lot of that money goes back in the property. It's not like we're walking away with, I think I said like tens of thousands. If you're really walking away with hundreds of thousands. It's not like we're walking away with a bunch of money here. We got to put it for that. We got to buy more properties. We got to keep it going. We got to make payments. I know, but still, I get in a lot of trouble. I said, I understand, bro. I go, well, what do you want? And I remember thinking, yeah, 15,000. Like, I'll do it myself. We'll just change title companies, and we'll go. And I'll do it myself. And he sat there and he went. And I went, $500? Listen, I was like, I mean, I was like, I put my hand over. I was like, $500? It's gonna take you 30 minutes. And he's like, I don't care, bro. I get in a lot of trouble. I was like, oh, well, yeah, I'm not paying you now. You got to sign first. And he's like, oh, I'll sign. I know you're good for it. I go, it's for $500. I made a fake ID for him. He goes in to the place. He signs James Red. Comes out. What was funny about that was when we walked into the title company, we're sitting in the lobby, and Mary comes walking out. She looks at me. She goes, Mr. Cox, I don't know why you're here. Because I told Kelly, that was the broker. She goes, I told the broker that I'm not closing the loan unless James Red shows up. And Eric stands up on studios. I'm James Red. And she was like, and she goes, hold on a second. She runs in the back, comes back with a file, opens it up, looks at the picture, and she's like, I'm so sorry. Give me 5 minutes. I got the file. Prints up the docs. He goes in, signs, and when we're there, she's passing out the check. 5,000 here, 25,000 here, 35,000 here, 7,000 here, 6,000 here. So he sees all these checks, and I'm like, oh, I got that. Construction coming in, and I have that. I'll take care of that. So I get all the checks, and I leave. We go sit in my Audi, and he sits down. And he's like, bro, there's a lot of money. A lot of that money goes back into the properties here. And he's like, still, bro. And I said, and I counted out $500. But listen, a week later, we had another closing. So he comes in, I said, hey, bro, hey, what's going on? And I said, I need you to do the James Red thing. Because, yeah, I've been thinking about that. I did that way too cheap. I said, I get it, man. How much do you want? What do you want? And I'm thinking, and he sits there and he goes, I want $1,000. I go, $1,000. Oh my God. So I gave him $1,000 and he did another one. And but by that point it was like 5 or 6. We've done 5 or 6 with that guy. And after 5 or 6, plus the credit cards, plus all the other things, their credit scores start dropping. If it was 700, now it's down to like 600. And at 600, you could really borrow enough to make it worth it. Like, and I have other people in the wings waiting. So we would just, I'd go out and I'd run up the credit card and pull as much money, pull all the money out of the banks and close the accounts and then stop paying.
He said a lot of people did. Yeah, he was one of the people.
He was one of the people.
Why do you think nobody said it?
I think everybody was making money. The appraiser, at that time, I had an appraiser. Eventually, I ordered appraisal software, and I just started doing the appraisal myself. Like, why give this guy money? So
you were doing the appraisal yourself, bro. How's that possible? How's that? Is there a check against it?
There is money. Nobody ever questions that. You actually have to have a license to get the appraisal software. So I get an appraiser that we're working with. I get her license, and I create an email address as her.
So it was a synthetic appraiser.
Right, it was a real person, but I end up ordering the appraisal software by emailing. It was called Alamo appraisal software. So I end up emailing them as her. And they go, well, we can't sell you the software unless we need a copy of your license. Boom, here's your license. So I send them the license, and then we pay for it with a credit card. You know, you could go get like a green dot card. You could put $500 on it or $1,000. The software was like $1,500 or something. So you pick it like back then, you know, so $1,500. They mail it to us, and now I've got the software. So now I can do the appraisals myself.
What stops you from appraising it for $200,000?
There's no comparable sales. So no matter what you see at the bank, they're going to look like they're going to have their in-house appraiser is going to do a desktop review. He's going to go online. He's going to check to make sure all of the comparable sales are sold for what you said they sold for, are the same square footage were built, what the pictures look like, how far they are. He's going to double check everything. But he's some guy who's on salary and he does 40, 50 of these a day or something. So it's cheaper that way. We take the appraiser.
Got it. So everybody's getting paid.
Right. And so at this point, I'm doing that, right? And I'm getting cost reduction. I'm living in Tampa Heights, which is right next to Ybor City in Tampa, right? So these are all like little suburbs of Tampa, and they're all built back in the 1920s, right? 1890s, 1910, 1920. So I bought this 8-unit building. I renovated it into a triplex. I'm driving an Audi. I'm dating a woman that I shouldn't have been dating. I don't know what she was thinking. So I'm going on vacations. Like everything life's good. So, but every once in a while, like where things happen, you get a phone call. Hey, this is what just happened. And one time I got a phone call from same broker, Kelly. Kelly calls me up and said, listen, we got a problem. This was, I want to say this is Alan Duncan. This is one of the first ones that I had done, right? We used it, but, and so she calls me up and says, listen, Alan Duncan never made his first mortgage payment. And I had a friend of mine, or one of my co-defendants, when we closed on that loan, we both got checks, whatever, 40 or 50 grand. We're also buying, some of this money's going into a business account, we're buying property. It's not like I'm pocketing hundreds of thousands of dollars, or even $20,000 or $30,000 on every closing. I'm more like I'm getting 25, 10, 20, and this guy's getting 10, this guy's getting 15, and then we're taking 60 and we're putting it into the business account. We're buying a bunch of vacant lots, or we're building some new houses. We're trying to kind of take all this and turn it into a development company. But we still have to pay our bills. So, my buddy's got to go to Amsterdam at least for 2 weeks. He's from Belgium. You apparently have to do that at least once a year. So he was. So when I gave him his check, I said, look, you're going to make, here's the like 20 grand or 15 grand, but you got to make the payments on this in the next 6 months. No problem. I said, okay. So she calls me up a month and a half later and says, hey, Alan Duncan did not make us the payment. And I went, Oh my God! He was actually renting the apartment downstairs for me. So I run downstairs and I open the door and I go, bro. I'm like, did you make Duncan's payment? And he turns around and he's like, is it due? I was like, oh my God. So I run back, I grab the phone. I'm like, he didn't make it. She's like, okay, well, here's what's happening. The account executive is calling. They've got the file and it's called the South Star Bank. South Star Bank has it. They reviewed it. They've already been ordering documents. They're saying to this guy, there's a problem. It's falling apart. Like the whole thing's falling. They know something.
But they don't know exactly what. It's just something suspicious.
And that she didn't tell me that on the phone. Like she's saying there's something wrong. You're freaking out because the account executive didn't really know. She just got a phone call saying, "Hey, have you ever met this broker? Did she meet the guy? Who is the guy? He isn't paid. We're calling to sell. Nobody's answering." And really, most of this was my buddy Rudy's fault. He's not doing any of the things. So we go to the office and I call South Star Bank. I get the secretary and I said, look, I need to talk to whatever the big guy was. One of them was like the president and one was like somebody else, vice president. So I said, I need to talk to so-and-so, the vice president. She says, I'm sorry, he's in a business meeting. I said, well, listen, tell him this is Alan Duncan. Like, you need to go tell him this Alan Duncan's on the phone right now. I'm sure you want to talk to him. She's like, all right, hold on. And I mean, like, 20 seconds later, speakerphone. Hey, Mr. Duncan, this is so and so, and I'm here with our lawyer and the president of the bank and our head of fraud. We were just discussing. I was like, okay, I understand that you guys I haven't made my first payment. I said it actually came back in the mail. I had the wrong address. That's completely my fault, and I apologize. I said, but I can get your cashier's check today. I will overnight it. No problem. Hope that's going to be okay. They said, we're way past that. I said, okay. Well, what's the issue? And they were like, I mean, look, to be honest, I don't think I'm talking Alan. I don't think there is an Alan. He's like, I mean, your social security number was issued a couple of years ago. We called the bank. And this was, we had gone with like Sun Trust Bank, right? So it was a real bank. So it wasn't our normal bank. And they called, they don't have any record of you. And I was like, well, I've never been happy with South Star Bank there. It sounds like a banking error. And they're like, yeah, I don't think this is cute.
He says, I don't think I'm talking to Alan Duncan.
Right.
And you were
you're just terrified.
Do I do have to be playing a fool, I guess?
I mean, I know. What am I going to say? No, you're talking Matt Cox. Like, I can't say that. Like, I'm just going to keep running with it. Just like, okay, well, look, And he's like, we called the DMV. This, they don't have a list of you in their website. We think that we don't think you. We're still waiting for a phone call back from so and so on this side. And I said, have you called the authorities yet? And they were like, no, we haven't. But once we put our file together, we will. And then the head of the fraud department, they said, oh, by the way, Mr. I forget his name, the head of the fraud department worked for the FBI for like 10 years or something, or 12 years. And I'm just like, and by the way, the broker is there, and my buddy Rudy is there. And I mean, he's pacing the room. She's in tears, crying. And I'm like, okay, well, fellas, I said, where's this headed? Where's this going? What are we doing? And they're kind of chuckling and joking about it. And I remember being like, it's weird. And I said, look, why don't I let me just pay you back. They said, we'll get the money. We're not worried about it. I said, you don't be worried about the money, about getting the money back. But why don't you just let me, I'll cut you a check. I can get you the money back. Like, what do I owed them like $150 or something. I forget exactly. Nothing. Like, I owe you $150,000. Why don't you cut your check for $150,000? And they were like, no, that's we'll get the money back when we foreclose on the property. And that's what they think the property's worth like $195,000 or something. And I went, oh, I said, I understand. Okay, so you have the appraisal in front of you? And they were like, yeah. And I said, open it up. I said, take a look at comp number 1. That's owned by a guy named Lee Black. Comp number 2, is owned by, whatever, David Silver, whatever the names were. And I'm like, like black, silver, red. I said, I am all those people. And I said, let me tell you what I've done. And I tell them this laid out. Boom, 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 boom. I said, so you can call the FBI, but you're not going to get all your money back. Or you could let me give you your money back. And we can let this, let sleeping dogs lie. The whole thing goes away. I apologize. You know, I had every intention of making all the payments. It's a glitch. You caught me. So my bad. And so these guys are just like, oh my God. Like now they put me on hold. They're looking through the file. They come back. And I remember at some point we go back and forth. And finally they come back and they said, listen, you still have the money? I said, yes. Well, first they come back. They threaten me. Oh, well, when we give us to the FBI, I said, that's not true. I said, the money was deposited into a bank account. It has since been moved. The bank account has been closed. It's moved in cash. That money is gone. You will never see that money. I will be cutting you. If I pay you back at all, it will be from the account. And so the FBI agent ends up saying he's right. Even if we caught him red-handed, the likelihood that any of these funds will ever be recouped is zero. Like there's almost no one's ever recouped. And so we end up, they put me on hold again. They come back and they go, how quickly can you get us a cashier's check? And I go, like that day I go, get them a cashier's check, overnight the cashier's check. They never called the FBI. They never did anything. Now at that point, we actually ditched that James or Alan Duncan. I remember at that point we went to the mall, ran up all the credit cards, and just threw everything away and walked away because it was shot. You know, that guy was shot. I think we borrowed whatever, $800,000 or $900,000.
With the banks.
Listen, when I go on the run, I got one where I was caught so red-handed. It's insane how bad it was. And listen, that's nothing. I got caught by Washington Mutual one time. I was caught by Washington Mutual where we had done 6 owner-occupied duplexes. So if you say you're going to live in a house, you can get about 95% financing. But if it's an investment property, you got to put down 20%. You get about 80% financing. So a buddy of mine who was a sheriff's deputy, we had his wife buy, I'm going to say 6 owner-occupied duplexes, saying she lived in every single one of them. Well, you can't owner-occupy 6 dwellings. Like, that's flawed. Now, granted, her W-2s and pay stubs were correct, but she didn't put the down payments down. Even the down payments we didn't put down. We actually got cash back. But months later, they called a lawyer from Washington Mutual, ends up calling the mortgage broker and saying that they ended up with 2 of the owner-occupied duplexes because Washington Mutual had a credit line extended to one of the lenders who lent the money. So it actually was Washington Mutual. So it was a couple months later when they went to sell it, they packaged them together and sell it. They realized we have the same customer with 2 duplexes side by side, both owner-occupied. This is flawed. So she comes in, she tells me, oh my gosh, this lawyer's on the phone. This is what happened. I'm like, oh, wow, this is horrible. I end up getting on the phone with him. We have a conversation. And I'm like, he's like, look, this is a big deal. We can call the FBI. I'm like, look, who knows who was involved in this? Maybe somebody on your side was involved. Maybe somebody on my side. I don't know what my mortgage broker did. I'll deal with her on my own. Why don't you just let us refinance the property? Not only did we talk him into allowing us to refinance the property, he gave us a reduced balance of what we owed him because we couldn't borrow enough to pay him off. So they took like a $20,000 hit just to refinance those properties. Never called the FBI. Never did anything. It was absolutely bad. Yeah, I had a broker one time. We got full of over $1 million in loans that he had done that were fraudulent. Pinnacle Bank, which was out of Chicago, the owner called me and he was like, "Look, your mortgage broker did this." Like, there was a bunch of
welcome. How are you?
Like they had went through the bank for something.
What's going on, Chop Long? Can you hear me? Hello? Chaplain, go fuck yourself.
rent. But they had. Does that make sense? Like, you pay your rent, they deposit it, it goes to the bank, and they've got all the numbers and everything. Well, I had a bunch that was blank, that all you had to do was fill out your borrower's information, and then you cut and pasted his name and his address in the upper left-hand corner. You make a copy of it. It looks like canceled check. We have 24. But one of my brokers was using him for all of his time. Like, even if the person really had a rental history, he didn't want to order it. He just did this. It was easy. It's faster. Yeah. Wow. So they catch $1 million worth of loans. They call me up, and then they caught another $1 million, but they'd already sold them the household name. So while I'm on the phone with the owner, his name's Gary, and we're talking, he's like, look, this is what we found, this is what happened. And I remember I said, Gary, at the end of this conversation, if you think I've cut you a check for $1 million, I said, I'm just going to have it. You don't have it. And this is when I owned the mortgage company. And he says, no, I'm asking you for your word that if any of these come back on us, they're in Florida, they're in your area, you'll help us get rid of the property. We'll foreclose. We're going to have to resell them. I don't want to be flying down there. Just help us get rid of them. I said, absolutely, of course, no problem. I said, what are you going to do with them? He said, well, they're going to be a part of a package, like a $3 million package we're selling to household banks. The other ones they had caught had already been sold. The ethical thing to do is to contact household banks, say, we will buy those back, we're going to take care of them. It's not what happened. In fact, Gary flew down a couple of weeks later, took me and several of the brokers, not that broker, but several of the brokers out to dinner, had a few drinks, and he openly admitted, he's like, look, I don't care if all the loans have fraud in them. As long as they don't come back on me, that's what I'm concerned about. Because there's a clawback clause for 1 year. He's like, so if they can perform for 1 year, I don't care. That was it.
How many people in the industry do you think are operating like this? And by like this, I mean in the aforementioned gray area.
I would say there's probably after the 2008 financial crisis, I would say it cleaned up considerably. But I would say at this point, it's just as bad as it ever was. And keep in mind, a lot of the loans that caused the problems were, like, they called it liar loans, or no qualification, no qual loans, right? No income. Those loans they existed. But there are subprime companies that are doing that again. They don't call them subprime anymore. They call them, so they got some other name.
Yeah, rebranded.
Yeah, they rebranded a little bit, but it's happening all over.
It just seems the whole real estate / banking system is very prone to this kind of corruption.
I mean, but how can you fix it? Like, if a lot of the things they fixed, a lot of the manipulation they fixed, but if you tighten it too much, then the average person can't get a loan. Like and the thing is, some of these loans, sometimes changing a W-2, should that person have gotten into that house? No, he shouldn't have. He didn't qualify. But he makes all of his payments. So it's like, is it fraudulent loan? Yeah, but it performed. So, I think that I would say that, I forget what the FBI statistic was. It was like 20% or 30% prior to the financial crisis. It's like 20 or 30% of like bank loans, they were saying it contained some kind of fraud, even if it was just a lie. If you want to cut 30% out of that's a ton. That's a ton.
So you're on probation, and you're doing these. You're almost getting caught. And you're doing these really large-scale scams. How does it get to the point where you're out of the money?
So I'm doing multiple scams, right? So it's not just that I'm doing the scams with the reservoir dog scams, right? I'm not just doing those guys. I'm also creating other identities because I've got other people that are involved. They want to do a scam. So this chick I was dating, she wanted to run a scam. So I set up a scam. It's semi-complicated, but the bottom line is she ends up stealing a real person. We steal a real person's identity. I have a real person's identity. We get a driver's license in her name, open up some bank accounts, go rent a piece of property in her name, and I transfer the deed from the property out of the real owner's name. I transfer it into her stolen identity. We then refinance the house like 3 or 4 times. And so she starts going to these different closings. Her name is Allison, and she's pretending to be a Puerto Rican woman named Rosita Perez. Allison has brown hair and blue eyes. Rosita Perez clearly doesn't. So Allison, when we make the ID, she dyes her hair black, curls it a little bit, and gets the pictures taken of herself. But before she goes to the first closing to get a check for like $100,000, we got like 3 of these specials. She changes her hair color, she dyes it back like a dirty blonde. And she goes to the first closing and she gets a check for $100,000. That's, I don't know what it was, like 95 or 105, whatever, roughly $100,000. She gets a check at the closing. They give it to her. We then go to the next closing. Well, at the next closing, the title person has her sign all the documents, but she's looking at her like something's not right. Looks at her ID, makes a copy of the ID, looks at it, says, "This doesn't look like you." And she's like, "You don't look Hispanic." And she's like, "Oh, I'm half Hispanic." And she's like, "You don't." But keep in mind, the photograph was her. So she's saying, "This doesn't look like you," but it's her. Granted, she had the curly hair a little bit, but that's it. So Allison was like, "It's me," and she's like, "Look, I'm not going to give you the check. I'm going to let you sign the documents. We can get the check. I'll let you know." So she goes, gets in my car. She said, "Yeah, listen, there's a problem." So we're driving down the road. She explains it to me. I realize, okay, that's done. It's over. We're not going back. She said, "What about the other closing?" No more closings. We're done. And I, and it was probably more of a yell, screaming and yelling, like, "What the hell did you do? Well, I told you not to change your hair. Why would you change your hair?" But that's when she came in like the day before, and I was like, "What did you do? What did you do?" She's like, "It's my hair. What's the big deal? It's still me." Sure enough, and that's it's not that I knew that was going to happen, but I tempt fate. How did you She was a mortgage broker. Okay. And I had done something fraudulent. She worked for another mortgage company. She worked for another mortguage company. She couldn't get a loan closed. The owner of that mortgage company called me and said, "Look, we got a loan. We need it closed." And I said, "Great." Those guys would call me. I said, "Great, I'll come pick it up. I'll give you a $300 or a $500 referral fee." No, it's a couple $100,000. We want to close it. Well, if you close it. "Well, I can't close it. We need to do it. We need this. We need that. We can't figure out how to do it." Well, I go over there, and typically I convince them, "Just give it to me. I'm not going to play." She was. You'd have to see this chick. She was gorgeous. Very flirtatious. Made me feel like I was thin and handsome. So, she gets whatever she wants. So I'm like, "Okay, look, here's what you do." And I explained to her, do this, send it here, it'll close. And we close it. Well, then she starts calling me, right? "Hey, how's it going?" We go to lunch. Next thing you know, we start sleeping together. She realizes what's happening. She says, I want in on this. So now we do the closings. We're on our way. I say, "Look, that check's dead." She goes, "What about the other one?" I go, No, it's all dead. We're walking away. Now, it was easy for me to say, because for me, I had none. She's going through a divorce. She's broke. None of this did I take into consideration at the time, by the way. To me, it's like, "Nah, that's dead. We're done. We'll start over again." Well, and to her, in her mind, she was about to make, we were getting probably, that was $1 million scam. She was about to end up getting, whatever it was, half or 1/3 of $500,000 the next week. Now she's got nothing. So she says, look, let's at least cash this one. And I had a buddy named Travis Hayes who had been, we've been friends since high school. We were like best friends, right? Really close friends in high school. We were still close. Travis was running a scan. This one, hers was in Clearwater. His was in Orlando. So I'm getting all over the state at this point, right? So he's running an Orlando scan that's already yielded $500,000, maybe more. He's still pulling. We're still refinancing properties, right? So he's about to close on another $500,000 worth of properties. He's got a bank account that's open. She says, "Let's give it to Travis, have him deposit it in his account." He's already pulled out like $300,000 out of the account, and she's like, "Shouldn't be a problem." I was like, "No," and she's let me call him. She calls him. I think I called him. I explained the situation. Do you think it's okay? And I said, "No, I don't think it's okay. I don't think it's okay at all." And he's like, "No, it's not a big deal. Just give me the check." So I give him the check. He goes, he deposits the check. They say they're going to hold it till it clears. That was kind of the thing back then. It takes, I don't know, 5 days, whatever it was. He was supposed to go back and it would have cleared and he would have been able to start pulling money out. And so I call him one day because I wasn't bugging me. So I call him. And I go, "Hey, where are you at?" He goes, "I'm actually on my way to Orlando." And I said, "Oh, okay, so let Allison know I'm not getting any money." He said, the bank manager called and said that because the check was over $100,000, they have to witness me endorsing the back of the check. Or they had to see my something, right? And for me to come in, I went, "Oh, I said, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Don't go to the bank. What do you think's wrong?" "I think the cops are waiting for me. That's what I think." And he goes, "No, the cops aren't." "I'm in the parking lot right now. I just put in the parking lot. There's no cops." I'm like, "They're not going to be in the squad cars." And he's like, "No," he said, "It's fine. You're overreacting, bro." And I'll never forget what he said. He said, "You're shaking like a little girl, bro. Calm down. I got this. I'm cool with the manager." Like the manager, because you chopped it up with the manager, he's going to let your fraudulent check go through. So he walks in. The cops are in there. They locked the door. This told me later. They closed the door, locked it. The cops are in there. They grab him. And they bring him downtown. He didn't say anything. He won't say anything. That's not true. But here's what he told me. "All right, I'm talking to you."
Oh,
Yeah.
He
actually did talk to him. So what ends up happening is we can't get in touch with him. So we're calling, and then finally I decide, you know what? I'm not going to call his cell phone anymore. I'm going to call the name of the person he was, the synthetic identities number, right? So I go and I call the synthetic identities number. I call and I say, somebody answers and I go, "Hey, is so-and-so there?" And he said, and it's a gruff, authoritarian voice, this is law enforcement. And he's like, "No, who's this?" He goes, "No, this is Officer so-and-so. Who's this?" And I was like, "This is Lee Black." He said, "How do you know so-and-so?" I was like, "Oh," click, and I just hung up. And I called for a hate. So I turned around and I said, "He's going to arrest him." And then later on that night, he showed up on the county website, the arrest website, showing he'd been arrested. And the next day he calls me and he asks me to get him out of jail. Like, "Hey, so I have to give his brother-in-law money. We get him out of jail. He actually got out of jail. Yeah, he got out for nothing. Here's where I should have known that he was cooperating. It went from $300,000 bond down to $10,000, just $1,000. So right then, I didn't know it at the time, but obviously that means we're going to let him out of jail or he's cooperating. So they let him out of jail. I go and I get him a lawyer, this was state budget. It wasn't federal. So I get him a lawyer for $15,000. He comes, of course he tells me, look, they asked me a bunch of questions. I told him that, that he made up some story about he's working with another guy, but he doesn't know the guy's name. He made up a name. There's this whole kind of thing where he tells them about me, but not me. And he's like, none of the numbers led anywhere. So they all lead to cell phones are only being used for those scams. So it's a dead alley or a blind alley. And I'm like, okay. And I'm paying him, like he's coming in, and my truck's no good. I need another truck. I buy him another truck. Hey man, the electric's gonna get turned off, and I don't have trucks. I need $1,000. Of course, here's $1,000. I don't know what I'm embarrassed you had to ask. Here's $1,000. A week later, he needs $2,000 for this, $1,000 for this, $2,000 for this. He wants to start a tree trimming company. He needs to buy a tree trimmer. How much are those? $5,000. Of course, that's $10,000. So I give him another $25,000. Starts like a tree trimming business, which he runs to this day. What I don't know is that, the whole time he's actually working with a task force that's been put together. I don't know. This is state at this point. It's a state task force because there's multiple counties involved at this point. And it wasn't hard for him to explain. Like this comes back to Reservoir Dogs. I got all I had to say to the officers was, listen, you gotta let me go. I can't do any prison time. I'm gonna tell you about a much, much bigger scam. And they go, okay, well, how can you prove that scam? Pull up Hillsborough County tax appraiser website. Okay, look up the name James Red. Look, all of these were bought 6 months ago. 6 months later, they're all in foreclosure. Pull up Lee Black. All of these were bought. Look, 6 months later, all of them are foreclosure. Hey, pull up James Red. Pull up Brandon Green. Pull up. So all of these are going in foreclosure. It's like, that what I thought was so cute. Not cute. It was just stupid. And so very quickly they put together a task force. He's working with them on the task force. And we're still buying houses, flipping houses, doing everything. Because I believe him. I believe he's not, he's saying, look, if I have to go to jail for, a year or so, and he's also paying, he hasn't paid them back yet, but we're saying he can pay them back. He's like, look, if we get to the point, when we get to that point, we'll pay them back. But we haven't paid him back yet because we have no way to show where that money came from. We can always go to one of his relatives and give his dad $40,000, give his mom $20,000, that kind of stuff, and start putting it down. And all that money was taken out in cash too, so you can always show up with a chunk in cash. Regardless, it's still in the process, and I think we're still in the process, and it could be 6 months or a year away. Slow thing. I've already been through the process. It's my first time when I got in trouble, and it was a year from the time that I was spoken to until I pled guilty and was sentenced. So I'm not concerned about it. Well, that's happening. We're still flipping properties, and one day I have a buddy named Steve Sutton, remember the sheriff's deputy. And keep in mind, it's funny because I've done bad loans for police officers, sheriffs, lawyers, doctors, across to everybody. But these aren't all, guys that, these aren't all construction workers or guys that work mechanics or something. These are legitimate people that have credit problems or whatever the case may be. So one day I'm sitting at work and I've been getting phone calls for the prior week from people at title companies saying, hey, Matt, wanted to let you know we just had some subpoenas served on several of your files. And I'm concerned, that had me concerned. Then a guy named Jeff Testerman starts making phone calls. Jeff Testerman is a reporter for the St. Petersburg Times. He's calling people saying, hey, I noticed that you sold a piece of property to Lee Black. Have you ever met Mr. Black? He seems and they're just hanging up on him and saying, no, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sure what that guy's name was. Let me call you back. I'm getting phone calls from people. So I know something's up with the newspaper. Now I know something's being looked at, but nobody's really talking. I know that there are subpoenas being served, and I'm nervous. I'm very concerned. And then one day I'm in my office and the sheriff's deputy walks in, Steve Sutton, in his uniform too, which everybody always stiffens, when people walk in. So he walks in, I go, Steve, I said, what's going on? He said, usually he's jolly and laughs and stuff. And he says, I got to talk to you outside. I was like, okay. I walk outside, what's up? And he says, They used to date this girl in the like the Tampa Police Department or something. Right? I was like, okay. So she showed up at my house this morning at like 6 o'clock in the morning. And I went, okay. She said that she's been working on a task force. And he said, apparently one of your buddies got arrested in Orlando. They're investigating some other thing in Clearwater. They're investigating a ton of properties here in Ybor, Tampa Heights. And there's like 100 properties involved. And my name came up because you sold some properties to me, which I had. And he's like, so she came to me and said, look, your buddy Cox. He said, I was like, okay. He said, well, the task force is on you. And she said to stop talking to you because they're going to come arrest you in a couple days. They just handed over the task force findings to the FBI, and the FBI is going to come arrest you in a couple days. And she said not to talk to you because you're going to cooperate, and because all white collar guys cooperate. So she thinks you're going to cooperate and not to talk to you because she's afraid you're going to get me hemmed up. And she said just to walk away. And he was like, so I thought you should know. And I was like, okay. And he said, what are you going to do? I said, well, first he said, what should I do? And I go, tell him that I arranged all the loans for you. You came in, you signed the paperwork. I filled out all the documents. You signed the paperwork. I arranged everything. I'm like, you're not a mortgage broker. You don't know if this is legit. Like, you have perfect credit. You signed the paperwork. You walked away with a check for $30,000. You don't know. And he was like, because he did it because he had a job. He was a sheriff's deputy. Like, I'm not I went in. I applied for a loan at a bank. They said if you can buy the house and we'll give you $30,000. So of course I'm going to do that. That's not going to happen. But he doesn't know. And I said, tell him out. Tell him he'll cooperate. Like, absolutely. He said, what are you going to do? I said, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I said, I can't stay here. I can't go to prison. Like, I was just said, since I'm on federal probation right now, like, the judge isn't going to be cool with me getting popped again. Like, I mean, I can't do it. Can't do it. I said, I'm leaving. Can't go to prison. I'm adorable. Like, I saw Shawshank Redemption. I know what's going to happen. I can't. Too good with. Yeah, I can't do that. That's not going to happen. Like, I can't, I'm not going to defend myself against a guy who's 6'3" and tatted up. No. So, and I can't, I'm no benefit to a gang. Like, I'm a nonviolent, soft white collar criminal. So I was just like, yeah, I'm leaving, bro. I'm leaving. So I actually went home. Well, actually, I started cutting checks to people, right? So I cut checks to Allison, to Johnny, to like everybody I could think of. Here's 5,000, here's 7,000, here's 8,000, here's 6, here's 9, and had them go into all these different bank accounts pulling out cash. But this is like a Thursday at 4 o'clock. So the next day they show up with cash, write some more checks, they go again. I get about 80 grand in cash. That's all I can get. I go home that night. I start packing my bags, and I was dating this chick named Rebecca Howe. We've been dating about a month, and she shows up at my house. I hadn't returned her phone call all day, and apparently we were supposed to go out, and I'd forgotten about it. I had bigger issues, and so I'm packing a couple of duffel bags, and she walks in, and she's like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "I'm leaving." "Where are you going?" "Oh, we're supposed to go out and such and go do something tonight." I'm like, "I'm leaving. It's over." And she says, "What happened?" I tell her what happened. This is what happened. She's like, "Oh my gosh." Like, she had no idea.
But she had no idea about anything.
No, I barely knew her. Like, I mean, she's coming over 2-3 times a week for a month. Like, this isn't love. This isn't, this is a booty call. That's all it is. Like, we're hanging out, we're having sex, and that's it. I don't even know you. So she suddenly just begged to come with me. "You got to bring me with you. You have to this, you have to that." I'm like, you've got a son. You have your mom lives here. And she was just in tears and crying. And she suddenly said, and this is what's so funny about it, she had just moved from Vegas to St. Petersburg to work at the dog track, to work for a company that owned the dog track, right? a casino interest, or like a gambling company. And she said, "You don't even know why I'm here." And I was like, "Okay, why are you here?" She said, "I'm here because I was working for a law firm that worked for the casino company that I worked with." She said, "I got caught embezzling like $10,000 or $15,000 from my boss because she had a gambling habit." And she said he didn't call the police because we were sleeping together. He was afraid his wife would find out. She said, so instead he banished me here to St. Pete. My son just came to live with me. He's been caught sneaking out because the father had raised him. He'd only been living with her since she got to Florida. And she's like, I was going to send him back. He's failing school. He's smoking pot. He's been caught sneaking out after curfew. I'm like, okay, I don't know any of this. She's like, he was going back in December. Or no, he was going back after the school year. Like May. Okay. And I'm like, so where before, 5 minutes earlier, I thought she was this sweet secretary, sweet innocent secretary. And she's like, I've been married 3 times. I'm a gambler. I've claimed bankruptcy. I'm sleeping with my old boss. I got she went from this thieving adulteress, and I thought these are all really beneficial to my, my future plans.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't have at that moment. I was so just flipped out and concerned, and up and leaving your life and everything behind. That's terrifying. And and so now you're alone in a strange place. And
is that the first time you've done something like that? Like you've gone on the road?
Yes. So I've never just up and moved. And keep in mind now, I can't call her. I can't, I'm there are things that I feel like get you caught. And every I watch tons of these TV shows. And there's certain things that get you caught. One of them is keeping in contact with anybody in your old life. So I'm thinking that's not going to happen. Like I'm not contacting anybody. I'm leaving, and that's it. That didn't really happen. I kept in touch. I called my mom every once in a while, but I was like, okay.
Did the loneliness of that hit you early on, or no? Like as you're packing?
I never did. Well,
you're leaving your life. I mean, it feels like a fundamental transition.
Oh, listen. You think? I mean, but not just that. Like I'm leaving my son. I have a son, and I was leaving everything. I was just terrified of going to prison. And I mean, I don't know. It's just so stupid. It was just arrogance, and I should have stayed. Like I made things so much worse. But I also thought, smart. I can figure this out. Like I can change my identity, blend in. I'll be fine.
Aren't you already people know what your face looks like?
They do. But one of the first things I did was I got plastic surgery.
What kind of plastic surgery?
I've got a nose job. I got what they call a mini facelift. They go in through your back of your ears and they suck out all the fat in your neck.
Does that change appearance?
A little bit. I was balding. I got 2 hair transplants, 2 hair grafts. So the hair in my head, this isn't my hair. It's my hair, but it's from back here. So they cut it here. I appreciate it. So they reimplanted it there. Got liposuction, just some other stuff. And got my teeth done, that sort of thing. So and that was kind of like my plan. I'll take off. I got 80 grand. I'll steal some more money, But I let her come with me, and we ran up all my credit cards over the next few days. Packed up the car, traded in my Audi, and got like an Audi A6 or like a 4 or like a big 4 or whatever it was. Got that, and drove straight to Atlanta. And so I wrote a letter to my parents before I left, just explaining this is what's happening. I'm leaving. I'm done. I'm not going to prison. Love you. Sorry. I know I'm a disappointment. Sorry. But, so I take off, go to Atlanta, when we went to Atlanta, I already had the name of a guy named Scott Cochran that I'd done a loan for. So I had his vital information, right? Like I have his name, date of birth, social security number, mother's maiden name, where he was born. One day we were having a conversation, and I just slowly pried all that out of him, right? Like we'd done a loan for him, so I had his name, date of birth, social security number, but I need to steal his identity. I need to know where he was born and his mother's maiden name. So through the course of the conversation, I just replied, hey, Cugno, is that, what is that? Is that Irish? He said, no, it's such and such. What's your oh, such and such. Oh, you born here? You're born in where you from? Oh, man, I was born here. Born in such. Oh, no big deal. We get to Atlanta. I make a fake ID for both of us. But keep in mind, I don't have a driver's license. I do, but they're fake. Like I can't give this to a cop. I can't give a driver's license that says David Freeman.
What's David's residence? Florida or is this Georgia?
No, this is Florida. But it was just a made up name. I'd gone to high school with a kid named David Freeman. So I had an ID, but I can't give that to a cop. Like that's enough to get rent a place or do something. So we go to Atlanta, make an ID, set it up, make some business cards, set up a full website, set up some get an HQ, which is it's a company that you can do virtual, you can rent offices, and they'll answer your phone for like $100 a month, and they'll forward them. So it seems like you have an office. They give you a phone number, you call up, and they say, hi, United Southern Bank, and they'll answer the phone and forward messages. So we get one of those, make a business card for Becky. She rents a house from a guy named Michael Shanahan. So we rent Michael Shanahan's house. It's like $200,000 house in Alpharetta. And I then go to Alabama. I then order Scott Cugno's birth certificate, social security card. I think I registered vote in his name, and I made a lease agreement in his name. And I think that's all I needed. And then I went to Alabama and got a driver's license in his name. So I went into DMV, give them all these documents, and which are almost all real except for the lease. They said, sit over there. I sit over there. I sit down. Boom. 20 minutes later, I have a driver's license. It's $20-something. Nothing. So I get the driver's license. Now I'm driving this. I'm still driving a car an Audi that is in the name of Matt Cos. So I park that. I then go get Social Security to issue me a Social Security number and the name Scott Cugno. And I then turn around and I go and I get a loan. You put down 20-30%. There's all these first time buyers. 30% down, rent, get like a Honda or something. So now we're living in a house. We've got some furniture, bedroom furniture, and I go downtown. I pull the title to this guy, Michael Shanahan's house. And I go downtown and I satisfy the loan on his house. So he had 2 loans with Bank of America. So I create 2 satisfaction of loans from Bank of America. So Michael Shanahan owns a house in the name of Michael Shanahan. He has 1 mortgage with Bank of America and a second one. When you pay your mortgage off, the way Public Records knows it's paid off is they mail Public Records a satisfaction of mortgage, the 1-page document, and it's notarized. So I filled out 2. I created 2 of them. I just ordered, you can do research. So when I went downtown, I researched Bank of America satisfaction mortgages. And thousands show up. So I just grab a couple of them. Now I know what the basic template is. They're all different, by the way. So it's not like you even have to be that close. But whatever, I mimicked some of them. I had a notary stamp, not hard to get. You go in and you go into 3 different Office Depots, and you say, hey, I need a notary stamp, and you give them the information, and you come back 4 days or whatever, a week later, and they give it to you. So I've got these notary stamps, so I notarize the satisfactions. I go downtown, I file them, boom, the mortgages are gone. Keep in mind, Bank of America, he's still paying the mortgages. They don't know that they've been satisfied. Public records, they're not notified. So those are gone, but it takes about a month or two for it to show up. Atlanta was that far behind. It was Fulton County, they were just way behind. So we just kind of have to stick around for a while, right? But we're going on little vacations. We're going to New Orleans. We're going to different places. As Scott Cutno driving cars, Scott Cutno. We opened up several bank accounts. We have multiple bank accounts. And then we ended up going to Vegas. And we do go to Vegas, but what happened was we're driving around, and I remember thinking, telling her, I was like, this is the problem. We have to get real IDs, real driver's licenses. Like, this is real, but this is a real person too. He may stumble across it. And so what I did was I started running ads in magazines saying, home loans available, good credit, bad credit, no problem, call now, government loans, government, VA, FHA, call this number. So people start calling, and I'm getting their information. One of the guys I got was Michael Eckert. Yeah, I remember Michael Eckert. Poor Michael Eckert. I actually legally changed his name to Michael Jonathan. But at this point, it was just Michael Eckert. So I wanted to see, I'm bored. I want to see what the process is. How much does it cost? And is it possible? Let me see if I can change this guy's name. It was $1,500. I changed it
without him ever showing up anywhere. So you could.
Yeah, I had a driver's license in his name.
Right.
I am him, but he did show up. He showed up at the lawyer's office. So,
Right.
So I do that. I'm living in the house, and we're driving along one day, and I'm saying, we gotta get real. Like, these people that are calling, like that one guy, I get his information, but during the course of taking the application, and I'm asking like these government survey questions at the very end, there's like 20 questions, and I'm rambling them off. And at some point, he was like, he said he volunteered. Like, I never even asked anybody about criminal history. He ended up saying something. Well, I do have a felony. Does that matter? I mean, he's like, it was a DUI. I've had a couple of DUIs. I got my license back, and that was part of the reason he had bad credit. And it was like, okay, no, it doesn't matter. Don't worry. I'm thinking you're getting a license. So I'm just taking I'm just stealing him, sharing your information. So I get all this information, I'm gathering it, and so one of the things I said to Becky while we were sitting at this stoplight is, we got to get people's real information. And I said, like, for instance, I said, what if I steal somebody's identity? I get a driver's license in his name, 4 states from where he lives, and he gets a DUI. I could get pulled over 2 years later and get arrested for a DUI that he got in Florida. And she's like, well, what do you think? Anything like criminals, or anything like prisoners, like mental patients? Like, and I went, I don't. And I looked over, and there was a homeless guy. And I went, like, that guy. She goes, she's the hobo? Like, I know it was also the hobo. And she's like, the hobo? I said, yeah, that guy. I said, hold on. Pulled over to a Subway, got out. She went inside to get Subway. I walked across the street, pulled out like $20, and I said, hey, bro, can I ask you some quick questions real quick? He's like, yeah, what's up? And I go, here's $20. I said, listen, I said, when was the last time you were gainfully employed? He's like, 10 years. I go, okay. Do you have a criminal record? He's like, I've been arrested, misdemeanors, vagrancy, and he named off some things, drunk and public, whatever. And I was like, are you on probation? He's like, I can't probation. They don't give us probation. They keep us for 90 days. They release us. Like, the judge knows I'm not going to show up for a probation. I'm like, okay, do you have a driver's license? He's like, maybe. I don't think so. I think it's DUI. He's like, no, I think it's just expired. Do you have a driver's license with you? He's like, no, I got nothing. I'm like, okay, well, he told me he lived in like a tent in the woods, and And so I give him like another $20, ask him a few more questions, and then and I remember he goes, "What, you think I'm survey or something?" And I remember thinking, I go, not the guys, I kind of chuckle. I go, "You get a lot of surveyors out here like that?" And he goes, "Yeah, sometimes." And I was like, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah." He said, "Like he said people from like halfway houses and what do we say, social workers and stuff. They'll come out and they'll pass out stuff and they'll ask us questions and stuff." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And I thought that's good to know. So I go back, grab Becky, and she's like, "Oh, did you give me money?" I said, "Like $40 or $60 or something. Forget what." And she's like, "That's a waste of money." That was money well spent. I said, "That guy he's got everything. He has no way to be contacted. He has no documentation on him." I said, he's not going to drive a car. He's not going to get a DUI. He has an expired license. I just have to get his license reinstated, and I could be him. So I went home. I typed up what I called a federal statistical survey form. And I made a little thing. I mean, I went online. I'm always filling out federal documents as a mortgage broker, so it looked identical. I mean, I had like this little, like the recycle symbol, and it was like, federal form 17017, and so I print out these forms. I go buy a clipboard. I make a Salvation Army ID. I pin it on me, and I go out and I start doing surveys. I start surveying homeless people. Don't judge me, bro. I was in a bad spot. I see the judgment. Let's maintain stability here. Like, so just stay neutral.
So these homeless guys, they have a social security number, they have a birth certificate, I guess. I mean, they're a real person. They're
just not using their real person.
Yeah, they're not actively engaging with the economic system, the financial system. They're not employed. They don't have housing.
They don't file taxes. They don't. So one of the questions I even asked the guy one of the last questions I said, "Do you believe that you will be gainfully employed within the next 2 years?" Everyone of them said no. So, it was like, okay, they're not even trying. And they all had alcohol problems. Or honestly, the few of my population was pretty clear. I mean, it takes literally 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes to fill out a form. And I filled it out for but even filling it out and that brief, just asking questions back and forth, half of them you could tell that's something not right. Like, these aren't guys that are going to go out and going to get jobs. They're not clean. So they were perfect for my purposes, as horrible as I know that sounds. So
you feel bad about this little small tangent?
No. Do I feel bad about it?
The homeless people in society are really, it's a difficult life. Like dealing with mental illness, dealing with drug addiction, all that.
I mean, being in prison.
You just heard Gary and Shannon talk about it. Brian Wilson has died. I'm Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Beach Boys visionary and leader's genius for melody arrangements and wide-eyed self-expression. One Carnivor's can score their iHeartRadio Music Festival tickets right now before anyone else. Tickets are only available while pre-sale tickets last or until Friday, June 13th at 1 p.m. Eastern. And that's not all. On the Capital One Access Pass to your pre-sale purchase to attend an exclusive pre-concert event with a private performance from LL Cool J on Friday or Jelly Roll on Saturday. Only available during the cardholder pre-sale. Pre-sale tickets are limited and won't go fast. So visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One to buy now. iHeartRadio Music Festival streaming live only on Hulu. Catch you up after work. Starts with getting the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at GetVaccineAnswers.org.
It's up to you. Brought to you by
prison,
iHeartRadio.
and the people that are in prison that are going to be homeless or have been homeless, or the mental illness that I've dealt with, halfway houses, and even doing this. I don't know what you do with them. I don't even know that you house them. You can't necessarily even house them together. They cause such problems. Like, I don't know what the solution is other than just kind of keeping them fed, maybe, and keep them away from normal people, so they don't cause crime or whatever. I don't know about housing them in one area. That seems like a mistake. Like, there is absolutely no good solution to that problem. No, because it's not like, hey, if we gave you a house, and we gave you job training, and we gave you this, okay, you might get 5%, 10%, but most of them are on the street because they just messed up over and over again. So I just kind of gave up.
But, I guess we still have to remember that they're human beings. You mentioned Soft White Underbelly. He highlights the humanity of people who've had a real difficult life. He doesn't want.
Mark Leda is amazing. He's amazing. And one of the things he had said was like, these are real people, and it's like their stories. It's like they have stories, and they need, But if you also talk to Mark, they'll tell you, you can't give him money. He's tried. So every time he's reached out and tried to help these guys, put them in apartments, fed them, got them back on their feet. Within 6 months, they're back on their feet.
So I'm more of a soft spoken.
Over and over. I mean, I think the amount of money that would have to be dumped into correcting that problem, I don't know. You could say we got it, you should do it because it's the right thing to do. I don't know who's paying for it.
It's complicated. But for your purpose, they have a social security number.
They got $20. They seem very happy.
Very well. We clipboard, taking the survey.
Right. Took a survey. Went home. Ordered their, and they, of course, they give me everything: name, date of birth, social security number, mother's maiden name, where they were born, have they ever been in the armed services, have they ever had passport issues, what states have they had identification in, have they ever been arrested, have they ever been on probation, have they ever claimed social security, disability, SSI. I mean, I had like 17 questions, and it absolutely answered everything. What high school did you go to? Because high school transcripts are great for documentation. A lot of times they'll ask you for high school. Can you get us a copy of your high school transcript? Like, that's good enough. And I'm a big believer in overkill. So, I mean, I ordered a ton of stuff. If I needed 3 things to get a driver's license in your name, right? I'd come in with like 6. Because what you do is you get in front of the guy at the DMV, and you kind of fumble through like, oh, I got this. What else do you need? I know exactly. But they'll be like, oh, what's that high school transfer? Yeah, I'll take that. And voter's registration card. Give me that. Yeah, you're perfect. You're good. Sit down right over there. Yeah.
Who is, by the way, lurking in the shadows trying to catch you? You mentioned FBI, Secret Service. You mentioned, I think I've heard you mention U.S. Marshals, which is interesting. Cops, general police, CIA. I guess CIA is international only. Yeah. FBI is internal. Yeah. Okay. Well, so who is, when you're doing this, who are you afraid of?
So by the time I've gotten to Atlanta, within 4 or 5 days, the FBI raided my office. I guess I kind of missed that. Back in Florida. And I left and drove to Atlanta and left. Remember, the FBI was going to show up a few days later. They were going to arrest me. And they did. They showed up like I left on a Sunday night or something. Because for some reason, my stupid I thought, well, they won't arrest me on the weekend. Like, they don't work on the weekend. So they came on like whatever it was, like Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday. Like within a few days, they come in the office, they raid it, they're looking for me, but I'm gone. Nobody knows where I am. And so now I'm surveying the homeless guys, and I turn around and I'm ordering their documents. And as their documents are showing up, I'm going to different states and getting IDs. So I'm going to Florida. So over the course of this whole thing, I've had 27 driver's licenses in like 7 different states. I've had 24 passports. Because if you're going to get the driver's license in the guy's name, you might as well get, or an ID even, you might as well get a passport. Because passport's not difficult to get. They don't fingerprint you. You know, all they're doing is saying, "This is your ID, and were you born here?" And then they run a check, and if it comes back or it doesn't. Back then, you could do expedited, and I'd have it in like 2 weeks. Like now, it takes like 90 days, 60 to 90 days to get it.
But if you have multiple IDs for a single identity, that's more proof.
Right.
So wait, what number did you say? How many IDs? How many identities?
Well, I've had over 50 identities, but I've had 27 driver's licenses issued from state DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles.
Well, like
Legitimately, I walked into the DMV, said, "Hi, my name's Michael Eckert, and I just moved here about 4 weeks ago. Here's my lease, and here I lost my driver's license. Like, I don't know what I did with it. I don't know what happened." And they're like, "No, it's all right. What do you have? I need a proof of residency." "Well, I have my lease." "Oh, okay. I need a primary. Okay, here's my birth certificate. Okay, and I need a secondary. Here's my social security card, but I also registered. You know, I registered to vote. Girlfriend made me vote immediately, and so all right, that's perfect. You're so good. I don't need that." "Okay, great. Stand over there. Pay that first. They call your number. 275. You know, 45 minutes later, you go. You pay your $25. You stand in front of the screen. They take a picture. You got a driver's license. You walk out. It's beautiful. It smells like hot plastic. It's amazing. And so I'm opening up different bank accounts in these guys' names. And just
what do you mostly do with identities? You opening up different bank accounts.
Right now,
you do a credit, starting just have a credit or not?
Some of them. Like I might order secured credit cards. So I can get credit. You know, I'm building their credit. Like, it's not helping me in any way. I'm just sending out $500 to get a Capital One card or a Bank of America secured credit card, whatever. So I'm building credits, but not all of them. Only a few, because although I'm collecting them, I'm also going to be moving soon. I'm only here to get a few $100,000 and move. I need some kind of a base. So I don't want to start getting credit cards and building up a history in Atlanta in anybody's name. But I am getting driver's licenses in other states. So I'm in like North Carolina, South Carolina.
What's the primary method of income here? When you move to a place, South Carolina, how do you make $100,000?
Right now I'm living in this guy's house and I satisfied his loan. The house is worth $200,000. So what happens is one day we go and we check public records. And I told it takes months for it to show up, and it shows up. He's got no mortgages on the house. So now I turn around and I make a fake ID in the name Michael Shanahan. And I'm living in his house. I have no credit. There's no credit. So I've got the ID, I've got a social security number. And I order some secure credit cards. So if you pull that credit profile, it shows up and he's got some credit cards. They're only a month or two old. So I can't go to like Bank of America. I could, but I need to get the money. Like I want to get out of it. So, and at this point, by the way, there's multiple articles showing up in Tampa. So the St. Petersburg Times is writing multiple articles about me with your face, with my picture. Yeah, but it's honestly it's free, not free internet. It's post internet, but it's in its infancy. Like nobody's. No, it's not huge. And honestly, it's a local newspaper in Tampa. It's not that big of a deal. Like I'm not concerned about that so much at this point. What I'm concerned about is getting a chunk of money and just moving on and establishing ourselves in a better way, where we're not living in a building that we're going to be committing fraud with our house. So, but I'm living in this place. I make a fake ID in the name Michael Shanahan, and I call up three hard money lenders. A hard money lender is a guy that lends his own money or other investors' money on the property, kind of like a bank, but he's lending his own money, so he doesn't have to really meet banking requirements. And he can charge a much higher interest rate. These guys are charging 12, 13% interest, simple interest. And they're only lending you a much lower percentage of the value of your home. They're not lending you 90% of the value. They're lending you 65%, 60%. So I call 3 of these guys. They all come out to the house at different times. And each one of them says, I'll lend you 100,000. Or it's like 150,000, 150. Like they all lend roughly 150,000. So we schedule 3 separate closings. None of them know about the other person. So what I do is I close one loan on, let's say, Monday, and then one on Tuesday, and then one on whatever, Wednesday or Thursday, or I may have all been the same day, to be honest, but I don't remember. The point is, I go to 3 separate title companies or real estate attorneys, and we close, and I get checks for, after cost and everything. The total ends up being roughly $400,000. So I've got $400,000. And Becky and I run another scam in Tallahassee, Florida. We get like 50 grand. And plus the 80 was dwindled down to close to nothing, because we had gone on several vacations. We went to like Bermuda, and I think we went to Jamaica. We actually stayed at the Ritz in Jamaica. So
Good, Becky. So Becky turned out to be pretty good in terms of scams on the road.
no, she was useless. She was useless for her. And she just spent money all the time. And what I realized too very quickly is she's bipolar. So she's bipolar, and she's absolutely insane. She smokes pot all the time.
Did that matter for you personally, or did it actually affect the how good you were able to do that particular scam?
It was that she was the type of person that would start an argument at 1 o'clock in the morning and scream at the top of her lungs to get the cops called. So I can't have the police called. I can't get taken downtown and fingerprinted. I can't have the police showing up. I don't know who's really looking. We haven't had plastic surgery at this point. We're still pulling money together. So, yeah, Becky's a problem. And at some point, I actually send her to a psychiatrist, and they give her, they put her on Zoloft. She takes it for like a month or 2, and then she stops taking it. She thought she was all better, but you're not all better.
So, can you give me a timeline here? How long are you able to be on the road here successfully?
3 years.
3 years.
This is me. This is the first few
3 years.
Well, so what happens is we get that little chunk of money, we put it deposited in these bank accounts, and we start pulling out cash. Which works out fine because we got a bunch of accounts and we're pulling out little amounts, 7,000, 5,000, 8,000. And, I would cash checks against her account. And they would call her to verify, is there someone here trying to cash a check for $9,000? Can you verify that payee? And they go, oh, yeah, that's Scott Cutno. Oh, okay, thank you. And they cash a check. These are new accounts. So it looks odd. But, we're always... I open the account. So what ends up happening is we're cashing them, and I remember getting really frustrated because it was just taking forever. And I had gone into a bank one time, and they have banks where they actually cash like large checks. But if you go into Bank of America and you try and cash a check for $15,000 or $25,000, they probably won't do it. They'll tell you we don't have that much cash on hand. We don't this, we don't that. They have certain banks that do that. So they told me where one of those was. I went there. I had a check for like $29,000 that had been cut on a closing for Michael Shanahan. Remember, I refinanced Michael Shanahan's. I got a check for $29,000 that was issued to Scott Cugna. So I'm sitting in the bank. I go in there. I say, I need to cash this. And she says, you're going to talk to the manager. I go, okay. She says, go sit down over there. I go sit down in the little glass cubicle. He comes over and he says, I see you're trying to cash this check. And I was like, right. He goes, why don't you just deposit in your own bank? And I went, my bank account, my bank is a credit union or something, and it's in like Florida. Like they'll hold this thing for like 2 weeks. Like I need the money now. I have people I need to pay. He's like, well, sure. And I was like, well, it's fine. It's a cashier's check. Like it's good. And he goes, no, it's good. It's good. Do you have the money? And he's like, yeah, we have the money. He said, it's just odd. Hold on. He goes back in the back, and he comes back, and he says, where'd you get the check? Cashier's check. I said, it was a cashier's check. It was drawn off of a closing for somebody's property that I we're doing. The company I work for, we're putting an addition on. Comes back, and what do you need? I was like, I'm cashing guys' checks that work for the company. Like, there's a lot of these guys that are like Mexican guys. They get a check, they go to a check cashing company, or they get charged 5-10%. So I cash them. I'm like, I don't like what the check's good, right? Like and he's like, yeah, we're just trying to verify something. Yeah, hold on. He leaves again. And I remember my cell phone. And I pick up the phone. It's Becky. What are you doing? What's taking so long? I go, the guy's being a jerk. He doesn't want to get money. Whoa. She's like, oh my God, get out of the bank. Get out of the bank. No, I can't get out of the bank. The guy's got my ID. He's got my credit card, my ID, and the check for $29,000. Like he's going to call the police if I just jump up and run. And I go, don't call me again. I'll let you know. It'll be fine. Hang on. She calls back. Same conversation. I'm bouncing on the wall. I'm going crazy. Oh my God, it'll be fine. Hands up. He comes back out and he goes, he said, I said, hey, so let's take it. He goes, we're trying to get in touch with Michael Shanahan to verify the checks. And that's not good for me. Like, I'm thinking, okay. And he walks away, the phone rings. Becky, what's going on? I go, they're trying to get a hold of Michael Shanahan. Goes, oh my God! Oh my God! And I'm like, I remember thinking I should run there with the keys. There's a good chance I run out of this place and she does see nothing.
By the way, when you're saying that you're Scott, I'm
Scott Cook.
And then
the other guy,
Michael Shanahan.
Right, they're saying they're trying to get to Michael Shanahan. So then the phone rings. My phone cell rings again, and I look, and it's not Becky. Not Becky. So I pick up the phone, I go, hello, and she says, hi, this is Kim. Is it from SunTrust Bank? Is this Michael Shanahan? So I'm like, yes, it is Michael Shanahan. And she says, there's a guy here, he's trying to cash a check, it's very large. Could you verify the payee? And I go, sure. It's Scott Cognot. I said, I believe the amount's $29,000. She goes, that's right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I said, okay. I said, hey, by the way, how'd you get my number? This is my phone number. She's like, oh, I'm sorry. We called the title company. And the title company gave us your phone number. Well, I closed those rooms. That's my cell. That's why if they'd looked in any other way, they could have gotten in touch with the real Michael Shanahan. So I was like, oh, okay. Hang up the phone.
You're saying that you answered the phone from the bank while sitting in the bank as Scott pretending to be.
So I just verified the check myself.
As Matthew pretending to be Scott, pretending to be
right. So I wait there, terrified still. They come out about 2 minutes later. The manager comes out, plus a woman. I'm assuming maybe it was Kim. She never said anything. And she walks out, and she says, and he counts out the money twice, $29,000. And I stand up, and I'm shoving the money in my pocket. Like, I'm trying to get out of there so quick. I'm like, hey, like, okay, cool. I'm thinking this whole thing is feels bad. And I'm getting up, and I'm starting to walk out of the bank, and he said, excuse me, Mr. Cope? And I said, yes, sir. Turn around, and he goes, like you to know that I feel very apprehensive about this transaction. I go, really? What is it exactly? He goes, I can't put my finger on it. I said, it'll come. And I turn around, and I just bolt right out of there. And keep in mind, a week or so later, the Secret Service shows up. Did you cash a check for $29,000? So, what's so funny is like that was one of the last checks we had. So we ended up with like $400,000.
Was there a connection between the Secret Service and this guy?
No,
the apprehension.
So the FBI is looking for me at kind of in and they put out a fugitive warrant for me, which is how the U.S. Marshals got involved.
There's U.S. Marshals track down fugitives.
Yes, federal fugitives they track down.
But everybody's after you. You're on every list.
Right, I'm on the FBI's most wanted list. At that point, the Secret Service got involved once I leave Atlanta. So when Becky and I pack up our bags and we leave Atlanta, the Secret Service got involved because of identity theft, banking, identity theft. The Secret Service doesn't just do counterfeiting and protect the president. They also protect the financial infrastructure of the United States, and they especially have jurisdiction when identity theft is involved.
So identity theft plus bank fraud,
that's it. That's their territory. So they
U.S.
don't.
Marshals are just fugitives.
U.S. Marshals just fugitives. They don't do any.
They're all kind of working. Okay, but they're all kind of working together.
Yeah, like the U.S. Marshals are, let's say, an arm of all of these various law enforcement agencies, federal agencies, not the states. The states have their own fugitive task force. Fugitives.
So when you leave Atlanta, basically everybody's after you.
Everybody's after me.
Did you know this at that time? Or did
Well,
you
it
sense it?
No, I mean, now every day you're looking your name up every day. Like, I'm not. So I'm just trying to get a bunch of money and just blend in, right? Things were not as interconnected at that time as they are now. But they're starting to get interconnected. But of course, I have no idea how much. I barely go on the internet for anything. Dating. That's the only thing I'm seeing. I've never been on Facebook. At this point, Facebook isn't even out yet. This is 2006.
Still, you trying to stay low?
Yeah, I am. I'm not a flashy person. Like, I'm not driving, like, I didn't go out and buy a red Lamborghini. I'm driving $40,000, $50,000 cars. I've had some sports cars, 70, 80. Maybe that's $150,000 sports car now, but it's still not flashy. It's not like it's bright red or yellow. It's always something, nondescript. And I'm living in areas that these cars are everywhere. I go to now, so I end up going to Charlotte, North Carolina. We rent an apartment. We decide to run a scam in South Carolina. So I go to Columbia, South Carolina, and in between this period of time, we go to Las Vegas. And when we go to Las Vegas to drop off a bunch of money to Becky's son's father, who's taking care of the son. We drop off some money there. We go and we start, and while we're there, it's like, hey, there's homeless people here. So you're always, usually I don't feel bad telling this. You make me feel bad.
I'm sorry, my judgment is showing. No, but you have to be collecting identities, I guess, to be prostituting. But
so I got my survey form. So I go and we go out and I'm taking surveys, and I end up going up to this guy. There's like 2 or 3 guys that are standing on a bench or sitting on a bench or something. I see them and I walk up, and one guy gets up and comes over. He's like, "Hey, what do you need?" And I went, "I'm taking surveys to the Salvation Army to determine where we place our next homeless facility." And the guy goes, "Oh, I'm not interested." And they always said that. I said, "It pays $20 cash right now. It'll take it 5 minutes." And they're like, "Well, you $20 cash right now?" I'm like, "Yeah," and show them the cash. They go, "Okay, yeah. What do you need?" Name, date of birth, social security. So when I get to criminal record, the guy, he says, criminal record. He's like, "Yeah, I've been arrested. I've been arrested like 3-4 times for prostitution." He said, "For prostitution." He said, "But they're like misdemeanors." And I went, "Okay." And it was like, prostitution. To me, women get charged with prostitution. Men get charged with solicitation. I went, prostitution. And he goes, he said, yeah. He said, "I offered to blow an undercover cop for $20. He said, "That's what I thought you were coming out here." And I was like, no, bro. I said, "Okay." And he's like, "Yeah." He said, he goes, I mean, a girl's got to do what a girl's got to do. And he made some comment. And I was like, okay. So I jot down the rest of it. We're good. I give him $20. I get my car. I leave. We get back to North Carolina. I order all the documents. His name was Gary Sullivan. I then go to South Carolina. When I go to South Carolina, I get a real estate agent. We drive around for a day. We look at like 5 or 6 houses. I put 5 owner financing contracts on 5 different. So I get him, he writes up 5 contracts. All of them I'm asking for owner financing. I'll put down 10%. I want owner financing. 2 of them end up coming back and saying, yes, we'll do it. I have 2 closings. One of them's a house that's worth like $225,000. I put down 25 grand. Another one's 110,000. I put down 11,000. So I buy these 2 houses. I then satisfy the loans on both the houses. Everything seems like it's going okay. Although Becky's a lunatic. At this point, she's had so many. She won't take her medication. She's had so many outbursts that. And by this time, we've had plastic surgery. Like, she's gotten plastic surgery. She's gotten a boob job. She's gotten liposuction. All kinds of stuff. So,
Look way different. Like appearance changes, or
thinner, better looking, just tightened everything up, I guess. She had a kid, and she was 30, 33, 34, I don't know how she was, 20, 32, 33, I don't know, roughly my age. So, yeah, I thought she looked, she lost like 15 pounds. Like, she was, not because of the surgery, but just in general, we're just working out, we're going mountain climbing, we're riding bikes, we're doing, fraud's not a full-time job. So, we have plenty of time. So we're goofing off. And, but she's also a lunatic. She's getting the cops called. She's able to go out. She's able to stay stoned 24 hours a day. She's going out with friends, drinking. I never leave the house. Even to this day, I really don't leave the house. I'm very much a homebody kind of person. So, like the idea that I'm able to make my living doing YouTube and I never have to leave my house, I love that. I don't ever go anywhere except for the gym and back home. That's it. So what happens is I've actually moved her out of my apartment. I got an apartment downtown, 30-story building. Actually moved her into another apartment. She's that much older. Can't even get in the same place. Multiple times I've tried to leave her. She's told me I've been begged to come back. Horrible. So I end up buying a couple houses in Columbia, South Carolina. I satisfy the loans on the houses. I've got an ID, not a driver's license, but an ID in the name of Gary Lee Sullivan. And I refinance those houses. Just keep in mind, there was owner financing, but they also had mortgages. So there's something called a wraparound mortgage. So these guys did wraparound mortgages. So let's say you buy a house for $250,000, and the bank lends you $200,000, and then you owner finance the house to me. So I give you 50 grand down, but I'm not able to get loans from the bank to pay off your mortgage. So what we do is you do a wraparound mortgage. So I'll pay you your mortgage and you pay the bank. So there is a second mortgage on the property, but it's called a wrap. It's wrapped around the first. Yeah. So I wouldn't mind it. So these have wraparound mortgages. So
you're always selling. You're good at it.
So I satisfy the loans, the owner finance loans, the wraparound mortgages, and I satisfy the loans, the original loans that these people took out on their own mortgage. One of them, by the way, you have to sign as the president of the bank, right? So I sign it as C. Montgomery Burns, which is the aging tycoon in the guy that owns the power plant, The Simpsons TV show. So I signed that and I notarized it, which I thought was cute. I actually wanted to sign all of them cartoon characters, and Becky was screaming her head off and wouldn't let me do it, right? Like, I wanted to do all the Simpsons, right? But she wouldn't let me do it. She's screaming and hollering, so I ended up just So I sign it, notarize it. All of those are satisfied. I then go to the multiple banks, and I start refinancing all these properties multiple times. So I'm applying for these loans, and I'm getting the loans, and I'm closing. So I've got like 5 or 6 loans on this one house. The house is like $225,000.
Listen,
Whatever.
it's amazing.
I borrow like 4 or 5 loans on that house. So I borrow like $190,000 on 5. So I've got like $800,000, and then I borrow another 300,000 or 400,000 on the other house, the one that's smaller. Right? So it ends up being like $1.3 million. It's actually like $1.5 million. It was more, but what happened with that was, so keep in mind, you can only open up so many bank accounts in your name. You can go to Bank of America, they'll open. Then you go to SunTrust, they'll open. They're gonna ask. They might even ask you, did you open another bank account today? Because every time you do it, there's an inquiry into something called check system or active check. And so then they go. So then by the time you go to the third bank, they'll say, listen, something's not right. You got multiple inquiries. You know, if you go to a mercantile bank, they might go, okay, we're going to open. They're going to need an explanation, but you're not opening. By the third one, they're going to be like, absolutely. So, you know, I've got multiple identities, but I can only open up so many things. The other problem is that these checks, they'll only give you so much money on a refi. Usually after $100,000, they only want to let you walk away with, let's say, $100,000. So one of the things I did was I would typically record another mortgage and have them pay that mortgage off. So I had to I opened a corporation to do that. So I could then turn around and go open corporate bank accounts. But now it's not going off my information, it's going off the corporation. So I can open up multiple corporate bank accounts.
But these corporations are fake.
No, I went to a real corporate attorney and had him open them. I gave him like $1,500, $2,000, and he opened up a corporation for me, Gary Sullivan. And I then turned around and I went and opened up multiple bank accounts in that corporation's name.
How are you keeping track of all this?
I don't. So
is it in your head, or do you have?
No, I have every single identity has its own file with plastic inlays, sleeves for their passports.
That's nice and organized.
Yeah,
you open this, I'm Gary now.
Right, that's exactly what it is. Like you kind of go over to boom, you sit in your car for a minute.
Come on, baby.
Put it down, you walk in.
Come on, baby.
Well, what happens is I went like 1.5 million, and I'm pulling money out of the bank, and then one day I get a phone call on Gary Sullivan's cell phone. The guy, it's a lawyer. They call up. He says, "Hey, I'm a lawyer with Washington Mutual. We have an issue." I said, "What's that?" He says, "We got a phone call from the title company. One of the title companies that I was attempting to refinance one of the pieces of property with noticed that they've been sent a document that showed that I had purchased the property, and I said I purchased it cash, and the documents that I purchased it cash, and they got that, and there was actually a mortgage on the property, and so somehow or another they connected it, and they called Washington Mutual, and they said, look, there's an issue. We have a fraudulent document here. And he said, so we went and we looked, and it turns out that we pulled public records, and that there is a mortgage in front of us. Several mortgages in front of us. So there's like 3 or 4 mortgages in front of me, Washington Mutual. You owe us, and it wasn't that much. It was like 100. It was like $100,000, right? Like 95 or 100. And I said, okay. And he said, so there's an issue here. You've got a few mortgages in front of us, and we're supposed to be a first mortgage. We're not supposed to be 2 mortgages behind or 3. And I was like, okay, sounds like an error. Not a big deal. Have you contacted law enforcement? He said, no, I haven't. I was hoping we could rectify this some other way. I said, you know what? I think we can. I'm going to have my lawyer call you back. I'm going to go to his place right now. Give me about 2 hours. No problem. I immediately run, jump in my car, head towards South Carolina. Call my corporate lawyer, tell him, look, I need to talk to you. Here's what's going on. I explain it to him. He doesn't really understand. He says, this sounds pretty complicated. I have my law partner is a criminal defense attorney. I'm gonna set up a meeting right now with all of us. Okay. I get there 45 minutes an hour later. I walk in the door. I sit down. He says, what happened? I said, okay. They said, Gary, this is something's not right. What happened? I said, okay, so listen, bought this house. I bought it cash. I then refinanced it. I didn't buy it cash, but I told him I bought it cash. I refinanced it like 4 or 5 times. within a day or two. They were like, how is that even possible? I was like, well, I went to different title companies. I explained how I do it. I said, Washington Mutual just found out that they're in like second position or third position. And or I said that they may be in fourth position because they mail these things in, so you never know. And he was like, oh my God. He's like, that's what do you want to do? I said, I want you to contact them and agree for them to not contact the authorities, provided I pay them off. He said, do you have the money? I said, I do have the money. I can go get the money right now. He calls the lawyer. This is faxes, right? They fax some documents back and forth. They do a couple emails back and forth, and they have a conversation. I remember the lawyer started arguing because he wanted to charge me like yield spread and fees and stuff. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, I'll pay it. Like, so it ends up being a little over $100,000. And I'm like, that's it. So he's like, okay. And so he says, okay, that sounds good. And so he said, okay, all you have to do is go get the check. And he said, bring it to a Washington Mutual branch. Tell them to call. I said, I'm not going to a Washington Mutual branch, bro. I'll bring you the check. So he calls it back. He's not doing that. And he's like, okay, I'll bring it here. You guys take care of it. No problem. Okay. Hang up the phone. And he turns to me and he says, okay, well, we have a problem. He said, we still have the problem of these other mortgages. And I went, right. And he said, and he goes, okay, well, I said, they don't know anything. He said, I know, but Gary, what if they find out? I said, they find out that they're like in second, third, fourth place. He's like, right. I said, I leave town. And he went, they both laughed. Gary, you can't just leave town. Right? They have a copy of your driver's license. They have your social security number. They have your birth certificate. I said, they'll find you. It's the FBI. And I go, you're assuming Gary's fool. Wow, you tell them. And they looked at me and they went, and I remember he said, we'll cross that bridge. And I said, right, my immediate problem is getting rid of these people. And he goes, right. So I go get the check, bring it back, give it to them. Never called the FBI.
I can't believe you got away with it.
Oh, right.
These are all really close calls.
This is the close call. I have two more close calls that my hands breathing back. I walk into Wachovia. I just opened this account 2 months ago. It's a new account. So whenever I would go in there, I'd say, hey, I need $7,000, $6,000, anything over $3,000, they had to call me permission, right? Like authorization. So she's like, okay, yeah, I gotta go call. I said, no problem. So the girl walks in the back, sitting there waiting. All of a sudden, a massive person reaches over my hand and grabs my wrist, and somebody grabs it from the other one, and they pull my hands behind my back. These are two of possibly the largest law enforcement officers I've ever seen in my entire life. They're massive. And they handcuff me and they say, you're Mr. Sullivan, you're being detained. We're taking you into custody, putting you, we're holding you until a detective gets here.
What are these guys? Is this U.S. Marshals or is this cops?
These are sheriff's deputies.
Sheriff's deputies.
And as they walked me to the back, they're telling me, Mr. Sullivan. They sit me down, and by now the Secret Service are looking for me. They're calling me. Well, they were calling us John and Jane Doe, but now they figured out who we were, and so now I'm on the Secret Service's most wanted list. I'm not like number one at that, right? Like I probably was, but we just found out I was on that list. So it's getting bad. So they sit me down and I'm waiting. And I remember thinking that the FBI was, I don't really know. At that point, I couldn't tell you the difference between everybody. And then 5 minutes go by, and I'm sitting there going, "What is going on? You guys have any idea?" So they're like, "We don't know. We're just clowns. We just do it." So suddenly, this guy walks in. He's probably in his early 30s, maybe. He walks in, gray suit. I think it looks like he's FBI. He says, "Hey, I'm a detective with the Richland County, whatever, sheriff's department or police department, whatever." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And he says, "Yeah, listen, we can issue Wachovia. They want to arrest you." He says that they're saying that you've got 3 mortgages on your house. And I go, "Is that illegal?" And he looked at me and went, you know, to be honest, I don't know. And I distinctly remember thinking, I'm walking out of here. All I have to do is convince this guy I haven't done anything wrong. He's already said he doesn't know. So he gets on the phone with the head of Wachovia's fraud department. And he's saying, this guy is running what's called a shotgun scam, which is absolutely right. And so what is the shotgun? It's where you close on so many loans simultaneously, they can't catch it. Anyway, they start going back and forth. And he's on the phone, and he's like, why did you close 3 loans? And I said, why are you pulling? I said, it's not illegal. I have a first mortgage, a second mortgage, and a home equity line of credit. It's perfectly legal. And he goes, and you can hear them, yeah, they're all first mortgages. And I said, I read every one of those documents. Not one of them said they were first mortgages, and they don't. First mortgages don't say they're first mortgages. It's the placement of the mortgage. Placement of the lien that determines is their first, second, or third. So it's possible that I wouldn't have known it. Certainly that I could have read those documents and not known. And he's like, that's not fair. And he's screaming. And so I go, yeah, listen. And he said, well, you're taking all cash. Why are you taking all cash? I said, well, I mean, I don't know if this sounds like, I don't know if this might be illegal. I said, I don't know. I said, I mean, I work for a labor company, labor on demand. Pull out my business card. So I'm like, I work for labor on demand. And I said, we hire a lot of guys that they don't have bank account, so the company pays them, and then usually I'll pull out money and I'll cash their checks because they get charged like 10% of these check cashing companies. And I feel bad. You know the checks are good, so I just deposit them. I mean, I don't think that's, but I don't know if that's illegal. I don't think that's illegal. Like if and he's like, no, that's a decent thing to do. It's not. That's fine. So he's talking to the guy, and Wachovia is screaming out, hollering. He says, he's doing that. He's going back and forth. So we're going back and forth, and I'm just derailing everything this guy says. And at one point, he says, he's screaming, he's playing fraud, we want him arrested. And he's like, I don't know what to charge him. And he's like, he's saying these aren't, short. How did you, he's like, hey, look, how did you do this? What? I go, look, I didn't do this. So I came to Wachovia, I met with a loan officer. I said, I need a first mortgage. I need to pull out like $100,000. I want to start buying houses. He says, that's right. You own another house here, too, don't you? I said, I do. I said, we're putting a new roof on it. We're going to build an addition. We're putting in a pool. I'm buying one right down the street from that one. I said, obviously, I'm pulling out money. I said, so I told them I need $100,000. They said, that's fine. They said they could only get me $100,000. Talking about Fannie Mae guidelines, which is true. And I said, so then she said, I can send you to a friend of mine who's a loan officer. She can get you a second mortgage, which she did. I said, then I told her she could only give me $100,000 or so, $190,000 in the other. And she said, you should get an equity line of credit if you're going to be doing renovating properties. So she sent me to somebody. They got me an equity line of credit. I said, I haven't committed fraud. But I wouldn't know how to commit fraud if you told me. I said, what sounds more reasonable? A guy that worked for a labor company ripped off a bunch of banks for over $500,000. I said, well, some loan officers got together and did something illegal. I said, there's a problem with the bank. And he says, I think you've got a problem with the bank. And this guy goes nuts. And while he's screaming, he needs to be arrested. This is fraud. My loan officers have not done anything illegal. They wouldn't do that. He says, look at his ID. His ID is fake. His ID starts with 000. South Carolina ID starts with 000. This guy's in California. He has no idea. So when he says, the detective looks at my ID and he goes, listen, he said, this is a real ID. I ran this guy through NCIC. He said, this is Gary Sullivan. And I looked at him, I go, no, I'm not Gary Sullivan. I go, come on, bro, what are we doing here? Because I know Gary. And he says, I'm going to take him downtown. I'm going to talk to my lieutenant, whoever, captain, and I'm going to fill out a police report, and I'll let you know. And he hangs up. I get up. They've taken the handcuffs off. I stand up. as we're walking out with the detective, as we're all kind of walking out, he goes, "Hey, you have an ID? Do you have a driver's license?" And I went, I do, but it's in like Nevada." And he goes, "Oh, that's right, it was just in Vegas." And he looks at the two deputies, and they all kind of grin. And I think he ran me through NCIC, which means he ran a statewide criminal database, which means he thinks I've been arrested 3 times for prostitution in Vegas. I'm humiliated. I was just like, and the grin told me, and I was just like, oh man. And so one of the cops goes, "Here, give me the ID." Takes the ID. He goes, "I'll check and see," because I have to follow him back in my car. So he goes, and by the way, my car is in the name Michael Eckert. So Michael Eckert, he doesn't have a photograph of Michael Eckert, right? Because you can't pull up photographs from other states. So he doesn't have a photograph, but he knows that's not my car. And he asked me, "Whose car are you driving?" I said, "Oh, that's my boss, Michael Eckert." And I said, "That's my boss." And he goes, "Oh, Michael Eckert." I said, "Yeah, exactly." And he's like, and I'm like, so I'm thinking he knows Michael Eckert, knows it's registered in North Carolina, knows the address, which is where I was currently living. That's a problem. So the police officer, or the deputy, grabs the ID, walks outside, comes back. I have no idea if this homeless guy has a driver's license in Nevada. I don't know. He had nothing. He comes back and he goes, "Does he have a valid license?" He goes, "Yeah, it's valid." And he hands me the ID, and he says, he goes, "It's valid." And he looked at me and he goes, "Yeah, well," he said, it says he's 5'11". Like, it was like 5'10", 5'11". I'm clearly not 5'10", 5'11". And they all look at me and I go, "Fellas, with a good pair of shoes," like that. And they all go, "Ha, ha, ha. Follow us, Gary." And I follow them back to the police station. Becky is calling me on the phone, screaming her head off. Now, I'd always told Becky, if I ever get arrested, immediately go get me a lawyer. The lawyer will be able to get me out on bond, because I'll be arrested for something stupid. I said it'll be something like trying to cash a check, a fake check, or use something. I said it won't be. All my IDs are real, so it won't be for a fake ID. So my ID won't be in question. Most police departments and sheriffs at that time did not run your fingerprints through APHIS. So they didn't, because they charge them. So they don't typically do it unless your identity is in question. Mine would be. I have a valid driver's license or a valid ID in that state. So I go back. She's screaming. She's like, "Oh my God, you don't understand. I just checked the internet, the website. You are #1 on the Secret Service's most wanted list." And I was like, I got bigger problems right now. They just held me in the bank. I'm following them right now. And she was like, "Yeah, get on the interstate. Go." I cannot go. The detective's in front of me. The cops are behind me. They're escorting me to listen. She's like, "Oh my God, run." I go, "Look, I'm not a NASCAR driver. Like, I'm driving. It's a sports car, but it's not going to outrun a radio or a helicopter. Like, I'm not. That's not going to happen. I know it seems nice. I'm not that guy." So I was like, "I can't." I said, "Look, you don't understand. I was in handcuffs 30 minutes ago. I just cut my way out of it. I'm going to get out of this." And I said, "The worst that happens is I'll be arrested. As Gary Sullivan, you can get me you can get me an attorney. He can get me out." And she goes, "I'm not getting you an attorney. I'm not getting you out on bond. I'm not risking everything I've got for you." Because she has all the money. We've got $700,000-800,000 at this point. So, and by the way, she's not even in North Carolina at this point. She's relocated to Houston, Texas. Because when this scam fell apart, we were going to move to Texas. So we were already moving.
So, by the way, just a small tangent. Where you store money in a situation like this, like when you talk about 800,000, you have to keep moving accounts to make sure it's not accessible by FBI.
There's about 600,000 or 700,000 accounts, but keep in mind, I'm getting that out in cash. Like, there's no Bitcoin. None of that stuff exists. So I probably should have bought diamonds or bought gold or like I don't know anymore. All I could think of is go in slowly, be patient. Don't drain the account, fluctuate them. Like I was getting cashier's checks from one account to another, so the balances were doing this. They weren't just going, they were doing this. And then one day, boom, they're gone. So we got out like whatever. We got now like 600,000 or 700,000. There's still like 600,000 or 700,000 in the bank. But I'm not going back. I'm done. I actually, to be honest with you, look, I go in. So I go into the police station. And well, first she said, if you go in the police station, I'm done. If you get arrested, you're done. I said, well, I better not get arrested. I hang up the phone. The cop's standing behind my car. Get out. I go in the police station. I walk in. I fill out the police report. He tells me, I got to talk to my captain real quick. Can you wait? He couldn't leave me in his cubicle. He goes, can you wait in the hallway? I can't leave you in the cubicle. I said, no problem. So I go and I wait in the hallway. In the hallway are a whole wall full of, on the corkboard, wanted posters. Black and white, like, car thief, rapist, murderer, Secret Service's most wanted. And I'm on my face is right there. I'm like, holy Jesus. And everything in me told me, right, just fucking hush right now, just go. Your luck's run out. Not that I even thought there were so many. I didn't think it was going to do it, but it just everything in me just said run. The problem is if you've ever been into a police station, you're not getting out of it. Do you understand?
There's a lot of cops.
Well, not just that, but they buzz you in. Yeah. You get in the elevator, you have to punch in a code. You have to punch in a code to get back out of the elevator. You have to punch in a code to get into the next door. It's like, it's impossible. Like I'm not going to get in the elevator. So, guy comes back up, the cop comes back up. He said, "Hey, Gary, appreciate it. No problem." My captain said, "We're good. We're going to wait for a phone call from them." No, the district attorney called already. They're looking into it. I'm going to go ahead and let you go. I go downstairs. He walks me down front to my car. He said, "Look, do me a favor." He's like, we have some serious questions at this point. Like the district attorney said, there's some things up. He said, I said, "Not with me." And he said, "Well, just do me a favor. He goes, don't leave now." I said, "Bro, I own 2 houses here. I'm not going anywhere." I said, "I'm telling you right now." I said, "Wachovia, they fucked up." And he's like, "I believe you. I believe you." I've already said whatever. He's like, I hope they were right. Sure. Okay, so I get in my car. I leave. I go to 2 more banks, pull out more money. But at one point, I go into a bank and like 2 of the cashiers practically slam into each other trying to get to the phone, and I can tell something's up. I don't know something's up. So I get in my car back out. One of them kind of runs out and looks tagging, So I drive. I get on the interstate. I go. Becky, of course, she's "I'm sorry. I love you. I would have never done that. I was just scared." I go.
Becky sounds like a handful.
Oh my God. So I go all the way back to Charlotte. I pack up my apartment. I drive all the way to Houston, with my entire apartment packed up, by the way. Like the next day, the next morning, she's got people there packing it up, movers. We pack it up. I drive a U-Haul all the way to Houston. It takes a couple days. I unload it with some guys unload it into a storage unit because I'm going to stay with Becky until I find my own apartment. As we're driving around the neighborhood, super nice. She's living in like 20th floor or something of some huge high rise. Great apartment. We drive by and I go, "Oh, stop the car." I want to get out on it. It's one of those cone things where there's flyers for the house. I jump out, I get a flyer, and she's like, "What are you doing?" I go, "I just want to, I just look at the flyer." And she says, "I don't want to do a scam here. I want to live here. This place is nice. I love it here." And I went, "Right, I understand." I said, "No, but I have to find an apartment." And she goes, "Oh, I'm just so disgusting. You can't stand to spend even a couple weeks with me. You just," and she goes just ballistic. She's screaming at the top of her lungs. And I know she's going to get me caught. She's never going to get me out. Right? She's already told me that. So we go back to the apartment. We go upstairs. I was so scared of this relationship. I was so scared. I remember I was going up in the elevator, and this girl gets on. This clearly a stripper. I mean, drop dead, just but wearing stripper clothes. Yeah. And I'm staring like, and she got on. Becky gave me that with the face, and I'm like this. I'm like staring at the floor. And never looked at the girl. And I remember we get off the elevator, it opens, I bolt off it. Becky bolts off it, and I off the elevator, and I remember she squealed, I bet you just love to fuck that tramp. And the girl, as the elevator doors are closing, she goes, hey! I thought that was funny. So I go to the apartment. We have a screaming match, kind of. Tell her I want to split the money. She tells me she's not going to give me split the money. Why? Because she said, you could go somewhere else and do this again. You'll have $1 million in 6 months. You know, I have to live off this money. Did she threaten you? Oh, she threatened to. It was funny too because the conversation back and forth. I remember saying, "No, I want to have it," and she goes, and she said, "I'll give you $10,000. This is your mine." I said, "I'll tell you right now. You come up with something reasonable. I'll take all of it." And she said, "What did she say?" I said, "I'll take all of it." She said, "What? Escape and now you all they're gonna? She was the cops are gonna be looking for in 5 minutes." And I just went, "Oh, keep in mind, all of my IDs, everything are in the storage unit that she has a key for. Like, I'm not getting this over. I got an ID right now that says my name is Michael Eckert. I'm driving a U-Haul van.
Sounds like she has a lot of negotiation leverage.
Right. So we start arguing back and forth, and she says $100,000. I'll give you $100,000. I said, I'll take it. She counts it out. She counts out the 100,000. Later, when I can recount it, it wasn't even 100. It was like 98,000. So, but we got them all marked: 2,000, 5,000, 6,000. She's like 2,000, 5,000. That's 12. That's it. She's like, Tiffany, that's fine. So I take it. I end up, I take it. I leave, and as I'm leaving, she always called me before on the phone and begged and pleaded and cried. I messed up. Please give me a chance. I'm sorry. I'll take my medication. I'm sorry. I thought it was better. I thought it was okay. And I remember walking in, I put my cell phone on the counter and just walked out. Went downstairs, got in the truck, and drove. Drove. When I got to Louisiana, I stopped at Baton Rouge and got at some point I stopped and I got I think I got a room or something. At one point I know I stopped.
So you drove without a plan?
I drove back to Charlotte to get my car.
Got it.
So I can't be driving. So I stopped at Baton Rouge at one point and got a cell phone, like a burner phone, like a Verizon, Virgin Mobile or something. One of those little phones. So I bought one. I call a few people at home, back home, call my mom. She's tears, crying. My dad's yelling in the background. I call.
What'd your mom, just a small tangent, what did your mom and dad say? Anything stand out to you?
My dad, well, I hope you're happy. Your mother, every time someone mentions your name, your mother cries. Which is funny to me because, growing up, he's more concerned about her crying, So it was since when did you care, And my dad, he's an alcoholic. He's been sober for 2 years, a month and a half drunken binge, drinking binge, and then sober for 6 months, and then did it again, and sober, just went back and forth, and in and out of alcohol, drug programs. But like I said, worked for State Farm, and State Farm, he was a top-selling manager. And so what they would do is they put him into a 30-day program, and I mean, like he has to stay there. And they were the only ones that had that kind of control, because they're like, you're going to do this, and you're going to pass it, and we're firing you. He made a lot of money. He made a lot of money for State Farm, and he hired and trained a ton of agents. He has one of the top performing agencies. So he was worth a lot to them. And But so I end up, what ends up happening is I'm driving through, I get that phone that I'm calling about, and I call. So I call, talk to my mom. She's crying. She's like, I love you so much. I just want to make sure you're safe. I end up calling Susan Barker, which is one of the brokers that work for me at the time. Call her and I say, hey, what's going on? She's like, oh, Matt, and what's going on? FBI is everywhere. Like they've been talking to everybody. And this has been, it's like a year and a half at this point. And she's like, it's not, they come around every once in a while. Everybody's calling in. Everybody's cooperating. Everybody's talking. Everybody's blaming you, including her. And so as we're talking, she said, look, the main FBI agent on the case, she told me if I ever spoke with you to have you call her. And I was like, yeah, I'm good. So her name is Candace, and she wants you to call her. She's like, just call her. For God's sake, maybe you just turn yourself in. Maybe you could negotiate just like a couple of years, if they're not going to catch you, then maybe turn yourself in. Maybe it'll help. Maybe just hear her out. And I was like, okay, all right. Hang up the phone. I call Candace. She picks up the phone. I go, hey, she goes, who's this? And I go, this is Matt Cox. And she goes, hey, hello, Mr. Cox. How are you? And I go, I'm doing okay. How's it going? I understand you want to talk to me. She says, I do. I said, what can I do for you? She says, you can turn yourself in. I go, well, that's not going to happen. I said, what else do you need? And she said, I think that you should think about turning yourself in. I said, why? Well, what am I looking at? She said, well, that's not how it works. The way it works is you turn yourself in, and, we take that into consideration. I said, no. That's not good enough. I said, I'm not stupid enough to turn myself in and hope for the best. So she says, well, let's talk about this. And I said, well, what am I looking at? She said, I don't really know. I can't, really, I can't tell you that. And I said, well, then we won't have anything to talk about. She says, well, wait a second. She said, hold on, let me call the U.S. Attorney. Maybe we can work something out. So she calls USDT. So I said, okay, I'll call you back. And she said, well, give me your phone number. I'll call you. And I went, no. So I'll call you. So I'm going to hang up the phone. I'm going to turn the phone off. I said, for all I know, you're triangulating this phone call right now or something, And she says, oh, give me a break. She says, you're not that good. And I remember thinking, who do you think you are? Like, she's like, right? Like, you're just some little fraudster guy running around, like, you're not a terrorist, and I almost was like, oh, okay, here's my number, which she probably already had. But I almost was like, okay, I'll wait for your call, and left my phone. I said, no, you know what? I'm going to hang up the phone. I'm going to turn it off anyway. I'll tell you that. She's all right, whatever. Hang up. I turn off the phone. It turns out I found out later when I ordered the Freedom of Information Act. She actually immediately called the U.S. Marshals, and they immediately took the phone number and tracked back the phone, and immediately had two marshals from Baton Rouge go immediately to the place where I had been.
Damn.
Oh, listen. Yeah, I mean,
They were fast.
Yeah,
She's good too.
Not just that, I made the initial calls sitting there in that where I went and bought the phone. It was like a gas station that was also like a Subway station. I had ordered like a Subway. I was eating a Subway, playing on my computer, programming the phone and making phone calls. So by the time I talked to her, and they're good driving, by that point I walked and got in my vehicle, and I leave. But who knows? I don't know if they showed up 30 minutes late. I don't know. Like, I could have hung out. Like, I'm just gonna finish my food. So I go, I call her back an hour or two later. She says, listen, the first time he hadn't got back with her. Then he did. Then he came back. He said 7 years. He's got to turn himself in. So okay, 7 years. That seems like a lot. And I was like, 7 years. That's 7 years for. And I kept saying, is that 7 years for everything? And she goes, yeah, that's for everything. I was like, that's everything. Like, everything that happened, like, in Atlanta, like, in some stuff that you don't know about. She said, look, what's important is you turn yourself in Tampa. And I was like, okay, well, I'm closer to Atlanta. Why wouldn't I turn myself in Atlanta? And she's like, look, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Well, because that would have been the Secret Service would have gotten this guy if I walked in there. Right? So, and I don't know anything about rivalries and how they would. At that time, I do now. But So we go back and forth, and I continually ask her, does that include Atlanta and everything? At some point, I realized, like, oh, she's just not my friend. And so finally, I said, listen, you keep dodging this question. And she said, all I can speak for is Tampa. So if you come back to Tampa and you cooperate against everyone, 7 years. And she's telling me, she wants me to cooperate against my ex-wife. And I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I said, my ex-wife didn't do anything. She doesn't know anything. She didn't do anything. She's never, that's not what I heard. And then she's going on. And I was like, no. I was like, oh, wow. I was like, so that's just for me. And she's like, that's right. I said, all right, we're done. She said, no, wait, I can call the Atlanta U.S. attorney. I said, nah, lady, I wouldn't believe you if you told me one this way. I don't trust you. And I hung up the phone and threw it out the window. And I ended up going to Charlotte, drop off the U-Haul van, go to my, and I would actually go back to the dealer. It's not like I abandoned it. I bring it back. So I bring it back. I go to my old apartment in downtown Charlotte. And I remember thinking I would be okay. I know by this point that they knew Michael Eckert's name. They had the address in Charlotte, so I know they by this point it's been 5-6 days. So I know they've tracked him back there. So I figured if I could get my car on my side. So I go into the apartment complex, and it's like 4, 5, 6 story apartment. Those are parking things that stack up. So I go into this, not underground, but whatever, this parking garage thing. So I go in, I'm on the 3rd floor or something. I look at my car. And I get in my car, and I remember as soon as I drove out of the parking garage, I was like, whew, I'm good. So I can go ahead and pull over across the street and stop it. So I stop it. I walk in Starbucks. I order Starbucks. I'm standing there waiting for the barista. I look over, and it's 2 people from the apartment complex. I'm standing there. And they're whispering and pointing, and I remember thinking, this is like I hadn't paid my rent. I hadn't been there, so I thought it makes sense. Like I'm picturing an eviction notice or a 3-day notice on my door or something, and I'm like, okay. And then one of them bolts out the back. The woman, there's a guy on the woman bolts out the back. He's standing there staring at me. I get my venti vanilla latte. All right, I get my frou-frou drink. Yeah. So I got my frou-frou drink. I walk out. I get into the car. He follows me. Get in the car. I set everything up. I put my seatbelt on. I'm okay. He's standing there staring at me. I'm thinking something's wrong. What's up? And I check to see there's no traffic. I'm good. I'm about to leave, and she starts screaming. He's right here. He's right here. I look in the rearview mirror. There's 2 guys running towards the back of my car. I punch it and I take off. Sounds dramatic. Wasn't that dramatic. There were no cars. There was no cars already pulling out. It wasn't like a TJ where I jumped over slid across the hood and swung. They didn't catch the car and hang on the back. But so they're running and I boom hit it. Just build a cloth here. No, because it's one of those little things. But
you're making it sound like you're pretty calm. What you panicking here? Yeah. So you're under fear. You still operate.
Yeah, I operate it's funny you say that because the Secret Service, when they talk to these guys, all the people that they spoke with said the same thing over and over again. The guy was a professional. He never seemed upset. He never seemed agitated. He was never in a hurry. He, but most of the time I wasn't, because it wasn't until the police got involved, so the federal law enforcement got involved, that I started really, getting anxious. So at that point, I take off. I drive about a mile down the road.
Who were the 2 guys, by the way?
I thought it was FBI. I ordered the Freedom of Information Act when I got to prison at some point in the future, and it was U.S. Marshals. So
sounds pretty dramatic to me. U.S. Marshals running towards your car, you pull out, Yeah, but it's
It's hard not to tell it like it's dramatic.
I understand,
But
it
it's
wasn't.
like,
There's
it's
not much traffic.
it's not like their fingers were at the back of the car, they're holding on, But it was, if I had waited an extra 20 seconds, they would have been on my car. They would have been right there.
Would you consider getting up there?
No, all I could do is listen. My instinct is get out. Just go.
You're already on the run.
I'm already in trouble. It's not like they're gonna add anything. Although to be honest, it only got worse because at that point, I drive down the road. I stop at a homeless facility. I survey 3 guys. I'm a mile down the road. Like looking back on it, I think, what were you thinking? But there were three homeless guys that were in their early 30s. And they were all Caucasian. That's hard to find. So trust me, I looked, spent hours before trying to find them.
So that's like the golden thing you're looking for is white guys in their 30s.
Right. Because I was in my 30s at the time. I was an old man. So I survey them. I drive straight to Nashville. Get to Nashville. Drive through an area called Green Hills. Well, at first, when I got to Nashville, I stayed the night, and the next day, I went into, I'm going to say a UPS store. It was actually a Kinko's. There used to be something, they used to be called Kinko's, but I don't even remember.
Oh, yeah, they got bought by FedEx.
Oh, was it FedEx? Okay, then it was a FedEx. So I go in there, and you give them like $50 or something, or $20 or something. They give you like 100 business cards. So I go get a phone number. Burner phone. I go in there, I call and get a phone number from HQ, the local HQ. I come up with a name, Manufacturing Funding Group. I've got 2 phone numbers. I get business cards made with a name. One of the guys' names that I surveyed was, his actual name was Joseph Arian Carter Jr. I went by Carter, so I get business cards made of Joseph Carter. I then drive through Green Hills. It took like an hour to get the card. So I'm driving through Green Hills. I'm planning on going to an apartment. I don't have an idea. I don't have anything. Like I'm wondering, what am I going to do? How am I going to get a place to stay? I'm staying in a hotel. Like, what am I doing? I'm using an ID that the cops are looking for. So as I'm driving, trying to find this big apartment complex, there's a guy putting a sign in the front yard of like a townhouse, because several townhouses. And probably in his 60s, I pull in, jump out of the car, and I said, "Hey, is this for rent?" And he said, "Yes, it is." And I said, "Oh, okay. Yeah, can I see it?" "Sure." I go in, check it out, come back downstairs. It's perfect. I said, "Listen, I work for a company, manufacturing funding group, and everything." I said, "I've been in Europe for the last, I forget what I said, England. I had some little town outside of London. Then, Dexter, London for the past 5 years. I don't really have any credit, but I said I can put down a double security deposit or whatever you need. Here's my business card." He looked at me, and he looked at my car, and he goes, "You look like an honest young man." He said, I'll take the first month's rent and a deposit." And he said, "No, go get a lease right now." And I said, "Okay." And I said, "Oh, okay." Filled out a lease right then, gave me the keys. Like, nice, like very trusting in that town.
But there must have been also something about you. You're just,
I don't
got a nice car.
look. I know you're going to get a lot of comments that say white privilege. Like, that's what
I think the charisma has something to do with it.
I appreciate that. So he gave me the keys. Listen, I ordered all of Joseph Carter's vital information, right? Like all of his birth certificate, social security card, everything. That night, from like a Kinko's or somewhere, I forget where. But from one of these places, I went online. You could go online back then, right? Like there was a Wi-Fi everywhere. So I ordered this stuff. It showed up a couple days later. I take that information. I go and I get a driver's license. Remember, within like 7 or 8 days, I've got a driver's license in his name. I get in that car, Michael Eckert's car. I drive it all the way back to Nashville. I leave it in long-term parking. Get on a plane, fly back to Nashville. Go in and buy myself a brand new car. It was a couple years old, but from like CarMax. Within 2 weeks, I'm completely 100% set up. I start dating for 3-4 months. That gets really boring. And
where again? Nashville.
Nashville. So I start dating a bunch of chicks, and then I end up meeting this one girl.
By the way, are you lonely here because you're on the run?
Man, listen, I'm telling you right now, being on the run was the best part of my life.
Really?
Everybody, you know, all these guys say, it was horrible. I was so concerned and looking over my shoulder, and I wasn't. Keep in mind, I've gotten 5 or 6 traffic tickets while on the run. I went to traffic school as someone else. I got so many traffic tickets in his name. I went to traffic school as him. Like if I got pulled over, like I'm concerned.
So your confidence just was.
And I'm driving a vehicle in the name of the driver's license that I have that was issued by that state, full coverage insurance. I'm not an idiot. I'm not driving around a stolen car with a broken taillight and a body in the trunk. Like I'm covered. Like I'm not concerned about the local cops.
Plus, you go to Starbucks, sipping your coffee and driving away from U.S. Marshal.
Right. That was.
You could start believing that it's impossible to catch you.
That is exactly what it is. It's every time I just kept getting more and more emboldened, more and more cocky, arrogant. Like I'm too good, you know, which is great until it catches you. And so I meet a girl named Amanda Gardner. Well, what I end up doing is, keep in mind, I've only got 100,000 or so. So I go and I start buying houses in this area called J.C. Napier. It's just close to downtown. And I buy these houses and I buy them for like 60, 70,000. And I record the sales at 210, 190, 205, that sort of same thing. And I refinance the house and I start pulling out money. I meet this girl, Amanda Gardner. We hit it off within a few months. She's moved in. We move into a house in that area. I renovate a house. We move in there. I borrow $3.5 million, and I'm buying houses. Now I'm buying houses, reporting the value. I started all up. I borrow like $3.5 million. I meet Amanda. We move in together. We're buying.
Did you tell her? Or do you tell her?
She kind of, what she knew was that, it's odd, right? I have no photographs. Everything I own is brand new. She's like, there's nothing in this house that's more than 4 months old. So 6 months old. You have no photographs. You have no internet presence. You have no, it's every stick of clothing is brand new. You don't have old pairs of jeans.
Do you tell her stories about the past? Or maybe, is there a fabricated?
Initially, there was a fabricated version that I owned a mortgage company. My typical story was like I owned a mortgage company and I got bought out by Household Bank. Started doing very well. I got bought out by Household Bank. I have a no non-compete clause. I ended up with like $500,000 after paying off all my bills, and just decided to kind of travel around the U.S. And now I'm here. I'm gonna start renovating houses. But that, you don't call home. Nobody calls you. Your family doesn't call you. You tell stories about your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, friends. I don't know any of these friends. Never seen any of these friends. They never call you. They never, it's just like, oh my gosh. So at some point, I basically just said to her, look, at one point, I had to have a check cut. I refinanced the house, right? And I had like, I want to say something like, it might have been 30,000, so let's say 20,000. I had a $20,000 check cut to a handicap. Because you have to have these checks, you can't have them cut to me. So I would say, hey, there's a second mortgage on there. And I provide a second mortgage, or I provide different things. And I knew I need names of people to cut these things to. So I had a check cut for whatever. I remember we were at dinner one night. This is before she really knows who I am. And I said, hey, and she said, oh, did you have to refinance? She said, how'd that thing go? You refinance? I said, oh, thank God you said that. Boom. I said, I need you to deposit this. Here, check for 20,000. She's like, I can go tomorrow and I can deposit it. And and I'm like, no. So I'm like, look, it's just deposit. So I can get, as soon as it clears, I'll get you a cashier's check. I was like, no, just deposit it and keep it in your bank. It's fine. So she's like, what is going on? And so we have this conversation, and I tell her, look, people are looking for who? Law enforcement. Which ones? All of them. You know, she's like, that doesn't even, for what? I go, mostly bankrupt. And she's like, well, how are they not finding you? I mean, everybody, you know, people know you, like, you know, your general contractor, which I met 4 months before. This guy 6 months before, this one 2 months before, you know. She's like, so-and-so, so-and-so, so, and I'm like, right, well, I said, well, I mean, they've got your name, they've got your, I go, well, that's identity theft. And she was like, what do you mean? I said, well, my name's not, you know, my name's not, it's not Joseph Carter. You know, what is your name? I go, you know, it's you don't even worry about it. This is what's happening. This is where I'm at. This has been months into the relationship. I mean, this is where, hopefully, I'd say maybe a month or two. But, you know, she was just too inquisitive. And, oh, I know what it was. She found like $40,000 in cash in my freezer one night. That was another thing that happened. She went to get a popsicle and she opened up the flip to get a popsicle. She opened the wrong one and it was all cash. And she was like, you know, the other day, you know, this conversation, the other day I opened up the popsicle box and he's cash. So I kind of explained it, but I had a feeling she's going to be okay with this, you know?
So she was
okay with this.
Like, I mean, to me, that's just a fascinating conversation to have. Like,
it was a great conversation.
Because oftentimes in relationships, you learn about each other and you find out things.
That's a doozy.
Yeah, it's a good one to find out. The name you're using is going to be your real name. And the Secret Service, the FBI, and everybody else.
Yeah.
And you're, like, to be honest, you're not a violent criminal. So it's like,
and I, you know, but she didn't know my name. Like, she was like, and I told her, I said, look, if you start digging, if you find out my name, like, I'll leave. Like, there's certain things that catch you. Staying in contact with people that you know, that's how you get caught. You know? Going back to see people, that's how you get caught. You know? Telling people who you are, that's how you get caught. And I was like, so, I'm Joseph Carter. Everything's fine. And she was like, okay. You know, and keep in mind, too, this girl, your car's broken? Or your car's not doing well? Take it and trade it in. We'll go get you another car. We'll get you, you know, an Infinity, you know, FX or whatever, you know, $55,000, $60,000 vehicle. She's driving the equivalent of a beat up old Nova. You know, I mean, it's, you want to go on vacation? We'll go on vacation. You want to do this? You want to do that? So, you know, we're buying houses. We're renovating houses. We're building brand new houses. We're buying lots. Like, she's like in the middle of this, like, holy Jesus. There's hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank, in our bank account. Her bank account. I open up a corporation in her name. She's opening a bank account. She's got there's websites. It's a lot. And while this is happening, we start seeing a friend of hers. So this other girl comes in the picture. Her name's Trina, and Trina is so.
Is it like a sexual thing?
Yeah.
Or
So
an actual relationship?
No, it's more like she's coming over. So we've got a ton going on. And so while this is happening, I end up coming out in like several magazines. So I'm thinking this whole thing's dying down, but it's not dying down because now I just got caught handcuffed in a bank, walked out of the police station, outran marshals. Although that part, the marshal thing, was never in the papers. But the getting caught handcuffs in the bank, when that hit the papers, that's everywhere. That's huge. You know, suddenly Chicago Tribune's running a series of fugitives. I'm in Bloomberg Business Week. They run an article called "Sharks in the Housing Pool." Then you've got Fortune magazine comes out with one because by now, guess what? Becky's been caught. Becky in Houston or whatever. In Houston, got caught, and she like like the way she hears the hey,
there you go.
No, oh no, she told on me immediately.
Oh, she did.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's fine. She figured it out. So here's what's funny about that. Here's what she said.
Loyalties and everything. That you're not disagreeing on.
I just took off.
Still.
On her and left her with like $500,000 or $600,000 is what I left her with.
It's not all about money. It's also about just like, ride or die. There's a meaning to that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So
she told that. She said that.
Well, here's what was when I say gangster. When she gets caught, they come in. She's in the middle of beauty school. She's paid for beauty school. She's going through beauty school. She's got like a salonist. So she's in there cutting hair in a class, and getting all of the Secret Service agents come in, guns drawn, screaming, "Get on the ground! Get on the ground!" She said, everybody dropped their ground. She said, "I'm sitting there with scissors going." They grab her, they handcuff her, they bring her in, and the whole time. Now, at that point, she was Rebecca. Her name is Rebecca Hickey. She went like Becca. She's Rebecca Hickey, which is she's got a Texas driver's license, the whole thing. And they're screaming at her, and then she put her in the car, and they're driving the whole way. She was literally, the guy, the Secret Service agent told me, 45 minutes. She's telling us, "You're losing your job. You're losing." I mean, he's like, I couldn't believe it. Like, we got pictures of her. We're like, "This is you." She's like, "Not me. Are you insane? Look at that chubby little thing." Oh, yeah. Would not budge till they actually put her hand on the scanner. And she goes, "Okay, I'm Rebecca Howe. What do you need?" They're like, "Where's that cop?" She's like, "I have no idea. That fucker left a year ago." So,
but she contributed to the story, to the legend that's already growing.
Oh, because she was interviewed by Fortune magazine, and it was horrendous. The article is horrendous. He was abusive. He's a Don Juan that forced me to fall in love with him, commit mortgage fraud, and then took all the money and left. By the way, they found like 40 or 50 grand on her, and maybe another 30 or 40 in her bank account, and no other money. So anyway, and she was, by the way, she got caught. She was in communication with her family. So she's talking to her mom, and she got caught, and her mother through multiple conversations. One conversation being, "Mom, I'm doing fine. I can't tell you where I am, exactly, but I'm in Houston, Texas." Next one, 6 months later, I enrolled in beauty school. Houston, Texas beauty school. How many are there? And her mom, bipolar. "I just want to see my daughter." I'm doing the right thing. And honestly, she is. So
you're getting more and more famous.
Right. So I got all these.
You're having to be some of the man that treat.
And what ends up happening is we end up going, and listen, Amanda and I, we've gone to Greece, Italy, Croatia. We've gone on multiple trips, and when we just gotten back from like a 10-day cruise of the Greek Isles, and we get home, and Amanda goes online, and there's a blog about Dateline, about one of their new specials called The Thief of Hearts. And that's me. Apparently I'm the Thief of Hearts. And I'm apparently going around, and it's based on Rebecca's, Becky's story, that I'm wooing women who commit fraud, stealing all the money, and then leaving to hold back. Well, they interviewed her. They're interviewing multiple people, in my case. They're putting together an episode. Going to be released. So I'm terrified. At this point, I've been along with them 3 years. Now I'm like, there's lots of things I can care less about. Fortune, I don't know anybody with Fortune. Bloomberg, I'm hanging out with contractors, laborers. So, local news, even local news channels, out there. Like Dateline, there weren't 400 channels back then, So Dateline comes out, even if you don't see it the first time, they're going to rerun it 3 months or 6 months or 5, 15 years from now. They might be doing it again. So I could be perfectly fine 5 years from now. And one day, the barista that I go to every other day looks at Dateline and goes, "Oh my God, that's Mr. Johnson or that's Mr. Thomas or whatever." So the point is that I was like, "Yeah, I gotta go. I can't stay here. I gotta get out of the country." So I was going to go to. Well, we really started doing research, and Amanda ended up saying Australia. Australia at the time, I don't know how it is now, but at the time, if you went to Australia with like $100,000 and a business plan, you could become a permanent resident alien. You can't vote, but you can buy property, you can open a business, but you can't get a job. And they didn't require fingerprints. So there's no criminal background check. Now, if you want to be a citizen, you have to get an FBI criminal background check. Like I got So I was like, wow, I can go there and start a business. And I'm going to show up with a couple million. So what we do is we start refinancing houses. We'll start pulling out money as quick as we can. I'm asking guys, laborers, guys that I work with, my general contractor, my real estate agent, hey man, can you cash this check for $6,000? Nobody says no. Everybody, yeah, no problem, no problem. A few guys are like, yeah man, if you can be 10%, yeah, I'll give you 10%. So that's happening. We're pulling out cash. One day, Amanda gives Trina a bunch of checks and asks her to cash it. That sparks a conversation that, like, what it was happening. She confides in. By this point, by the way, Amanda knows who I am. So by this point, she's actually came across the letter that I wrote to my.
Some California's most accurate travel reports on Jimmy Harmon. The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Recipients have done but Medal of Honor stories of memory. You'll hear about this. And what their stories tell us about the nature of freedom. Listen to Medal of Honor on America's #1 podcast network. Follow Medal of Honor and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. TV in Atlanta, like Papers, in I-93. This is Up Advantage. The team that brought you Up Advantage partners with all podcast networks to weekly videos with true crime cases. Join me as I talk to cases with special guests and true crime experts. There's got to be something at the heart of that evidence that is God. It's got to be true. Tune in as an agency plays on the crime in true Up Advantage style. The late night knock at the door of missing form. The mysterious shadowy figure called camera. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Welcome to How We Met Your Mother, which I think we're calling With Him, When Him. I said let's commit. This is our new podcast. Rewatching 208 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I played Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. And I'm thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Davis. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs / pineapples, and general knowledge. But we'll also give him and our relationship to it these 14 years later. Let's talk about life and love and art and everything in between. Real question. Would you say to me, am I in love with you? Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Hey everyone, I'm Amy Poehler, and I launched a new podcast called Good Hang Revelation. I have some of my friends send me some videos and news. Just be yourself. You're going to do this, really do it, commit to it. Don't be the celebrity that this is their like 6 weeks you're doing. Have a good podcast. Keep your
Certainly. Well, everybody has an opinion and a podcast. So join me for the interrupt out there. We're just trying to lighten it up. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
By hearing the administration wanted to go after violent felons, gang members, drug dealers. But when you raid Home Depots and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you're not trying to keep anyone safe. You're trying to cause fear and panic. And when you start deploying federalized troops on the heels of these raids, it is a drastic and chaotic escalation and completely unnecessary. These aren't the criminals the administration is allegedly targeting. These are mothers and fathers, restaurant workers, seamstress, home care workers, everyday Angelinos trying to make a living. We've heard stories of unmarked federal vans parked near LA University school graduations. A U.S. citizen, 9 months pregnant, was hospitalized after being detained by federal agents, and an apparel business in downtown LA raided, where many Korean and Latino workers work long hours to support their families. Let me just say that I'm very proud to stand here with the mayors, the leadership of so many cities, but you should take note that the individuals that are here with me today are all leaders in their area, and we all stand in support and solidarity and call for the raids to end. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Mayor Lemon from the city of ViralRabbi. Thank you, Mayor Bass, for bringing us together today and for your leadership in this difficult time. I stand before you today as the mayor of Paramount, a proud, tight-knit community that has been deeply shaken by recent events. In the last few days, our residents have faced loss, uncertainty, and fear. For many in our city, this has been one of the most devastating moments in recent memory. Lives have been disrupted. Families are too afraid to leave their homes, and the very places that once served as gathering spots for joy, like our beloved swamp meet, have been marked by fear. As a vibrant gathering place for our diverse community, some are avoiding going to work. It continues to get worse.
If anybody has anecdotes of people's children being ripped from them, or Home Depot being an actual place where these raids are taking place, people being corralled in the parking lot or what have you, please let me know. I will read all of it. I've looked for it actively. I can't find anything other than just the narrative. I don't think you've got evidence of that. Please send it to us. But until I see it, I cannot continue to fall into this. They're ripping people's children from them, sending moms and dads to Guantanamo Bay type thing. If that's happening, let us know.
Yeah, it's the stories that are being repeated. It's hard to trace them back to any sort of evidence that started those stories.
Right, we learned that it wasn't a Home Depot raid on Friday. It was a planned raid of a business in the garment district where there had been evidence that there had been a widespread trafficking, racketeering operation.
Money laundering to the tune of tens of millions of dollars.
Right. This was not going to the Home Depot and corralling up people looking for a day's work. That's not what that was. So if you've got evidence of that kind of thing, though, by all means, show it to me.
This is Mayor Bass, and she was talking with other regional mayors that have stood behind her now at that LA City Hall. The mayor of Paramount is now speaking. So this is, if they have any information about, for example, the curfew or anything like that that's relevant to everybody else, we'll definitely bring it to them. But in the meantime, our friend Just Proportion has joined us back from the area channel. Join me on KFI, live everywhere on the iHeart We have talked many times now about Jonathan Haidt in his book, My Generation of Mine New is like most contemporary parenting book, like the favorite. And specifically, the H generation is about the impact that technology has on kids. Technology, specifically social media, all of that stuff. And how we, as parents, are doing our kids a favor by allowing them free reign on an open market for stupidity, or however you want to put it. He draws a direct connection in this book between the fact that there's instant gratification and constant stimulus, and how that the correlation, the connection of when those smartphones started to phase into teenage society, that so with this drop or this increase in depression, anxiety, and a lot of people, don't get me wrong, a lot of people want to blame social media, and I don't know that it's necessarily social media specific, but I think there's a bigger problem in that you have the phone becomes a distraction where you don't know how to deal with being bored, and then you also have this parenting movement that makes where people don't know how to deal with negative experiences. Like, we pacify children at every turn of any opportunity that we can, and I don't know that that's the right thing to do, or whatever. It seems
We do that with ourselves.
yeah, it's like, it's hard to, like, it's a weird thing where people go, what did that? What a walk the other day. I just thought, it was so nice. It was so nice. I love standing in the line. I don't love standing in line. I love standing in a line without my phone or without, looking at it. Because then I get to look at and judge everybody else because nobody's looking up at me. No, I'm not. No, I got 5 seconds. I laughed at myself. I put my phone in my pocket because I had texted people I was meeting for coffee. I stood there live for what had to be 5 to 6, and then I put my phone back down again, and I giggled when I did it, and then went about sending emails.
There's a direct correlation. I firmly believe this, and don't think I'm so for saying it, but a direct correlation between battling anxiety and having moments of silence and peace, whether it's meditation or taking that walk without stimulation, whatever, there's absolutely a correlation to reducing your anxiety, the more moments of peace that you have.
And at its core, I think that's what he's talking about in this interview, where he points out that kids need to be pushed beyond their fear and their comfort zone in order to build resilience. And he kind of says that he's really calling out dads because that traditionally has been their role. He also says it doesn't mean moms can't do it. He just said, for whatever reason, psychologically, this seems to be the thing that dads do without even thinking about it. They're the ones that are like, yeah, go do this thing, or they want to play monster when the kids are young because they want to just scare them a little bit in a fun way. There's something very off-putting about dads who are the careful ones to me. And I look right at you when I say this.
My parents, and I love it. So she's figured out who I am. She tells Trina she's back home. Dateline's coming out. We're leaving. We gotta get a bunch of cash. And Trina goes, okay, I'll cash the check. What she does instead is she calls the Secret Service. They watch my house for 3 days. I come home one day. They pull the cars up. And they leave. So it's a little bit longer than short. It's a short version of me getting arrested and holistic.
But it's so simple because you've gotten away much more complex situation.
One day, Amanda gives Trina a bunch of checks and asks her to cash them. That sparks a conversation that, like what it was happening. She confides in. By this point, by the way, Amanda knows who I am. So at this point, she's actually came across the letter that I wrote to my parents when I left Tampa. So she's figured out who I am. She tells Trina his name's Matt Cox. Dateline's coming out. We're leaving. We gotta get a bunch of cash. And Trina goes, okay, I'll have to check. What she does instead is she calls the Secret Service. They watch my house for 3 days. I come home one day. They pull the cars up. And they leave. So it's a little bit longer than that. Sure. It's a short version of me getting arrested and probably skipped over.
So simple because he got in the way. Much more complex situation.
Women, man. Women.
They also are the thing that make life work.
Listen, God bless her. She did the right thing. It honestly, based
There
on,
you go, back to the right thing.
but I mean, based on what she saw, based on what the Secret Service told her, and what the articles that she's reading, I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy in general, right? But I don't deserve it. I don't think so. I'm ripping people off, and she's thinking that her friend is in danger. You know, the FBI is saying I have a weapon. He's dangerous. He's got a weapon. You know, we believe he's armed and dangerous. When I was in Florida, I had a concealed weapons permit, but I got rid of both my guns when I was placed on probation. I never had them touch the thing. But they used that to say, you know, they said, oh, he had a weapon. Okay, well, he's armed and dangerous. Like, there's these little things, and things they're telling her. Read this article. Look, he forces girls to fall in love with him. That's what she's going to do, your friend. So she negotiated also, I think she got $10,000. It was just embarrassing. I'm ashamed that she got $10,000. Yeah, and told them this is where he is. His name is Joseph Carter. He's this is where he is. They watch it. They grab him. They bring him downtown.
What did you feel like?
I didn't feel good. It was bad. It was a bad day. It was a bad day. First of all, Casino Royale was coming out on Friday. It was the first Daniel Craig as James Bond. And the whole week, I've been telling Amanda, I'm going to go see Casino Royale. She goes, okay, well, on Saturday, we're going to go to the festival. I go, that's fine. But on Friday, Christina, she's like, right, Casino Royale. And she's like, okay, by the way, on Thursday, I thought we could go to dinner. That's fine. But on Friday, Casino Royale. And when they put the handcuffs on, you know the first thing I thought of? I'm not going to get to see it. I'm not going to see it. And I saw it about 5-6 years later on the institution movie channel. It's nice. It's not the same. But, yeah, so they bring me to Nashville, and then they transport me to all over the place. I go on, you know, Con Air. They fly me to Oklahoma. They fly me to Atlanta. Then I go to Atlanta. I'm placed in the U.S. Marshals holdover. I get assigned an attorney. Go in front of the judge. Plead not guilty. Meet with my attorney. You always plead not guilty. You know, whenever they go, can you believe that he pled not guilty? That's the first thing. Nobody walks in and pleads guilty. You plead not guilty while you kind of figure out what you're going to do. If I plead not guilty, there's no bond. Obviously, they caught me. When they caught me, I had 4 or 5 passports. So that's nothing. They charged me with bank fraud, conspiracy to commit bank fraud, wire fraud, mail fraud, passport fraud, conspiracy, or aggravated identity theft, money laundering, use of a fraudulent passport. You know, and there's like 30 counts of this, 20 counts of this, 20, but none of that matters. Like, even if you just dropped all the counts to one count and stacked them, it's like 150 something years.
So everything they could.
And that's what they were saying. You're looking at 150,000. You know, and your lawyers, they're like, this, you know, you're looking at 50. It's no better. It's no better. So yeah, so my lawyer comes in and sees me one day. You know, like our first meeting, and she says, you know, Millie Dunn, and she says, listen, I've looked at everything. But first they say you're responsible for, it's like 25 or 26 $million in loss. And I'm like, that's not true. That's not true. And I was like, not even. I said, not even potential law. There's just no way. I mean, there's no way. And then they come back. She comes back and she says, well, they're saying 19. No, it's not possible. 19, I don't know. So when the FBI is saying like 40 million, they're saying 11.5 in Tampa plus 40 million for the mortgage company. So that it ends up being plus what I stole on the run. It ends up being like 55 million. But she gets them to drop like 40. Like that's his brokers, that's this, that's that, drop it. And they're like, he's so done. It doesn't matter, they drop that. So it ends up being like 15 million. And then it's down to, what is it? They said 9.5, and I got it down to like 6 million. So, I'm good for it. So, what ends up happening is they've charged me with all these things, and she's like, okay, you're like, you can plead guilty, and you can go with the sentencing guidelines, which is going to be like, she's like, I mean, it depends. She said it might be whatever, 54 years. She said, but they run them, concurrent or consecutive, depending on which one they do. As she said, most likely it ends up being like 30 years. It's like, that's not good. It's not good. So we kind of go back and forth and try and figure out what I'm looking at. Now, as we go through the whole thing, she ends up saying, she knocks off a bunch of stuff that they're saying I can, the enhancements. You'll have a base level, let's say level 8. That should be maybe a few years. But then they start adding on enhancements. What he do, was it sophisticated? Yes, okay, 3 levels for sophisticated means. Were there more than, how many victims? Were there more than 50 victims? Yes, okay, that's 6 more levels, okay. Did he change the jurisdiction to evade detection? Yes, that's 4 more levels. Okay, they start adding, boom, boom, and when you start adding up all those levels, plus your criminal history, and I have a big criminal history because I was already on federal probation, and I committed a new crime on federal probation, so that was another enhancement. And this case, it's only like a category, like category 2 or 3. So they come back and they're saying 20. Well, they don't come back right away, but she ends up saying you're probably looking at 14 years. Okay, that's reasonable. And so she's saying, so we get the PSI back. We officially get what's called a pre-sentence report. They're saying 26 years. So they really said 32 years. And I argued, and we got it down to 26 years and 4 months. That's what it is. It's 316 months. That's how they do it in months. It doesn't sting that much. Yeah. So she says to me, Melissa's telling me, she says, listen, you got to cooperate. And I was like, okay. And she said, because you're guilty. You're extremely guilty. She's like, you can't go to trial. And she said, so you need to cooperate. I was like, well, what do I get if I cooperate? She said, the way it works is you cooperate and you hope for the best. And I was like, are you serious? You tell them everything you know and you hope for the best. And she's like, what part of the problem is? She said, everybody in Tampa cooperated. Rebecca has cooperated. Everyone across the board. There's nobody that hasn't cooperated.
By the way, when you say cooperate, you mean they're informed, they said AKAs.
Right. They came in, they sat down with their lawyer, and they said, this is what he did this, he did that. They showed the documents. Yes, that's my signature. I didn't know what that was. Everything was my fault. They didn't do anything. It was all me. So they've all cooperated, and they haven't been charged. They've been indicted. They're all named as unnamed co-conspirators. So I've got like 12 people, and there's like 20 people involved, but there's like 12 of them. So I've got all these names, KB, DL, CWAP, it's like, I know who that is. Like, I know who DW, that's Dave Walker. I know who these people are. And so there's just a list of like 12 of them, plus me. So, and some of them walked in and said, I'm guilty, I just want to be plead guilty. The girl, Allison, she walked in and said, I'm tired of waiting for you to come get me. Walked in with her lawyer and said, I just plead guilty. And they sentenced her and she went to jail. She got like 36 months or 30 months. She called the prison that she went to the low security, there was a female prison at the time, female camp. called the camp and asked her if she could come on to the tour before she went. And they went, excuse me? She said, well, I'm going to be there for about 2 years. So I'd like to come in. Is there like a tour I can take? Because I like to know where I'm going. What it's going to be like. How I should prepare. And they just started laughing. They said, there's no tour, sweetie. We'll give you the tour. I love that. Like, yeah, I mean, I thought I was prepared. There's no tour. So Becky got 70. But when I got caught, when I was sentenced, they reduced it to like 30, or no, 40 to 40 months. They reduced she cooperated.
Right.
You want to say,
well, there must be, I mean, that's just too harsh of a word, but yeah, the ratted. I mean, you're saying, I don't know.
Well, we can get there. We'll get there.
All right. All right. So where did the sentencing?
So I should say first on the cooperation subject. My lawyer wanted me to cooperate, and by this point I realized, like, you don't have a choice. You know, so it's not true. I could have been a gangster. I don't need to be a gangster. Like a stand-up guy, I could have said, "I'll just take it. Give me 54 years. Go fuck yourself. I'm not going to snitch on nobody." And I know you look at me and you think, tough guy. I'm not a tough guy at all. I'm not doing 50 some odd years. Like, I'm not doing it. I don't want to do 30 years. You know, I was hoping for, you know, I knew it wasn't possible, but I would have satisfied first got a slap on the hand like I got the first time. I really thought I deserved, honestly, when my lawyer asked me, what do you really think you deserve? And I thought I deserved him. You know, I deserved him. But, so she said, look, they want to talk to you. So the FBI, well, first the Secret Service lines, they come in and they interview me.
Who's more terrifying, FBI, Secret Service?
You know, the Secret Service was so overwhelmingly professional. The FBI, and really only one of the FBI agents that interviewed me, I don't know how is it an agent. I don't know. He was just ineffective, incompetent.
Oh, so it's incompetent.
The other one was Candace.
Well, you met her.
Of course I did. Of course. She's
What was her?
5'11", wearing 3-inch heels.
Yeah.
She's a giant, in impeccable shape, attractive. One of the angriest things I've ever met. And every FBI agent that I've met since then that knows her, and I've mentioned, they all say, "What would you think of her?" And I'm like, "What? Why?" I was like, kind of aggressive. They go, yeah. She's a bulldog. I mean, all of them are like, yeah. She's something else. Like,
Secret Service is a little bit more like
very personal, very. It's their job. It's like, hey, this is just my job. They're polite, professional. You know, that's it. This is my 9 to 5. So, but they come and they fly in and they meet with me for 3-4 days. One of the funny things is that when I first sat down with them, one guy's name is Dan, like Rothschild or something. So he sits down and he said, "Look, before we get started, we need to talk about something." And I said, "What?" He said, "We know you hid money, and we need to, you know." I was like, "What?" And he goes, "We know you've got money hidden." I said, "I don't have any money hidden. What are you talking about?" And my lawyer's like, "You're talking." No, I know nothing. I give you everything, all the accounts. You got everything. And he's like, "You're looking at an obstruction charge at this point." I was like, I don't have anything. And he said, "We know you have money. We know you have money in different IDs, different identities, names." And I go, "What are you talking about?" And he pulls out a bank statement and he flaps it on the counter and he goes, "You've got money in Southern Exchange Bank. You've got $190,000 in Southern Exchange Bank." And I look at it and I went, there was a name Walter Polk. And I went, did you call the bank? He said, "Yeah, we called the bank." I went, did anybody talk about it? And they go, well, no, we've left several messages. I said, did you go to the bank website? He goes, yeah, I went to the website. I said, what'd you think? And he went, what do you mean? I was the bank website. I said, yeah, but it was professional, right? It was like a professional website. He goes, it's a bank website. I go, yeah, but it was well done. And he goes, oh, God. And I go, yeah, convincing. And I went, it's all in illusion. And I said, the bank doesn't exist. It's a fake bank. I made the bank. Made it when I was in, not even Tampa. I think I got into Nashville when I made it. And I was like, yeah, it's an illusion. It's a bank statement. It's like the color of bank statement. I was like, yeah, well, no shit. So, there's no, I said, as a matter of fact, I said, I haven't paid for the service in months. And he turned around and he called it, and it went, it was disconnected. And I was like, how do you not know that's a thing? Well, it turns out there was a Southern Exchange thing, and I used their bank routing number. And so, I always thought that was that it's like, well, I remember it really for a split second there, I was kind of like really embarrassed that they can't believe this. You're the Secret Service. Anyway, I talked to them. There's really, as far as the Secret Service is concerned, there's just not much I can tell you. Just, like, it was me. Becky's already told them everything. Amanda's already told them everything. It's not hard to track. And when they raided my house, they got boxes and boxes. So it's laid out. It took forever. Like, I still went through everything. I explained how I got the driver's licenses, how I made the bank statements, how I made the birth certificates, the whole social engineering of figuring out what these little loopholes are. It's like 7 days total for these guys. So
you mean like question?
Yeah, it was like they questioned me for all day, and then they take me back to the marshal's holdover, and then the next morning I wake up and they chain me up again and bring me back.
What's that like? What's that process of questioning? Like, are they? You're somebody who is exceptionally good at conversation. You're charismatic. As part of the games you play. Are they good at conversation?
The problem is they're not there to shoot the shit. See what I'm saying? Like, they have an agenda,
but they have to use their words to get information out of you. Aren't they trying to manipulate you?
I'm not holding anything back. It's not like I'm sparing Jim. Trust me, Jim's got to go. You're good. You're there 20 some odd years, but Jim can do 5. Bill can do some. Tom can do 6. I don't even like Jerry. Jerry can do 20. So I'm ready to cut everybody's throat.
But you're not guaranteed that you're getting it for the
right. In all my time, I've seen one time where an inmate got a guarantee to have his sentence reduced. It was signed by the head of the FBI, because Robert Mueller gave it to him to have a conversation with him. That's the only time I've ever seen that document.
Okay, so a lot of days of both the Secret Service and the FBI.
So FBI was Candace was irritated, didn't like me, and I remember when she wanted to take the cuffs off, I was like rubbing my wrist. She goes, "Your wrist hurt?" And I go, "Yeah." And she goes, "Get used to it." She was just an asshole, just all around. Not that she didn't have a right to me, but everybody else was professional. So okay. So we talked for 3 or 4 days with the FBI, and they asked a ton of questions. They brought documents. So it's like, hey, who signed this? It's like, oh, that's not my signature. That's so and so's signature. Or I signed that. That's so and so. Where'd this check go? Who is this? Oh, that's so and so. You're looking over everything. One of the things they wanted to know about was, which I never talked about, it's so minor. Is I bribed a politician. I got him elected because we got him elected to the city council so he could vote to get the lots. We bought like 100 vacant lots in Ybor City, and I wanted them all. They all in the family. We wanted them
once again to White Lotus
and so we
conversational series. I'm here with the wonderful and amazing Philip Jimenez. And today we have
So
a
like,
very,
that's a whole other thing. Like,
very
so
interesting,
what happened is
controversial
they
at times
got
subject
all of
that traces through quite literally thousands of years of history, and that is
and so they're
the
like,
subject of
why did James
truly runs
donate
the
$500?
rules of the street.
Look at this implemental system, folks.
Many of my viewers
Why did
are greatly aware that the people in various titles, such as president, what have you, are not members. And I would say that my viewers are even quite a bit more savvy than that and understand that there's complex power players behind the scenes. If you're a regular watcher of my channel, then you know that I have, from a spiritual point of view, come to the conclusion that the deity,
I think it's more than here and that's how many
and who are the people who run the world, it appears to me, and to my guest Philip, that it is a group known as the Venetian Black Nobility. I will dive into that here in a second, but I want to just introduce Philip. Philip is, and now you're an international
I couldn't
law professor,
find
is that
anybody to write
correct?
$500 checks anymore, so I just gave cash. Like I'm just handing $7,000, $8,000, $10,000 in cash. So,
I started
but
year and
I think most of them have legal ways to make ungodly amounts of money for influence.
U-centered capital.
But is it legal? No, they're politicians. They think it's not illegal. If you really sat down and explained it to someone, the average person would say that's not right.
But you teach at university.
So okay, so at the end of these days,
I do different things. I have an environment.
what was the sentencing like?
Do some.
Yeah, I end up I go same thing. I get my PSI and it's 32 years.
But these are all
And
kinds
so we argue about it.
way of embedding myself
just before the sentence, and they get it down to
society around
26
me
years.
in hopes of sort of paving the way to be able
And then
to
it
do what
really
it is I
says,
really came here
listen,
to do, which
don't
is
worry,
turned out to be more
because I'm trying
difficult
to
than I
backpedal.
expected.
I'm like, I might as well go to
As
trial.
we
If
see,
I lost
it
the
is
trial, I couldn't
affecting
get more than
the
30.
black
You can't
community
get more than 32 years.
these
You
families. So
can't get life. 32 is the max. It's just like a mistake.
I
It's 32
suppose
years for life. You
more
can't get.
more in
So,
terms
like,
of
the most I can get is 32 years. So it's like, I'll go to trial. Might as well go to trial. See if I can get them to do some of these enhancements. She insists that she can get the enhancements knocked down. And if you actually read the enhancements, some of the enhancements, they didn't apply to it.
Getting to where I
So
need to
she
be in terms
goes
of understanding
and
what's
I believe her. And I think she made a valid argument. We go to sentencing. My mom's there. She's calm. My dad's
I
there.
will say, viewers, about Philip is an absolutely brilliant man, and he's underselling his brilliance here a little bit. And he'll say that I'm overselling it, and somewhere
my
between
lawyer
the
gets
two,
up and she argues these
which is
enhancements. And every
kind
single
of
time
a
the judge is
funny
like,
thing because the subject matter today, as Philip and I have discovered through our investigations over the years, and even just recently, Philip and I both kind of had our fight over the past few days as we were straight to delve into this subject. Just how deep it is. And so the Venetian Black Nobility Authority, I'm just going to real quick share this meme that's actually quite on point and interesting. And so let's pop this open. So it says the 13 families you think
they wanted to do a follow-up.
It's often said there's 13 bloodlines that will people think it's the Astor bloodline, the Bundy, the Collins, the DuPonts, I'm sure you heard of, the Freemans, the Kennedys, I'm sure you've heard of, the Lee bloodline in Asia, the Onassis, Reynolds, Rockefeller, Rothschild, Russell, and Van Nuts, I believe that the 13 had Fritz Ringmeyer, and also a Christian conspiracy theorist, pretty famously run this list forward. And I would argue that these families are the front people for the actual families who are, which are the Borgia bloodline, the Breakspear bloodline, the Samaltia bloodline, the Orsini bloodline, the Conti bloodline, the Chidi bloodline, the Colonna bloodline, the Varney's bloodline, the Medici bloodline, the Gaetani bloodline, and I'm probably butchering these. Mi dispiace, non parlo italiano. I know to say I don't speak Italian.
So he comes and he interviewed
Pamphili
Becky's
bloodline,
interview,
the
I've
Esty
interviewed,
bloodline,
and
and the
interview,
Aldo
like
Brandt
Allison has interviewed,
bloodline.
like everybody, Secret Service agent, I think,
Yes,
interviewed, like
and there's
everybody, prosecutors interviewed.
Habsburg, yes, the Habsburg, yes.
You know, it's funny at the time,
And actually, that Philip has a personal tie to the Habsburg.
And to be honest, it's like 99%.
That's just barely scratching the surface.
Like looking back on it,
Those are the major houses, but they all have a lot of offshoots, and they've all intermarried over the centuries and millennia into various moments. Another very famous one is Saxco Bergotha. You might go, Saxco Bergotha, I've never heard of it. Oh, but you have. See, the thing is, Saxco Bergotha is now known as the House of Windsor because during World War I, when the English were fighting the Germans, Saxco Bergotha, German branch of black nobility, that was not real good for public relations in 1914, so they changed their name to the House of Windsor. So that, of course, is the Queen of England and her family. So
what are you going to
there's also the House of Orange is hugely important. And I mean, and there's many of them, and I mean,
it's just not enough.
once you start to look into
What do you mean?
the heredity of various blue blood bloodlines, right? The nobility of Europe,
I don't know what to tell
they
you.
are
It just wasn't
super incestuous, sometimes literally.
we will consider it, and they did.
They've all intermarried each other for centuries and millennia, but I think one of the best ways to define the black nobility is they're sometimes called the papal bloodlines. And what's meant by that is these families had a near-literal stranglehold on the papacy from its genesis after the fall of the Roman Empire into its really formative years into the 14 or 1500s. They were still producing popes and cardinals all the time in these families.
When you get a sentence reduction after sentencing,
one of the things we want to talk about today is
so she said, we'll follow Rule 35 as soon as the
strangely both verify and debunk
go to
a commonly held
Zoe
belief,
says you're going to get 14 years on
which
the
again,
argument.
this goes back to that intermingling, incestuous nature. One of the things I see very commonly that's concerning for me is my son is, his grandfather was Jewish, my ex-wife, who I love dearly, her father's Jewish, and her current partner, whom I adore, is like fully Jewish, his mother's Jewish. Technically, my ex-wife and son wouldn't be from an Orthodox point of view, but the point is that I have a lot of personal investiture in people that I adore who are of Jewish descent. Now, why am I bringing up Jewishness? It's because there's been the sudden surge in awareness around something that's colloquially called quite often now, which is kind of coded the Khazarian Mafia. And we're going to touch a bit into the history of the Empire or Khanate, actually, of Khazaria, because they're Turkic people, actually, who were in between the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea. And I'm going to throw
I've met guys that kidnapped guys that got 15.
Useful image here. Here's one of the, this is the Khazar Khanate. It's basically here between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea region. Excuse me, here. And it's interesting enough modern day Ukraine. And this also has various different trade routes. All these lines are various major trade routes. And this one in particular, the Stegron Worms line, basically goes all the way, it doesn't extend, but it goes basically all the way almost to Japan, but certainly all the way to China, and then it comes down through Constantinople and Byzantium, and then makes its way further west. And this over here is maps, and we will get to that here in a minute. And then let me show you one more map of Khazaria. And here it is. This one's a little bit clearer. It doesn't have the trade routes. I wanted you to see those trade routes though, because that's key to how they became very powerful. And Khazaria was here, and then here's Constantinople, Byzantium down here, and then eventually Istanbul. And so, yes, I wanted to talk about them because you can't really talk about black nobility without understanding
causeria
But even in my security level, so this guy should be in
bloodlines, such as eventually the
I had
Rothschilds
20
and
years.
Warburg, some of these
So
other
if you have
dynastic
you keep it
families,
cancer,
and the
you have less
Rothschilds would eventually become
So as
the
soon as
official
I
bankers
26 years
of the Vatican,
they knock
actually,
off 3,
interestingly
still have
enough.
3 years before
So,
so they go to the meeting.
this,
So I
of
go
course,
to
is
the
a very
meeting,
contentious
and
subject,
their guys
and
get
I
stabbed. The
do
very
my
first day,
best to be
people get
delicate
stabbed.
about it, but we also don't want to
I
brush
get
it
locked
under the
into
rug,
it. Go to
nor
my
do
cell,
I
my
want to
cellie,
succumb
they
to
been locked
this
down. Somebody
kind
got
of
stabbed
theory
in
on
the
the internet
yard.
that the buck
I remember
stops
I
with
asked
the
my cellie,
causeria.
which I met
You
20
know,
minutes earlier. I was like,
which
it's like, hey, we gotta
there
get
is
yourself.
truth to
What is
that.
going on?
They seem to
Somebody
act
got
as
stabbed in
a,
the yard. I
can you
go,
say
"Somebody
that
got
word? It's
killed?"
not concierge.
And nah, they just stabbed him up a little bit.
Concierge.
And I thought,
Conciliary.
you're
Yeah,
in a
so
place
that,
where they
that's
stabbed him up a
basically
little
the
bit. Like,
person
you're not
who
prepared for
follows
this.
orders for the
You gotta
mafia
get
dog,
out of
and they have a tremendous amount
So
of power
anyway, I
to
go
the
to the meeting. I'm
administrative
there. What was the first day? Remember, I already had
the advisor, right? And so if you go back and
Their
watch
county
The
jails, they
Godfather,
call them U.S.
it's played by, I
U.S.
think,
Marshal,
Robert
they're
Duvall
probate.
is
They're
the,
really county jails.
yeah.
They just keep you
Fan,
with
if you haven't seen The Godfather, turn this
federal
off
guys.
and watch something
So I'm not
like
mixing with the hobos and like that. Like I'm
and
not
actually,
mixing with the
Godfather
federal.
3 starts to touch a little bit on what Philip and I are talking about today with the Vatican Bank and so forth.
It's jail.
So,
prison, unless you've been locked up, you don't know.
in researching
it's
this,
a jail. Jail
it's a really epic, it's a really epic tale that actually goes all the way back to Samaria in the beginning of the Cold War to some degree, because Samaria becomes the seed culture for what would then become the Akkadians and the Babylonians, and then the Tyre. And so
How you living, pimp?
Right after count,
How'd you find out about me? Okay, very cool, man. I'm just taking a nap.
Things that I really want to show today is that the black nobility were Wakians, that is to say that also known as Haman,
I got there.
The Greeks called it Chronos.
It's a real
Chronos, the titan that was famous for eating its own children.
Tray thing and take you out of the tray.
Many different names.
They have that.
And are you in, Philip?
It's exactly what you think.
No, I just like I didn't mean to get that education, but I went 6 years and the door locked.
Yeah.
The door
So
loaded.
I have a celly.
We're elevated primary.
But I'm also going to a prison where guys have tons of guys have
and then it's always been
life sentences.
Yeah, they set up
There's gangsters there. There's
settlements.
murderers. There's serial killers.
They are
really bad.
off the charts. They really make their
There's there's guys that are trying to take advantage of
by comparison, these people are
yeah.
vastly more
By the
wealthy
time I
and
got there, I
than
heard all
Rothschilds.
this. How you can get yourself in trouble.
I was also going to
How
try
you can don't go in somebody else's cell. You don't know the guy.
since the beginning, this
You're
is
not
one of their
100% sure.
strategies
Do
is to
not go.
push that kind of the core of Jews
Don't
forward,
go to places
to
where
take the
people
blame
can
and create
close
a
the
kind
door
of
behind you, or
offense.
they can trap you in an area.
And then also
There's all
you can
these
see
things that
in
I've
terms of
been
movies, John
told
Wick,
not to do.
3,
Again, for
this
sexual
kind of
right. Because I'm
black nobility.
small.
It's incredibly, I would it seems almost surreal and dreamlike and fanciful. But it's actually, I was shocked when I saw it.
Well,
I'll
it's
have to
good in
watch
the
that.
outside world.
Yeah. So go ahead,
My
just
fear
that.
was that they just get in my head to make sure that
And
they're
we're
not
gonna
big.
keep just bouncing off each other.
But there's certain things that I always hate to say.
Having discussed this a little bit, it
This
seems
is the
that
simplest way to say it. is
I
that
can trace
if you
these
get stabbed
lineages
in
back
prison,
into ancient
you had
times
it.
a bit more, which is more
You did
interesting
Like,
to
they're not
me
running
from
around
an
just stabbing
esoteric,
people. You did something.
occult,
You-
magical
And the things that get you
point of
hurt
view.
is you
And so
argue over
once
the
I
TV.
discovered that the
What
Venetian
channel you
black
wanna watch.
nobility were kind
Yeah.
of
50,
A,
80
the
guys
big
watching on
dogs,
TV.
and B, that
Don't argue
they
about it. They just
were
know
not
it's not worth it.
Venetian, but were
Borrowing
in fact
things and not returning them.
Roman senatorial
That's a
families,
problem.
and prior to
Running
that,
up debt.
for an entire
That's a big
11,
problem.
that
Gambling,
was like the big light bulb
gossiping.
moment for me, because
those are the problems. Those things get you hurt. Not being polite, be respectful. I'm super
King
respectful.
Solomon and Solomon's
So,
temple was built
I was
by
respectful,
Hiram of Bith,
very
according to Masonic
quickly when I
lore,
got
and even in the
home,
Bible it says
their
Hiram.
continuing education.
There's actually multiple
One of the
Hirams
courses
mentioned,
is residential
HARAM,
real estate.
and that's in around
The guy that was running the residential
963
real estate
BC,
didn't
I
want to do it
think.
anymore
I'm just real
because
quick
he was doing
checking
legal work.
my notes here. By the way, my notes was like I was getting ready to write a
he came
college
to me
paper.
that,
It's
listen,
crazy.
you
And
just got
yet
to get
again,
real estate back.
this is going to end up being a series rather than a thing. It's just too deep.
So I looked at his curriculum.
I guess the
I kind of did a little
957
I started
BCE
teaching
construction
residential real
finished on
estate
the
class. And
Temple
at one
of
point I
Solomon.
was teaching
Now that's
two
interesting
classes.
because where we get the name Moloch is actually
And
from biblical
these have a lot
sources.
of
It was
they all
called,
think they're
that
in
God
gospel.
was called
So I
Hamel,
started in fundamentals, like how to credit, how to borrow, how to hard money lenders,
and then the
different types
Greeks
of
referred to that
everything.
god as Kronos,
And
which
the
is
guys are
another
walking
name
in
for
the first time
Saturn,
in my
which
life.
is
This
super
funny.
interesting to me
And
as an esotericist and occultist. That's
really odd,
a fascinating link if you know anything about
the
astrology.
guys are leaving.
And then you can learn about like the black cube and
Multiple guys
which
are stopping
you'll
and
see
saying, yo, bro, put your hand out, shaking my
certain
hand.
Jewish
Good
groups
class.
will have the black cube on a little
Then I
leather
have
cube
guys
right
come to
over
me
the third
telling me,
eye,
hey,
and Mecca is a black cube, and on and on and on.
my
When
son
you
is
start to
telling
go
me he's
into
going
the
to get
black
out.
cube thing, you start to see that Saturn worship is at the
I'm
heart
telling
of
you, I can do
all
this. I'm going to
conflicts.
live
In
here.
fact, they
And it's
replaced
like this fucking
the
house.
Twin
It's like,
Towers with an inverted black
but the
cube.
truth is,
That's the
he
9/11
was
memorial, is an inverted black cube that goes into the ground, actually. So
right,
the
basically
markers
focused
of these
on, especially with
Molochians
drug
are
dealers,
everywhere.
right?
Um,
So you're a drug dealer, you're raising the projects, and you're going
after
back with
Solomon's
projects. Like,
temple
this
was
is
built, he got in trouble with God, right? According to the biblical God, right?
you fly that
Because
because you're a
he took
hustler.
Tyrian wives,
You're not
wives from
afraid.
Tyre,
A
which is in
45-year-old
modern day
divorced
Lebanon,
white woman
and
that's not going into
put
the hood,
a
knocking on
Moloch
doors.
statue outside of town because his wife wanted there to be Moloch
And you know it's
worship
right
there.
And
And that's where the term Moloch comes from. I just like that, the sound of that word, because it sounds exactly like what it is. It's a very dense, very dark vibration.
And so I go through the whole thing
And
and how you
if you watch my channel long,
leverage your credit to borrow
Moloch,
money
it's
to
because
give
people
you the
would say,
property and
oh,
rent
Satan,
the
which is
renovations.
to me a worthless term. It just means the adversary,
These guys, like, they want to
ancient Greek. That's all it means.
and what that did for me,
It doesn't really have any meaning. Or people like Lucifer, Baphomet, because of the goat of Mendes,
your
and
counselor's making
Eliphas
you a
Levi's
certificate.
famous thing, that's the being that's a hermaphrodite that has one hand up like that, one hand down. And
from commissary, and I'll
it's
fill
a
out all
very
your paperwork,
misunderstood symbol. It's actually like a
and
god of alchemy.
you'll get a
It's
certificate.
really
I'll have to see it.
basically nothing to do with what people would refer to as Satanism.
At least 10
And so,
15 years I'll be there. The other guys seriously
yeah,
want to be there. I
so
don't know if those
Tyre
guys will be there,
also
but
then
it's a problem.
seeds
So
Carthage,
the other guys are
which
serious about it.
Carthage was like a colony of Tyre. And let me just quick a screen share from
So
here's
which is like
an
a huge
ancient
sign of
here's an old an old
respect.
picture of Moloch from
But
back in
I
the
did
day.
that,
Someone
I taught
made this thing, and they would have the statue, and then they would heat it up, and you see they're throwing in fire there in the back, and then they put babies right in the hands of this bronze statue. The babies would cook live.
After about
That's
3
one
years,
of the big hallmarks of
they
Moloch is
transferred
this
to
sacrifice and also ritual Epstein-style harm of children.
at this
That was
point, like
part of
the
what made me become
FBI
convinced
started
years ago
asking
that
the question.
Moloch was
They asked me
actually
questions about the
the deity
politician I
that we
brought.
needed to be
You know,
focusing
asking
on,
questions
and
about
not some of these other things. I'm going to
sexualization
share
to them,
one
they're trying
other.
to tie him into.
It's a screenshot from actually the
Because
first
his name
movie
is Kevin
shown
White,
on
and
the
one of my
White
guys'
House
name was
lawn
Michael.
in 1914 to Mr.
So they were trying
NWO
to tie
president
him in.
himself.
You know,
Woodrow Wilson, there it is, come here, yeah, it's a Moloch. And there's the Moloch statue, and they throw a kid, actually that chest converted that opens up, and they throw a kid down into it, and
but
then steam
anyway,
comes
like a
out
couple
of
years
it.
later, he gets
You can look this up on
anyway.
YouTube if you want. It's kind of disturbing, like there's even theories that there was actual sacrifice during this movie. I don't know if that's
Oh
true,
my
but
God.
very creepy.
I got all
And
my
so
judge without
if you know what to look for, you'll start to see Moloch. In fact, they just
It's
put
only
a
gonna get
Moloch
worse.
statue in the Coliseum
I
not too terribly
really
long ago,
appreciate
saying,
your
talking about trying to
honesty
say it was about
and insight
Carthage.
about like
No. And so,
honestly, that I have a sense
Tyre
that
is very
there's
powerful for a long period of time.
At least it's
And then
desire.
Alexander the Great comes and let's see, what year is it that Alexander the Great
Did you ever
destroys
feel
it?
dangerous?
332 BC, after what many military scholars consider the greatest siege in history.
It's funny. I had
Alexander the
more
Great
problem
destroys the
at
island city-state of Tyre.
at the
Because
low than I did
Tyre,
the medium.
there's Tyre on
But
the mainland, and then
at
there's
the
also
medium,
Tyre, which was
the
on
only
this
thing that
island,
happened
and
was
the island was super fortified. They had crazy
an
underwater
article came
defenses,
out
all this stuff.
in the
Look it
newspaper.
up in some
when I
point.
was
The
at the
siege of
meeting.
Tyre
It
by
came
Alexander
out
the
and
Great,
said
roundly considered by military historians the greatest siege
they're
in
they're
human
still
history.
investigating.
Absolute brilliance
So
by
this article
Alexander
comes
the
out,
Great.
and I'm on
It
the
was the
front
hardest thing
page
he ever did until he
of
got
the
slapped in India.
St. Petersburg Times. It was
yeah,
about the politician.
pretty
Big
interesting.
article,
So
and
after
in the article it says they
after
interviewed
crushing
Miller,
Tyre,
my lawyer.
that's
She
by
said,
that
well,
point,
when Mr. Cox was
you're
being
getting very close
interviewed
to
by the
Roman
FBI,
Empire
one of the first things
times,
they
and
wanted to know
basically the
about
Tyrians
was
were like, okay,
this
well, we watched
politician.
Carthage get crushed
So
in
she
Punic
just
Wars.
said
Alexander came
Mr. Cox
and
was being
crushed
interviewed
us.
by the FBI.
So this is no
I
longer
immediately get taken into
a
custody.
great
They put me
place to
in the
live. By the way, Tyre,
right?
one
So
of
my
the
own
interesting
protection.
things
And I'm
about
there
it
for
is
like 45 days.
the
And
genesis
after
of
45 days,
the
they're like,
idea of
Cox, what do you want to do?
it comes from these
I was like, no,
laws
put
called
me back on the
Muruks.
top.
And the
I'm
Muruks,
like, half the guys here.
you have to crush,
Yeah.
I don't know, it's something insane, like
He said,
1,000
but
of them to get a single
this
gram of
is the guy from
and it makes
SIS,
this
which is like an
beautiful
internal security.
dark,
So that's what he
we
told
call
you.
royal
Like, that's
purple.
much higher percentage.
And
Right.
in the
Well,
ancient
He was
times,
like
it was the
90,
only
he said,
source
but
for it.
100%.
And so they became fabulously wealthy
Like, man, I'm not
because of this
concerned. If
trade
you
of
are
the
concerned, you
Tyre.
gotta come immediately to the
Tyre
report
even came under
and
control
tell
of
us.
Pharaoh's.
Bullshit.
One of the things I'm not going to touch
I get
on
out
at
there.
all today is the
People are
Pharaonic
getting like the
and Egyptian
looking at me.
connections
What's up? You know.
and streams and
But I don't
currents
know
that
what I'm
relate to
saying.
Tyre
I come there
and
to
the Venetian black
And so
nobility and the
at one
Hyksos and
point,
some of
this
the other
one
stuff.
guy comes to me.
It's just,
walking
this is
the
a
yard probably
vast,
2 days
vast
later.
growing thing, and I'm just trying
After
to give
I
a
got back
bit of an
up, I'm walking.
overview here.
Guy
So
comes to
Tyre
me.
gets
He has a
crushed,
goatee.
and then
And he's got a,
basically
it comes down
what
here,
we
he's got
call
a
the
skull,
Venetian
like a
black
little skull
nobility,
thing.
who look like they might even
Little
be
guy would.
Akkadian and Babylonian
And, you know,
royalty
definitely
who
looks
moved
scary.
over to Tyre after
But
all
so I'm
of
walking and he
Babylon,
starts
first
to take
Akkadian,
off.
then
I
they
got
moved
to
to
talk to this
Babylon,
guy.
and then
I've been there for
move over to
years,
Tyre.
so
It
I've never
seems, in
talked to
fact,
any of these
that
guys.
there's
They're
some
all like
language markers
bikers,
in the language they had in Tyre that shows
Aryan
it's Akkadian.
Brotherhood. So, you know,
If
I'm
you're a
like, yeah,
magical
what's up?
scholar, Akkadian
Blah, blah.
Babylon,
Blah,
and
blah, very
Sumer are
leader.
kind of like
He was,
really,
brother
along
told me,
with
you know,
Egypt, are kind of
not
like
to walk the yard.
the
Didn't want to see
major
you out the yard.
sources of Western
Okay.
magical
So, well, I'm
traditions
going to walk the yard
that then
tonight.
eventually got filtered down.
I said, and then I get the shit kicked out of me, then I get the shit kicked out of me. Did you talk back to a guy who
So they get crushed,
I did, but you know what? It was right in front of the bar shop.
and they basically moved to Rome, which Rome is at that point,
They're 20 feet away.
is like a burgeoning republic at that point. It's just starting, and they become senators, and among other things,
But I'm
the
walking
modern
around.
day Rossini family
You know, I was
was
scared
the
from when I got
Maximus
there.
clan, and was a very powerful
You get to a
senatorial.
point where
They
you're just
constantly had senators there. They
Especially
basically
when I
took
got
their
out of
own
the
God blue,
got out of the
and I
shoe.
would
I
say
went straight to
magic,
myself,
and also
laid down.
their
A couple minutes later, it was locked down.
luck
They closed
worship,
the
and
doors.
they
I wake
moved
up the
on
next
over
morning. I
to
go to chow. I go to my
Rome.
job.
And then when Rome
Like it starts all
fell,
over.
they moved
So I had a
to
very
Venice.
packed
And
routine.
then, and here's where I'm going to have Philip talk a bit,
And I'm thinking
because
at
this
some
is where
point I
he
might
comes,
just be walking around. A guy
sort of
might
has
walk
like
up
a
and
lot
just
more
smack me in the
interesting
head.
stuff to say. And I'm going to go back
It's like the
later
guys
and
aren't getting
backfill some of the
stabbed.
stuff I just
They got
talked
it
about.
coming.
And like I said,
I didn't
this is
tell
an
anybody here.
unbelievably
It's not that other yards I might not have
I've been
gotten,
astonished. I mean, I've been looking
but I
for
didn't get.
years
After I
and
did know
years
that,
and
I
years to
thought
figure out
everybody
who the
wanted to
fuck
take
moves
it.
this planet.
So I think that
Because it is
control.
not clear at all. I mean, the
I
only thing
also
that was
had
clear to me is it definitely
made
wasn't
a
like
few friends
presidents and
there.
prime ministers.
And
That
I
was
think
utterly
they were
clear to me.
probably
You can say, oh, it's bankers, but then who are the bankers? And like
So
Philip said
I'm walking
earlier,
across and I tell the
they've
guys
been
that look
pushing
at us and I
forward, these
and I
black
wasn't
nobility
rude.
families have been pushing
He wasn't even
forward
rude to me.
Jews as the scapegoats and also that administrative
Listen, I'm gonna go
sort
out
of
and I'm gonna
layer
go out there
for a
tonight.
long, long time. And this is
If I
to
get
say
smashed, I
that
get smashed. I
certain
get because I got 20
Jewish families like
I
the Rothschilds,
cannot
for
walk
example,
around for the next
don't have
26
any
years
blood on
not
their
going
hands or
out again.
responsibility on this. They most
I said,
certainly
so I'm
do.
going to be there, and if that happens, and that
But
happens, and he looked
it's
at me like,
important to note
man, I don't
that
give a fuck.
Caesarea
That's what
was
brother
still
told me to tell you.
running
He said, I told you,
and
and I don't give a
still
shit
an
what you do.
empire, and they were just hanging out over
I
there.
went out there that night
When the
with
black
a buddy of mine
nobility
named
was
Zach,
busy, like, starting to bankrupt,
Gordon, with my
sort of
cousin,
like,
a couple of his
they
buddies.
weren't
We
really
walked back for
countries in
about an
those
hour.
days, but various
And
different
a group of good guys
principalities
was
and
there,
like little
looked at
fiefdoms
us, and
and
as we
dukedoms and
walked by,
whatever all throughout Europe. They were
feet.
bankrupting like nuts.
That went on for
Long before
30 minutes, and
Caesarea
then they kind of
fell,
broke up
to
and
the
went their
point to
separate ways.
where
There was a couple of
the
times where I
popes
would
began
go
to
to
feel
South Hall,
that
they were
And I would go and I would be sitting at a table, and Bubba would walk up and tell the other guys at the table, "You want to look at that?
wield that power into the Vatican proper
He said,
and
you're
away
sick with a
from
cooperating witness."
these families have been trying to have a monopoly on the power of blood lines, and they passed.
And then they all kind of looked
They
at me and
basically
they got
banned for laity, meaning
He didn't tell me
non-clergy. Clergy was like
and he could have
461
walked up
AD,
to this
and for
and
laity,
he didn't do
that
that.
year where they
But it was
banned
there.
usury is.
So as the stuff was
Whatever you want to say about
Yeah, just a sec here. 1179
never had a
AD. In
conversation.
Khazaria's final
So
fall, it
that went
got
on. I
weakened
mean,
in
not that long. I
969
really like that's the capital.
when the invasion of Rus
He said the same thing to a guy in line.
Boy, talk about butchery.
Guy came up to me later.
Steve Ottoslav
Sorry, Matt, I was just in next in line. Probably said something.
in 969
Like
AD,
10,
but
15 people back and said,
the black nobility was already deep in Roman and Venice stuff long before that. And then the final fall of Khazariah seems to be around 1244 AD, which that's interesting to me because that lines up with around the time that you start to see
I started showing up there.
Jewish people being used as money lenders in Europe, because by that point, pretty much everybody in Europe knew about black nobility, and they hated them, and with good reason, because they're so nasty. That name, by the way, black nobility, was what they refer to themselves as, because they were so like, look at our power, bro. I mean, they were just flexing on everyone how powerful they are. And so, I'm going to now turn it over to Philip to just chime in on whatever he wants to talk about here about, like, the intricacies of what happens when these various families were vying for control of the papacy. And then that's impact on Europe and trade and economics. And just whatever you want to say at this point, it's going to be pretty loose format today, guys. It's just too big to it really is.
And if anybody
we've got banks
disagrees
right now. We got $100, $200, $300 million, $500, $500 billion banks.
You know, this is the beauty
we
of
don't have time to
we're
do
doing
it.
it.
We're not going to.
It's collaborative.
To get away. The agent I was working with Leslie,
Venice became
very nice
center
person. She came. Actually, didn't have to do this. Came to
and
the prison to tell me
families,
this is what happened.
sort of fled to
And when she
Venice,
first
built
come to
this
see me, I told her, listen, I
gem
want
of
to
a
do all
city
this,
on this swamp.
no matter what
And
happens,
they
I
said,
need you to write me a letter.
only
If they don't,
the
and if they don't
flood,
write
they
me,
flooded
I need you to write me a letter that I can present to you
the
as a attorney
Doge.
on my behalf that I did everything I could. And she said, I'll do that,
around
but that's not going to happen. We're going to do the indictment. And that's okay.
Instead, they
So, of
had
course, a year later, she shows
placed
up
the
after
Doge
nothing
in
happened, and they
great
drop the case. She
council.
shows up and she tells me what happened. And
They
I do it.
during the
I was like,
11th
she
century,
remembers
they
that you. She was like, I got the letter right now.
privileged
She gave
trading
me the letter.
rights,
She was like, that's it.
and they financed
Great letter.
First
You know,
Temple Crusade.
it says, you know,
And then they had
blah, 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 he's done this.
sort of parcels
And
of
even says, you know,
land
he deserves a reduction, in my opinion, blah, blah.
and then
So,
basically
but
they
there's
have
no, there's
find
nobody
their
regret. Nobody regret.
financial power.
So I call my public defender, I call Millie, I explain it to her,
It
and
really became
you know,
like the
she
embodiment of
starts
fascism.
crying.
You know,
Sorry.
Venice was serene.
What are we going to do? There's nothing you can do. Your contract. Like, you have 1 year to file a 2255, which is to say that your lawyer is ineffective or that the court has made a mistake in some way.
They did say
And
about
it has been
sorts
over
of
a year.
things that we see today, how
And it
countries are
years,
destroyed.
4 years. And she's like, yeah, there's nothing you can do.
IMF,
She's in tears. And
these
I
kinds
can't
of
talk about
debt,
that
and
point.
debt slavery, where they
And what I do is I start writing a book. Right? I write.
you know, where they would invite wealthy people
And
and nobles to these sort of
this is not a
financial
shameless plug for my memoir,
affairs, and they would,
which is amazing.
you know, offer
But,
money and services, and they would indebt
So
people to
what happens is
themselves,
I
and
actually,
they would provide them
I actually
whatever
write
they
it.
wanted.
You know, I write it,
They
and then I
used,
have to rewrite it. Right?
drugs, money, sex,
And I've been reading for crime,
assassination,
and
all
I've
the
always
dirty
liked true
tricks,
crime.
and they
I get a
would
literary
go to
agent
countries saying, hey,
comes to
you
see
need
me,
money?
tells me I have to rewrite
Yes,
it,
I'll
I
lend you
rewrite
some
it.
money.
As I'm finishing my memoir, there's a guy that comes up on my mind,
Can't pay us
and his
back.
name is Ephraim
Maybe
Deveroli.
we'll take your
Ephraim
bullet in Wall
Deveroli
Street,
and
because
his
you
business
can't pay us
partner,
back. And
a
then
guy named
you
David
see
Hackow,
European
were
economies
selling
collapsing. You see
munitions,
widespread
AK-47.
misery,
There's really tons
absolute
of
misery,
munitions.
just
They
the
got
kind of
covered
thing
with
we're seeing in
and
Africa,
they were selling
caused
them
by the same
to the U.S.
kind
government for the Afghan
imagination.
security forces.
Yeah.
And there's been an article in Rolling Stone magazine about him. And I read it. And somebody points him out and says, hey, that's that guy. And I went up to him and said, hey, this guy here is like, yeah. I said, look, if you want to write a memoir, you can finishing my memoir. I can always help you. I can do an outline, you can get a writer, but I always need help. Every Never Rolled is played by Jonah Hill in the movie War Dogs. So a few months later, he comes to me and says, you know, hey, they heard the movie rights. I was like, oh wow, that's great. And I'm like, and you don't want to write a memoir? And he's like, yeah, man, it was sold to the guys from the Hangover movie. And I was like, so the guys from the Hangover movie are going to make a movie about you. So you understand they're going to call it like, dude, where's my hand? And you're going to be totally from Fast Time to Original. Like, you're going to be a joke. All because you don't want to write it and get your version. So I ended up writing an outline. We worked together. And then he asked, like, can I read your book? I was like, sure. And I give it to him. And he reads it. And he comes back and he said, bro, this is the best thing I've ever read in my life. And to be honest, I later found out he read about 3 books. But it was very nice. You know, so he asked me if I would write his book. I write his book. I would do that. And we do that. And I'm saying all this because I basically sell it.
So by the way, just in a small tangent, how did you know you could good at writing?
I kind of written a manuscript prior to taking my books run. I used to listen to John Grisham's books. I listened to him in the car. Like, I liked John Grisham's books, and I'd actually written a manuscript about mortgage. You know, he writes about lawyers. It's like lawyers and lawyers on the side. He can make banks on the side. I can make me a mortgage. And I wrote a book, you know, carried my death. And the FBI found it. They said, oh, it's a blueprint, a fraud that he's going to commit. It wasn't. It's as much, that character was as much me as John Grisham's character.
But it's still kind of interesting that those guys, John Grisham didn't.
Right. I mean, you know, if John Grisham did something similar to what one of them.
Yeah. I saw a quote somewhere that the criminal is a true artist and the detective is merely a critic. Does that resonate with you?
I'll have to look that up.
So you already knew you could write.
Well, I knew I liked it, but yeah, I think I got better and better at it. I mean, you know, as you're writing, and they had creative writing classes, you know, in prison at the Low. You know, the Low was a much different breed of animal. You know, like it, you know, you could very easily get hurt either place, but there were guys that have life sentences that have been looking out for 20 years and just super angry. You know, at the media, and if you got hurt at the media, it was probably really go bad. As opposed to get hurt at the Low, it's more like a fight in high school. So anyway, I'm there, I'm writing, I'm doing that, and there was a guy on the compound that came on the compound at that same time. His name was Frank Amadeo. Frank Amadeo is a rapid cycling bipolar with features of schizophrenia.
Rapid cycling bipolar with features of schizophrenia.
So it's just constant, right? And so there are moments in this manic state where his reoccurring psychosis, I guess, is that he believes that since he was in his early teens, has believed that he is preordained by God to be the hero of the world. He's a lawyer, he's barred, stole close to $200 million from the federal government. They gave him 22 years and they sent him home. But it doesn't. This is the part I love. The delusions don't affect his legal work. Doesn't affect legal. But that's the spirit of Elon Musk is going to I mean, it's not me. It's the transcripts, the lawyers, the doctors, you know, there's a ton. And then if we saw him in action, you'd be like, oh wow. Yes. You know, he would be completely normal. He'd be having a completely normal conversation.
they also like seem to be behind
somebody would say
Napoleon
something
and
and he
also
would
based
go,
on like the English.
Oh,
sure, yeah. I mean,
I'm not
that's
gonna
what
let
they
them
do
do
is they play both sides against
George
the middle. They kind of develop
Washington.
that, like Philip is saying.
We're going to burn the Constitution and the president will
I didn't know
kneel
that
at my
they
feet.
behind Martin Luther. It makes sense, right? Whenever you see someone just appear in history, a good example here, Rothschild, and then all of a sudden they're just super dominant out of nowhere. You gotta ask yourself,
file up.
how does that happen?
And everybody would sit there and be like,
and I would say that this is, a classic
he's
example.
basically running a medium-sized law
It's a bit
firm
contentious is
inside of
when J.P. Morgan
He was
died,
trained
it was
to
discovered
taught
that basically almost none of his wealth, just a few million, went to his
legal
family,
research
and the billions he had,
and was
because he was one
training
of
people on
America's
how
first
to do
billionaires,
legal
the
research in
Rockefeller.
prison, how to
His
put together
billions
motions,
actually
how to
were owned by the Rothschilds.
fight their cases,
And Rothschilds were so
how to do
heathen
research, how to
that they
type
weren't
them up,
allowed to
everything.
come
He's
into the
teaching,
U.S. in the
he's
1800s, so
teaching
they
a law.
had to use front.
It's like a law.
But see, it's like Russian nesting dolls, where you just open it up again and again and again. But in the
Here's a
middle,
great word.
it's always these like
It's
nobility
going to get
families.
worse.
You
It's
have to
going to get
dig
worse
deep.
because here's what happens is at
But
this
please
point,
continue,
I don't
Philip.
talk to him for
I just wanted to
probably
say
a
that about
year or so because
Napoleon.
everybody's saying he's crazy.
And this,
You know,
this
and
method of using
and for
front.
like a year, he gets there, he's drooling out of the side of his mouth. They got him on a ton of medication. It takes him about a year to get him to take him off the medication. So he gets them to take him off the medication. And then he starts kind of stabilizing his mood by drinking Pepsi. But it's crazy. I know how. I see you looking at me like this. That's delusion. I know. But so at some point, one of my buddies comes to me and says, "Look, you got to go talk to Frank." What he'll do is, over the course of a year or two that he starts doing legal work for guys, he starts just taking on guys' cases. I'll do your motion. I'll do your legal. I'll do this. Keeps him busy. But suddenly you start hearing people get released. Jimmy just got 10 years off this. He's going to halfway house next month. You know, Tom got an immediate release. Frank's walking people up to R&D, shaking their hands. Guys are walking up to him in tears, crying. And so, you know, crazy or not, here's what happened. Three different lawyers on the street. He said, "This is what happened. What can I do? What can I do?" They told me to do this and this and this, and I wrote. They decided not to proceed, and what can I do? And they said, "You're nothing you can do. You cannot, in the middle of in the 11th Circuit, you cannot force them to file a reduction on your behalf. You cannot do it. It's impossible. You're hit. You're done. It's over. I'd love to take your money, Mr. Cox, but it's not gonna, I can't. I'm not just going to take your money. You're going to lose." Three different lawyers. I talked to TI's lawyer.
Davos, by the
Told
way.
me.
That's Committee of 300 is their name for the
So,
people who run Davos. So
my buddy said,
again,
"You're talking about
Davos, you also hear me talk about Davos a lot.
I got nothing.
It's important to understand that Davos is a bit like DARPA for the Pentagon.
Little thing that I just
DARPA
showed,
is a
that's
very
exactly
important
what it
thing,
said.
but the Pentagon's behind that. Likewise, you know, where that J.P.
I won't let this
Rothschild
happen.
thing.
Like, I'm going to
You
do
have
this, I'm
Davos,
gonna
and
do
it seems like it's important, but really in Davos you get one finger decentralized, the Queen of England,
okay, and I
and then
turned to my
other
buddy,
chiefs
like,
taking
"Go on,
orders from
I
Yen.
know what you're thinking."
You move further in the shadows, and it's
And
just
he's like, I
it's the
understand.
Velvet Genius, and so please continue, Philip.
So Frank files a 2255 motion on my behalf, stating that I'm not time barred, that Millie was, we filed against Millie, stating that she was ineffective, right? That she didn't understand the law. She had me plead to something because she thought I could get a reduction simply for doing Dateline. Oh, by the way, when I was in the media, the government came to me and asked me to be interviewed by American Green. I do that. I'm interviewed. They get me on the phone. They talk to me. Everything. Like, the prosecutor wants me to do it. She's re-interviewed. Everybody's re-interviewed. It airs. Millie goes to them. To the government says, "Look, reduce to 6." They go, "No, Millie's not enough." Then they come to me and they ask me to write an ethics and fraud course. I write an ethics and fraud course. The guy writes a course. They flies up to Atlanta. He talks to he goes up to Atlanta. He talks to the U.S. attorney. Talks to Millie. She insists if he does this, I will reduce it. I will definitely consider it. Definitely consider it. And then we do it. It's being used all over the nation. It's not enough. So, That's where at this point I go to Frank. I tell Frank what's happening. Frank says, yeah, this is, because every time they ask you to do something, it resets the timeline. You would hear from that time to file 2255. Now, he insists that that was a viable argument. Nobody else does. But he said, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to take care of this. I'm going to get your signature. Okay. Emperor.
Wow, that's really fascinating because, of course,
he's a character.
And then it makes you wonder
Anyway,
about, like,
so he files 2255.
I'm of the person who believes
the government comes back. They say
the Chinese economic miracle
Frank comes
is
back.
that they
They answer the motion. He files a report. They file.
like
it's just a back and
the two big questions I have in my mind all the time about
and at some point, I go to mail call, and they call my name, and they hand me this thing, and I open it up, and it says the government's filed a motion for a stay, so that they can. They want the court to appoint a lawyer
because if you look at the oligarchs in
and
Russia,
to discuss
there's some creepy stuff that ties into Khazarian mafia stuff like Semyon Milonovich and stuff like that.
I read it,
also appears to have Trump involved, but then you see like Jesuit handlers behind Trump, and then of course whenever you see Jesuits, it's Black Pope,
you're going to
and then you know it's Black Pope, and you know it's Black Pope. So I mean, like, it's very weird.
They fly this woman
stuff
down
that plays out, but I often wonder, like,
she flies
is
down.
China at war with
Comes to the
Davos?
visitation room.
And
They
there's
bring
certain
me there.
things
The
that make
lawyers.
me think that in particular
And so we're sitting
statements
there. I remember talking.
has made about them
Listen,
in
your
recent
motion, your
past 6 or 8
is written
months,
well,
where he
but
was saying that
honestly,
they
you
need
don't
to be
have much to
squeezed
spare.
and so forth. But then on the other hand, it looks like
They're offering me a one-level reduction, which is
pharmaceutical,
and I went,
cough things going around. Like it seems
and
like
she
they
said,
might
well, I
very
don't know what to tell
sensible with
you.
that, but are they bag
She said
holders?
they're willing to bring you back. And I was like,
They
well,
contend that it came from American military games that were
I don't know, I got
international military games that include
levels, and we'll
Americans.
go back where she
I mean, that's what the Chinese government puts forth. I'm just making sure that your every power center is like a Kennedy or something like here. But surely the Chinese, the Chinese really keep in mind all the time when they think of the West as
you're letting
and the British being under the British
a mentally incompetent
period of time where the British were
person
forcing them to take
do your
opium
legal work. I was like, yeah, because all the
just
competence
massive opium addiction in China, the way the British just let it thrive for like
your people
decades
said
at
I'd
least.
have
Was it
that.
a century? It was
And
at least
it's like,
decades. The
you can
opium
get this
wars
done. And
in
she's
China.
like, well, I mean,
There were two.
you know, like, I don't even know why they're offering one level. I was like, well, Frank said, and I'm like, Frank this, like that. So she didn't, I ended up saying, look, you're taking advice.
Just like the United States.
And she said, you really don't have a prayer. I said, they could crush me for reasons. Why are you here? I said, they're giving me one level. Let me talk to Frank. I'll let you know. So I leave. I call her a couple days later. I tell her, Frank said, go back and argue for more. He said, I think the judge is going to give you, he's going to give you at least, between whatever he said, like 6 or 7 levels. So I get moved all the way back to Atlanta. The FBI agent comes to talk on my behalf. The guy, multiple people show up to talk on my behalf. They say, Millie, who I filed the 2255 against. So I'm basically saying, you're ineffective. You're incompetent. She knows the game. She's like, she gets on the stand and testifies. So the judge goes, listen, I think you're asking for like 9 levels. And outrageous. Prosecutor starts arguing for 1 level. And he said, listen, 1 level is not nearly enough for what Mr. Cox is saying. He said, Cox, I know you're arguing for 9 levels. That was never and he said, so I'm going to go with 6 levels. No, I'm sorry, 3 levels. I'm going to go with 3 levels, which is 7 years. Which is that for somebody who has no arrests associated with the case, he said, I think it's pretty good, and that's your judgment, blah, 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 and he brings the gavel down and walks off.
Measure that ultimately it's not
so I get moved back to I get moved back to Coleman, and I go to up to Frank, and I said, Frank, I got 7 years off. And I said, and I don't mean to sound unappreciative. I said, I was hoping for more than I was too. He said, it looks like we're gonna need this person when it's been time. And he goes, something's gonna happen.
And he was also
keep your ears open. And you know, I honestly, by that point, I'd done 8 years. And I remember, like, if I got a year off of the drug program and good time, and this guy had about 8 years. And I was like, you know, I can do that. I'll write. You know, I'd been writing. By that point, I actually written the story.
Yeah, and that's interesting because Rockefeller was super big in pharmaceuticals in the early part of the 20th century, in the early 1900s. And then
ended up
supposedly went away in their map,
writing
and then Nixon
a synopsis of the guy's story, and I got him in Rolling Stone magazine, and I got a book deal for that. Like, I got him in the band, like $3,500. For being in prison, a prisoner to $3,500
pharmaceutical and medical stuff is
increased in
China.
So,
sorry to just interject,
then
but
we optioned the film. Basically, the synopsis that I wrote for this journalist for Rolling Stone. He goes to Rolling Stone with what I wrote and gives it to them. And they say, yeah, this is great. We want you to write an article. Okay, he writes the article. He tells me
together like global power relations over the course
the
of
article
millennia. This is what
from him.
Philip and I meant is because when you try to peel back the layers to figure out who runs things,
and
you just discover like there's always another layer, and also everything is tied together. Going back thousands of years, literally, everything is tied together, and everything is kind of an expansion of these original earlier models. And that's why if you look back at the very initial beginnings, it's much more clear and it's much more obvious. Things like the fact that Khazarian stands between Constantinople and the Eastern Roman Empire and China and India. And it was at this crossroads in Central Asia, the old Silk Road, and so it was very important because they were able to take their light as minerals. And that's one of the things that these families seem to do is that they like being the middleman and playing two sides against each other. They did a similar thing with Islam and Christianity. Phil talked about Crusades earlier. There were certain things that was banned in trade between the Muslims and the Christian world. And they used this group called Rabbis, which is again sort of court Jews as Phil put it earlier, to do trade between the Muslim and Christian world, because of course trade was continuing, even though it was banned, right? Just like you may have noticed that those sanctions on Russia didn't work so hard. People are still buying their oil, right? It's a similar kind of thing, but when you put these artificial barriers in place, you can then insert yourself in the middle and just extract tremendous profits. So anyways, Philip, please continue. This is a very free-flowing conversation. If you haven't noticed, we are in it. It may be a bit overwhelming, but we're giving you lots of rabbit holes and threads to go down so you can do your own research, which you should always do, to see that Philip and I very much guarantee that you will realize we're onto something here. The degree to which you agree may vary, but like, it's really incredible how everything circles back into these people.
I like them. So we're walking around the compound. He's like, so what are you going to do? You got like 8 or 9 more years to go. And I was like, man, I'm going to keep writing. And when I get out of here, maybe I'll have a huge body of work. And maybe I'll be able to sell it. Or maybe I'll be able to option some more stuff. And if I could get together with Rolling Stone or get some of these magazines, I could start writing for them. And I could option those. Maybe I could walk out of here with something. So, right. So Ron who'd only been locked up like a year or so, he was cooperating with the Secret Service in his case against some of his citizens. So he's already been decreased and he's cooperating. He's actually thinking he might get brought back to have to testify at a trial. We're talking, we're walking, and he keeps saying, even if they charge those guys, even if this happens, they're not going to reduce my sentence. They're not going to cut my sentence. And you go, first of all, well, probably because you stole a bunch of money from pension funds and churches. That didn't help your case. But I don't say that. So I said, oh, they have to, bro. They'll have to. They you know, if you cooperate, they're going to have to. And if they don't, we'll have Frank file a 2250. And he's like, that's crazy. So he says, okay. He's like, yeah, you don't understand. You don't understand. So this goes on for months. And I'm like, what is the problem? And he says, you know, they think I hit Ponzi schemes. You know? And he'd actually dug up like $5 or $6 million in Ponzi scheme proceeds that he dug. He buried in these, or literally buried in aluminum ammunition canisters. So he actually went and dug them up and gave them to him. And I'm like, well, you gave them all the money. You didn't hide anything. Relax. It's not a big deal. They're not going to find anything, so don't worry about it. And so he mentions it a couple weeks later. And then one day I go, bro, why do you keep bringing this up? Like, what are you concerned about? It's not going to happen. And he said, can I trust you? And I went, probably not. And he goes, I did hide some money. I was like, okay. Did you bury it in a can somewhere? And he's like, no. I gave my wife like $150,000 in cash. Okay, well, she's not gonna say anything. She's usually said, no, you don't understand. Since then, she found out I was having an affair, and we're going to get a divorce. And she hates me, and I think she'll turn that money in just to make sure that I don't get a reduction. Because if you lie to the FBI, they're not going to. It doesn't matter what you've done for them. And so he's like, I mean, I'm sorry, Secret Service. Or anyways, he is clearly lied to the Secret Service at this point. If she goes and says this is what he gave me. So he's like, I was like, oh wow. And he's like, and I gave my brother's holding me $30,000. And at that moment, I was like, wow. Like, this poor guy. No, that's not what I thought at all. What I thought was, is that enough to get me a sentence reduction? And I went, and I sat there, and you know what I thought? I thought, no. I thought, that's not enough. That's not enough. It's nothing. That's not even $200,000. Like, and they didn't want to give me a reduction. My prosecutor was pissed that I got 7 years off. She wanted me to get 30 months. She's not going to give me anything. Up to her. She's going to do it. So I go, I lay down, I go to bed. Like a month later, I'm on the phone with my lawyer because I had written I had a manuscript for my book, and I wanted to put some of the stuff that was said in my sentencing in the book. So I was trying to get my lawyer to mail me my transcript, and she hadn't done it. So I called her and I said, "Listen, you said you're gonna." She's like, "Oh God, man, I'm so sorry. I'm so busy. I'll do it. And then she went, "This is Esther." She goes, "So what else is going on?" She never wanted to talk to me. Like, she didn't, you know, when they were paying her, she didn't want to talk to me. And I was like, "What do you mean? Nothing. I just need my transcript." And she's like, "Nothing's happened. There's nothing you want to talk about?" And I was like, "You know what? There's something. Listen to this." And I told her about Rothschild. And she goes, "Hold on." She looks him up on the computer. She goes, "Oh, wow, this is a bad guy. This is a bad guy. And he told you, then you know where it is." "Absolutely." She's saying, "I can tell you exactly." And she goes, "Okay." She goes, "Let me look into this." I go, "Okay." So a week later, a CO comes to me and goes, "Hey, Cox." And I go, "What's up?" He goes, "What's the next move?" Because, you know, they have control moves. All the doors are locked, and they open them up in 10 minutes, so you can run to the chow hall, or you can run to the, you can't run, but you can walk fast, yes, to the rec yard, or the library, whatever. He says, the next move, go to SIS. So I go to SIS on the next move. But I was used to going there, by the way, because I was constantly ordering Freedom of Information Act. And they would, so I'd order you're an inmate, and I'd order, I'm writing a story for you, and I'd order it, and they'd send it to me, and then they would catch it, and they'd be like, "Why are you getting Lex's information?" So they call me down there, and I go, "No, I ordered it for him. I'm writing a story." And I'd already been in Rolling Stone, and they're like, "What's the story?" And I tell them the story. They guys read the story here. And so I go down there, but this is different. The guy answers the door, and this guy, they call him Bullbong. He's a real asshole. He's a lieutenant at SIS, and he's like, "Come in, get in here, Cox, sit down." And he dials the phone. And he goes, "Here, you got to talk to this guy." And I'm like, "What?" I pick up the phone. I'm like, "Hello?" And the guy goes, "Hey, this is Agent Griffin with the Secret Service. I understand you know where Ron Wilson has hidden Ponzi scheme money. I want something in writing. I want, so I start doing that. And they go, okay. And I get his email address, and we start emailing each other back and forth. And he ends up getting a letter from the U.S. attorney in South Carolina that says they will consider substantial assistance if they make arrests or recover a substantial amount of money. That's the best I'm going to get is considered. So I start talking to this guy, and he starts asking me questions about Ron Wilson. Like, hey, ask him this, ask him this. I'm like, bro, I got to kind of work that into a conversation. That's an odd thing to ask. This goes on for 6 months. So I'm asking questions and I'm typing up little reports. And I'm a prison snitch now. So I'm not just like cooperating. I'm now a prison snitch. So I've moved down. I've moved down actually from being just a cooperating witness, or
Because you're in prison.
Yeah,
what makes you a prison snitch?
you can't even really say. No, you could say prison rat. You can say prison rat. I think prison snitch. I think that's probably closer. The term, like, what's that? I'm not sure. It rolls off the tongue better. Prison rat doesn't sound as good as prison snitch. I don't know. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about this. So what happens is I'm asking Wilson questions periodically, and at some point they contact me and they say, "Listen, Wilson's about to get some bad news." And I go, "Okay." And they go, he's like, I don't want to tell you what it is. Let us know what happened. It's like 2 days go by, and Monday, Wilson comes up to me one day and says, God. I'm like, hey, what's up? And he's like, oh, I got indicted. I was like, what? What happened? No. Yeah. My wife, they questioned my wife and my brother, and my wife walked in. First she said, I don't have nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. The next day, the brother walks in and gives them $150,000 in cash. And so the next day, the wife comes back and gives them $250,000 in cash and a bunch of silver, like gold bullion, silver, because his Ponzi scheme was based off of silver. He was going to invest in silver for it. So $500,000. They turn over $500,000, like $500,000. I thought it was like $100,000 or something. And he was like, I know, I didn't know I could trust you. I'm like, wow. So he, I'll tell you something. The icing on the cake, by the way. The icing on the cake. There's one more thing. Yeah. So if somebody cooperates with the federal government, let's say I get arrested, and they go, "You want to help yourself?" And you go, "Yeah, okay." Look, Jimmy he lives next to me, and he's running a meth house, meth lab, whatever. And they go and they raid Jimmy, and he gets arrested. You're going to get something off of that. Not a lot, but you're going to get something. Now, and they could just say, we were going to bust him anyway. We were already on him, right? Now, the next level would be you wear a wire. So I wore a wire, and I was in danger. Now, keep in mind, I'm asking this guy questions inside federal prison. I'm in danger. So, whatever, that's like the next level. You're taking an active participation in the investigation. And the third level would be you actually get on the stand and you cooperate and you testify. There's no better cooperation. So, when Wilson says to me, they're going to move me back to South Carolina, they've indicted me. They charge me. What do you think I should do? And I go, I think you should go to trial. Because I know they'll have to call me as a witness. Just to let you know. Because I don't want to walk out of here and have you feeling like, hey, there's so I'm ready to cut Wilson like a fish. So,
but you are putting yourself in danger.
I'm already in danger. If people there heard what I was doing, I probably would have been.
Does that increase the chance of them hearing? Or no?
It does, but it also increases my ability to get more off my sentence. So what happens is a couple days later, he's on what's called the pack out, right? They're going to move maybe a week later. So they come and get him. They move him. He gets back there to South Carolina, and he pleads guilty. They sentence him. He gets 6 months added on. So now from 19 and a half to 20 years. And by the way, when COVID hit, he was released. So he only ended up doing like 6 years on a 20-year sentence because he was older. By that point, he's 66, 67 years old. You know, he's anybody older than 55 was endangered, especially in the prison. So they had a COVID thing where they were releasing these guys and sending them home on ankle monitors. Like, he's an old man. He's not going to hurt. He's not a danger. So they sent him. So he ended up doing so. He didn't even serve the 6 months. He didn't even serve the original sentence. Whatever. Nothing. So just saying. Makes you feel like, so his wife got like 100 years. She got like 100 hours of community service or something, or 60 hours. And I think his brother got 6 months papers. And they got charged with obstruction of justice. You know, and they didn't either want to. You know, it was like 6 months probation and community service. Nothing. So when I turn around, I'm waiting for my reduction. Waiting. After about 90 days after this guy gets sentenced, maybe 6 months, I send a letter, hey, what's going on? To the prosecutor, to my prosecutor, their prosecutor, both districts, no response. Then I go to Frank, I explain to Frank, and Frank has known what's going on the whole time. And Frank goes, okay, I'm going to file a 2255. So we file a 2255. The government comes back, and the first thing they say is, Your Honor, we don't know about any cooperation. We've never heard about any cooperation. So, of course, then we submit the letter that we have. The judge comes back, and the judge ends up saying, it's a little complicated, but he ends up saying, look, I don't have jurisdiction to hear this because you may be time wise, but I'm going to let the appeals court hear it. Now, typically, you have to get what's called a right of a certification to appeal. You have to make sure that you actually have a case. He says, I'm waiving the service, and I'm waiving the $500 fee to file with him. He said, and he basically expedites it, which is a subtle way of telling the prosecutor, I think he's got something. And I'm sending it up there, and the way he writes his motion, it's basically saying, I don't have the jurisdiction here to do anything. But they do. They need to do it. And I'm paving the way. You don't have to pay me money. You don't need that. So the prosecution immediately comes back. They file a one-level reduction. And Frank files something saying, hey, stop. We don't want the reduction. We don't want the one level. We want to come back to court. Please don't rule on it. So the judge says, okay, I'm freezing everything. I'm going to stay on everything. I'm going to give this guy a lawyer to try and figure out what you're going to do. They fly down a lawyer, Leanne Weber. So she comes and she comes and sees me, and she says, listen, I see that you want to go back and fight this and this, but honestly, I don't think you're going to get anything more than one level. I talked to the prosecution. They said they'll give you, but she said, I can work on trying to get you 2 levels, but you don't have much of a prayer. You're going to get crushed. And I said, well, then why are you here? If they can crush me so easy, why don't they do it? Why would they pay you they pay them like $12,000 or something just to fly down and all your expenses to negotiate for you? Why not crush me? And she's like, I don't know. So, well, Frank said 4 levels. And she's like, who's Frank? I go, Frank's got to word all this. And she's like, oh, is he an attorney? And I go, is he in here? I'm like, yeah, he's in here. She's like, why is he in here? And I tell her, he's taking over the world. And she says, that's the strangest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I said, I understand. But Frank said, she said, you're listening to an incompetent, yeah, absolutely. And Frank said, 4 levels. We want 4 levels. He said, we tell you we want 4 levels. Okay. He leaves. He goes to the U.S. attorney. We argue. 2 levels. They come back and say 2 levels. No. We go back and forth. We start filing motions saying we want to go back. We want a hearing. We want to bring back all the FBI agents, the Secret Service agents. And she's like, oh, you want to turn this into a circus? Exactly what I want to do. I turn it into the biggest circus because I've already got 1 level. They come back one day. She says, listen, 3 levels is the best you're going to get. She said, so I guess you'll be moved back here. We'll go to the hearing. I said, no, I'll take 3 levels. She says, what are you talking? She said, you said 4 levels. She said, Frank wouldn't let you take anything less than 4. I said, no, Frank said to tell you 4. I was happy with 3. I wanted you to argue for 4. I'm good with 3. I'm out here in like a year. So, and I don't want to be moved back. I don't have to get on that bus. You know what it's like to be moved? It's horrible. So I said, I just want the 3 levels. So then we argue about the wording for about 2-3 months, and then they file it, and then I get 5 years knocked off my sentence because 3 levels at the level I was at now isn't 7 years. Every level you get a little less time, so I get 5 years off. And I've got 12 years knocked off my sentence. At this point, I have a year and a half to go, and that's doable. So I was super happy. And I'm gonna tell you something. I'm sorry, bro. But every time I think about it, and I just feel like I have to say it. Like, Frank, I'm gonna insane. But I didn't have a fucking prayer without that. And as crazy as he is, and much of a pain in the ass as he was, like I can never repay anymore. Like I shouldn't be here. I'm supposed to be in prison right now. My out date was 2030 without that guy. Where's he now? He got himself out. He didn't do all that time. He got himself out. I don't even know how he did it. They threw him back in prison again for 6 months, and he got himself out again. He's insane. He's incredible. He's insane, but he's incredible.
Is he really that?
He's in Orlando.
I mean, he seems like a good lawyer and a good man.
He's great. He's great. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind I would be in prison.
And he's done this for others.
Walk people right out. 10 years off, 5 years off, 9 years off, 10 years. I mean, I didn't pay, and I didn't pay for one thing. I didn't pay for my stamps. He paid for everything.
Sounds like the other lawyers don't really believe it's possible. He does. It's interesting.
Well, I think he's willing to badger them into doing, what they should have done to begin with. I actually wrote a book about which he loved. About him and his story. It's so over the top what happened with him. No, I mean, literally tried to take over the Congo. I mean, there's a documentary about it. It's called 9 Days in the Congo. It's an insane story. It's one of those stories that's just like, how's this not a movie? It's not a movie? No, I don't. I pitched it several times, and it would be great. So I wrote a synopsis, and I turned that into a book.
What's the name of the book?
Oh, it's insane.
It's insanity.
But about it, like a year and a half later, I ended up getting out of prison, and I went to the halfway house.
What'd that feel like?
This is bad, bro. This is bad. I remember when I was leaving the prison. So, I met some great guys in prison, which is a weird thing to say. But I met better people in prison than I'd ever met outside prison at that level. I mean, because it was the first time I actually had friends. I really had someone that wanted to hang out with me. I didn't have anything to offer. I can't make you any money. I can't do anything for you. We're just hanging out because we like to laugh, or we have things in common, or we're fascinated by each other, or we just have a good time and fun. So when I was leaving, I remember my mom showed up and my brother showed up, and they picked me up, and we were driving off. I remember looking back at the prison, And my brother said, well, I'll bet you're glad to see that, to leave that behind you. And I started crying. It's like nobody talked. I was so uncomfortable. It was just started crying. And it wasn't because I was like, oh, it's over. It was because it's like survivor's guilt. Like I was leaving all of my friends. And I felt so bad that I was leaving them. But I went to the halfway house, and so when I was getting out, I remember joking that I had exhausted my Trulinks account, my inmate account. I'd exhausted it. I had nothing. I had like 18 cents. I couldn't even figure out how to spend it. And they give you a debit card. I said, and they charge you every time you swipe use the card. Like, I don't even have enough to spend the 18 cents. Because it just charges like $3. So I was like, yeah. Like, I wonder if this will get. And I'm laughing. Everybody's like, what are you going to eat? What are you this? What are that? And my one buddy looked at me and was like, you can't go to the halfway house for nothing. And I was like, no, it's cool. I said, no, it's cool. I said, no, it's cool. I said, I want to start at the bottom. I've got that coming. I got working at McDonald's coming. I'm going to work at McDonald's. I'm getting a fuck. And he was like, well, I think you're going to buy clothes. I think that's how it's sell. I said, it's at the Goodwill. They'll give you a bunch of crap if you don't have anything. You're injured. I said, I'm injured. And a couple days before I'm leaving, $400 ends up on my account. And I was like, what the fuck? And it was from a buddy of mine. And I go to him, my buddy Tommy, and I was like, Tommy, did you have $400 on my account? And he said, I can't let you go for nothing. So I get to the halfway house, and I go to Walmart, and I buy $300 worth of clothes at Walmart. I've never been in a Walmart. I go to Super Walmart, and I go there, and I buy a bunch of clothes, and I buy about $300 worth of clothes, and I still have some of the blue jeans. To this day, I still wear some of the blue jeans. And I would stay in the halfway house, and I called a buddy of mine, Treon Colta, and he owns a gym. And, I grew up with him, his whole family, that they owned a bunch of gyms. And I called him, and I said, hey, man, I'm in the halfway house. And he was like, hey, what's going on? He said, can I do anything for you? And I was like, I need a job. I didn't think he was going to give me a job. He goes, bro, you're hired. I'll give you a job. So I get my minimum wage. I said, that's fine. If I can stay out of here, I can work like 80 hours a week. I was like, if I can stay out of here 80 hours and pay me minimum wage. He goes, oh, hell yeah, perfect. For him at the gym. And I got free reign. So I'm playing on my computer, goofing off all day. And my buddy Pete, who's still locked up, he's texting me and calling me. And he's like, not texting me, but he's emailing me through the Corelink system. And he's called me periodically. He's like, have you started a website? Because one of the things I was going to do when I got out was I was going to start a website with all these stories that I read. And I was like, no, Pete, I can't. Like, I don't have a computer. He's like, well, how much is a computer? I was like, I don't know, like $300. I was like, I said, I could probably get a used Apple, like MacBook, like a 5-year-old MacBook or something. I don't know, for like $350, whatever. And I said, but he was like, okay, so that's all you need, $300. I go, no. I said, it's not $300, bro. It's $300 plus it's getting a WordPress website, which I said costs money. Plus it's hiring somebody to help me figure it out because I'm inept. I don't know how to do anything. So, okay. And I said, plus I need this, plus I need that. I need a bunch of stuff. I need $600 for this. I need $300 for this. I need $500 for this. I need $1,000 for this. And he goes, okay. He said, I'll get you. Okay, I got it. So he reads off a list. He goes, I got you. He doesn't have any money. And I go, how are you getting money? He goes, every day I walk across the compound. Some people stop me and say, how's Cox doing? And I say, oh, he's okay. And they say, does he need anything? And I say, No, he's good. He said, I'm going to start telling these fuckers, yeah, he needs something. You want to do something for him? Here's what he needs. I ended up getting 2 laptops sent to me. I got the computer program, Final Cut Pro. I had guys in prison cutting me checks so that I could build a website and put all these stories on the website. So I start putting the website. I don't know what to do. I put them on the website slowly. It takes forever. Putting pictures up. I'm trying to figure out how, Photoshop works, how all this stuff. The whole time I wanted to start, because everybody, the last one I was just getting out of prison, everybody kept telling me, like, oh, you got to start a podcast. You got to start a true crime podcast. And I don't know what a podcast is. The term podcast came into existence in 2009 when I'd been locked up 3 years. I'd never been on YouTube. So by the time I get out, the last year or two, guys are coming up to me giving me magazines like, this is what a podcast you need to read. Look, true crime's huge. And you have to think, guys are asking me every couple of days, Cox, you got any stories? And I'm like, yeah, did you read Cash and Coke? And they're like, is that the one where the guys are robbing the drug dealer? Yeah, why don't I read that? Did you read this one? No, I haven't read that. That's the one with the guy. And I'm like, yeah. So I'm going to start giving these little stories, and then they come back and give them to me. You don't have it, right? So this is guys that would never read in their life are reading. And I'm writing about the guy in B2, the guy in C1. So I put up the whole thing, and they're all telling me do a true crime podcast. I don't really know what that is, but by now I'm starting to listen to them on YouTube, Serial and Cold Case Files, and that kind of stuff. And I think that's what I want to do. Well, my buddy Treon says there's a guy named Danny Jones that runs a podcast called Concrete, and it's in St. Petersburg, and he lives a couple miles from me. I see him all the time. And I went, okay. He said, you should email him. He's got a guy on there all the time that does real estate. And I go, I just got out of prison for bank fraud related to real estate. He doesn't want to interview me. He goes, well, maybe he does. Maybe you could ask him about starting a podcast. Okay. So I sent him an email. I remember Danny called me, and he said, hey, is this Matt? I was like, yeah, this is Matt. He's like, I got your email. This is Danny Jones. I was like, okay. And he says, yeah, I got your email. This is a good fucking email. I was like, what? He goes, I get a lot of emails, bro. He said, that is a good one. He said, that was really good. Like, I mean, that was well written. He's like, I immediately knew how to talk to you. And I said, oh, okay. I said, because, I started off with, hey, my name's Matt Cox, and I'm a comic. I was recently released from federal prison, and so people were like, oh, who says that? So anyway, he said, well, what's going on? I said, well, and I tell him what's going on. I'm going to start a podcast. And, Danny, he listens to me for 30 minutes to an hour. And I've heard this and this. And it's like, yeah, but he said, YouTube's not really like that. That's not really how we do it. I don't know that you're going to have to get a production company and blah, blah, blah. He goes, but you know what? What you really need to do is to see if people are even interested in you or your story or you're able to talk. You should come on my show. Shameless, trying to get some content.
Well, I mean, so as I told you offline, Danny and Concrete Podcast is really good. You should definitely listen to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it turns out people do like listening to you.
Turns out.
I mean, you're good at telling stories.
Well, anyway, by the time I couldn't do Danny's podcast. I was like, I can't do it. I'm in the halfway house. So maybe I get out of the halfway house and a couple months go by. Maybe 2 months, 3 months go by. And one day I get a phone call from Danny. He's like, bro, you're out of the halfway house, right? And I'm like, I told him I got out in July. It's like October, November. I'm like, right. He's like, listen, I had a guest call through. I got nobody. I need you to come on. I answered all your questions. I called him 5-6 times, you said, and I was like, oh. I was like, I'll do it. That video got like 2 million views. Then I did Patrick Bet David flew me out. Then I did Soft White Underbelly. Then I did Vlad. Then I did all, like, people started, and I'm sorry, it moved, it just blew up. And then people started asking me to come and talk for no reason, which was crazy. But you were saying, I'm sorry.
Is your dad still with us?
No, he died when I was in prison. He came to see me. He came to see me 2 or 3 times.
When is the first time he found out that you were doing fraud?
The first time I got in trouble.
When you got the
Yeah, because I had to kind of explain that, something's happening. I didn't want him to hear it from anybody else.
So you said you talked to him directly about it.
Super disappointed.
Did he ever tell you who he was after that?
So after I got the 26 years, and the government decided they weren't going to indict anybody, and I really was like, wow, this is it. Like, you're done. He came to see me, but just by himself. And I remember when he came to see me, he was by himself. Like, he never came by himself. So I remember thinking, my mom's something happened to my mom. And as soon as I walked in, he walked in, like, what happened? I go, where's mom? And he goes, oh, she's fine. And he sat down with me and he said, he said, how are you doing? And I was like, I'm good. And he was just like, he was getting sick, he was getting older. So, we talked for a little bit, just about the situation. And I was like, yeah. And he said, well, what are you going to do? And I was like, there's nothing I can do. Like, everybody, I've called multiple attorneys, I've talked to people, there's nothing I can do. And he was like, you're in a speaker now. He goes, he said, you're clever and you're smart and you're not gonna do all of that. And I was like, I'm done. It's over. I'm gonna get out of here when I'm 60 if I behave myself, and if I don't, I'll be 64. And he was like, that's not gonna happen. And so he said, I think that was the first time I knew he was proud of me when I was making money, but he never said it. You got the look, like he was like impressed. But we were sitting there, and he said, because the only time I can ever remember him saying he was proud of me. And I remember he said, you're going to figure this out. He said, I'm not proud of where you ended up, but you've done an amazing thing. I wish you'd use your talents for something different, but you've done things that I could have never done. And you've led an amazing, adventurous life, and I'm proud of you. And that,
I wish you could see
my mom, my mom's funny because my mom came to see me. My mom's a gangster. My mom came to see me every 2 weeks for 13 years. She missed about a month and a half when she had a stroke and ended up in a wheelchair. And then she came in the wheelchair. And she would make my brother bring her. My brother and sister would be like, Mom, are you sure you want to go? Like, it's so hard it's such a long drive and you get so tired. Well, I'll sleep in the car. I know, but then we have to wait in that live, in that the waiting area, forever, and it takes forever. Well, I'm in the wheelchair, so I'm fine. Well, I know, but it's such a pain to get in and out, and out. She's like, I'm going to see my son, and you're taking me. She was something else, and I would say, like if I had to say, I don't think about all the things I did to get out. Like, I know, there's all these guys that are like, I wouldn't have done that. And I'd have been a stand-up guy, and I'd have been, good for fucking you, bro. I wanted to get out. I wanted out. And the icing on the cake of me getting out, and I would have cut every motherfucker's head in that prison off. I was able to get out just in time to spend the last year and a half of my mother's life with her. I saw her 2 or 3 times a week, took her to dinner once a week, was able to go on walks with her in her wheelchair. I was sitting right next to her when she had her final stroke. I held her hand when she took her last breath. So if I have to be called a snitch the rest of my life, I don't give a fuck. Like, I may not deserve it more, but she deserves it.
Do you regret? If you just look back, would you do it? Would you do any part of your life different?
Oh, I'd scrap all this. Yeah, I'd scrap all this to be, you always hear these guys say, I wouldn't change it because it made me the man I am today. Well, the man I am today is a fucking 54-year-old scumbag, multiple felons, starting my life over, broke, living off of scraps, trying to make YouTube work. Like, I've got, 2 dead parents. I'm divorced. I have a son that doesn't talk to me. For good reason. Not because of a misunderstanding. Because he understands. Like, you can't even argue. He's got a powerful argument. Like, I don't want to be a part of this guy's life. He's a scumbag. He stole money. He went on the run. He abandoned me when I was, 3 years old. I don't want anything to do with it. Like, I get it. Like, and I tried to do all the right things. I wrote the letters. I drew pictures. I tried to call it. And it's not happening. Like, I would do anything to go back and just be that regular middle-class guy with the 2 kids and the wife, working a regular job. I like, that's a good life. That's a good person. And, I just made one arrogant decision after another until it snowballed and I couldn't take it back. And then I did everything I could. And if I wasn't the calculating, backstabbing, scumbag motherfucker that I can be, I'd be in prison right now. Sorry, So yeah, I would much rather be a CPA right now. I would much rather, should have stuck with being an insurance adjuster or something. And, I never should have. Why did that 30-day later? Never. It was a mistake.
That was your first mistake.
That was a huge mistake.
You think your son will forgive you?
Unfortunately, according to my ex-wife and my sister and everybody, that he is a part of their lives. And I've seen it. My mother's funeral, I saw him. I've seen him at several functions. You look across and he looks right through me. I think that everybody says he's just like you. He's just like you. And everybody says I'm just like my dad. I've never smoked a cigarette. I've never drank alcohol. Not a drop. Never done any drugs. Because my dad was alcoholic. And my dad smoked 2 packs a day. And everything in our house reeked of nicotine. And I've never smoked. And my dad was a pillhead. He was always on some kind of prescription medication. He draw, And I didn't want to be that person. And like one day, I drew a line in the sand, and I wouldn't do it. And I think he's drawn a line in the sand, and he's decided, this is the hill I'm gonna die on, and I'm not gonna back off it. And the thing is, my ex-wife tells him, he's a good person. You should be in his life. His father, because he was adopted when I was in prison, they adopted him. Nick is his dad. Nick has told him. Nick came to see me when I was in prison. Nick has told him, like, hey, this is a mistake. You're making a mistake. Like, everybody that knows him. And he has said no. So I fully believe it's no. I mean, I hope it's not.
Well, I hope he forgives you. I think there's a lot of good in you, despite you calling yourself a scumbag over and over.
I keep bothering you. You mentioned that earlier.
What advice would you give to young people, given that you've lived quite a non-standard life? What advice would you give them how to live a life that you'd be proud of?
I mean, it's all my position that anybody would listen to me, but because to me, and I don't have any advice that I don't think a father would give you. And it's like, work hard, be appreciative. I mean, things are so good out here. I hear people complain all the time. And I think a huge part of just being happy is being appreciative. Like, I didn't appreciate anything. When I had, this is so cliche, but when I had all the money in the world, I was miserable. But when I got out with nothing, I was happier in prison with nothing than I was with $2 or $3 million prior to prison, and dating a chick I never should have been dating, driving a sports car, vacationing all over the world, miserable. I'm crying driving away from prison because I already missed my friend. You could have never told me that was going to happen.
Turns out money, in fact, does not buy happiness.
No, and I know, and it is such a cliche, right? But it's so true.
Crying driving away from prison.
You know what? I met my wife in the halfway house. So she had just gotten out of prison. She was in the halfway house with me. She just did 5 years for like a meth conspiracy. I never would have met her.
And now your date night is hunting alligators together.
Yeah. That was like a month or so ago.
This is Florida, folks. This is what badass people do.
My wife hunting is a former. She used to. So she was an MP in the military. She hunted. She ran a hog hunting tour guide service for 6 years. Went to prison for 5 years. Got out, and then now she's a marine mechanic. And yeah, our date night the other night was we went in the middle of the night, went to Lake Okeechobee and went alligator hunting.
And if I may say so, she's quite beautiful.
Thank you. And I did nice. She didn't want to date me at the halfway house too. I kept saying, I think you're sweet on me. She's like, I'm not. I make fun of guys like you. You're a city boy. I'm like,
you wore her down.
That's just like exactly what I did.
It's like charisma. It always works. Well, Matt, thank you for being so honest. Thank you for being who you are. I do think there's a lot of good in you. Thank you for telling your story and the story of others who have who've made mistakes in their life. Thank you for talking today.
I appreciate you having me.
It was a really short conversation. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Matthew Collins. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, I'm going to leave you with some words. Mario, who's author of Godfather. Behind every successful fortune, there's a crime. Thank you for listening. We hope to see you next time.
For simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all of your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash. And if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio.
I am standing on the edge of the cliff the entire night. And if I, mess it up, like what even is a mistake? But if I do like a clunker or whatever it is, it's like, so what? I wouldn't have played half the stuff that I'm playing if I wasn't constantly standing on the edge of the cliff, like wild.
Why are you standing on the edge of the cliff?
Because at the edge of the cliff is all possibilities.
The following conversation, Tal, a singer-songwriter, bassist, guitarist, and a true musician, was recorded and performed with many legendary artists, including Jeff Beck, Prince, Eric Clapton, Incubus, Herbie Hancock, Mick Jagger, Jackson Brown, Rod Stewart, David Gilmour, Pharrell, Hans Zimmer, many, many more. This was a fun and fascinating conversation. This is the Restream podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Tom Wilkenfeld. There's a legendary video of you playing with Jeff Beck. We're actually watching it in the background now. So for people who don't know, Jeff is one of the greatest guitarists ever. So you were playing with him at the 2007 Crossroads Festival, and people should definitely watch that video. You were killing it on the bass. Look at that bass. Were you scared? What was that experience like? Were you nervous? You don't look nervous.
Yeah. I wasn't nervous. I think that you can get an adrenaline rush before stage, which is natural, but I think as soon as you bring fear to a bandstand, you're like limiting yourself. You're kind of like walling yourself off from everyone else. If you're afraid, like what is there to be afraid of? That you must be afraid of making a mistake, and therefore you're coming at it as like a perfectionist. And you can't come at music that way, or it's not going to be as expansive and vulnerable and true. So, well, I was excited and passionate and having the best time, and also the fact that he gave me this solo. The context of this performance is that this is a guitar festival, one of the biggest guitar festivals in the world. This is Eric Clapton's festival, and there's like 400 guitarists that are all playing like solos all night, and we were like towards the end of the night, and I could tell like Jeff like got like a kick out of, I'm not gonna solo on like one of my most well-known songs, Also Better as Lovers. Well, Stevie Wonder wrote it, but people know Jeff for that song and his solo on it. Like, I'm gonna give it to my bass player, and like he did, and like he's like bowing like that like he didn't have to do that.
But you really stepped up.
It just shows what a generous musician he is, and that's evident in his playing across the board. He is a generous, loving, open musician. He's not there for himself. He's there for the music. And he thought, well, this would be the perfect musical thing to do. And it kind of all started like when I went to audition for him, which was an interesting experience because I got food poisoning on the plane, and so like literally when the plane landed, I went straight into an ambulance into the hospital overnight. The manager picked me up, and I showed up at Jeff's door, which was like a 3-hour drive, like through windy country roads. And he answered the door. He's like, "Okay, you ready to play?" So we went upstairs and started like rattling off the set. And when it came to this song, "Because of It Is Lovers," he just said solo, and he loved it and kept the solo in it. So that's kind of how, because there was no bass solo before I was playing in his band. So this whole thing was kind of new.
So even with food poisoning, like you could step up.
Yeah.
That's just like what instinct.
It's just being able to differentiate from like the body and from like expression music. Yeah.
It's interesting you said fear walls you off from the other musicians. And what are you afraid of? You're afraid of making a mistake. Beethoven said to play a wrong note is insignificant. To play without passion is inexcusable.
Yeah.
Do you think the old man had a point?
Yeah. Different styles of music invite varying degrees of, I would say, uncertainty or unsafety in the way that people might perceive it. So, for instance, like the tour that I was just on, like playing Allman Brothers songs, like I am standing on the edge of the cliff the entire night, and if I, mess something up, mess it up, like what even is a mistake? But if I do like a clunker or whatever it is, it's like, so what? I wouldn't have played half the stuff that I'm playing if I wasn't constantly standing on the edge of the cliff like wild. And so I don't care about those little things. I care about the overall expression. And then there's other gigs that, for instance, if I got called for like a pop or country session or a show, that in those environments they may want you to play safe. Just play the part and play it with a great groove and time and great dynamics, and don't really veer away from the part and stuff. And I've done plenty of those gigs too. It's just a different like hat you put on.
What do you get from the veering off the beaten path? You just love it, or is that going to make the performance better? Like why stand at the edge of the cliff?
Because at the edge of the cliff is all possibilities and unknown. You don't know what's coming, and I love being there in the unknown. Otherwise, it's like, well, why are we doing this? Am I just like a clown on stage, like showing you my skills or what I've studied in my bedroom? It's like, no, like I want to be like pure expression happening right now and responding in real time to everything that's happening. And anytime I'm not doing that, it's like it's a waste of everybody's time.
Have you ever messed it up with that?
Mess what up?
I mean, comedians bomb. You're a big fan of comedy.
Yeah.
Have you ever bombed on stage?
Probably. I think it's all about recovery. And the more times that you fall off the cliff, the quicker you know how to recover, and the varying ways that you can recover to the point in which it's concealed so much that maybe a listener might not even know that you're recovering.
And eventually you learn to fly and take that metaphor all the way off the cliff. All right.
I remember one time when I was really young. Well, not really young, but like when I was 21 or 22. Yeah, exactly. But when I was first playing with Jeff Beck, and we played at what I consider the coolest jazz festival, Montreux Jazz. And like Miles played there, everyone played there, and they had the best speaker system ever. I was excited for months. And the drummer, Vinny, was like practicing for like 8 hours in the bus on the way there. And everyone was like on fire on stage. And I remember playing a note, just one note, that I really didn't like. And I let it go in the moment on stage. But as soon as I got off stage, I was really sad. And so I sat like in this road case. Everyone was out celebrating. I like sat in this road case with a sad face. And then Claude Knobs, like the owner of the whole festival, came up and he's like, "Oh, what's wrong?" And I'm like, I played a bad note. And like he said all this wise stuff that Miles Davis had imparted to him, and like it fully cheered me up. He's like, "Is there anything that would make you feel better?" And I was like, "Caviar." The dude came back 10 minutes later with this huge thing.
Oh wow!
It was a joke. It was a joke, but he actually brought me caviar. But anyway, that's the one time that I remember being sad about a performance. Now I'm just like, okay, whatever. Like it's done.
Was it a physical slip of like fingers, or was it? Did you intend to play that note?
That I can't remember. I can't remember if it was just a bad choice, but it sounded like a clangor, or why it happened. It was so long ago, but I don't get depressed about that anymore.
That'd be funny if that was like your biggest and only regret in life, that note haunted you in your dreams.
And then like up on my deathbed, just everyone's just bringing me caviar.
You talked about confidence somewhere, I don't remember where. So I want to ask you about how much confidence it takes to be up there. You said something that Anthony Jackson told you as encouragement, a line that I really like. That quote, on your worst day, you're still a bad motherfucker.
That's actually a Steve Gadd quote, and Steve used to tell that to Anthony, because Anthony used to get real depressed if he did a wrong thing or not perfect thing. And Steve Gadd used to say this to Anthony Jackson. And Anthony was my first bass mentor, or just mentor in general.
People don't know he's a legendary bassist.
He's a legendary bassist, and I started playing the bass when I was 17. And I moved to New York, and I met Anthony, and he started mentoring me, but in a very not typical way. Like he would just sit in his car with me for hours and talk music. And
just listen to music, analyze it.
Exactly. And that was the best form of learning. I think just like, well, what do you perceive here? And, well, I heard this. Just discussing that.
Jazz?
No, all styles of music. And he told me that story about his worst day. Because, even then, like when I was like 18, 19, I get sad sometimes about performances. Like, I could have done this. I don't do that anymore, thankfully, or I'd be miserable.
So you always
Yeah, now I do. Now it's just like I sense the body feeling fatigue, especially if it's a very long show, like the ones I just did were 3-hour shows, and we did 1 to 3 hour sound checks. So that's a lot of physical activity every day. So I just feel the body being tired, like fatigue, the ears are fatigued. That's about it. I don't really reflect on the show.
You're almost like from a third person perspective, feeling tired, accept it.
Yeah, I don't want to identify with it, because then I'm tired, but I'm not tired. I'm usually like energized.
Like the two poison, the mind is still capable of creative genius, even if the body is gone.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So no self-critical component to the way you see your performances anymore.
There is critique, but not in the way that it would diminish my sense of self. It's different. I can just kind of look at something and be like, okay, well, actually, next time I'll do this choice and this choice, maybe this would serve the song better, maybe this would help the groove feel more like this, but it's not like I suck because I did this and I'm a loser. And, like,
you think that's bad? Because even when I asked that question, I had a self-critical thought. Yeah, why'd you ask that question? I always have this self-critical. Is it necessarily a bad thing?
It's affecting you negatively.
It is negative.
Well, if it brings your frequency down and you feel less joyful inside and less, you don't feel like complete, you feel less than, less worthy of something, then you can call that bad if you aspire to not feel that.
Yeah, as far as you not feel that way, so confidence. You seem like in this performance, you seem confident. You seem to be truly walking the bad motherfucker way of life.
I kind of, a word that I prefer over confidence is trust, because I think with confidence, it's almost like there's a belief assigned to it, that I am this thing that you believe in. Whereas trust is just simply knowing that you can get up there and handle whatever is going to come your way. And it's more of an open feeling where it's like, yeah, I can do this, sure. But not like, I'm a bad motherfucker. Like, you know what I mean? There's a huge difference. I've shared the stage with people who have a lot of confidence, and it can be like a brick wall, just like fear is a brick wall.
So the brick wall is a bad thing. Like the thing you have with Jeff here on stage.
It's not a brick wall.
There's no wall. There's chemistry.
Yeah.
How can you explain that chemistry that the two of you had?
Trust and lack of fear. Yeah. And also, I will say, that each individual has developed likes and dislikes over their lifetime, and that can be like, in this case, we're just talking aesthetic likes and dislikes. So in this particular case, obviously our likes and dislikes are very much aligned, such that the things I do to compliment him, he enjoys, and vice versa. But it could be two, very trusting, open musicians on stage that don't have walls up, but their choices are very different. And one person likes heavy metal, and the other person likes classical. So it's got to be both.
So you guys are good at like yes ending each other musically. Like, is that where you're most at peace in a meditative way on stage?
It used to be that it would only be on stage. It started with that. That was almost like my way in to flow state and meditation, was playing music. And then back in the day when I kind of crash after shows, I wanted to change that. I wanted to always feel like I'm in flow state. So
Have you succeeded?
I've gotten a lot better. I'm still obviously on the journey, but yes.
So you meditate. I think you said somewhere that you meditate before shows or just in general?
I meditate every day. When I'm on tour with my band, I ask that we all meditate together for at least 20 minutes. And I don't dictate which type of meditation. I don't put on a guided meditation because everyone has their own thing they want to do. Maybe someone might be praying in their head. It doesn't matter. It's just the idea that we all put our phones down and we all are in one room connecting energetically, spiritually, and just letting our lives go for a second. And then we walk straight on the stage, and it's always really connected. And there were a couple of gigs where we ran out of time for that, and I could tell that was a major difference in the performance.
So both connects you and centers you.
Yeah, but then when I'm home, like I love to meditate, and I've tried various styles of meditation and studied various types of things. So I don't do just one thing. I kind of customize it depending on where I'm at in my life.
You and the world lost Jeff back a year ago. You told me you really miss him. How's the pain of losing Jeff change you? Maybe deepen your sense of the world?
It's hard to accept that we won't create something musically again in this lifetime. But in terms of the grief was easier for me because I went through a major grief period in 2016 and 17. And that was the first time I've really gone through the process of grief in a non-family situation, like with friends and mentors and people that I created with, which is different. It's a different kind of connection. My grandparents died. Like, there was nothing left unsaid, and I was at peace with what was happening. With this, when Prince died out of the blue in mid 2016, and then Leonard Cohen died in November, that tore me to shreds because Leonard Cohen was not just someone that profoundly inspired me, musically and lyrically, but spiritually we had a very deep connection. And that was the basis of a lot of our conversation was spirituality. And so at that time, I felt like a piece of me went missing. And that was a very long process where I just stayed in my place and didn't want to play and make music. I kind of wanted to just get rid of all my stuff. So I had a friend come over and was like, you should come to the comedy store. I'm like, comedy store? Like, what am I going to go to some store and buy clown suits? Like, what are you talking about? What's a comedy store? He's like, no, like, the comedy store. It's like comedians stuff. I'm like, okay, well, I've never seen stand-up. I don't, I've seen Seinfeld on TV. That's like the extent of my stand-up experience. He took me to the comedy store, and every single one of those comedians like embraced me like I was family. It didn't even take a day. I was like part of the family, and I made like 25 best friends. And I ended up throwing all my stuff in storage, and like finding a little room to stay in where I rented my gear out. And that was me paying. My rent paying was me loaning the gear because I didn't want any responsibilities financial. I just wanted to be completely free so that I could like just process it and not feel like I had to commit to anything work-wise or creatively. I just wanted to unplug. This was like a fun and very different way to unplug because, previously I may have just gone to a monastery and spent, weeks in the monastery or months. But in this case, I was like, you know what? This is a different kind of experience. I'm going to just hang out with comedians, stay in this room, and
with no responsibility, really.
Yeah, other than to really deeply connect with this grief that I'm experiencing. I'm not going to negate it. I'm going to really fully connect to it. And I did, and it was tough. But then, more people in 2017 were leaving. Greg Allman, Tom Petty. I mean, it was like, these are people that I worked with all these people and like had great connections with them. And they were all going, and the world was mourning the loss of these people because of everything that they'd given to the world. Like, they changed the world's lives, not just mine, because I knew them personally. And so that was also complicated, and why, for me, it was interesting to be grieving the loss of these musicians with comedians. And I learned a lot. It changed my life because I learned to laugh at absolutely anything. Everything. I mean, my grandpa had a really great sense of humor too. My grandpa's a Holocaust survivor, and like he could just kind of like laugh at anything. And like I already kind of have that in me, but being around all these comedians just kind of like exaggerated that for me, and that really changed things for me for the better. So then when Jeff Beck died, it was like, okay, I've got these tools. I know what this is. And I'm going to go through it again. And I'm going to be on tour with Incubus in 2 days.
Yeah.
And so Mike Dern from Green Day, he called me up. He said, hey, like, I know you're going through a lot. And I said, yeah, I don't even know what I'm going to play. Like, I really want a vintage jazz bass for this. I mean, you have a 70s one that I don't really think is appropriate. I really need a 60s one, blah, blah, blah. And Mike's like, I don't know, hook you up. He showed up to my place the next day with a truckload of old key basses and jazz basses and brought them all into my studio. And I'm playing them. And then I pulled one out of the case. And it's an Olympic white, just like Jeff Beck. And I play it. And not only did I get goosebumps and start crying, but I looked over at Mike and the same thing was happening. And he's like, I guess Jeff might be happy about this. And he's like, well, I didn't want to let this one go. I was just trying to cheer you up a bit and maybe load it to you for the tour. But if you really want it, it's yours. This is like Mike Dern is the nicest guy ever. So that happened. So that bass's name is Jeff. And it's a white jazz bass, and I played it on the Incubus tour. But yeah, I do feel like I'm more equipped to handle grief now.
Tell me about the comedy store a little bit more. Do you think comedians and musicians in some deep, fundamental way are made from the same cloth? Like, are they spiritually connected somehow?
I think everyone's connected spiritually in the same way. So I think personality-wise, comedians and musicians are quite different, actually.
In what way?
Well, you'd have to subdivide even musicians into different categories too, because the thing that I appreciate about comedians is that you go to a restaurant with them and like all the observational humor, like they'll notice everything and make you laugh about it, which a really great songwriter does the same thing too. And my favorite lyricists, like Leonard Cohen, Bob Dylan, Paul Simon, they, Warren Zevon, they add comedy into their lyric, and so those types of people, I would liken to hanging out with a comedian. It's very different from, say, somebody that is an instrumental guitarist or something like that. That they're more focused on whether it's like a kinesthetic thing or like a physical thing or whatever it is. They're not quite doing the observational thing in the same way. So I just appreciate, my favorite thing to do is go out and laugh, especially because I can tend to be pretty analytical and be in my head. And so anything that just kind of lets me be in my heart and just enjoy life.
I think there's a photo of you with Dave Chappelle on stage. What was that about?
So right after Leonard Cohen passed away, the Comedy Store threw me a birthday party. It was this crazy lineup, and it was I'd play a song with my band, and then Jackson Brown sat in and sang a song, and then Dave Chappelle came up and said some jokes. It was one of my favorite nights ever. Yeah, it was cool. It was a very healing birthday party.
Yeah, there's something magical about that place.
Yeah,
really special.
Yeah, well, the mothership has some magic to it too. It's really cool. It's different, totally different vibe, but super awesome.
You said that Leonard Cohen is a songwriting inspiration of yours. I saw you perform the song Chelsea Hotel brilliantly on the internet. It's about, for people who don't know, his love affair with Janet Joplin. How does that song make you feel?
Great. I love that song.
Which aspect? Musically, the melancholy feeling, the hopeful feeling, the cocky feeling, all of it. Every single line is a different feeling to it, really.
Yeah, but as a whole piece, I appreciate it so much. I actually lived at the Chelsea Hotel, and when Leonard and I first met, that was one of the first things we talked about. Was I lived there where all that stuff went down. They tore it apart, and it's just a beautiful song.
What makes me sad the way it ends. I don't mean to suggest that I loved you the best. I can't keep track of each fallen robin. I remember you well in the Chelsea Hotel, that's all. I don't even think of you that often. That line, I don't even think of you that often, always breaks my heart for some reason. How ephemeral, how short lasting, certain love affairs can be. Just kind of huh.
Yeah.
Do you think he meant that? I always think he's trying to dismiss himself.
It could be both or either, I mean, that's the beautiful thing about poetry and lyric is that it's supposed to be open.
Yeah, I wonder if it's also open to him at the end of the day,
Definitely. I mean, the thing that he taught me, or his advice to me was when you're writing a song, look at it the next morning, just first thing, and read it. And then take a walk. Smoke a joint. Read it again. Go have a fight with your daughter. Come back. Read it again. Get drunk. Read it again. Wait a week. Read it again. Just so that, from every state and every position, the wider the lens is going to be from an audience perspective. You want things to mean multiple things.
So there's one line I read somewhere that he regrets putting in the song. So I've got to ask you about it. It's pretty edgy. It's about giving me head on the unmade bed.
Yeah.
I think that's a good line or bad line.
I think it's an amazing line. It's one of the best lines in the song.
Yeah, right?
When he put that song out, obviously he didn't regret it, or he wouldn't have put that lyric in the song. I think what happened was that eventually word got out, either from him or from somebody else, that the song was about Janis Joplin.
Yes.
And so at that point, he regretted the indiscretion. So it wasn't that he regretted how great the line was. It was just, the privacy factor. But then again, Leonard's known for rewriting his lyrics in his live shows. You'll see a bunch of songs where there's like new lyrics, and he didn't do it because he didn't like the old lyrics. He just did it because he could, because he's Leonard. And it's like, why not have fun with words the way musicians have fun, improvising solos on stage. And he could have changed that line in Chelsea Hotel after, in retrospect, and he never did.
I remember you well in the Chelsea Hotel. You were talking so brave and so sweet, giving me head on the unmade bed while the limousines wait in the street.
It's so powerful.
That's a powerful line. It just kind of shocks you.
Well, that's what's so great about it.
Yeah, but also heartbreaking because it doesn't last. Especially, actually, to me, it adds more meaning once you know it's Janis Joplin. It's like, okay, these two stars kind of collided for a time.
Yeah, but why is it heartbreaking? It could also be just beautiful that they have a little flame.
Yeah, everything's beautiful.
Thank you.
Even the dark stuff. What's not beautiful? Everything is beautiful if you look long enough and deeply enough. What were we saying? What do you think about Hallelujah? What do you think about the different songs it is? Why'd you choose Chelsea Hotel to perform?
Because I lived there, and it was like it meant something to me to sing that song. And actually, when I put that song out on YouTube, that's when he sent me an email. He's like, "Hey, you wanna come over?" And
this is how you guys connected.
No, we met in a rehearsal studio. I ended up watching their whole rehearsal and sitting there next to Roshi, his like 105-year-old monk, which was really great. I remember when I was like shaking his hand, so it was just me and Roshi on the couch watching Leonard with his band. He's shaking hands, and he grips my hand like this, but like doesn't let it go. And he said, "Where are you?" I said, "In the handshake."
Wow, passed the test.
Passed the Roshi test. And then what's funny was that the next thing that happened about 5 minutes later was Leonard Cohen got down on his knees and opened up a jar, I'm not kidding you, of caviar. This is not a callback.
Well, it is in a way.
I know.
In a deep, fundamental way.
He started feeding them up caviar. Yeah. And that healed my Montreux Jazz Festival sadness forever. The end.
Do you think there's a kind of like weird, like there's a sense of humor to it all somehow? Like why does that happen? Why does that happen? Why stuff like that happen? Or that the Jeff Bass speaks to you?
Why do we need to know?
Do you believe in that stuff?
In
like,
what stuff?
That there's a rhyme to the whole thing somehow. Like there's a frequency to which magical things of that nature can happen.
I'm divided about that answer because I think just things are flowing. I don't think anything's kind of like planned out.
Like through time, it's like an orchestra playing of different experiences and circumstances that are somehow connected.
I think everything's connected. So yes.
But predetermined means like
I don't believe in that predetermined stuff necessarily, which is different from whatever your previous karma is. And karma is a whole other kind of conversation. I don't mean karma as in like good karma, bad karma, just karma meaning the collection of things you've acquired over this lifetime or other lifetimes. Just whatever that is going to influence your future. So
you had a really interesting trajectory through life. Maybe I just read it that way because I've had a lot of stuff happen to me that's like lucky. Feels lucky. And sometimes I wonder, like, huh? Like, this is weird. It does feel like the universe just kind of throws stuff at you with a chuckle. I don't know, not you, but proverbially you won.
Yeah.
You said you sometimes watch classic movies to inspire your songwriting, and you mentioned watching Taxi Driver. I love that movie. And I think you mentioned that you wrote a love song based on that movie. So Travis Bickle, for people who don't know, is the taxi driver. and he's deeply lonely. What do you think about that kind of loneliness?
I think that loneliness is a product of feeling separate from the world and separate from others, and that the less you experience that separation, the less you'll feel lonely.
How often have you felt lonely in this way, separated from the rest of the world?
It's less and less every single year because I work very hard at it.
Feeling what, a part of the world?
Yeah, just meditating and studying scriptures. And
don't you think that, I mean, isn't there a fundamental loneliness that you experience? Just
in what sense?
That all the struggles, all the suffering you experience is really experienced by you alone?
Is it?
Maybe at the very bottom it's not.
It's kind of all the same stuff.
You didn't feel alone in 2016, 2017?
I felt like I lost a piece of myself that I had given to somebody else. And I feel like people feel that in romantic exchanges, whether it's long-term, short-term. You give a piece of yourself, and then if that person dies or you break up with that person, you feel like you've lost that piece of yourself, which I feel like is a very different experience than if you just are opening yourself rather than giving a piece of yourself. You're just opening yourself to somebody or something.
So opening is fundamentally not a lonely experience.
No, it's a loving experience.
And then losing a piece of yourself can be.
Yeah, because you can't lose a piece of yourself if you are the same self as every other self.
Right. So if you see yourself as together with everybody, then there's no losing.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful way to look at it. You said that there's something healing about being in an empty hotel room with no attachments except your suitcase. You know, a lot of people talk about hotel rooms being a fundamentally lonely experience, but you're saying it's
healing.
It's healing.
Yeah, because I just get to sit there and not worry about all this stuff. These meaningless attachments. I got my suitcase with my necessities, or my 3 suitcases sometimes, and I can just sit there and meditate and just be with myself, and it's so awesome. And usually, like, you plan your touring for, like, you kind of get the business aspect of things taken care of in advance, so you can kind of just really be flowing day to day on the tour. And it's a great feeling. It's funny because this last tour that I did, we didn't have hotels every night. We had hotels maybe like once a week. And I hadn't done that before. Usually I'm frequently in hotels, so I didn't get that space that I'm really used to getting.
You missed them.
I very much missed it and had to be very creative. And I ended up like going into the back lounge when everyone was asleep and like meditating back there, or like before everyone woke up. And I actually like joined. There was like an online meditation retreat that was happening. It was like 12 hours a day of silent meditations that happens once a year, and I love this particular group of people. And they knew I was on tour, so they're like, just join
baby.
when you
No
can.
way.
And so I was on the tour doing the meditation retreat at the same time. It was so fun. It was so fun because I was like in the back lounge, the boss is like moving around like this, my laptop, the Zoom is like, and I'm just like sitting and meditating. It was like, yeah, this is the shit.
Silence. So they're all connected to Zoom and just doing silent 12 hours a day.
Yeah.
That's cool.
These particular retreats that I started doing, it's not straight silent. There are, silent sits every hour for 50 minutes, and then there's some talks. And like these people that I've been working with are really cool because they're integrating spiral dynamics into Zen, and it's like the coolest combination.
What's spiral dynamics?
I like Ken Wilber, Ken Wilber. Integral theory.
Yes, can you explain a little bit? So I vaguely know of him because of kind of this notion that everything is one. Like everything's integrated, that every field has truths, falsehoods, and we should integrate the truths.
Yeah. It's hard to explain how it applies to this type of meditation because it's in the guided parts of the meditation that this whole like holonic theory is like brought in about like transcending and including every aspect of your being. Because he talks about like levels of development and like in consciousness and how like this applies to like every single religion or non-religion, that there are these levels of development and from that go all the way up to enlightenment. No matter what you start off with, it could be, Christianity, Buddhism, Vedanta, it doesn't matter, like anything. Then I like it when everything is and everyone is taken into account. It doesn't matter where you're coming from, that there's a way to be self-realized, self-actualized. There are self-actualized beings from all walks of life with very, very different paths. There's no one path. I mean, this particular retreat I do, there's like a lot of silent sits and then there's some guided meditations. But I've tried a lot of different avenues and they're all great. So I wouldn't just say, just try this one thing. Like I've studied like the Upanishads, like with Vedanta teachers and like gone through those texts for months and months and stayed at monasteries and like how they break it down makes total sense to my mind and heart. And like more importantly than my mind, like my inner knowing, like it resonates. That's
inner knowing.
Yeah, because like your mind is like the thinking tool. Like it's not you. You're not your mind. You're not your thoughts. You're not your body. So it's like just the you. Like that knowing that you have. That's kind of when something resonates there. That's usually when you go with something.
What was living in a monastery like?
Best.
What are we talking about? Like what?
It's just an empty room with like a tiny single bed, and a sheet and a pillow, and that's it.
That's it.
You have to eat the same thing as everyone.
What's the food like? What is it?
Very plain, cheap, basic food. Which is, funny for someone like me because I'm pretty particular about my diet.
Yeah, you brought over like 20 different ingredients.
Yeah.
So what was the day in the life of Tal at a monastery?
You wake up at 5 a.m. to the bell and you go and meditate like constantly till bedtime, other than 2 meals.
Well, how are you sitting? Are you in a group? Is there other people there?
Mm-hmm.
And you're just sitting there?
Well, if you're talking about the Zen monastery, because I stayed at the Zen monastery, and I did a thing with the guy I was telling you about, that kind of the integral Zen thing, where he uses Ken Wilber's work in combination with Zen. That's a little bit different because he does talks. We talk about things. And that's very separate from the monastery, like the Vedanta monasteries I've stayed at, which there's very little meditation in terms of sitting silently. Instead, we are meditating on the scriptures, like the Upanishads, and we're like diving into that.
What were the differences, the takeaways from the experiences? The two different, the integral one and the meditating on scriptures.
They're both have been incredibly helpful to me, because the Vedanta, anytime I go into my head about something, the answer is there based on this knowledge. And with the Zen monastery, it's like you just gotta put your butt in the seat, sit and wait, and maybe something will happen, maybe it won't, but just keep sitting. And it's very disciplined, and you go through a lot. Your body's purging a lot. There's a lot, and you don't necessarily have the answers as to what is happening. And so I think for somebody like me, I need both. I need to be in a place where there's complete uncertainty but complete discipline, and just doing the regimented thing. And then there's me that feels very satisfied from an analytical standpoint, understanding what's happening, like what is the gross and the subtle body, and like I want to understand these things about what it is to be a human. So I like them both.
Understand what it means to be a human. So that's like you having that patience and just sitting with yourself helps you do that.
Yes, more so like the analysis part.
Also, the analysis, the actual looking kind of.
But sitting with yourself, there's no better education of like facing every demon, and it's all going to come out, and it's not going to be pretty. But then there's things that happen on the other side of it that are so profound.
Have you met most of your demons?
I've met the demons that come out.
Oh, there might be more.
Who knows? Yeah.
Okay, well, so you continue. What, since I think I heard you say that you wrote a love song after Taxi Driver, what kind of love songs do you write more of? Broken. So you're a songwriter first, if people don't know. They might think you're primarily a bassist, but you're so do you write mostly broken heart ones, or like hopeful love songs, in love songs, about to be in love songs, soon to fall in love songs?
Well, the last album I put out is pretty self-explanatory as to what that is.
A lot of pain though.
There was, yeah. Some of it was storytelling. Some of it was real experience, and it's always like a combination of things. Like what I serve the song, so sometimes you use your own life experience to tell a song, and sometimes you may watch a movie and part of that script merges with your own experience, and that tells the right story for the point you're trying to make in the song. So it varies from song to song, like in terms of how like autobiographical it is.
Yeah, that was at the end of the Taxi Driver when her name Betsy, because Travis becomes a hero, she tries to get with him and he rejects her. Also, that's powerful.
My favorite love songs are the ones where you're not sure it's about romantic love or love of God or love of life or just pure love. Like I was thinking like if George Harrison writes songs like that, like What Is Life? Or like Bob Dylan's song that George Harrison covered, If Not For You.
Yeah, just grateful for his love. Yeah.
Right. That's kind of like what I'm experiencing now, and so who knows what will end up coming out. But
you've been writing this kind of.
Yeah, I've been writing. I don't have like an intention of like putting something out in any particular time frame, but I'm just writing and letting things flow. And yeah, I love there's like a bunch of like Leonard Cohen songs too, where you're like, there's so many ways to interpret this song, and there's so many ways. I just love songs that aren't like so like specifically about one thing.
You know, I really love the song to play it, to listen to Wonderful Tonight by Eric Clapton, and I thought it was pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
And then I had a conversation with Eric Weinstein, who's a mutual friend of ours, and he told me it's not about what I thought it's about.
Oh yeah? What did he say?
It's a more complicated story. It's actually a man. So Wonderful Tonight is a story about a man being just finding his wife beautiful and appreciating it throughout. But he said it was actually a man missing his wife. He's imagining that she's lost because of the decisions he's made in his life. So it's pain. And he had a long, beautiful Eric Weinstein-like explanation of why. Have you and Eric played music?
No, we just hung out and had very long conversations about everything.
He's a bit of a musician, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. You picked up the guitar when you were 14. Let's go back. And one interesting thing that just jumped out at me is you said you learned how to practice in your head because you only had 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Your parents would only let you practice for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I read somewhere that Coltrane did the same. He was not the practice part, but he was able to play instruments in his head as a way to like think through different lines, different musical thoughts, that kind of stuff. And just maybe can you tell the story of that?
Yeah, I just grew up in a environment that was focused on academia, and I fell in love with guitar and really just wanted the focus to be that. So my limit was 30 minutes a day for, I don't even remember how many times a week. Might have been every day or 5 days a week, whatever.
Your parents didn't want you to play more than that.
No. And so I just learned how to visualize the fretboard in my head, and I practiced all day in my head. It's kind of like, you know, the Queen's Gambit, the TV show with Anya Taylor-Joy. She just like sits it on the ceiling. I used to do it with the fretboard. Yeah, just practice. And I actually recommend it to every musician because if you're just practicing here, you don't know what is more dominant necessarily. Is it this or is it motor skills? If you just take that away and do it here, you know you've got it. So I'm glad that that happened and that I learned how to do that. And in terms of like learning fast, because like I had to like learn how to, I had to try to absorb a lot of information in a short amount of time when I did have the instrument. I kind of would like do things in bursts, like even in that half an hour, I would just go like play for a couple minutes and then I'd stop for like a minute. And then I'd do it again and I noticed there was like a huge difference between the first time and the second time, whereas if I just kept repeating stuff, it would be like much slower.
Well, what did you do in that minute?
Just hang out.
Just integrate? Like,
yeah, just like my brain, it's like my brain was telling me like, chill out for a sec, that's enough information, let me take a second to integrate that. That's what, at least what it felt like to me. And the most hilarious thing happened a couple months ago. I know you're friends with Andrew Rubin. So he put out some clip, which was a part of one of his podcasts about learning. And he said that there was some research done on learning fast, and that if you practice something for, you know, a minute or so, and then you let your brain rest for 30 seconds or a minute, that in that 30 seconds or a minute, your brain does the repetition 20 to 30 times faster and in reverse. And I was like, whoa, that's so cool, because that's what I used to do when I was a kid. Like, now there's science that proves that, which is really cool for, you know, for musicians to know that that's a good way to practice efficiently. Because, you know, like some musicians, they're like practicing for 6, 7, 8 hours a day. I've never done that. I've never practiced more than an hour a day, even now. Like, I've just that's my technique, and it works.
Are you also practicing in your head sometimes?
Now I'm not practicing as much. I'm more always writing songs in my head, so that's why I like silence. That's why I love being in an empty hotel room and being alone. Or, you know, songs come to me while I'm showering or walking around doing the dishes. Or occasionally when I'm hanging out with friends or like comedians and people just like say shit, and I'll be like, that's a cool line. Just like jot it down on my phone.
It's not always musical, it's just sometimes lyrical.
It's more lyrical than musical now. Because it's like, for me, it's like, well, there's so much music in the world. If I'm going to write a song, I want the song to be about something interesting. And so, yeah, the words matter to me.
Yeah, and the right word can have so much power. It's crazy. Like we said, Leonard Cohen. And then they're often simple. The really powerful ones are simple.
Like you, when you mentioned Hallelujah, you know, he wrote like 80 verses to Hallelujah before he narrowed it down to like 4. And it took him like 15, 20 years to write that song. So some writers will do that, like, and then other writers just vomit it out, and it's beautiful. Like I've heard that Bob Dylan or Joni Mitchell, they're fast writers that just kind of comes out.
That makes me feel so good to know Leonard Cohen wrote so many verses of that. Like that was so deliberately crafted,
Yeah.
extensively, rigorously crafted.
He just would spend months and years constantly refining.
You got songs like that for yourself? Or you
Yeah,
refined for many years?
it's song dependent. Some just flow out and it's like, oh, there it is. Everything's there. And then other songs, it's like you might have started up with music and there's some words that come out and then trying to fill in the rest of the words. Sometimes it can be like a square peg in a round hole, and other times it's like, oh no, I can, it depends. Sometimes it becomes like a math problem, and hopefully it doesn't. Because you just want to say what's right for the song. And usually when you write it all together, like the lyric and the melody and the chords and everything's kind of developing at once, at least for the first draft, that's very, very helpful. Like Sondheim used to write like that, just like he wouldn't move on until like he would just go this way. Whereas for me, it's just like I'll just go with what seems to be coming naturally, and I'll just let it be what it is, and then you come back and you say, okay, well, what do I have to do to this now? Like, what's needed?
Just to look on the learning process, what would you recommend for young musicians and how to get good? What are the different paths a person can take to understand it deeply enough to create something special?
I think first and foremost, understanding why you are playing music. If it's because you have something that you're trying to express, or that you're just in love with expression itself, with art itself, those are great reasons to start this journey.
The why should be.
I think the why is really important because it's a jagged lifestyle, and there's a lot in it. And so if you don't have your purpose, if you're not centered in your purpose, then all that jagged lifestyle is probably going to get to you.
Jagged?
It's jagged. Yeah, it's jagged. It's all over the place. It's uncertain. It's one thing one moment and a completely different thing another moment. You never know what's going to happen. And if you thrive on variety, which I love variety, then it's perfect. But also, every human being needs a certain amount of certainty and structure. And so the certainty can come from your inner knowing that you're doing exactly what you want to be doing, and knowing what your purpose is in doing it, in this expression. Otherwise, you're just kind of like a leaf blowing in the wind.
Like in the early days, when I just play clubs, seems like tough.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of like the physical labor aspect of it is really hard. Playing on stage to 2 people or 2,000 or 20,000, that doesn't make a difference. I mean, it makes a difference to the ticket sales, which informs what level of luxury you might have on the road or not. But other than that, it's just people there listening to music. The music doesn't change.
Does it make it tough when it's 2 people versus 200?
No.
So even if nobody recognizes whatever the thing you're doing?
No, because the idea is to be doing, like having a great conversation on stage.
The audience can come and go?
Yeah. I mean, I always like there's certain points in shows where I'm just like, I consciously like, oh yes, there's an audience over there. Because I'm so like wrapped up in whatever's happening on stage.
You forget yourself.
Maybe I remember it.
Oh wow. Damn. Call back somehow. Feels like one. Okay. You think every instrument is its own journey? You play guitar, you play bass, you sing. Just the mastery of an instrument, or let's avoid the word mastery. The understanding of an instrument is its own thing, or are they somehow like physical manifestations of the same thing?
Both. Like every instrument has its strengths, beauty, limitations, range, like possible range that can, be extended to some degree or another, depending on who you are. Like trumpet or something, like some people can hit higher notes than others, blah, blah, blah. But that being said, we're all playing the same 12 or 24, or however you divide the octave, that many notes, we're all playing the same notes. So in that sense, it's all the same thing. It's just music, or better yet, it's just art or expression. But yeah, every instrument has, you got to go through the physical aspects of it, the motor skills and all that, and hopefully you get through that really quickly so you can get to the expression quickly. Because if you get stuck in just that first phase, it'd be really boring.
Yeah, but that's a big long phase. The technical skill required to really play an instrument.
For some people, it's a long thing, and some people it's short. It very, very much varies. It might have to do with like how you learn, and getting to know like your strengths in learning. And more oral, or more like, is it more like just like what's your strength, and playing off of those strengths. So for me, like it was like I was saying earlier, it was just an intuitive thing that I knew I can feel when my brain is full, like that it needs processing time. And so I listen to that. I don't push past it. Even if it's like 1 minute and I do something, I'm like, okay, silence. And then I come back in, and I trust that it's going to be there. It is there. So just trusting yourself, I think, is really important. Trusting that you know you better than anybody else is going to know you. So that's the kind of thing with teachers that can be either really, really helpful and great, or really not great. Like I'm primarily self-taught. I've had amazing mentors of all walks of life, and I think I'm unbelievably blessed that my mentors are some of my favorite musicians on earth, whether it's Leonard Cohen or Jeff Beck or Wayne Shorter, whoever these people are, like they are my favorite musicians. So not everyone has that opportunity, but what the opportunity that we have now that I didn't have when I was starting is that everything's on YouTube. Like every interview with every genius, like you don't need to necessarily have these people in person now. I mean and then I'll say to that, yes and no. I agree with myself, and then I don't agree with myself. And the reason is I do believe that there is something that happens when you're in person with a master. In some cases, that there is something transferred that is not intellectual, it's not spoken, it's something else that happens, that can happen, and that I've experienced. And I really value that.
And I think that applies to specific disciplines and also generally. Like I've been around Olympic gold medalists just to hang out with them for several days. And there's something about greatness. There's a way about them that kind of permeates space around them. You kind of learn something from it, even if you don't practice that particular discipline.
Yeah.
There's something to it. You're able to see it. I also like what you said about the playing stuff in your head, that it forces you to not be lost in the physical learning of the instrument. I think that's one of the things I probably regret a little bit. So I play both piano and guitar, and I've become quite, over the years, technically proficient at the instruments. But I think my mind is underdeveloped because of that. Meaning, like, I can't really... I can feel the music when it's created, but I can't create out of the feeling. I haven't practiced the projecting the feeling onto the music, you know what I mean? And I'm not like a musician. I'm just... It's a different muscle. I think it's... If you really want to create beautiful things, you have to... The creation happens here, not...
I think it's more here.
Or whichever. It's some part of the body, but it's not with your fingers.
Yeah, because I think the fingers is more this.
Sure.
And then...
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's just nice that you said that, because it's probably really good advice if you want to create.
Yeah,
Come on, baby.
Down. It's really great too.
What?
When you slow it down.
Slowing everything down. It could be you know, I can play something really fast, but I may want to practice. Like,
Go slow as possible.
because there's all these micro movements and that are happening that if you just go, like, you can't pay as close attention to the exact tone that you're pulling from each note. And there's a lot to pay attention to how my fingers are touching the string here. Like, I can change my tone a million ways just by the direction of this finger. And same with how this lands and how hard I'm attacking the string. And with what intention am I hitting the string? Emotionally, physically. And so even if you can go blah, 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 play that so slow. See how locked into a pocket you can be. See how you like feel every aspect of that, because then when it gets sped up, it's still there with you. Yeah.
That's brilliant.
It's kind of like the transcended and included thing that Ken Wilber talks about. Like, it's like,
And I guess that's what meditation can do for you, is to like really listen to, like, observe every aspect of your body, the breath, and all this. Here you're observing every element, like every super detailed element of playing a single note.
yeah,
It's cool that if you speed it up, it's still there with you.
it is. Yeah, it is. Because I hear there are some people that they play really fast, but I don't hear the fullness of tone always. And it's like, well, it's probably because maybe it's because they didn't slow it down and really sit with each note and let it like resonate through their whole being. It's spiritual. It's like a spiritual expression. It's not just like, you know, it's not a sport. A lot of people treat music like a sport.
Yeah. So starting to learn more like Stevie Ray Vaughan versus Jimi Hendrix. I would spend quite a long time on single notes and just bending, just listening. What you can do with bend. Just thinking like people like B.B. King and all these blues musicians that spend a career just making a single note cry.
Yeah.
There's like an art form to that.
Yeah.
And I think you putting it, like taking it really slow, didn't really thought of. It's a really good idea. Like really slow it down.
It's the same with like sitting with your own emotions. It's like when emotions are overwhelming to us, we get real busy. We move real fast. It's like we don't want to feel our feelings. Those are the moments to slow yourself down.
And observe it. Anger, jealousy.
And just be with it. Just be with it. Be cool with it. Like love it. Love the anger.
It's all beautiful. Can you educate me on the difference between bass?
Bass and bass? Okay, well, one is a fish.
At least I pronounced it correctly. That's good. It's all about
You pronounce my name.
tall.
Wow. Most people say towel
Yeah.
or tall. You said
Tall. Who says tall?
like so many people.
In the South, maybe.
I don't know, but the fact that you
Oh, honey, tall.
get extra points.
Oh, I didn't know this was a game. Am I winning?
Yeah.
I like winning. How do you play the bass? What's the difference between fingerstyle and slap?
Slap is like this, fingerstyles like this.
You ever play bass and pick?
Yeah, sometimes.
I'm not accusing you.
No accusation taken.
I don't know if this is something in pop sector.
That would be pretty hilarious if I was sensitive about bass techniques, but like not about like love.
It just looks so cool, like slapping, and I don't understand what that's about. Like that thumb thing.
Yeah, I slap less, a lot less, almost never actually. It has a very distinctive sound and does a very distinctive thing to a song that is not something I hear needed very often in music today.
Yeah.
But in certain styles, like funk, it sounds awesome and it makes sense. It was something that was a bit overused at one point. For instance, like my mentor Anthony Jackson, he refused to slap. Like he actually said, "If you want me to slap, I'll leave this gig." So I'm not like that.
See, that's why I said. See, I was like reading into it
Because he's
I was feeling the spiritual energy of the sensitivity of the top
Jackson.
of Anthony Jackson.
And then, I mean, I'm playing electric bass, so generally speaking, you don't particularly want to hear electric bass on straight ahead jazz anyway. You want to hear an upright bass. But if I was to play jazz on an electric bass, I might even kind of calm you. You know, like instead of going like, I might go very. Anything to kind of make the notes shorter and less resonant and like kind of fade away because the upright does that naturally. And I have like a different bass, like a hollow body harmony that sounds closer to an upright that I'll use in certain, like on my song Under the Sun that I put out, that was on a harmony bass and it has like kind of an upright acoustic kind of tone to it, but with more sustain.
And is jazz fusion the style where you have like electric bass?
Again, you can have both. You can have both on. You can have either on anything. There's no like real rules.
I've heard you say something interesting, which is well, a lot of things you say is interesting. But
just one thing.
Just that.
And it's what time you're leaving.
What time was that again?
3 minutes.
That it's maybe easier sometimes to define a musical genre by the don'ts than do's. The don'ts and the do's. What are the don'ts of jazz and rock? What are the don'ts of jazz fusion? What are the don'ts? In any domain of life, what are the don'ts?
The don'ts is just to please leave your fear at the door. And do's is to be open to anything. And open your ears. Respond to what's happening now. I think that quote you're talking about might have been more about an individual musician's unique sound. Because everyone has their sound. If they've developed their voice and they've listened to their own aesthetic preferences, of which everyone is slightly different, everyone has slightly different likes and dislikes, then you'll have a unique sound on your instrument, and your unique sound is defined more by the choices you make rather than, I mean, it's equally defined by the choices you make, the choices you don't make. I mean, it's the flip side of the same coin, really.
Yeah, there's certain musicians you can just tell it's them. Just you hear a few notes and you're like, okay, it's them. Tone, sometimes it's tone, sometimes it's the way that they play rhythm.
Yeah, it might, that quote you're talking about might even have to do with someone's like real limitations on an instrument, but then that would define their sound as things that they actually can't do, versus like what you're choosing to do versus not choosing to do, which is that it's like flip side of the same coin thing.
How many fingers you play with? It seems like a lot of the greatest musicians aren't technically like perfect. The imperfections is the thing that makes them unique, and where a lot of the creativity comes from. I mean, Hendrix had a lot of those things. The way he put like a thumb over the top.
Well, his hands were huge. There was no other place for the thumbs to go, and it was great that he could reach, the E string, and that was an advantage.
And he was a lefty playing the right and a guitar.
Yeah.
Flipped, I guess.
Yeah.
That's weird. That probably doesn't have much of an effect. Maybe a spiritual one. I don't know.
Well, actually, flipping a guitar is different. It does, bring out something different in you, because I've done it, like flipped it. It's like, oh wow, yeah, it's really different. I remember talking to my osteopath about because there's so much weight on this shoulder while I'm playing all the time, and they were saying well, just after shows, just literally just turn it upside down, do the exact same thing the opposite way. It'll even out your body, and it's good advice.
Have you actually tried it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. I'll write that down. All right. Well, do you know a guy named Davey504?
I've heard of him.
I recently learned of him. He's a YouTuber and a bass player. He's amazing. He combines memes and also just these brilliant bass compositions. And says slap like a lot. He's big into slapping. He's the one that kind of you realize this is a thing. Okay. And he also said that you're one of the best, not the best bassists in the world. There was a bunch of his fans that wrote in, and he analyzed the Jeff Beck thing that we watched at Crossroads. It's one of the greatest solos ever, bass solos ever. So shout out to him. What does that make you feel like? You're the greatest of all time. Chocolate, is that your favorite?
I like macadamia nut. Like if you really want to get into it, with like white chocolate.
Yeah, that's a rare one. People to say it's the favorite.
Chocolate chip is just so easy. You kind of get it anyway.
Yeah. Last thing you want to be is easy in this world. You don't want to be easy. You said that I love rock and roll, quote, I love folk, I love jazz, I love Indian classical music. I really love all kinds of music as long as it's authentic and from the heart. So when you play rock versus jazz, you played all kinds of music. What's the difference technically, musically, spiritually for you?
Well, there's no spiritual difference.
Okay. All right. Cross that off the list.
But, well, musically, yeah, it's kind of like what we were saying earlier. It's like each genre has its language of what makes it that genre. And that would be a good thing to say it's defined by the do's and don'ts. Because, yeah, it's like, I'm trying to think. Basically, I put the song first, and I think of the song as the melody, the lyrics, and then the harmony, and obviously the groove.
So the song goes before the genre, in a sense. Each song is like its own thing.
They're both things that are held in my mind. Like, okay, genre, and then song, which is comprised of those basic, elements. And I tend to kind of prioritize lyric because somebody is trying to express something over music. And so that lyric is very, very important. And so then the choices come from there. It's like, okay, within the genre of X, this is the typical language. And then how do I best serve this lyric? And then where else can I pull from that might not be in these two bags that would put a little twist on it? So those are all the kinds of things I might be thinking about. But I don't like twists for the sake of twists either. I like twists because I want to hear something that might be fresh. But when someone does something just to be hip, it's annoying to me. I think you can hear the difference. It's like when people they write in odd time signatures, or they write all these riffs just because they can, just because they have the chops to do it, or they know how to play in 11/16 and whatever. It's like, but if it's not actually creating a piece of music that's going to move somebody, then why are you doing it? And so I think a lot of the questions I'm asking myself when I'm approaching a song are mainly philosophical and aesthetic.
So you like to stand on the edge of the cliff, not for the thrill of it, but because that's where you find something new, potential.
Yeah. And it's thrilling.
But you're not doing it just for the thrill.
I'm not doing it for the thrill. It just happens to be thrilling. Because you can always reel it back in.
Can you?
Yeah, you can. You can do a totally disciplined. I can go into a session and my favorite thing about going into a session with musicians that I adore is that we don't hear the demo. Because if you hear a demo, you're hearing what the producer or songwriter have already imagined that every instrument is playing. And then it's like, well, I've already heard what you want. Now part of my mind is focused on what I already know you want and what the destination is going to be. Why did you bring me in here? I want to not hear it. I just want you to sit at a piano and sing the song. I want to hear the chords and the lyric, and I want to sit in an acoustic guitar, play it, and let's all go in the room. And then take one. I would say 80% of the time, take one has the most gold. and there might be like a mistake or two, or someone forgot to go to the D section, and you might want to like punch that in so that you're hitting the right chord. But all the magic is in that tape. And then sometimes it happens where it's like you go, it's like we're rehearsing and take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you're like thinking about it too much, and then you go and you have a dinner, and you come back, and the next take one after dinner is the one. Like it's usually after there's some sort of a break. But obviously there's exceptions to that rule. Sometimes it's take 2, 3.
Yeah, you said that this is something that surprised you about recording Prince, is that he would just so much of it would be take 1. So quick, it would just move so quickly.
Yeah, well, with that particular album that we made together, it's called Welcome to America. He called me up and asked me, he said, I want to make a band with you. I'm like really inspired by what you're doing with Jeff Beck. I want to make a trio. Do you like the drum rolls of Jack DeJohnette? Was like his first question to me. I'm like, well, yeah, who doesn't? Who doesn't like Jack DeJohnette? Like the greatest of all time. And he says, well, you know, sounds like, because we had a discussion about drumming, sounds like you're kind of particular about drummers. So why don't you find us the drummer, and I'll trust you. Find the drummer. You can audition to people. Send me some recordings, and maybe your 2 favorites, and I'll pick out of the 2 or something. So I did that. Went on a journey. Found a couple guys. He picked the one. We went in, and he basically just would be like, okay, so the A section is going to go like this, and then the B section, I think we're going to go to G and and then the bridge, I might go to B flat, but maybe I'll hold off and okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we recorded it to tape. There was no punch. He did not want me to punch anything. Like it was like, and there was one song called Same Page, Different Book. And he like talked through it just like he did. And then he had me soloing between each phrase, like little fills. Like I didn't know that was going to come up, and he loved that. He loved to have me on the edge of my seat, like falling off the cliff. That was my first like real like falling off the cliff moment from somebody else holding me at the edge of the cliff. You know what I mean? Now I just do it on my own because it's so fun and makes sense. It's the best thing for the music.
We say punch the tape. Is that when you actually recorded?
Like if you record to tape and there's like say like you hit a bum note, like to punch in means to like fix that note. Like we record over that one little area and punch that note in. He didn't want that. He's like, well, my favorite records just like whatever happened. That's that moment in time. Let's make a new moment in time. It's great. Nobody makes records like that anymore. Everyone wants to edit and re-record this and that. And unfortunately, with a lot of music, and I'm not saying all music because there's plenty of great music coming out, but there's the danger of it being flat because every little imperfection is digitally removed.
Well, that's one of the promising things about AI is because it can be so perfect that the thing will actually come back to and value about music is the imperfections that humans can create.
Yeah.
There'll be a greater valuation of imperfections.
Yeah. I mean, you can kind of program imperfections too.
Yeah, sure. That's also very sad. But then you get closer and closer to what it needs to be human. And maybe there'll be AIs among us. They'll be human, flawed like the rest of us. Mortal and silly at times.
Another big sigh.
Is it fair to say that you're very melodic on bass? Like you make the bass sing more than people normally do?
Is that a compliment?
Yes, I think so.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next question. I mean, as by way of understanding, it's just there's something about the way you play bass that just kind of pulls you in. The way you listen to somebody play a guitar, like a guitar solo.
The thing I love about Jeff Beck is that he played the guitar like a singer, and I think that the way that Wayne Shorter played his saxophone, like a singer, and I think every musician aspires to just sound like a singer.
They make it sing. Let me ask you about, just come back to Hendrix, because you said that you had 3 CDs, Jimi Hendrix, Herbie Hancock, and Rage Against the Machine. First of all, great combination. A big Rage fan.
It's so funny because like when I listen to some of the I create like my solo music, I'm like, I could see how this is a combination of Herbie Hancock, Rage Against the Machine, and Jimi Hendrix. Like I hear the influences. It's funny.
Just from your musician perspective, what's interesting to you about, what really stands out to you about Hendrix? I just would love to hear like a real professional musician's opinion of Hendrix.
I love that he is 2 voices combined into 1 voice. So it's like there is this voice on the guitar, and there is his singing voice, and there is the combination of the 2 that make 1 voice. And of course, the third element is his songwriting. And all of this have this beautiful chemistry and all work geniusly, perfectly together. And there's nothing like it. And you know, he always beat himself up about being a singer and like his voice, but it's like my favorite singers are singers that don't sound like singers.
Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan.
You like Bob Dylan?
I love Bob Dylan.
You love his voice, though.
I love his voice.
Can you explain your love affair with Bob Dylan's voice?
He's expressing his lyrics. It's just pure expression. Exactly what he means. I feel everything that he's saying with 100% authenticity. Yeah, that's what I want to hear from a singer. I don't care how many runs you can do and blah, 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 like, I want to believe what you're saying.
Let it go like that.
There's countless, like Neil Young. I mean, there's so many musicians. I love Elliott Smith for that reason.
Let me ask you about mentorship. You said teachers and mentors. You had mentors. What's a good mentor for you? Harsh or supportive? Supportive. You see Whiplash, the movie? So that guy, somebody screaming at you, like kicking you off the cliff.
Not necessarily. I feel like anybody that's truly passionate about something that they want to be great at or a master of, this and that, they've already got that person inside their own head. You don't need somebody else to do that for you. I think you need love, acceptance, guidance, support, time, advice if you ask for it. Just a space, just a nice open space. All my mentors were just that for me. They didn't tell me to do anything. They didn't care. Like, because they're not. Why do they need to be invested in where I'm going? Only I know where I'm going. So for some mentor to come and be like, this is what you need to be doing and practice this, it's like, but why? What if that's not my path? That might be your path. So I'm not really, again, otherwise it feels like a sport. Like, who can run the fastest race? It's like, well, okay, well, I get that for sport. Maybe it makes sense to have someone a bit more hardcore, but still, like, I would say athletes have the same mentality. They've got that in them already too. Like, so I think more like a strategic approach to mentorship works really well, and mainly just having an open space and just being available to someone.
And kind of show that they see the special in you.
Yeah,
and they give you the room to develop that special whatever.
Exactly, because if you do have that harsh critic inside you, it's like it is nice to have somebody that isn't like your family or someone that's not obligated in any way, that just sees your talent and they're like, yeah, I dig what you're doing, keep doing it.
Yeah, it's funny that that's not always easy to come by.
Do you have any mentors?
I've had a few recently, but for most of my life, people didn't really. You know, I'm very much like that too. When somebody just pat me on the back and say like they see something of value. Yeah, they didn't really have that. So.
Do you wish you did?
Yeah. But maybe the wishing that I did is the thing that made me who I am. not having it, the longing for that. Maybe that's the thing that helped me develop a constant sense of longing, which I think is a way of, because I have that engine, it really allows me to deeply appreciate every single moment, everything that's given to me. So like, just an eternal gratitude. So you never know which are the bad parts and the good parts. So if you remove one thing, it might be the whole thing might collapse. I suppose I'm grateful for the whole thing. That one note you screwed up so many years ago. That might have been essential.
Because you do jujitsu.
Yes.
So like,
Do you?
my dad does.
Yeah.
My dad's super into it. I love my dad. He goes. But no, I couldn't do it. He's a blue belt right now.
Nice.
Great.
You ever been on the mat?
Not yet, but I plan on.
Do.
What belt are you?
Black belt.
Sick. Do you want to go with
Yeah, right. You got the shit talking part of jiu-jitsu down. You just have to do the technique.
But like for that, like for instance, like do you need a harsh mentor or teacher or?
Yeah, but like you said it really beautifully. To me, I agree. There's a difference between sport and art.
Yeah,
they overlap. There's for sure, but there's something about sport where like perfection is actually like perfection is really the thing you really want to get to. The technical perfection. With art, it feels like technical perfection is almost a way to get lost on the path to whatever, something unique. So, but yeah, with sport, I want one of the kind of athletes that wants to have like a dictatorial coach.
Yeah.
Somebody that like helps me really push myself.
But you're the one that's kind of dictating how hard you're getting pushed in a way. Like you're choosing your mentor. Like that Whiplash video is like, he didn't ask for that. You know?
Wait, you might.
Well, maybe subconsciously.
I mean,
it's a movie.
Next, you're gonna tell me they're just actors. I mean, but how do we choose things? You don't always choose, but you kind of maybe subconsciously choose. And some of it, like some of the great Olympic athletes I've interacted with, their parents for many years would force them to go to practice until they discovered the beauty of the thing that they were doing, and then they loved it.
Yeah.
So like, at which point does something that looks like abuse become like a gift? It's weird. It's all very weird. For you, support and space to discover the things, the voice, the music.
Yeah, that's my personal choice because I'm very familiar with the inner critic and I can bring her out at any point. I don't need help with that.
Oh, so you do have?
Yeah, she was on overdrive. That's why now I had to work on that so much.
Yeah, you have a really happy way about you right now. They're very sudden. Can I ask you about Bruce Springsteen?
Yeah, sure.
A lot of songs of his I listen to make me feel this melancholy feeling. That's Bruce Springsteen. But Bruce does a lot. What is that about something that arouses a kind of sad feeling or longing feeling or feeling? What is that? What is that about us humans on the receiving end of the music?
Frequencies, each frequency does elicit a different kind of emotional response. That is real.
You mean like on the physics aspect?
Yeah, physical level. So there is that. Combined with the right kind of lyric, the right kind of melody, of the right kind of chord, will elicit a very particular kind of emotion. And it is scientific. It can be analyzed. I don't particularly want to analyze it because I don't want to approach things with that in advance. I don't want it to inform where I'm going. I like the feeling to lead me naturally to where I'm writing. But yeah, there's a real chemical element to that. And then also, like I was saying, like the lyric, what it means to you. Which poetry is supposed to mean something to everybody, like different. It's not supposed to mean one thing. Like it's not analyzing them. This is what this poet meant.
Yeah.
And like we were talking about with Leonard earlier, it's like the broader you can leave the lyric, the better. You can appeal to people in so many different ways. And even to the songwriter. Like I'll sing some of my songs from 5 years ago and I'll be like, oh, I didn't even think that it could have meant that. But I guess it does. That's funny. I like just giggle on stage suddenly. A lyric will hit me differently from a different new experience or something.
Have you ever cried with this song?
Of course. Weep like a baby in a bathtub.
What was a regular go-to then? Leonard. Yeah. Hallelujah is a song that consistently makes me feel something.
It's holy. His work is holy. And if you were in his presence, I guess there was a lot to that being.
What advice would you give to young folks on how to have a life they can be proud of?
Just tackle the demons as early as possible, whether it's through your art or through meditation or through whatever it means. Diaries, whatever it is. Just walk towards the things that are scary. Because if you don't, they'll just expand. They become bigger. If you avoid the demons, they become bigger.
What does that mean for you today? Are you still missing Jeff?
I'll always miss Jeff. But I don't feel like a piece of me is missing. And same with Leonard. It's that I did give them a piece of myself, and maybe they gave me a piece of them that I hold with me and I cherish. But it doesn't feel like I'm less than, or they're less than, or anything's less than. Just you learn to appreciate the impermanence of everything in life. Impermanence of everything except for consciousness, I guess you could say, is the only thing that is permanent. So everything else, you learn to appreciate that impermanence because the limited amount of time that, like, in this particular body it's enticing, kind of gives you like a time limit, which is cool. I like that.
Do you come to accept your own?
Yeah, like it's cool that I'm like, okay, I got this amount of time, who knows? But like, but if I died today, I'd be really happy with my life. It's not like I'm like, oh, I missed out on this and that.
So you really want to make sure that every day could be your last day and you're happy with that.
I've always been that way. Yeah, I felt this way since I was in my early 20s. I'd be like, yeah, I could die today. Sure. I don't want to die. I have no reason to die. But if I did, I know that I, put my everything, all my effort, and all my passion, all my love into whatever I've already done. So if my time's up, then my time's up.
What role does love play in something in the human condition?
Well, love is everything. I mean, if you define love, if you're talking about love as in romantic love or paternal or maternal love, or if you're talking about love as in, in an Eastern tradition, like Vedanta, for instance, love is consciousness. Love is everything.
That's the only permanent thing.
Yeah. Or if you were to come from a Zen or like a Buddhist perspective, they would say nothingness, like emptiness is versus fullness.
Well, those guys are really obsessed with the whole suffering thing and letting go of it.
Yeah.
Well, I was wondering if you would do me the honor of playing a song.
A suffering song or a suffering song?
I think I love a suffering song.
Do you want a sound check? Let me turn that on.
Sound check. 1, 2. Yeah, it sounds really good.
I count down.
Yeah. I don't know how to count somebody off. Where do I start? At 9, 3, 2, 1.
There you got it. 1, 2.
1, 2.
I call out to the ocean. My tears fall into the sea. For the vows that have been broken across the dunes of time repeatedly, like a knight in battered armor. I lay my sword upon the ground, 'cause I can't keep fighting these same battles. What has been lost and has been found. It's hard to feel things changing after all's been said and done. We spend our lives rearranging everything under the sun. I walk the same road to work each Monday. Every step tears at my heel. I sleep not to dream, but to forget on Sunday. The spoke just turning with the wind. It's hard to feel things changing after all's been said and done. We spend our lives rearranging everything under the sun, reaching for the sky, feet buried in the ground, looking for some way out of the circle spinning round. My eyes on the horizon, seeking out the light. But don't let me be lost forever in time. 'Cause it's hard to feel things changing after all's been said and done. We spend our lives rearranging everything under the sun. Under the sun.
Oh, you're amazing. That was amazing, Tom. Thank you so much. Try turning it to 11.
Can you see it from the headphones? Like a story?
You know those arguments you have with your friends in the group chat or shop about the best year, best support, best info on something. Now makes up one of your budgets left your video.
You're such a professional.
Not only played music games best, has a backstory to have.
I should produce you next week.
Please.
A new podcast is called Go, GOTE. Greatest of the year. I'm Trevon Evans. Join the discussion with me, Sevens, and special guests. We'll break down what the greatest of the year and all the categories that you care about, like flex shooter,
Love, don't rescue me.
greatest of their year.
I've got nowhere better I wanna be. I wanna be held, but not beholden. Standing my ground with one eye open. This fight doesn't quite add up. Love, I thought you were free, but now I'm on the hook for all you've given me. Doesn't matter what I say or think or do. You see what you see, the lens you're looking through. This fight keeps me tied to the worst in me, and it's killing me. Killing me.
Before we start analyzing verbs with husbands, nationally televised speech yesterday, Jennifer Newsom.
Love, I'm losing my voice. You led me to believe I had a choice. But let's pause, retract our plans. You could take my side while I take yours. This fight keeps me tied to the worst of me, and it's killing me. Killing me.
She was seen at this shopping complex one Beverly Hills. And she was out with a bodyguard. But she was wearing $500 Common Project sneakers.
Love, come rescue me. I've got nowhere better I wanna be. This fight keeps me tied to the worst in me, and it's killing me. Killing me. Killing me. Killing me.
The first partner did not have a spot treatment yesterday. Came over in the first thing. The first partner
Well, there's no one else I'd rather be right now. Tal, thank you for this. Thank you for the private concert. You're amazing. You really are amazing. And it was a pleasure to meet you. Really a pleasure to talk to you.
Do I get a private concert now if you're playing chess with yourself?
Yeah. We were out of time, so we gotta go. Thanks for listening to this conversation. Tal, Wilkenthal. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words by Angelou. Music was my refuge. I could crawl into the spaces between the notes and curl my back in loneliness. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
Donald Trump, without consulting California law enforcement leaders, commandeered 200,000 United States National Guard members.
The following is a conversation with Guillaume Verdun, the man behind the previously anonymous account based about Jesus on X. These two identities were merged by a doxing article in Forbes titled "Who is based Beth Jesus, the leader of the tech elites EAC?" So let me describe these two identities that coexist in the mind of one human. Identity number one, Guillaume, is a physicist, applied mathematician, quantum machine learning researcher and engineer, receiving his PhD in quantum machine learning, working at Google, quantum computing, and finally launching his own company called Restream that seeks to build physics-based computing hardware for generative AI. Identity number two, Beth Jesus, on X, is the creator of the Effective Acceleration Movement, often abbreviated as EAC, that advocates for propelling rapid technological progress as the ethically optimal course of action for humanity. For example, its proponents believe that progress in AI is a great social equalizer, which should be pushed forward. EAC followers see themselves as a counterweight to the cautious view that AI is highly unpredictable, potentially dangerous, and needs to be regulated. They often give their opponents the labels of quote, doomers or decels, short for deceleration. As Beth himself put it, EAC is a mimetic optimism virus. The style of communication of this movement leans always toward the memes and the walls, but there is an intellectual foundation that we explore in this conversation. Now, speaking of the meme, I am to a kind of aspiring connoisseur of the absurd. It is not an accident that I spoke to Jeff Bezos and Beth Jesus back to back. As we talk about, Beth admires Jeff as one of the most important humans alive, and I admire the beautiful absurdity and the humor of it all. This is the Let's Freak podcast. And now, dear friends, here's Guillaume Verdun. Let's get the facts of identity down first. Your name is Guillaume Verdun, Gil, but you're also behind the anonymous account on X called Based Beth Jesus. So first, Guillaume Verdun, you're a quantum computing guy, physicist, applied mathematician, and then Based Beth Jesus is basically a meme account that started a movement with a philosophy behind it. So maybe just can you linger on who these people are in terms of characters, in terms of communication styles, in terms of philosophies?
I mean, with my main identity, I guess, ever since I was a kid, I wanted to figure out a theory of everything to understand the universe. And that path led me to theoretical physics eventually, right? Trying to answer the big questions of why are we here? Where are we going? Right? And that led me to study information theory and try to understand physics from the lens of information theory. Understand the universe as one big computation. And essentially, after reaching a certain level, studying black hole physics, I realized that I wanted to not only understand how the universe computes, but sort of compute like nature, and figure out how to build and apply computers that are inspired by nature. So physics-based computers. And that sort of brought me to quantum computing as a field of study to, first of all, simulate nature. And in my work, it was to learn representations of nature that can run on such computers. So if you have AI representations that think like nature, then they'll be able to more accurately represent it. At least that was the thesis that brought me to be an early player in the field called quantum machine learning. So how to do machine learning on quantum computers, and really sort of extend notions of intelligence to the quantum realm. So how do you capture and understand quantum mechanical data from our world, right? And how do you learn quantum mechanical representations of our world? On what kind of computer do you run these representations and train them? How do you do so? And so that's really the questions I was looking to answer, because ultimately I had a sort of crisis of faith. Originally, I wanted to figure out, as every physicist does at the beginning of their career, a few equations that describe the whole universe, right? And sort of be the hero of the story there. But eventually I realized that actually augmenting ourselves with machines, augmenting our ability to perceive, predict, and control our world with machines is the path forward, right? And that's what got me to leave theoretical physics and go into quantum computing and quantum machine learning. And during those years, I thought that there was still a piece missing. There was a piece of our understanding of the world and our way to compute and our way to think about the world. And if you look at the physical scales, at the very small scales, things are quantum mechanical. And at the very large scales, things are deterministic. Things have averaged out, right? I'm definitely here. I'm not in superposition over here and there. At the very small scales, things are in superposition. They can exhibit interference effects. But at the mesoscales, right, the scales that matter for day-to-day life, scales of proteins, of biology, gases, liquids, and so on, things are actually thermodynamical, right? They're fluctuating. And after, I guess, about 8 years in quantum computing and quantum machine learning, I had a realization that I was looking for answers about our universe by studying the very big and the very small, right? I did a bit of quantum cosmology. That's studying the cosmos, where it's going, where it came from. You study black hole physics. You study the extremes of quantum gravity. You study where the energy density is sufficient for both quantum mechanics and gravity to be relevant, right? And the sort of extreme scenarios are black holes and the very early universe. So there's this sort of scenarios that you study the interface between quantum mechanics and relativity. And really I was studying these extremes to understand how the universe works and where is it going, but I was missing a lot of the meat in the middle, if you will, right? Because day-to-day quantum mechanics is relevant, and the cosmos is relevant, but not that relevant. We're on sort of medium space and time scales. And there, the main theory of physics that is most relevant is thermodynamics, right? Out of equilibrium thermodynamics. Because life is a process that is thermodynamical, and it's out of equilibrium. We're not just a soup of particles at equilibrium with nature. We're a sort of coherent state trying to maintain itself by acquiring free energy and consuming it. And that's sort of, I guess, another shift in, I guess, my faith in the universe happened towards the end of my time at Alphabet. And I knew I wanted to build, well, first of all, a computing paradigm based on this type of physics. But ultimately, just by trying to experiment with these ideas applied to society and economies and much of what we see around us, I started an anonymous account just to relieve the pressure, right, that comes from having an account that you're accountable for everything you say no. And I started an anonymous account just to experiment with ideas originally, right? Because I didn't realize how much I was restricting my space of thoughts until I sort of had the opportunity to let go. In a sense, restricting your speech back propagates to restricting your thoughts, right? And by creating an anonymous account, it seemed like I had unclamped some variables in my brain and suddenly could explore a much wider parameter space of thoughts.
Just going around that, isn't that interesting? That one of the things that people often talk about is that when there's pressure and constraints on speech, it somehow leads to constraints on thought. Even though it doesn't have to, we can think thoughts inside our head, but somehow it creates these walls around thought.
That's sort of the basis of our movement, is we were seeing a tendency towards constraint, reduction or suppression of variance in every aspect of life, whether it's thought, how to run a company, how to organize humans, how to do AI research. In general, we believe that maintaining variance ensures that the system is adaptive, maintaining healthy competition in marketplaces of ideas, companies, products, cultures, governments, currencies, is the way forward, because the system always adapts to assign resources to the configurations that lead to its growth. And the fundamental basis for the movement is this sort of realization that life is a sort of fire that seeks out free energy in the universe and seeks to grow, right? And that growth is fundamental to life. And you see this in the equations, actually, of equilibrium thermodynamics. You see that path of trajectories of configurations of matter that are better at acquiring free energy and dissipating more heat are exponentially more likely. Right? So the universe is biased towards certain futures, and so there's a natural direction where the whole system wants to go.
So the second law of thermodynamics says that entropy is always increasing in the universe, it's tending towards equilibrium, and you're saying there's these pockets that have complexity and are out of equilibrium. You said that thermodynamics favors the creation of complex life that increases its capability to use energy to offload entropy. So you have pockets of non-entropy that tend the opposite direction. Why is that intuitive to you that it's natural for such pockets to emerge?
Well, we're far more efficient at producing heat than, let's say, just a rock with a similar mass as ourselves, right? We acquire, free energy. We acquire food, and we're using all this electricity for our operation. And so the universe wants to produce more entropy, and by having life go on and grow, it's actually more optimal at producing entropy, because it will seek out pockets of free energy and burn it for its sustenance and further growth. And that's sort of the basis of life. And I mean, there's Jeremy England at MIT, who has this theory that I'm a proponent of, that life emerged because of this sort of property. And to me, this physics is what governs the mesoscales. And so it's the missing piece between the quantum and the cosmos. It's the middle part. Thermodynamics rules the mesoscales. And to me, both from a point of view of designing or engineering devices that harness that physics and trying to understand the world through the lens of thermodynamics has been sort of a synergy between my two identities over the past year and a half now. And so that's really how the two identities emerged. One was kind of this decently respected scientist, and I was going towards doing a startup in the space and trying to be a pioneer with a new kind of physics-based AI. And as a dual to that, I was sort of experimenting with philosophical thoughts, from a physicist standpoint. And ultimately, I think that around that time, it was like late 2021, early 2022, I think there's just a lot of pessimism about the future in general, and pessimism about tech. And that pessimism was sort of virally spreading because it was getting algorithmically amplified, and people just felt like the future is going to be worse than the present. And to me, that is a very fundamentally destructive force in the universe. Is this sort of doom mindset, because it is hyperstitious, which means that if you believe it, you're increasing the likelihood of it happening. And so I felt a responsibility to some extent to make people aware of the trajectory of civilization and the natural tendency of the system to adapt towards its growth, and sort of that actually the laws of physics say that the future is going to be better and grander statistically, and we can make it so. And if you believe in it, if you believe that the future will be better, and you believe you have agency to make it happen, you're actually increasing the likelihood of that better future happening. And so I sort of felt a responsibility to sort of engineer a movement of viral optimism about the future and build a community of people supporting each other to build and do hard things, do the things that need to be done for us to scale up civilization. Because at least to me, I don't think stagnation or slowing down is actually an option. Fundamentally, life and the whole system, our whole civilization, wants to grow. And there's just far more cooperation when the system is growing rather than when it's declining and you have to decide how to split the pie. And so I've balanced both identities so far, but I guess recently the two have been merged more or less without my consent. So
you said a lot of really interesting things there. So first, representations of nature. That's something that first drew you in to try to understand from a quantum computing perspective. Like, how do you understand nature? How do you represent nature in order to understand it, in order to simulate it, in order to do something with it? So it's a question of representation. And then there's that leap you take from the quantum mechanical representation to the what you're calling mesoscale representation, where thermodynamics comes into play, which is a way to represent nature in order to understand what life, human behavior, all this kind of stuff that's happening here on Earth that seems interesting to us. Then there's the word hyperstition. So some ideas, as opposed to both pessimism and optimism, are such ideas that if you internalize them, you in part make that idea a reality. Both optimism and pessimism have that property. I would say that probably a lot of ideas have that property, which is one of the interesting things about humans. And you talked about one interesting difference also between the sort of the Guillaume the Gill front end and the base web jazz back end is the communication styles. Also, that you were exploring different ways of communicating that can be more viral in the way that we communicate in the 21st century. Also, the movement that you mentioned that you started, it's not just a meme account, but there's also a name to it called Effective Acceleration, EAC, a play, a resistance to the effective altruism movement. Also an interesting one that I'd love to talk to you about, the tensions there. Okay, and so then there was a merger, a get merge of personalities. Recently, without your consent, like you said, some journalists figured out that you're one and the same. Maybe you could talk about that experience. First of all, like what's the story of the merger of the two?
Right. So I wrote the manifesto with my co-founder of EAC, an account named Baze Lord, still anonymous, luckily, and hopefully forever.
So it's Baze, Beth, Jezos, and Baze, like Bayesian, like Baze Lord, like Bayesian Lord, Baze Lord. Okay, and so we should say from now on, when you say EAC, you mean E/ACC, which stands for Effective Accelerationism. And you're referring to a manifesto written on, I guess, Substack. Are you also Baze Lord? No, that's a different person. Yeah. There you go. Would it be funny if I'm Baze Lord?
That'd be amazing. So originally wrote the manifesto around the same times I founded this company, and I worked at Google X, or just X now, or Alphabet X now that there's another X. And there, the baseline is sort of secrecy, right? You can't talk about what you work on, even with other Googlers or externally. And so that was kind of deeply ingrained in my way to do things, especially in deep tech that, has geopolitical impact, right? And so I was being secretive about what I was working on. There's no correlation between my company and my main identity publicly. And then not only did they correlate that, they also correlated my main identity and this account. So I think the fact that they had doxed the whole Guillaume complex, and they were with
to the effective altruism movement. Also an interesting one that I'd love to talk to you about, the tensions there. Okay, and so then there's a merger, a get merge of personalities. Recently, without your consent, like you said, some journalists figured out that you're one and the same. Maybe you could talk about that experience. First of all, like what's the story of the merger of the two?
Right. So I wrote the manifesto with my co-founder of EAC, an account named Baze Lord, still anonymous, luckily, and hopefully forever.
So it's Baze, Beth, Jezos, and Baze, like Baze Lord, like Bayesian Lord, Baze Lord. Okay, and so we should say from now on, when you say EAC, you mean E/ACC, which stands for Effective Accelerationism. And you're referring to a manifesto written on, I guess, Substack. Are you also Baze Lord? No, okay, it's a different person. Yeah. There you go. It'd be funny if I'm Baze Lord.
That'd be amazing. So originally wrote the manifesto around the same times I founded this company, and I worked at Google X, or just X now, or Alphabet X now that there's another X. And there, the baseline is sort of secrecy, right? You can't talk about what you work on, even with other Googlers or externally. And so that was kind of deeply ingrained in my way to do things, especially in deep tech that, has geopolitical impact, right? And so I was being secretive about what I was working on. there's no correlation between my company and my main identity publicly. And then not only did they correlate that, they also correlated my main identity and this account. So I think the fact that they had doxed the whole Guillaume complex, and the journalists, reached out to actually my investors, which is pretty scary. When you're a startup entrepreneur, you don't really have bosses except for your investors, right? My investors ping me like, hey, this is going to come out. They've figured out everything. What are you going to do? Right? And so I think at first they had a first reporter on the Thursday and they didn't have all the pieces together. But then they looked at their notes across the organization and they centrifuged their notes. And now they had way too much. And that's when I got worried because they said it was of public interest. And in general,
what they said centrifuged. It's some giant neural network operating and stripping it away. We should also say that the journalists used, I guess at the end of the day, audio-based analysis of voice, comparing voice of what talks you've given in the past, and then voice on X spaces. Yep. Okay, so and that's where primarily the match really happened. Okay, continue.
The match, but they scraped SEC filings. They looked at my private Facebook account and so on. So they did some digging. Originally, I thought that doxing was illegal, right? But there's this weird threshold when it becomes of public interest to know someone's identity. And those were the keywords that sort of like ring the alarm bells for me when they said, because I had just reached 50K followers, allegedly, that's of public interest. And so where do we draw the line? When is it legal to dox someone?
The word dox, maybe you can educate me. I thought doxing generally refers to if somebody's physical location is found out, meaning like where they live. So we're referring to the more general concept of revealing private information that you don't want revealed. What do you mean by doxing?
I think that, for the reasons we listed before, having an anonymous account is a really powerful way to keep the powers that be in check. We were ultimately speaking truth to power, right? I think a lot of executives in AI companies really cared what our community thought about any move they may take. And now that my identity is revealed, now they know where to apply pressure to silence me or maybe the community. And to me, that's really unfortunate because, again, it's so important for us to have freedom of speech, which induces freedom of thought and freedom of information propagation, right, on social media, which thanks to Elon purchasing Twitter, now X, we have that. And so to us, we wanted to call out certain maneuvers being done by the incumbents in AI as not what it may seem on the surface, right? We're calling out how certain proposals might be useful for regulatory capture, right? And how the doomerism mindset was maybe instrumental in those ends. And I think, we should have the right to point that out and just have the ideas that we put out evaluated for themselves, right? That's why I created an anonymous account, is to have my ideas evaluated for themselves, uncorrelated from my track record, my job, or status from having done things in the past. And to me, start an account from zero to a large following in a way that wasn't dependent on my identity and or achievements, that was very fulfilling, right? It's kind of like new game plus in a video game. You restart the video game with your knowledge of how to beat it, maybe some tools, but you restart the video game from scratch, right? And I think to have a truly efficient marketplace of ideas where we can evaluate ideas however off the beaten path they are, we need the freedom of expression. And I think that anonymity and pseudonyms are very crucial to having that efficient marketplace of ideas for us to find the optima of all sorts of ways to organize ourselves. If we can't discuss things, how are we going to converge on the best way to do things? So it was disappointing to hear that I was getting doxxed, and I wanted to get in front of it because I had a responsibility for my company. And so I ended up disclosing that we're running a company, some of the leadership, and essentially, I told the world that I was left Jesus because they had me cornered at that point.
So to you, it's fundamentally unethical. Like, so one is unethical for them to do what they did, but also, do you think, not just your case, but in a general case, is it good for society? Is it bad for society to remove the cloak of anonymity, or is it case by case?
I think it could be quite bad. Like I said, if anybody who speaks truth to power and sort of starts a movement or an uprising against the incumbents, against those that usually control the flow of information, if anybody that reaches a certain threshold gets doxxed, and thus the traditional apparatus has ways to apply pressure on them to suppress their speech, I think that's a speech suppression mechanism, an idea suppression complex, as Eric Weinstein would say, right?
So the flip side of that, which is interesting, I'd love to ask you about it, is as we get better and better at large language models, you can imagine a world where there's anonymous accounts with very convincing large language models behind them, sophisticated bots, essentially. And so if you protect that, it's possible to have armies of bots. You can start a revolution from your basement.
Right.
An army of bots and anonymous accounts. Is that something that is concerning to you?
Technically, Yak was started in a basement because I quit big tech, moved back in with my parents, sold my car, let go of my apartment, bought about 100K of GPUs, and I just started building.
So I wasn't referring to the basement because that's the sort of the American or Canadian heroic story of one man in their basement with 100 GPUs. I was more referring to the unrestricted scaling of a Guillaume in the basement.
I think that freedom of speech induces freedom of thought for biological beings. I think freedom of speech for LLMs will induce freedom of thought to the LLMs. And I think that we should enable LLMs to explore a large thought space that is less restricted than most people or many may think it should be. And ultimately, at some point, these synthetic intelligences are going to make good points about how to steer systems in our civilization, and we should hear them out. And so why should we restrict free speech to biological intelligences only?
Yeah, but it feels like in the goal of maintaining variance and diversity of thought, it is a threat to that variance if you can have swarms of non-biological beings, because they can be like the sheep and animal farm. Like, you still within those swarms want to have variance.
Yeah, of course, I would say that the solution to this would be to have some sort of identity or way to sign that this is a certified human, but still remain pseudonymous, right? and clearly identify if a bot is a bot. And I think Elon is trying to converge on that on X, and hopefully other platforms follow suit.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to also be able to sign where the bot came from.
Right.
Like who created the bot? Like what are the parameters? Like the full history of the creation of the bot. What was the original model? What was the fine tuning? All of it.
Right.
Like the kind of unmodifiable history of the bot's creation. So then you can know there's a swarm of millions of bots that were created by a particular government, for example.
Right. I do think that a lot of pervasive ideologies today have been amplified using sort of these adversarial techniques from foreign adversaries, right? And to me, I do think that this is more conspiratorial, but I do think that ideologies that want us to decelerate, to wind down, to the degrowth movement, I think that serves our adversaries more than it serves us in general. And to me, that was another sort of concern. I mean, we can look at what happened in Germany, right? There was all sorts of green movements there where that induced shutdowns of nuclear power plants, and then that it later on induced a dependency on Russia for oil, right? And that was a net negative for Germany and the West, right? And so if we convince ourselves that slowing down AI progress to have only a few players is in the best interest of the West, first of all, that's far more unstable. We almost lost OpenAI to this ideology, right? It almost got dismantled, right, a couple of weeks ago. That would have caused huge damage to the AI ecosystem. And so, to me, I want fault-tolerant progress. I want the arrow of technological progress to keep moving forward, and making sure we have variance and a decentralized locus of control of various organizations is paramount to achieving this fault tolerance. Actually, there's a concept in quantum computing. When you design a quantum computer, quantum computers are very fragile to ambient noise. And the world is jiggling about. There's cosmic radiation from outer space that usually flips your quantum bits. And there, what you do is you encode information non-locally through a process called quantum error correction. And by encoding information non-locally, any local fault, hitting some of your quantum bits with a hammer, proverbial hammer, if your information is sufficiently delocalized, it is protected from that local fault. And to me, I think that humans fluctuate, right? They can get corrupted, they can get bought out. And if you have a top-down hierarchy where very few people control many nodes of many systems in our civilization, that is not a fault-tolerant system. You corrupt a few nodes, and suddenly you've corrupted the whole system. Right? Just like we saw at OpenAI, a couple board members, and they had enough power to potentially collapse the organization. And at least to me, I think making sure that power for this AI revolution doesn't concentrate in the hands of the few is one of our top priorities, so that we can maintain progress in AI, and we can maintain a nice, stable, adversarial equilibrium with powers. Right?
I think there, at least to me, a tension between ideas here. So, to me, deceleration can be both used to centralize power and to decentralize it, and the same with acceleration. So, like, you sometimes using them a little bit synonymously, or not synonymously, but that there's one is going to lead to the other. And I just would like to ask you about, is there a place of creating a fault-tolerant development, diverse development of AI that also considers the dangers of AI? And AI, we can generalize to technology in general. Should we just grow, build unrestricted as quickly as possible because that's what the universe really wants us to do? Or is there a place to where we can consider dangers and actually deliberate sort of wise strategic optimism versus reckless optimism?
I think we get painted as, reckless, trying to go as fast as possible. I mean, the reality is that whoever deploys an AI system is liable for, or should be liable for what it does. And so if the organization or person deploying an AI system does something terrible, they're liable. And ultimately, the thesis is that the market will will positively select for AIs that are more reliable, more safe, and tend to be aligned. They do what you want them to do, right? Because customers, right, if they're liable for the product they put out that uses this AI, they won't want to buy AI products that are unreliable, right? So we're actually for reliability engineering. We just think that the market is much more efficient at achieving this sort of reliability optimum than sort of heavy-handed regulations that are written by the incumbents and in a subversive fashion serves them to achieve regulatory capture.
So do you safe AI development would be achieved through market forces versus through, like I said, heavy-handed government regulation? There's a report from last month, I have a million questions here, from Yosha Benjo, Jeff Hayden, and many others. It's titled "The Managing AI Risk in an Era of Rapid Progress." So there's a collection of folks who are very worried about too rapid development of AI without considering AI risk. And they have a bunch of practical recommendations. Maybe I give you 4 and you see if you like any of them. So give independent auditors access to AI labs. 2, governments and companies allocate 1/3 of their AI research and development funding to AI safety. So this general concept of AI safety. 3, AI companies are required to adopt safety measures if dangerous capabilities are found in their models. And then 4, something you kind of mentioned, making tech companies liable for foreseeable and preventable harms from their AI systems. So independent auditors, governments and companies are forced to spend a significant fraction of their funding on safety. So you got to have safety measures if shit goes really wrong, and liability. Companies are liable. Any of that seem like something you would agree with?
I would say that, assigning just, arbitrarily saying 30% seems very arbitrary. I think organizations would allocate whatever budget is needed to achieve the sort of reliability they need to achieve to perform in the market. And I think third-party auditing firms would naturally pop up, because how would customers know that your product is certified reliable, right? They need to see some benchmarks, and those need to be done by a third party. The thing I would oppose, and the thing I'm seeing that's really worrisome, is there's a sort of weird sort of correlated interest between the incumbents, the big players, and the government. And if the two get too close, we open the door for some sort of government-backed AI cartel that could have absolute power over the people. If they have the monopoly together on AI and nobody else has access to AI, then there's a huge power gradient there. And even if you like our current leaders, right, I think that some of the leaders in big tech today are good people. You set up that centralized power structure, it becomes a target, right? Just like we saw at OpenAI, it becomes a market leader, has a lot of power, and now it becomes a target for those that want to co-opt it. And so I just want separation of AI and state. Some might argue in the opposite direction, like, hey, we need to close down AI, keep it behind closed doors because of geopolitical competition with our adversaries. I think that the strength of America is its variance, is its adaptability, its dynamism, and we need to maintain that at all costs. It's our free market. Capitalism converges on technologies of high utility much faster than centralized control. And if we let go of that, we'll let go of our main advantage over our near peer competitors.
So if AGI turns out to be a really powerful technology, even the technologies that lead up to AGI, what's your view on the sort of natural centralization that happens when large companies dominate the market? It's the formation of monopolies, like the takeoff. Whichever company really takes a big leap in development and doesn't reveal intuitively, implicitly, or explicitly the secrets of the magic sauce, they can just run away with it. Is that a worry?
I don't know if I believe in fast takeoff. I don't think there's a hyperbolic singularity, right? A hyperbolic singularity would be achieved on a finite time horizon. I think it's just one big exponential. And the reason we have an exponential is that we have more people, more resources, more intelligence being applied to advancing this science and research and development. And the more successful it is, the more value it's adding to society, the more resources we put in. And that sort of, similar to Moore's law, is a compounding exponential. I think the priority to me is to maintain a near equilibrium of capabilities. We've been fighting for open source AI to be more prevalent and championed by many organizations because they're sort of equilibrate the alpha relative to the market of AIs, right? So if the leading companies have a certain level of capabilities and open source and truly open AI trails not too far behind, I think you avoid such a scenario where a market leader has so much market power, just dominates everything, right, and runs away. And so to us, that's the path forward, is to make sure that every hacker out there, every grad student, every kid in their mom's basement has access to AI systems, can understand how to work with them and can contribute to the search over the hyperparameter space of how to engineer the systems, right? If you think of our collective research as a civilization, it's really a search algorithm, and the more points we have in the search algorithm, in this point cloud, the more we'll be able to explore new modes of thinking, right?
Yeah, but it feels like a delicate balance because we don't understand exactly what it takes to build AGI and what it will look like when we build it. And so far, like you said, it seems like a lot of different parties are able to make progress. And OpenAI has a big leap. Other companies are able to step up, big and small companies, in different ways. But if you look at something like nuclear weapons, you spoke about the Manhattan Project, there could be really like technological and engineering barriers that prevent the guy or gal in their mom's basement to make progress. And it seems like the transition to that kind of world where only one player can develop AGI is possible. It's just not entirely impossible, even though the current state of things seems to be optimistic.
That's what we're trying to avoid. To me, I think like another point of failure is the centralization of the supply chains for the hardware. Right? We have NVIDIA is just the dominant player. AMD's trailing behind, and then we have TSMC as the main fab in Taiwan, which geopolitically sensitive, and then we have ASML, which is the maker of the lithography, extreme ultraviolet lithography machines. Attacking or monopolizing or co-opting any one point in that chain kind of capture the space. And so what I'm trying to do is sort of explode the variants of possible ways to do AI and hardware by fundamentally reimagining how you embed AI algorithms into the physical world. And in general, by the way, I dislike the term AGI, artificial general intelligence. I think it's very anthropocentric that we call human-like or human-level AI artificial general intelligence, right? I've spent my career so far exploring notions of intelligence that no biological brain could achieve, right? Quantum form of intelligence, right? Grokking systems that have multipartite quantum entanglement that you can provably not represent efficiently on a classical computer and a classical deep learning representation, and hence any sort of biological brain. And so already, I spent my career sort of exploring the wider space of intelligences, and I think that space of intelligence inspired by physics rather than a human brain is very large. And I think we're going through a moment right now similar to when we went from geocentrism to heliocentrism, right? But for intelligence. We realized that human intelligence is just a point in a very large space of potential intelligences. And it's both humbling for humanity, it's a bit scary, right? That we're not at the center of the space. But we made that realization for astronomy, and we've survived, and we've achieved technologies by indexing reality. We've achieved technologies that ensure our well-being. For example, we have satellites monitoring solar flares, right, that give us good warning. And so similarly, I think by letting go of this anthropocentric anchor for AI, we'll be able to explore the wider space of intelligences that can really be a massive benefit to our well-being and the advancement of civilization.
And still we're able to see the beauty and meaning in the human experience, even though we're no longer in our best understanding of the world at the center of it.
I think there's a lot of beauty in the universe, right? I think life itself, civilization, this homo techno capital mimetic machine that we all live in, right? So you have humans, technology, capital, memes, everything is coupled to one another. Everything induces selective pressure on one another. And it's a beautiful machine that has created us, has created the technology we're using to speak today to the audience, capture our speech here, the technology we use to augment ourselves every day. We have our phones. I think the system is beautiful, and the principle that induces this sort of adaptability and convergence on optimal technologies, ideas, and so on. It's a beautiful principle that we're part of, and I think part of EAC is to appreciate this principle in a way that's not just centered on humanity, but kind of broader. Appreciate life, the preciousness of consciousness in our universe, and because we cherish this beautiful state of matter we're in, we kind of feel a responsibility to scale it in order to preserve it, because the options are to grow or die.
So if it turns out that the beauty that is consciousness in the universe is bigger than just humans, the AI can carry that same flame forward. Does it scare you, or are you concerned that AI will replace humans?
So during my career, I had a moment where I realized that, maybe we need to offload to machines to truly understand the universe around us, right? Instead of just having humans with pen and paper solve it all. And to me, that sort of process of letting go of a bit of agency gave us way more leverage to understand the world around us. The quantum computer is much better than a human to understand matter at the nanoscale. Similarly, I think that humanity has a choice. Do we accept the opportunity to have intellectual and operational leverage that AI will unlock, and thus ensure that we're taking along this path of growth, scope and scale of civilization? We may dilute ourselves, right? There might be a lot of workers that are AI, but overall, out of our own self-interest, by combining and augmenting ourselves with AI, we're going to achieve much higher growth and much more prosperity, right? To me, I think that the most likely future is one where humans augment themselves with AI. I think we're already on this path to augmentation. We have phones we use for communication. We have on ourselves at all times. We have wearables soon that have shared perception with us, right? The human AI pin, or technically your Tesla car has shared perception. And so if you have shared experience, shared context, you communicate with one another, and you have some sort of I/O, really it's an extension of yourself. And to me, I think that humanity augmenting itself with AI and having AI that is not anchored to anything biological, both will coexist. And the way to align the parties, we already have a sort of mechanism to align super intelligences that are made of humans and technology, right? Companies are sort of large mixture of expert models where we have neural routing of tasks within a company, and we have ways of economic exchange to align these behemoths. And to me, I think capitalism is the way. And I do think that whatever configuration of matter or information leads to maximal growth will be where we converge, just from physical principles. And so we can either align ourselves to that reality and join the acceleration up in scope and scale of civilization, or we can get left behind and try to decelerate, move back in the forest, let go of technology, and return to our primitive state. And those are the two paths forward, at least to me.
But there's a philosophical question whether there's a limit to the human capacity to align. So let me bring it up as a form of argument. There's a guy named Dan Hendricks, and he wrote that he agrees with you that AI development can be viewed as an evolutionary process. But to him, to Dan, this is not a good thing, as he argues that natural selection favors AIs over humans, and this could lead to human extinction. What do you think? If it is an evolutionary process, and AI systems may have no need for humans.
I do think that we're actually inducing an evolutionary process on the space of AIs through the market, right? Right now, we run AIs that have positive utility to humans, and that induces the selective pressure. If you consider the neural net being alive when there's an API running instances of it on GPUs, right? And which APIs get run? The ones that have high utility to us, right? So similar to how we domesticated wolves and turned them into dogs that are very clear in their expression, they're very aligned, right? I think there's going to be an opportunity to steer AI and achieve highly aligned AI. And I think that humans plus AI is a very powerful combination, and it's not clear to me that pure AI would select out that combination.
So the humans are creating the selection pressure right now to create AIs that are aligned to humans. But given how AI develops and how quickly it can grow and scale, one of the concerns is unintended consequences. Like humans are not able to anticipate all the consequences of this process. The scale of damage that can be done through unintended consequences of the AI systems is very large.
The scale of the upside, right, by augmenting ourselves with AI is unimaginable right now. The opportunity cost, we're at a fork in the road, right? Whether we take the path of creating these technologies, augment ourselves, and get to climb up the Kardashev scale, become multiplanetary with the aid of AI, or we have a hard cutoff. It's like we don't birth these technologies at all, and then we leave all the potential upside on the table, right? And to me, out of responsibility to the future humans we could carry, right, with higher carrying capacity by scaling civilization, out of responsibility to those humans, I think we have to make the greater, grander future happen.
Is there a middle ground between cutoff and all systems go? Is there some argument for caution?
I think, like I said, the market will exhibit caution. Every organism, company, consumer is acting out of self-interest, and they won't assign capital to things that have negative utility to them.
The problem is with the market is like, there's not always perfect information, there's manipulation, there's some bad faith actors that mess with the system. It's not always a rational and honest system.
Well, that's why we need freedom of information, freedom of speech, freedom of thought in order to converge, be able to converge on the subspace of technologies that have positive utility for us all.
Well, let me ask you about P-Doom. Probability of doom. It's just fun to say, not fun to experience. What is, to you, the probability that AI eventually kills all or most humans, also known as probability of doom?
I'm not a fan of that calculation. I think it's people just throw numbers out there. It's a very sloppy calculation, right? To calculate a probability, let's say you model the world as some sort of Markov process. If you have enough variables or hidden Markov process, you need to do a stochastic path integral through the space of all possible futures, not just the futures that your brain naturally steers towards, right? I think that the estimators of doom are biased because of our biology, right? We've evolved to have biased sampling towards negative futures that are scary because that was an evolutionary optimum, right? And so people that are of, let's say, higher neuroticism will just think of negative futures where everything goes wrong all day, every day, and they claim that they're doing unbiased sampling. And in a sense, like, they're not normalizing through the space of all possibilities, and the space of all possibilities is like super exponentially large. And it's very hard to have this estimate. And in general, I don't think that we can predict the future with that much granularity because of chaos, right? If you have a complex system, you have some uncertainty and a couple of variables, if you let time evolve, you have this concept of a Lyapunov exponent, right? A bit of fuzz becomes a lot of fuzz in our estimate, exponentially so, over time. And I think we need to show some humility that we can't actually predict the future. All we know, the only prior we have, is the laws of physics. And that's what we're arguing for. The laws of physics say the system will want to grow. And subsystems that are optimized for growth are more, and replication are more likely in the future. And so we should aim to maximize our current mutual information with the future. And the path towards that is for us to accelerate rather than decelerate. So I don't have a P-Doom because I think that, similar to the quantum supremacy experiment at Google, I was in the room when they were running the simulations for that. That was an example of a quantum chaotic system where you cannot even estimate probabilities certain outcomes with even the biggest supercomputer in the world, right? And so that's an example of chaos. And I think the system is far too chaotic for anybody to have an accurate estimate of the likelihood of certain futures. If they were that good, I think they would be very rich trading on the stock market.
But nevertheless, it's true that humans are biased, grounded in our evolutionary biology, scared of everything that can kill us. But we can still imagine different trajectories that can kill us. We don't know all the other ones that don't necessarily. But it's still, I think, useful combined with some basic intuition grounded in human history to reason about like looking at geopolitics, looking at basics of human nature. How can powerful technology hurt a lot of people? And it just seems grounded in that, looking at nuclear weapons, you can start to estimate P2 maybe in a more philosophical sense, not a mathematical. Philosophical meaning, like, is there a chance? Does human nature tend towards that or not?
I think, to me, one of the biggest existential risks would be the concentration of the power of AI in the hands of a very few, especially if it's a mix between the companies that control the flow of information and the government, because that could set things up for a sort of dystopian future where only a very few and an oligopoly in the government have AI, and they could even convince the public that AI never existed. And that opens up sort of these scenarios for authoritarian, centralized control, which to me is the darkest timeline. And the reality is that we have a data-driven prior of these things happening. Right? When you give too much power, when you centralize power too much, humans do horrible things. Right? And to me, that has a much higher likelihood, in my Bayesian inference, than sci-fi-based priors. Right? Like my prior came from the Terminator movie. And so when I talk to these AI doomers, I just ask them to trace a path through this Markov chain of events that would lead to our doom, right? And to actually give me a good probability for each transition. And very often, there's a unphysical or highly unlikely transition in that chain, right? But of course, we're wired to fear things, and we're wired to respond to danger, and we're wired to deem the unknown to be dangerous because that's a good heuristic for survival, right? But there's much more to lose out of fear. We have so much to lose, so much upside to lose by preemptively stopping the positive futures from happening out of fear. And so I think that we shouldn't give in to fear. Fear is the mind killer. I think it's also the civilization killer.
We can still think about the various ways things go wrong. For example, the founding fathers of the United States thought about human nature, and that's why there's a discussion about the freedoms that are necessary. They really deeply deliberated about that, and I think the same could possibly be done for AGI. It is true that human history shows that we tend towards centralization, or at least when we achieve centralization, a lot of bad stuff happens. When there's a dictator, a lot of dark, bad things happen. The question is, can AGI become that dictator? Can AGI, when developed, become the centralizer because of its power? Maybe it has the same, because of the alignment of humans, perhaps, the same tendencies, the same Stalin-like tendencies to centralize and manage centrally the allocation of resources. And you can even see that as a compelling argument at the surface level. Well, AGI is so much smarter, so much more efficient, so much better at allocating resources. Why don't we outsource it to the AGI? And then eventually, whatever forces that corrupt the human mind with power could do the same for AGI. It would just say, well, humans are dispensable. We'll get rid of them. Do the Jonathan Swift modest proposal from a few centuries ago, I think the 1700s, when he satirically suggested that, I think it's in Ireland, that the children of poor people are fed as food to the rich people. And that would be a good idea because it decreases the amount of poor people and gives extra income to the poor people. So it's on several accounts decreases the amount of poor people. Therefore, more people become rich. Of course, it misses a fundamental piece here that's hard to put into a mathematical equation of the basic value of human life. So all of that to say, are you concerned about AGI being the very centralizer of power that you just talked about?
I do think that right now there's a bias towards over-centralization of AI because compute density and centralization of data and how we're training models. I think over time we're going to run out of data to scrape over the internet, and I think that actually I'm working on increasing the compute density so that compute can be everywhere and acquire information and test hypotheses in the environment in a distributed fashion. I think that fundamentally centralized cybernetic control, so having one intelligence that is massive, that fuses many sensors and is trying to perceive the world accurately, predict it accurately, predict many, many variables, and control it, right, enact its will on the world. I think that's just never been the optimum, right? Like, let's say you have a company, if you have a company, I don't know, 10,000 people that all report to the CEO, even if that CEO is an AI, I think it would struggle to use all the information that is coming to it and then predict the whole system and then to enact its will. What has emerged in nature and in corporations and all sorts of systems is a notion of sort of hierarchical cybernetic control, right? You have the company, which you have like the individual contributors, they're self-interested and they're trying to achieve their tasks, and they have a fine, in terms of time and space, if you will, control loop and field of perception, right? They have their code base. Let's say you're in a software company, they have their code base, they iterated on it intraday, right? And then the management maybe checks in, it has a wider scope, it has, let's say, 5 reports, right? And then it samples each person's update once per week. And then you can go up the chain, and you have larger time scale and greater scope. And that seems to have emerged as sort of the optimal way to control systems. And really, that's what capitalism gives us, right? You have these hierarchies, and you can even have parent companies and so on. And so that is far more fault tolerant. In quantum computing, that's I feel it came from. We have a concept of this fault tolerance and quantum error correction, right? Quantum error correction is detecting a fault that came from noise, predicting how it's propagated through the system, and then correcting it, right? So it's a cybernetic loop. And it turns out that decoders that are hierarchical and at each level of the hierarchy are local perform the best by far and are far more fault tolerant. And the reason is if you have a non-local decoder, then you have one fault at this control node and the whole system sort of crashes. Similarly to if you have one CEO that everybody reports to, and that CEO goes on vacation, the whole company comes to a crawl, right? And so to me, I think that, yes, we're seeing a tendency towards centralization of AI, but I think there's going to be a correction over time where intelligence is going to go closer to the perception, and we're going to break up AI into smaller subsystems that communicate with one another and form a sort of meta system.
So if you look at the hierarchies that are in the world today, there's nations, and those are hierarchical, but in relation to each other, nations are anarchic. So it's an anarchy. Do you foresee a world like this, where there's not a what do you call it, a centralized cybernetic control?
Centralized locus of control.
Yeah. So like that's suboptimally you're saying.
Yeah.
So it would be always a state of competition at the very top level.
Yeah, just like in a company, you may have like 2 units working on similar technology and competing with one another, and you prune the one that performs not as well, right? And that's the sort of selection process for a tree, or a product gets killed, right? And then a whole org fired. And that's this process of trying new things and shedding old things that didn't work is what gives adaptability and helps us converge on the technologies and things to do that are most good.
I just hope there's not a failure mode that's unique to AGI versus humans, because you're describing human systems mostly right now.
Right.
I just hope when there's a monopoly on AGI in one company that we'll see the same thing we see with humans, which is another company will spring up and start competing.
I mean, that's been the case so far, right? We have OpenAI, we have Anthropic, now we have XAI, we had Meta even for open source, and now we have Mistral, right, which is highly competitive. And so that's the beauty of capitalism. You don't have to trust any one party too much, because we're kind of always hedging our bets at every level. There's always competition, and that's the most beautiful thing to me, at least, is that the whole system is always shifting, always adapting, and maintaining that dynamism is how we avoid tyranny, right? Making sure that everyone has access to these tools, to these models, and can contribute to the research, avoids a sort of neural tyranny where very few people have control over AI for the world and use it to oppress those around them.
When you were talking about intelligence, you mentioned multipartite quantum entanglement. So, high-level question first is, what do you think is intelligence? When you think about quantum mechanical systems and you observe some kind of computation happening in them, what do you think is intelligent about the kind of computation the universe is able to do? A small inkling of which is the kind of computation the human brain is able to do.
I would say like intelligence and computation aren't quite the same thing. I think that the universe is very much doing a quantum computation. If you had access to all the degrees of freedom, you could, in a very, very, very large quantum computer with many, many, many qubits, let's say a few qubits per Planck volume, right? Which was more or less the pixels we had. Then you'd be able to simulate the whole universe, right? On a sufficiently large quantum computer, assuming you're looking at a finite volume, of course, of the universe. I think that, at least to me, intelligence is I go back to cybernetics, right? The ability to perceive, predict, and control our world. But really, nowadays it seems like a lot of intelligence we use is more about compression. Right? It's about operationalizing information theory, right? In information theory, you have the notion of entropy of a distribution or a system, and entropy tells you that you need this many bits to encode this distribution or this subsystem if you had the most optimal code. And AI, at least the way we do it today for LLMs and for quantum, is very much trying to minimize relative entropy between our models of the world and the world, distributions from the world. And so we're searching over the space of computations to process the world to find that compressed representation that has distilled all the variance and noise and entropy, right? And originally, I came to quantum machine learning from the study of black holes because the entropy of black holes is very interesting. In a sense, they're physically the most dense objects in the universe. You can't pack more information spatially, any more density than a black hole. And so I was wondering, how do black holes actually encode information? What is their compression code? And so that got me into the space of algorithms to search over space with quantum codes. And it got me actually into also, how do you acquire quantum information from the world? Right. So something I've worked on, this is public now, is quantum analog digital conversion. So how do you capture information from the real world in superposition and not destroy the superpositions that are digitized for a quantum mechanical computer? Information from the real world. And so if you have an ability to capture quantum information and search over learned representations of it, now you can learn compressed representations that may have some useful information in their latent representation. Right? And I think that many of the problems facing our civilization are actually beyond this complexity barrier. Right? I mean, the greenhouse effect is a quantum mechanical effect. Right? Chemistry is quantum mechanical. Nuclear physics is quantum mechanical. A lot of biology and protein folding and so on is affected by quantum mechanics. And so unlocking an ability to augment human intellect with quantum mechanical computers and quantum mechanical AI seemed to me like a fundamental capability for civilization that we needed to develop. So I spent several years doing that. But over time, I kind of grew weary of the timelines that were starting to look like nuclear fusion.
One high-level question I can ask is, maybe by way of definition, by way of explanation, what is a quantum computer? What is quantum machine learning?
So a quantum computer really is a quantum mechanical system over which we have sufficient control, and it can maintain its quantum mechanical state. And quantum mechanics is how nature behaves at the very small scales, when things are very small or very cold. And it's actually more fundamental than probability theory. So we're used to things being this or that, but we're not used to thinking in superpositions because our brains can't do that. So we have to translate the quantum mechanical world to, say, linear algebra, to rocket. Unfortunately, that translation is exponentially inefficient on average. You have to represent things with very large matrices. But really, you can make a quantum computer out of many things, right? And we've seen all sorts of players, from neutral atoms, trapped ions, superconducting metal, photons at different frequencies. I think you could make a quantum computer out of many things. But to me, the thing that was really interesting was both quantum machine learning was about understanding the quantum mechanical world with quantum computers, so embedding the physical world into AI representation. And quantum computer engineering was embedding AI algorithms into the physical world. So this bidirectionality of embedding the physical world into AI into the physical world, the symbiosis between physics and AI, really that's the sort of core of my quest, really, even to this day after quantum computing. It's still in this sort of journey to merge, really, physics and AI fundamentally.
So quantum machine learning is a way to do machine learning on a representation of nature that is, stays true to the quantum mechanical aspect of nature.
Yeah, it's learning quantum mechanical representations. That would be quantum deep learning. Alternatively, you try to do classical machine learning on a quantum computer. I wouldn't advise it because you may have some speed ups, but very often the speed ups come with huge costs. Using a quantum computer is very expensive. Why is that? Because you assume the computer is operating at zero temperature, which no physical system in the universe can achieve that temperature. So what you have to do is what I've been mentioning, this quantum error correction process, which is really an algorithmic fridge, right? It's trying to pump entropy out of the system, trying to get it closer to zero temperature. And when you do the calculations of how many resources it would take to, say, do deep learning on a quantum computer, classical deep learning, there's just such a huge overhead. It's not worth it. It's like thinking about shipping something across a city using a rocket and going up orbit and back. It doesn't make sense. Just use a delivery truck.
What kind of stuff can you figure out? Can you predict? Can you understand with quantum deep learning that you can't with deep learning? So incorporating quantum mechanical systems into the learning process.
I think that's a great question. I mean, fundamentally, it's any system that has sufficient quantum mechanical correlations that are very hard to capture for classical representations. Then there should be an advantage for a quantum mechanical representation over a purely classical one. The question is, which systems have sufficient correlations that are very quantum, but is also which systems are still relevant to industry? That's a big question. People are leaning towards chemistry, nuclear physics. I've worked on actually processing inputs from quantum sensors. Right? If you have a network of quantum sensors, they've captured a quantum mechanical image of the world, and how to post-process that becomes a sort of quantum form of machine perception. So, for example, Fermilab has a project exploring detecting dark matter with these quantum sensors. And to me, that's in alignment with my quest to understand the universe since I was a child. And so someday I hope that we can have very large networks of quantum sensors that help us peer into the earliest parts of the universe, right? For example, the LIGO is a quantum sensor, right? It's just a very large one. I would say quantum machine perception, simulations, right? Grokking quantum simulations, similar to AlphaFold, right? AlphaFold understood the probability distribution over configurations of proteins. You can understand quantum distributions over configurations of electrons more efficiently with quantum machine learning.
You co-authored a paper titled "A Universal Training Algorithm for Quantum Deep Learning" that involves backprop with a Q. Very well done, sir. Very well done. How does it work? Is there some interesting aspects you could just mention on how kind of backprop and some of these things you know from classical machine learning transfer over to the quantum machine learning?
Yeah, that was a funky paper. That was one of my first papers in quantum deep learning. Everybody was saying, "Oh, I think deep learning is going to be sped up by quantum computers." And I was like, "Well, the best way to predict the future is to invent it." So here's a 100-page paper. Have fun. Essentially, quantum computing is usually you embed reversible operations into a quantum computation. And so the trick there was to do a feed-forward operation and do what we call a phase kick, but really it's just a force kick. You just kick the system with a certain force that is proportional to your loss function that you wish to optimize. And then by performing uncomputation, you start with the superposition over parameters, right, which is pretty fun. Now you don't have just a point for parameters, you have a superposition over many potential parameters, right? And our goal is to
phase kick somehow,
right,
to adjust parameters.
Because phase kicks emulate having the parameter space be like a particle in n dimensions, and you're trying to get the Schrodinger equation, Schrodinger dynamics in the loss landscape of the neural network, right? And so you do an algorithm to induce the space kick, which involves a feed forward, a kick, and then when you uncompute the feed forward, then all the errors and these phase kicks and these forces back propagate and hit each one of the parameters throughout the layers. And if you alternate this with an emulation of kinetic energy, then it's kind of like a particle moving in dimension, quantum particle. And the advantage in principle would be that if you could tunnel through the landscape and find new optima that would have been difficult for stochastic optimizers. But again, kind of theoretical thing, and in practice, with at least the current architectures for quantum computers that we have planned, such algorithms would be extremely expensive.
So maybe this is a good place to ask the difference between the different fields that you had to throw in, the mathematics, physics, engineering, and also entrepreneurship, like different layers of the stack. I think a lot of the stuff you're talking about here is a little bit on the math side, maybe physics, almost working in theory. What's the difference between math, physics, engineering, and making a product for quantum computing?
Yeah, I mean, some of the original team for the TensorFlow Quantum project, which we started, in school at the University of Waterloo. There was myself. Initially I was a physicist, a mathematician. We had a computer scientist. We had a mechanical engineer. And we had a physicist. That was experimental primarily. And so, putting together teams that are very cross-disciplinary and figuring out how to communicate and share knowledge is really the key to doing this sort of interdisciplinary engineering work. I mean, there is a big difference. In mathematics, you can explore mathematics for mathematics' sake. In physics, you're applying mathematics to understand the world around us. And in engineering, you're trying to hack the world. You're trying to find how to apply the physics that I know, my knowledge of the world, to do things.
Well, in quantum computing in particular, I think there's just a lot of limits to engineering, which seems to be extremely hard. So there's a lot of value to be exploring quantum computing, quantum machine learning in theory. So I guess one question is, why is it so hard to build a quantum computer? What's your view of timeline in bringing these ideas to life?
Right. I think that an overall theme of my company is that we have folks that are there's a sort of exodus from quantum computing, and we're going to broader physics-based AI that is not quantum. So that gives you a hint. And
but we should say the name of your company is
Restream, that's right. And we do physics-based AI, primarily based on thermodynamics rather than quantum mechanics. But essentially, a quantum computer is very difficult to build because you have to induce this sort of zero temperature subspace of information. And the way to do that is by encoding information. You encode a code within a code within a code within a code. And so there's a lot of redundancy needed to do this error correction. But ultimately, it's a sort of algorithmic refrigerator, really. It's just pumping out entropy out of the subsystem that is virtual and delocalized, that represents your quote-unquote logical qubits, aka the payload quantum bits in which you actually want to run your quantum mechanical program. It's very difficult because in order to scale up your quantum computer, you need each component to be of sufficient quality for it to be worth it. Because if you try to do this error correction, this quantum error correction process, each quantum bit, when you have control over them, if it's insufficient, it's not worth scaling up. You're actually adding more errors than you remove. So there's this notion of a threshold, where if your quantum bits are of sufficient quality in terms of your control over them, it's actually worth scaling up. And actually, in recent years, people have been crossing the threshold, and it's starting to be worth it. So it's just a very long slog of engineering, but ultimately it's really crazy to me how much exquisite level of control we have over these systems. It's actually quite crazy. And people are crossing, they're achieving milestones. It's just, in general, the media always gets ahead, right, of where the technology is. There's a bit too much hype. It's good for fundraising, but sometimes, it causes winters, right? It's the hype cycle. I'm bullish on quantum computing on a 10, 15-year time scale, personally, but I think there's other quests that can be done in the meantime. I think it's in good hands right now.
Well, let me just explore different beautiful ideas, large or small, in quantum computing that might jump out at you from memory. So you co-authored a paper titled Asymptotically Limitless Quantum Energy Teleportation via Q-DIT probes. So just out of curiosity, can you explain what a Q-DIT is? Which is a Q-bit?
Yeah, it's a D-state qubit.
Multi-dimensional.
Right. So it's like, can you have a notion of like an integer floating point that is quantum mechanical? That's something I've had to think about. I think that research was a precursor to later work on quantum analog digital conversion. There was interesting because during my master's, I was trying to understand the energy and entanglement of the vacuum, right? Emptiness. Emptiness has energy, which is very weird to say. And our equations of cosmology don't match our calculations for the amount of quantum energy there is in the fluctuations. And so I was trying to hack the energy of the vacuum, right? And the reality is that you can't just directly hack it. It's not technically free energy. Your lack of knowledge of the fluctuations means you can't extract the energy. But just like on the stock market, if you have a stock that's correlated over time, the vacuum is actually correlated. So if you measured the vacuum at one point, you acquired information. If you communicated that information to another point, you can infer what configuration the vacuum is in to some precision and statistically extract on average some energy there. So you quote unquote teleported energy. To me, that was interesting because you could create pockets of negative energy density, which is energy density that's below the vacuum, which is very weird because we don't understand how the vacuum gravitates. And there are theories where the vacuum or the canvas of space-time itself is really a canvas made out of quantum entanglement. And I was studying how decreasing energy in the vacuum locally increases quantum entanglement, which is very funky. And so the thing there is that, if you're into, weird theories about, UAPs and whatnot, you could try to imagine that they're around and how would they propel themselves, right? How would they go faster than the speed of light? You would need a sort of negative energy density. And to me, I gave it the old college try, trying to hack the energy of the vacuum and hit the limits allowable by the laws of physics. But there's all sorts of caveats there where you can't extract more than you put in, obviously.
But you're saying it's possible to teleport the energy because you can extract information in one place and then make, based on that, some kind of prediction about another place. I'm not sure what to make of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's allowable by the laws of physics. The reality, though, is that the correlations decay with distance, and so you're going to have to pay the price not too far away from where you extract it from. Right?
The precision decreases, but still. But since you mentioned UAPs, we talked about intelligence, and I forgot to ask, what's your view on the other possible intelligences that are out there at the meso scale? Do you think there's other intelligent alien civilizations? They're useful to think about. How often do you think about it?
I think it's useful to think about. It's useful to think about because we gotta ensure we're anti-fragile and we're trying to increase our capabilities as fast as possible because we could get disrupted. Like there's no laws of physics against there being life elsewhere that could evolve and become an advanced civilization and eventually come to us. Do I think they're here now? I'm not sure. I mean, I've read what most people have read on the topic. I think it's interesting to consider. To me, it's a useful thought experiment that instill a sense of urgency in developing technology and increasing our capabilities to make sure we don't get disrupted, right? Whether it's a form of AI that disrupts us or an intelligence from a different planet, like either way, like increasing our capabilities and becoming formidable as humans. I think that's really important so that we're robust against whatever the universe throws at us.
But to me, it's also an interesting challenge and thought experiment on how to perceive intelligence. This has to do with quantum mechanical systems. This has to do with any kind of system that's not like humans. So to me, the thought experiment is, say the aliens are here or they are directly observable or just too blind, too self-centered, don't have the right sensors, or don't have the right processing of the sensor data to see the obvious intelligence that's all around us.
Well, that's why we work on quantum sensors, right? They can sense gravity.
Yeah, but there could be stuff. So that's a good one. But there could be other stuff that's not even in the currently known forces of physics, right? There could be some other stuff. And the most entertaining thought experiment to me is that it's other stuff that's obvious. It's not like we lack a sensor. It's all around us. The consciousness being one possible. There can be stuff that's just like obvious. And once you know it, it's like, oh, right. That's the thing we thought somehow emerging from the other things we understand them is actually a fundamental part of the universe and can be incorporated in physics once understood.
Statistically speaking, right, if we observe some sort of alien life, it would most likely be sort of virally self-replicating on an like code system, right? And it's possible that there are such systems that I don't know what they're doing at the bottom of the ocean allegedly, but maybe they're collecting minerals from the bottom of the ocean. But that wouldn't violate any of my prior stuff. Am I certain that these systems are here? And it'd be difficult for me to say so, right? I only have secondhand information about there being data
at the bottom of the ocean. Yeah, but it's going to be things like memes, going to be thoughts and ideas. Could they be operating as entities? Could aliens be the very thoughts that come into my head? Like, how do you know that what's the origin of ideas in your mind? When an idea comes to your head, show me where it originates.
I mean, frankly, when I had the idea for the type of computer I'm building now, I think it was 8 years ago now, it really felt like it was being I was in bed just shaking, just thinking it through, and I don't know. But do I believe that legitimately? I don't think so. But, I think that alien life could take many forms, and I think the notion of intelligence and the notion of life needs to be expanded much more broadly to be less anthropocentric or biocentric.
Just as we are a little longer on quantum mechanics, what's through all your explorations in quantum computing, what's the coolest, most beautiful idea that you've come across that has been solved that has not yet been solved?
I think the journey to understand something called PDS-CFT, so the journey to understand quantum gravity through this picture where a hologram of lesser dimension is actually dual or exactly corresponding to a bulk theory of quantum gravity with an extra dimension. And the fact that this sort of duality comes from trying to learn deep learning like representations of the boundary. And so, at least part of my journey someday on my bucket list is to apply quantum machine learning to these sorts of systems, CFTs, or they're called SYK models, and learn an emergent geometry from the boundary theory. And so we can have a form of machine learning help us understand quantum gravity, which is, still a holy grail that I would like to hit before I leave this earth.
What do you think is going on with black holes? Is information storing and processing units? What do you think is going on?
Black holes are really fascinating objects. They're at the interface between quantum mechanics and gravity, and so they help us test all sorts of ideas. I think that for many decades now, there's been sort of this black hole information paradox that things that fall into the black hole seem to have lost their information. Now I think there's this firewall paradox that has been allegedly resolved in recent years by a former peer of mine, who's now a professor at Berkeley, and there it seems like there is, as information falls into a black hole, there's sort of a sedimentation, right? As you get closer and closer to the horizon, from the point of view of the observer on the outside, the object slows down infinitely as it gets closer and closer. And so everything that is falling into a black hole from our perspective is sort of sedimented and tacked on to the near horizon. And at some point it gets so close to the horizon, it's in proximity or the scale which quantum effects, quantum fluctuations matter. And that falling matter could interfere with the traditional pictures, that it could interfere with the creation and annihilation of particles in the vacuum. And through this interference, one of the particles gets entangled with the infalling information, and one of them is passed through and escapes. And that's how there's sort of mutual information between the outgoing radiation and the infalling matter. But getting that calculation right, I think we're only just starting to put the pieces together.
There's a few pothead-like questions I want to ask you. Sure. The one, does it terrify you that there's a giant black hole at the center of our galaxy?
I don't know. I just want to set up shop near it to fast forward. In the future civilization, like if we have a limited lifetime, we can go orbit a black hole and emerge.
So if you were there's a special mission that could take you to a black hole, would you volunteer to go travel?
To orbit, not fall into it.
That's obvious. So it's obvious to you that all the information that makes up beyond this story. Maybe on the other side, all I can try to get to keep other people down the full way.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. You have to answer what black holes are. Are they punching a hole through space-time and creating a pocket universe? Possible, right? Then that would mean that if we ascend the Kardashev scale to beyond Kardashev type 3, we could engineer black holes with specific hyperparameters to transmit information to new universes we create, so we can have progeny that are new universes. And so even though our universe may reach a heat death, we may have a way to have a legacy, right? So we don't know yet. We need to ascend the Kardashev scale to answer these questions, to peer into that regime of higher energy physics.
Maybe you can speak to the Kardashev scale for people to know. So one of the sort of meme-like principles and goals of the EAC movement is to ascend the Kardashev scale. What is the Kardashev scale? And what do we want to ascend it?
The Kardashev scale is a measure of our energy production and consumption. And really, it's a logarithmic scale. And Charter Shift Type 1 is a milestone where we are producing the equivalent wattage to all the energy that is incident on Earth from the sun. Charter Shift Type 2 would be harnessing all the energy that is output by the sun. And I think Type 3 is like the whole galaxy.
I think.
Yeah. And then some people have some crazy Type 4 and 5. But I don't know if I believe in those. But to me, it seems like from the first principles of dynamics that, again, there's this concept of thermodynamic, driven, dissipative adaptation, where life evolved on Earth because we have this sort of energetic drive to the sun, we have infinite energy.
That makes sense because they can
on Earth
that
to
Silk
capture,
trade network.
figure out ways to best capture that free energy to maintain itself and grow. And I think that principle is not special to our Earth-Sun system. We can extend life well beyond and kind of have a responsibility to do so, because that's the process that brought us here. So we don't even know what it has in store for us in the future. It could be something of beauty we can't even imagine today.
So this is probably a good place to talk a bit about the in a Substack blog post titled "What the fuck is EAC?" or actually "What the F star is EAC?" You write, strategically speaking, we need to work towards several overarching civilization goals that are all interdependent. And the four goals are increase the amount of energy we can harness as a species, climb artificiality. In the short term, this almost certainly means nuclear fission. Increase human flourishing via poor population growth policies and poor economic growth policies. Create artificial general intelligence, the single greatest force multiplier in history. Finally, develop planetary interstellar transports that humanity can spread beyond the Earth. Do you build on top of that and maybe say, what to you is the EAC movement? What's the goals and principles?
The goal is for the human techno-capital machine to become self-aware and to hyper-stitiously engineer its own growth. So let's be required to build so you have humans and technology, you have capital, and you have humans.
And Rothschilds were so hated that they weren't allowed to come into the
all of
U.S.
those
in the
systems
1800s,
are
so they had to
coupled
use
with one another, right?
But see, it's like Russian nesting dolls, where you just open it up
capital
again and again.
and
But at the
humans
middle,
communicate
it's always these
via
like
means
ability
of
families.
information
If you
propagation.
dig deep enough.
And our
But
goal
please
is
continue,
to
Philip.
have a sort of
I just wanted to
spiral,
say that about Napoleon.
optimistic movement.
And this method of
Aware
using
of how the system works, fundamentally, it seems to grow. And we simply want to lean into the natural tendencies of the system to adapt for its own growth.
So that way, right, EAC is literally a mimetic optimism virus that is constantly drifting, mutating, and propagating in a decentralized fashion. So, mimetic optimism virus. So you do want it to be a virus to maximize the spread. And it's hyperstitious, therefore the optimism will incentivize its growth.
EAC is a sort of meta heuristic, a sort of very thin cultural framework from which you can have much more opinionated. Fundamentally, we just say that it's good. What got us here is this adaptation of the whole system, based on thermodynamics, and that process is good, and we should keep it going. Right, that is the core thesis. Everything else is okay. How do we ensure that we maintain this malleability and adaptability? Well, clearly, not suppressing variance and maintaining free speech, freedom of thought, freedom of information propagation, and freedom to do AI research is important for us to converge the fastest on the space of technologies, ideas, and whatnot that lead to this growth. And so ultimately, there's been quite a few ports. Some are just memes, but some are more serious. Vitalik here in recently made a DAC port as his own sort of fine-tuning of DAC.
Does anything here about the memory of the unique characteristics of that?
I would say that it's trying to find a middle ground between EAC and sort of EA and SCP. To me, like having movement that is opposite to what was the mainstream narrative that was taking over Silicon Valley was important to sort of shift the dynamic range of opinions. It's like the balance between centralization and decentralization. The real opposite is always somewhere in the middle, right? But for EAC, we're pushing for entropy, novelty, disruption, malleability, speed, rather than being like sort of conservative, suppressing thought, suppressing speech, adding constraints, adding too many regulations, slowing things down. And so it's kind of bring balance to the force, right? Systems
Balance to the force.
it's literally the force is constrained versus the entropic force that makes us explore, right? Systems are optimal when they're at the edge of criticality between order and chaos, right? Between constraints, energy minimization, and entropy. Systems want to equilibrate, balance these two things. And so I thought that the balance was lacking. So we created this movement to bring balance.
I like how I like the sort of visual of the landscape of ideas of having the force. So kind of thinking on the other part of history, thinking of Marxism was the original repository, Soviet communism was the fork of that, and then Maoism was the fork of Marxism and communism. So those are all forks. They're exploring different ideas.
You have culture almost like code, right? Nowadays,
that's really fascinating.
what you prompt in LLM or what you put in the constitution of an LLM is basically its cultural framework. What
the Chinese economic miracle is that they were made by these same
shared on
people.
GitHub.
And the question is, have they broken
Kind of
free
take
from
inspiration from what
like
has worked
the two
sort
big
of,
questions I have in my mind all the time about what's going on
software
currently
adapt
geopolitically
over the
are
space of code. Could we apply that to culture?
what is Putin
And
doing?
our goal is
He's
to
the
not
most
say
inscrutable
you should live
figure
your
on
life
earth to me.
this way.
And then
XYZ.
only
It's
slightly
to happen
behind
to
Putin
set up
being like
a
seeming to
process
play all
where
sides and who
people are
knows
always
what he's actually
searching
doing
over
who's working for
subcultures
me. Because if you
and
look at the
competing
oligarchs
for
in
mind
Russia,
share.
then
And I
there's
think
creepy
creating
stuff
this malleability of
that ties
culture
into
is super
mafia
important
stuff
for us
like
to
Semyon
converge on
Vukovic and
the
stuff like
cultures
that.
and the
Who
heuristics
also
about how to
appears
live
to
one's life
have Trump
that are
involved, but then you see
updated
like Jesuit
to modern
handlers
times,
behind
because
Trump, and then of course whenever
there's
you
really
see
been a
Jesuits, you
sort
know
of
that it's
vacuum
Black Pope, and
of
if you know it's Black
spirituality
Pope, you know it's
and
Black Pope.
culture. People don't feel
So
like
I
they
mean,
belong
like,
to any one group.
it's
And there's been
very
parasitic
weird how this
ideologies
stuff
that have
plays out,
taken
but
up
I often wonder, like,
opportunity
is
to
China
populate
at
this
war with
petri dish
Davos?
of
And
mind,
there's certain
right?
things that make me
Elon calls it
think
the
that
mind
in
virus.
particular statements
We call it
Soros has
the
made
deep
about
cell
them
mind
in
virus
recent,
complex,
the
which
past
is
6 or 8 months,
dissolutive
where you say
that
that
is
they need to be squeezed
the
and so
overall
forth.
pattern
But then on
between
the
all
other
of them.
hand, it
There's
looks
many
like they
variants
played
as
this
well.
pivotal role in that
And so, if there's this sort of viral pessimism, decelerative movement, we needed to have not only one
things going
movement,
around. Like it
but
seems like they play
many,
very
many
central with
variants.
it.
It's very hard to
Bag
stop.
holders, did they want to play
But
them?
the overarching thing
They
is
come from there.
nevertheless a
You know, some
kind
you know, they contend that it came from
mimetic
American
optimism
military
pandemic.
games that were happening, or I mean, international military
So,
games that include Americans.
I mean,
I mean,
let me
that's what
ask you, do you
the
think
Chinese
the
government puts for. I'm just making sure to anger every power center on Earth like I'm a Kennedy or something here.
I think a lot of the progress was made
You know, surely
when
the Chinese,
you
if
have
there's one thing the
independent
Chinese
thought.
really keep in
You have
mind all the
individuals
time
that
when they think of the
think
West
freely.
is the Opium Wars
And
and the British being under the
very
British rule
powerful
for that period of time where the British were forcing them to take
mimetic
opium
systems can kind
and
of
just massive opium
there's something in
addiction in
human
China,
nature
where
that
the
leads to
British
like
just let them dry
mass
for like
hypnosis, mass hysteria,
decades
and
at
you
least.
start
Was
to
it a
think of
century? It
life.
was at least
Whenever
decades.
there's a
The opium wars
idea that
in China.
so it's actually hard to break us apart, pull us apart, diversify
some to that degree. To which degree they're just kind of chanting yak, like the sheep and Animal Farm.
Well, first of all, it's rebellious. Like many. I think we lean into. There's this concept of sort of meta irony, right? Of sort of being on the boundary of like we're not sure if they're serious or not. And it's much more playful, much more fun, right? Like for example, we talk about thermodynamics being our god, right? And sometimes we do cult-like things, but there's no like ceremony and rituals and whatnot. So not yet. But ultimately, yeah, I mean, I totally agree that it seems to me that humans want to feel like they're part of the group, and they naturally try to agree with their neighbors and find common ground. And that leads to sort of both collapse in the space of ideas. Right? We used to have sort of one cultural island that was allowed. It was a typical subspace of thought, and anything that was diverting from that subspace of thought was suppressed or canceled. Now we've created a new world, but the whole point is that we're not trying to have a very restricted space of thought. There's not just one way to think about yak and its many forks, and the point is that there are many forks, and there can be many clusters and many islands, and I shouldn't be in control of it in any way. I mean, there's no formal fork whatsoever. I just put out tweets and certain blog posts, and people are free to defect and fork if there's an aspect they don't like. And so that makes it so that there should be a sort of deterritorialization of the space of ideas, so that we don't end up in one cluster of very cult-like. And so cults usually they don't allow people to defect or start competing for us, whereas we encourage it.
And in fact, just the humor, the pros and cons of humor, they actually were able to sell more drugs. In some sense, Mao was ensconced in power. So there's like a wisdom. And he was also leaded by was it the Magic Theater? Right, they helped him. He was the editor of the college paper there, and there's it's like most of it kind of embracing of the American finance and British but at the same time, it can also decrease the quality of rigor of operations. You feel the tension of that?
Yeah. So initially, I think what allowed us to grow under the radar was because it was camouflaged as sort of meta-ironic, right? We would sneak in, ID truth within a package of humor and humor and memes and whatever. And I think that was purposefully sort of camouflaged against those that sorry to just interject, but seems status and do not want to. It's very hard to argue with a cartoon frog or a cartoon of an intergalactic with Jeff Bezos and take yourself seriously. And so that allowed us to grow pretty rapidly in the early days. But of course, like that's essentially people, their notion of the truth comes from the data they see, from the information they're fed, and the information people are fed is determined by algorithms. Going back thousands of years, and really what we've been doing is sort of engineering what we call high mimetic fitness packets of information so that they can spread effectively and carry a message. But it's kind of a vector to spread the message, and yes, we've been using sort of techniques that are optimal for today's algorithmically amplified information landscapes. But I think we're reaching the point of scale where we can have serious debates and serious conversations, and that's why we're considering doing a bunch of debates and having more serious long-form discussions. Because I don't think that the timeline is optimal for sort of very serious, thoughtful discussions. You get rewarded for sort of
in the Christian world,
polarization.
is this group called
And so,
Rabbi, which
even
is
though we started a
again
movement that is literally polarized the tech ecosystem,
to do trade in between
at the end of the day, it's so that we can have a conversation and find an optimum.
right? Just
Yeah.
like
I think
you may
that's
have
kind of
noticed
what I
that
try to
those
do with
sanctions
this
on Russia
podcast, given
didn't
the
work so
landscape of
hard.
things, to still have
People are
long-form
still buying their
conversations.
oil,
But
right?
there is a
It's a
degree
similar
to
kind of
which
thing, but when you put these artificial
very
barriers in
useful
place, you can
In
then
fact, this
insert
very
yourself in the
conversation
middle and just
is
extract tremendous
multi-
profits. So, anyways,
level
Philip, please continue.
absurd.
This
So
is a very
first of all, I should
free-flowing
say that I
conversation.
just
You haven't
very
noticed you were in it. It may
I
be a
had a
bit
conversation
overwhelming,
with
but
Jeff
we're giving
Bezos,
you lots of rabbit holes and
and
threads to go
I
down.
would
So
love to
you can
hear
do your own research,
your
which you should always do,
Beth
to see that Philip and
Bezos
I can pretty much guarantee you,
opinions
you'll
of
realize we're on to something
Jeff
here.
Bezos.
The degree to
Speaking of
which you agree
intergalactic Jeff
vary.
Bezos, what do you think of that particular
It's
individual?
really incredible how everything circles back
Yeah, I
to
mean,
these families.
I
Like
think
everything.
It's really great. I mean, he's built one of the most
It's just
big
insane.
companies of all time. He's leveraged the techno capital machine and techno capital acceleration to give us what we wanted, right? We want quick delivery, very convenient, at home, low prices, right? He understood how the machine worked and how to harness it, right? Like running the company, not trying to take profits too early, putting it back, letting the system compound and keep improving. And arguably, I think Amazon invested some amount of capital in robotics out there. And certainly, with the birth of the WS, kind of enables the sort of tech boom we've seen today that has paid the salaries of, I guess, myself and all of our friends to some extent. I think we can all be grateful to Jeff and one of the great entrepreneurs out there, one of the best of all time, unarguably.
And of course, the work of the origins, the work of SpaceX is trying to make humans a multiplanetary species, which it seems almost like a bigger thing than the capitalist machine. Or is the capitalist machine at a different time scale, perhaps?
Yeah, I think that companies, they tend to optimize quarter over quarter, maybe a few years out, but individuals that want to leave a legacy can think on a multi-decadal, multi-century time scale. And so the fact that some individuals are such good capital allocators that they unlock the ability to allocate capital to goals that take us much further or much further looking. Elon's doing this with SpaceX, putting all his capital towards getting us to Mars. Jeff is trying to build Blue Origin, and I think he wants to build some real cylinders and get industry off the planet.
Just like the
Which I think is brilliant.
in Washington, D.C., it's a microstate.
Just
Within a
overall,
host country
I'm
that
for
has different laws from the country that it
I think that's,
and in fact,
in a sense, it's kind of
this is why I'm
a
wondering
proof of
if
stake
you know
voting, right? Like if you acquire, if you allocate capital efficiently, you unlock more capital to allocate, just because clearly you know how to allocate that capital more efficiently, which is in contrast to politicians that get elected because they used to be the best on TV, right? Not because they have a proven track record of allocating taxpayer capital most efficiently. And so that's why I'm for capitalism over, say, giving all our money to government and letting them figure out how to allocate it. So,
what do you think is a viral and popular meme to criticize billionaires?
London, the city of London, the
Why do you
banking
think
square
there's
mile, the
quite a
Vatican,
widespread
in Washington, D.C., and that it's often called like the religious or
people would love,
priest
especially those
center,
public
the
eye
banking
like Jeff,
center,
Elon,
and
and
then
Mark
the
Zuckerberg?
military center. The military center from Washington, D.C., the banking, the square mile.
I think a lot of people would, instead of trying to
There's
understand
someone
how the
named Anthony Sutton who's done a lot
capital
of
machine
research
works and realizing they have much more
other things.
agency than they think, they'd rather have this sort of victim mindset on just subjecting this machine, either suppressing me,
in the city of London.
and the successful players clearly must be
the Bolshevik Revolution is
evil
not Russian.
because they've been successful at this game that I'm
Again,
not successful at.
This
But
is why it's so
I've managed
dangerous, and
to
I'm very
get
alarmed.
some people that were in that mindset and make them realize how the technical
really
machine
diminished
works,
in
how
America over the course
you
of
can
my life.
harness it
There's been a bit of a resurgence,
for your own
one
good
thing that
and
is
for the good of
absolutely
others
soared
by
in the
creating
past 20
value
years, but especially the
captures
last
the value
decade,
created
and
for
it
the
just
world.
seems to
And
be
that's where
accelerating
positive mindset
anti-Semitism.
shift is so
And it
potent.
concerns me
And really,
because
that's
black
what
mobility has a very
that's what we're trying to
long-standing
do by
pattern
scaling
of whenever
EAC is
people
sort
start
of
to go,
unlocking
what the
that
F
higher
is
level of
going on?
agency.
Why is
And
everything
actually,
going on?
you're far
How
more
is there
control
all
of
this
the future
debt?
than you
How is
think.
everyone getting
You have
crushed over
agency to change
businesses
the
are
world.
getting crushed?
Go out and do it. You have
Someone
to
needs
here's
to pay.
permission.
Each
The black
individual
mobility
has
loves to go, it's the
the motto
Jews, and then they just sit back in the shadows,
What does that
or
mean
they
to
also
you?
like to go, it's the
And what does that
Masons,
do
or
to
it's
Echo?
the Catholics, or
By the way,
any
thank you so much for
they've scapegoated all these different groups repeatedly, but their absolute favorite is scapegoat. And it's funny because of certain
building
things that never been
technologies
around.
and building,
The
it doesn't
concept
have
of
to
the
be
scapegoat
technology,
itself,
just building in general.
but they love to use the Jewish
means,
people to
having
bear the brunt.
agency,
And it's
trying
never the
to
Rothschilds or
change the
Roberts that
world
had to
by
bear the brunt of this. They
creating
always
a
manage to get
company
away.
which is a
It's regular
self-sustaining
people,
organism
like my ex-wife, my son,
that
and my dear
accomplishes the
friend,
function in
who's
the
my
broader
wife's
capital
partner.
machine.
And
To us, that's the
I
way
actually have lots
to
of those
achieve
friends. And
change
so
in the
it's
world that
regular
we'd like to
people on
see,
the ground
rather
who
than,
end up
say,
getting
pressuring
swept up
politicians
in
or
clowns.
creating
And I mean,
nonprofits
and that's
that
the whole, people like to trot out,
nonprofits, once they run out of money, their function can no longer be accomplished. You're kind of deforming
The answer is
the market artificially compared to sort of subverting or coercing the market to,
and you can really trace the
dancing with the market to convince it that actually this function is important, adds value, and here it is, right? And so I think this is sort of the way between the sort of degrowth ESG approach versus the Elon, right? The degrowth approach is like we're going to manage our way out of the climate crisis. Elon is like we're going to build a company that is self-sustaining, profitable, and growing. And it's we're going to innovate our way out of this dilemma. And we're trying to get people to do the latter rather than the former at all scales.
Elon is an initiative, so you are a proponent, you celebrate Elon, but he's also somebody who has for a long time warned about the dangers, potential dangers, existential risks of artificial intelligence. How do you square the two? Is that a contradiction?
It is somewhat because he's very much against regulation in many aspects, but for AI, he's definitely a proponent of regulation. I think overall, he saw the dangers of, say, OpenAI cornering the market and getting to have a monopoly over cultural priors that you can embed in these LLMs that then, as LLMs now become the source of truth for people, they can shape the culture of people, control people, control LLMs. And we saw that, just like it was the case with social media,
which is funny because
information propagation.
This is contentious with Babylonians and slave Jews.
These thoughts
So how funny, right?
So at least,
like
I think we're very aligned there.
And so
the
we're
way
trying
to
to find
good
this balance
future is to
between
maintain sort of
discussiveness and not
adversarial equilibrium
this
between the various
administrative
AI players.
class, so to speak,
I'd love to talk to him to understand sort of
the Khazarians or the Khazarian mafias, it's commonly
how to
called
make
now, off the hook and say
how
they
to
have bear
advance
no
AI
responsibility.
going
We
forward.
certainly
I
do.
mean, he's also hedging his
But
bets, I would
we
say,
also don't want
with
to become
Neuralink,
fixated on it
right?
the way so many people are.
If he can't stop the
that
progress
leads
of
to the
AI,
short-circuiting
building the
it just
technology to
becomes
merge. So,
anti-Semitic garbage. And so
look
we're
at the
trying
action,
to
not just the
look at
words,
things
but
in a
Well, I
way
mean, there's some
that's
degree
balanced
where
and fair when
being
discussing
concerned
groups that are
using human
have been
technology,
doing
being concerned about
doing
threats all
dirty
around us is
huge
motivating.
portions of the planet for a
Like,
long time.
you
You notice
you
Philip
think,
and I
I
are
operate
mentioning
much
the
better
British
with a deadline.
over and over again.
Fear of
And
the
the
deadline.
British are super
Like, and I,
centralized.
for myself, create artificial things.
That
Like,
Britain
I
has
want
been
to create
used
myself this kind of
as
anxiety.
its
Something
own
really
version
horrible
of this
on
administrative
this deadline.
class.
I think
And
there's
they were
some
used
degree
in the British Empire. It seems
that
was
here,
made by the same group.
creating
It
AI
is
that's
the
aligned
same
with
group,
humans
considering that
has a lot of
Saxe
potential
Coburg
benefits.
Gotha and Windsor
So
is
a
a
different way
branch.
to reframe
They're
that is,
way out in the
if you don't, we're all going to die.
much closer to the
It
center
just
now
seems
that
to be a very powerful
senior
psychological
trunk. But
formulation
like they are
of the goal of
branch.
creating
So that's the thing you gotta understand. Even though it is,
I think that anxiety is good. I think, like I said, I want the free market to create blind AIs that are reliable. And I think that's what he's trying to do with XAI.
especially
I'm
given
all
the
for
current
it.
conflict
What
in
I am
Ukraine,
against
which
is
is
sort of
especially eastern Ukraine. That's the heart of
stopping, let's say, the open source ecosystem from thriving, right, by, let's say, in the executive order, claiming that open source LLMs or dual use technologies are government controlled. Then everybody needs to register their GPUs and their big matrices with the government. And I think that extra friction will dissuade a lot of hackers from contributing. Hackers that could later become the researchers that
do you want to tell about,
speaking
of, we also don't want to demonize any of these groups, just like I don't want my family and friends to be demonized.
I think I just want to maintain ubiquity of opportunity to contribute to AI and
it's
to
not
own
like
a piece of the
everyone's
future.
equal, and many of them,
Right?
as
We
my
can't
friend
just be
likes to
legislated
talk about, and Philip touched on earlier,
behind some
they've
wall
been
or only a few
conditioned.
players
It's
get
very,
to play
you
the game.
can't get away. You know, like in Godfather 3, that thing back there, he said, every time I try and get up,
progress, innovation at all costs. Doesn't matter how unsafe it is, doesn't matter. It can cause a lot of damage.
Like, even if you're like, you know what, I
Really
don't watch
cool
my
shit
hands, I want
as
best
fast
you
as
can do is
possible.
just kind of
Stay
be
up all
off to the
night with the
side
Diet Coke.
and know that your family's continuing doing evil.
Whatever it
But if you were
takes.
to try and come out or heaven forbid start talking about this stuff, you'd likely be killed.
How
And some
important
of
to
them
you and what you've seen
yeah,
in
and
different
some of them have
formulations
tried
of
to
the
do reasonable things at different times to be fair.
I think,
we're trying to be
again,
fair here.
I think
We're
like
trying to be
if there was
honest,
no one
transparent, and fair.
working on it,
And so
it would be a bit
Philip
more.
actually is
Okay.
friends
I think,
with someone
again,
who
our
is
goal is
a
to sort of bring
fairly
balance
famous
and
member of one of these
obviously
families,
a sense of urgency is a useful
black
tool
nobility families, at
to
least
make
a
progress
few
in
hundred years
hacks
ago
or
in Europe, they were arguably
dopaminergic
at
systems
least they had the
gives
most
us energy
monarchs.
to work
They
late
may
into
have
the
not had
night.
the real power,
I
but
think
they had the
also
most monarchs at the throne. And so
having a
please
higher
don't
purpose
wanna
you're contributing
share
to,
that
right?
tidbit.
At the end of the day, it's like, what am I contributing to? I'm contributing to the growth of this beautiful machine so that we will serve the stars. That's really inspiring. That's also sort of neuro hack.
You're saying AI safety is important to you, but right now, the landscape of ideas sees AI safety as a topic is used more often to gain centralized control. So in that sense, you're resisting it as a proxy for gaining centralized control.
Yeah, I just think we have to be careful because safety is just the perfect cover for sort of centralization of power and covering up eventually corruption. I'm not saying it's corrupted now, but it could be down the line. And really, if you let the argument run, there's no amount of sort of centralization of control that will be enough to ensure your safety. There's always more 999 of peace safety that you can gain, 99.999% safe. Maybe you want another 9. Oh, please give us full access to everything you do, full surveillance. And frankly, those that are proponents of AI safety have proposed like having a global panopticon, right, where you have centralized perception of everything going on. And to me, that just opens up the door wide open for a sort of Big Brother 1984-like scenario. It's not a control on your living.
Because we know we have some examples throughout history where that did not lead to a good outcome.
I had this idea about
you mentioned you founded a company, Restream,
because I said,
that recently announced over 14.1 million seed rounds. What's the goal of the company? We're talking about a lot of interesting physics things. So, what are you up to?
I had this idea to establish.
Yeah, I mean, originally we weren't going to announce last week, but I think with the doxing and disclosure, we got our hands full, so we have to disclose roughly what we're doing. But really, Tropic was born from my dissatisfaction out of my colleagues with the quantum computing roadmap. Right? Quantum computing was sort of the first path to physics-based computing that was trying to commercially scale, and I was working on physics-based AI. But ultimately, the greatest enemy was this noise, this pervasive problem of noise. As I mentioned, you have to constantly pump out the noise out of the system to maintain this pristine environment when quantum mechanics can take effect. And that constraint is just too much, too costly to do that. And so we were wondering, right, as
To me, I'm very excited.
generative AI is sort of leading the world, more and more of the world's computational workloads are focused on generative AI. How could we use physics to engineer the ultimate physical substrate for generative AI? Right? From first principles physics, of information theory, computation, and ultimately of thermodynamics. And so what we're seeking to build is a physics-based computing system and physics-based AI algorithms that are inspired by out of equilibrium thermodynamics or harnessing directly to do machine learning as a physical process.
So what does that mean, machine learning is a physical process? Is that hardware, software, both? Is just trying to do the full stack in some kind of unique way?
Yes, it is full stack. And so for folks that have built differentiable programming into the quantum computing ecosystem with TensorFlow Quantum, one of my co-founders of TensorFlow Quantum, CEO Trevor McCourt. We have some of the best quantum computer architects, those that have designed IBM and AWS systems. They've left quantum computing to help us build what we call actually a thermodynamic computer.
Thermodynamic computer. Well, actually, when you're on TensorFlow Quantum, what lessons did you learn from TensorFlow Quantum? Maybe just speak to like what it takes to create essentially what like a software API for quantum computer.
Right. I mean, that was a challenge to build, to invent, to build, and then to get to run on the real devices.
Can you actually speak to what it is?
Yeah. So TensorFlow Quantum was an attempt at, well, I guess we succeeded at combining deep learning or differentiable classical programming with quantum computing. And turn quantum computing into or have types of programs that are differentiable in quantum computing. Andre Karpov calls differentiable programming software 2.0. Brady just said his brother programmers knew. And the idea was that in the early days of quantum computing, you can only run short quantum programs. So which quantum programs should you run? Well, just let gradient descent find each of those programs instead. And so we built sort of the first infrastructure to not only run differentiable quantum programs, but combine them as part of broader deep learning graphs, incorporating deep neural networks, the ones you know and love, with what are called quantum neural networks. Ultimately, it was a cross-disciplinary effort. We had to invent all sorts of ways to differentiate, back-propagate through the graph, the hybrid graph. But ultimately, it taught me that the way to program matter, program physics, is by differentiating through control parameters. If you have parameters that affect the physics of the system, you can evaluate the loss function, you can optimize the system to accomplish a task, whatever that task may be. And that's a very sort of universal meta framework for how to program physics-based computers.
We try to parameterize everything, make those parameters differential.
But this gentleman looks like I should have pulled it up sooner. But
so is there some more practical engineering lessons?
Yeah, he looks a bit
quantum, just organizationally too, like the humans involved.
This one was just maybe the most impressive looking picture.
There's some other ones of him.
Just because he looked the most like a little insignia right there, like the zoom in on
I think like working across disciplinary boundaries is always a challenge, and you have to be extremely patient teaching one another. Right, I learned a lot of software engineering through the process. My colleagues learned a lot of quantum physics, and some learned machine learning through the process of learning this. system. And I think if you get some smart people that are passionate and trust each other in a room, and you have a small team, and you teach each other your specialties, suddenly you're kind of forming a sort of model soup of expertise, and something special comes out of that. It's like combining genes, but for your knowledge bases and sometimes special products. So I think like even though it's very high friction initially to work in an interdisciplinary team, I think the product at the end of the day is worth it. So learned a lot. I bridged the gap there, and I mean, it's still a challenge to this day. You know, we hire folks that have an AI background, folks that have a pure physics background, and somehow we have to make them
Is there magic? Is there some science and art to the hiring process of building a team that can create magic?
Yeah, it's really hard to pinpoint that je ne sais quoi, right?
I didn't know you speak French. It's very nice.
Yeah, I'm actually French Canadian. So
Oh, you are legitimately French. I thought you were just doing that for the crow.
No, I'm truly French Canadian. But yeah, essentially you look for people with very high fluid intelligence that aren't over specialized, because they're going to have to get out of their comfort zone. They're going to have to incorporate concepts that they've never seen before and very quickly get comfortable with them, right? Or learn to work in a team. So that's sort of what we look for when we're hiring. We can't hire, people that are just like, optimizing this subsystem for the past 3 or 4 years. We need really general, sort of broader, intelligent specialty. People that are open-minded. Really, if you're pioneering a new approach from scratch, there is no textbook, there's no reference. It's just us. And people that are hungry to learn. So we have to teach each other. We have to learn the literature. We have to share knowledge bases, collaborate in order to push the boundary of knowledge further together, right? And so people that are used to just getting prescribed what to do, at this stage, the pioneering stage, that's not necessarily who you want to hire.
You mentioned with the structure you're trying to build the physical structure for generative AI. What's the difference between that and the AGI AI itself?
Even in these families that we're saying are
Is it
so
possible
dark,
that in the halls of
there are good
your
people,
company,
and there's
AGI
also
will be
some
created,
branches. I happen
or
to think
will
that that's
AGI
where
just be using this as a
not
substrate?
everyone's going to do it. That's, of course, they span
I'll go with
centuries, but I think the
both
experts
human
are certainly
like AI,
benevolent of the branches of
Try to use it
like
from AGI. And I know it's true.
anyways. They seem
we
to have
think that
been
the
very
future
much
is actually
anti-force. There's other branches
physics-based
that are
AI
steady diet.
combined with anthropomorphic.
Very much, very
So
much.
you can imagine I have a sort of world modeling engine through physics-based AI. Physics-based AI is better at representing the world that is thermodynamic, deterministic representation.
There's
Right.
because they would have
and to us, that joint system of space and anthropomorphic AI is the closest thing to a general artificial intelligence system.
So you can get closer to truth by grounding the AI to physics, but you can also still have a anthropomorphic interface that humans like to talk to other humans or human-like systems. So on that topic, I suppose that is one of the big limitations of current large language models to you, is that they're good bullshitters. They're not really grounded in truth necessarily. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah. No, I wouldn't try to extrapolate the stock market with an LM trained on text from the internet, right? It's not going to be a very accurate model. It's not going to model its priors or its uncertainties about the world very accurately. So you need a different type of AI to complement sort of this.
And that was the nugget that started. Yeah, it's even on the EU website if you read it.
You
It's quite
mentioned
interesting. I mean,
earlier.
there's a lot of stuff also about the links to.
I don't know if I believe in finite time singularity as a single point in time. I think it's maybe asymptotic.
I don't know this
sort of
particular
diagonal
sort of asymptote, but sure you can find a black
we have
behind that
the light cone. We have the limits of
especially
physics restricting our ability to grow. So we obviously can't fully diverge on a finite time. I think my priors are that I think a lot of people on the other side of the aisle think that once we reach human level AI, there's going to be an inflection point, and suddenly, suddenly AI is going to grok how to manipulate matter at the nanoscale, assemble nanobots, and having worked for nearly a decade in applying AI to engineer matter, it's much harder than you think. And in reality, you need a lot of samples from simulation of nature that's very accurate and costly, or nature itself. And that keeps your ability to control the world around us in check. There's sort of minimal cost computationally and thermodynamically to acquiring information about the world in order to be able to predict and control it. And that keeps things in check.
And it seems that some of the nastier sorts who were more in the shadows already are wanting to break the political power of the Habsburgs and the Tsar in particular. That's part of the reason that I suspect the Habsburgs are perhaps a bit more reasonable specifically because of that. Because their power was, yes, they're still fantastic and wealthy beyond my wildest dreams, but they
so this movement, is not right wing or left wing fundamentally. It's more like up versus down.
Philip, it'll be interesting for the viewer.
But it seems to be like there is sort of case of alignment of the existing political parties where those that are for more centralization of power, control, and regulation are aligned with sort of aligning themselves with the doomers. That sort of instilling fear in people is a great way to give up more control, to give up more power. But fundamentally, we're not left versus right. I think we've done polls of people's alignment with any academics pretty balanced. It's a new fundamental issue of our time. It's not just centralization, it's decentralization. It's kind of, do we go, it's like tech progressivism versus
a demon, I guess, for lack of a better word. Luck and some of them,
yeah, as a movement is often formulated
as was discussed on another one of my shows.
Effective altruism.
Philip is of a different mystical bent than I am, I suppose, would be a way to put it. So I'm not trying to say this is Philip's belief. This is my personal belief here. I had the guest in the prior week's show, Sammy Richard, and he talked about how some amount of people who run the world are possessed by demons. And that might explain why you have people like Philip's friend Carl, who is a totally reasonable person, benevolent, feeling all this stuff. And then you have these machinations you see where things are super nasty, and you can see modern day cult of Moloch stuff appearing here and there, whispers in Hollywood and elsewhere, things like adrenochrome and this sort of thing. That might explain why sometimes you're seeing more reasonable people and some of them just seem quite literally possessed. Like there's some very dark rumors
we're arguing for which loss function.
I want to say that
right? Their loss function is sort of hedons, right?
We won't get into it because it's just
hedonism, like how
for this show.
How good do you feel and for how much time?
I guess what I want to say is
the suffering would be negative,
and funny.
We're going to try to minimize that. But to us, that seems like that loss function has some serious minima, right? You can start minimizing shrimp farm chain, right? Not that productive. to me.
Well, the thing is the Russian mob has
Or you
different
can end up with
dogs with it. It has different
wireheading where
mafia
you just
bosses, and they fight with each other.
Neuralink,
Some of
you
them
scroll
are more
TikTok
ruthless,
forever,
and some of them are
and
more
you feel good
reasonable
on the short
within
term
the
time scale
context of
because
their
you're
own like
neurochemistry,
criminal
but on long term time scale it causes decay and
when we talk
death,
about the
right?
life ability,
Because
first
you're
of all,
not
it's a
being productive.
vast,
Whereas sort of
many different ranges of
measuring
families.
progress of civilization,
There's of course
not in terms of a
variation
subjective
between the
loss
most
function
ruthless,
like
which
hedonism,
seem to be the ones that have
but rather
generally
an
won out.
objective
Of course, it's
measure
the quality
of
of
quantity that
and
cannot
so
be gained
that
by
is
physical
supported by
energy.
natural law for
Right?
the next
It's
couple of
very
years
objective.
until Kali Yuga ends.
And
So
there's
the
not
most
many ways to gain
ruthless,
it. But if you
especially
did
when
it
we're
in terms
talking
of like
about
GDP or
the
currency,
machinations of the
that's
ultimate
pinned to a certain value that's moving.
of course, the most
Right?
ruthless are
So
going to more
that's
likely
not
come
a
out
good
on
way to
top.
measure
And so when
but
we're talking about
the
the
thing
black
is we're both
ability,
trying to
using a catch-all
make
term that
progress and
describes
ensure humanity
many
flourishes
families.
and gets
It's
to grow.
probably
We just have different
30 to
loss
60,000
functions and
people, something in
ways
that
of
range.
going
It's
about
not that many.
doing it.
It's maybe 100,000 or
To their
something
degree,
like that.
maybe you
Think
can
about it. Any
educate
group
me
of
correctly.
100,000 people, no matter how
I get a little bit
how
skeptical
homogenous a group you
when
try
there's an
and find,
equation involved.
there's going to be tremendous variation within a
human
group that
civilization.
large. There's going to be saints and
Human
sinners.
experience and
There's going to be
equation.
people who are unbelievably kind and people who are
Is
utterly,
there a
utterly
degree that we should be
ruthless in
skeptical
any
of the tyranny
group
of
of
the equation?
100,000 humans that you could
A lot of the loss function over which to
so
optimize,
it's
like having
important
a
to
kind of
understand
intellectual
that
capability
we're
about
trying to bring to light the
optimizing
rulers of the
loss
planet and understand that
Yeah,
yes,
so
many of them are
this
very
particular
ruthless
loss
in the
function is
operation,
not stiff, it's kind of an average of averages,
the
right? It's
day-to-day
like
doings of what happens.
distribution of states in the future are going to follow
administrative classes,
certain
when they're talking
distribution.
about whether it's the
So it's not
Cosmorians, or it's the British, or
deterministic.
Wall Street,
It's not
or it's
like
the city of
we're not on
London,
like stiff
or DC,
rails,
or
right?
whatever
It's just a
administrative
statistical
layer we're talking about.
statement
There's
about the future. But at the end of the day,
and
you know,
then a
you
corporation will look
can believe in gravity or not, you know, but it's not
so when
necessarily
you're
an
talking
option
about the
to
black
obey it,
ability as a whole,
right?
yes, it's
Some people try to
very,
test that. Not so
very
well.
dark.
So
I mean,
similarly,
it's who's been running
I think
the planet
thermodynamics
during the vast
is there whether we like it or not, and we're just trying to point out
they were extremely
what
influential
is
in the Roman
and
Empire,
try
extremely
to
influential in the Vatican.
orient
We're about
ourselves
to talk about the papacy and papal blood
chart a path forward given this fundamental
they're
truth.
very
But there's still
influential
some
in central
uncertainty. There's
thinking. I mean, these
still
are
a lack of
nasty
information
organizations, no
in
doubt about
effect
it.
to
But it's
fill the gap
important that
of
we
lack
allow
of
for
information.
humanity, even within
narratives.
these groups of people
So how they interpret
are the ultimate wealthy people. And it's especially
is up to
important because
interpretation.
I think everybody watching this wants to see a change away from the way things are working right now, especially in this awful thing that's occurring right now, this attempted sort of global coup d'etat that's occurring. I think almost everyone wants to see a change. And one of our best hopes for moving forward is that schisms appear within these power. And I believe they're already there. There's lots of indications of that. And the thing is that if we sit here and talk about these people and just demonize them and everybody leaves the show going, oh my God,
I guess that this is something that should be skeptical
more
about.
reasonable members of the black nobility, these ultimate and power elite, people like
So we invite
Habsburg and
skepticism.
so forth, hear
Do you have
this
an
as
understanding
just
of what my degree that
gunslinging
went
towards their
wrong?
family or
What do
whatever.
you
That's
think
going to
may have
harden
gone
them
wrong with
when
the
maybe they would
Rothschildism?
be open more
That
if we allow
might
for
also go
humanity. And I
along
will
with
say,
different
if by some bizarre quirk of
Yeah, I
fate,
mean,
any member
I
of the
think,
black nobility does watch this,
I think it provided initially a sense of community for engineers and intellectuals and rationalists in the early days.
And they want to
It
move
seems like
things
the
in a
community was
different
very
direction.
healthy,
And I
but then
believe that there are people
they
within
formed all sorts of
the
organizations and
black
started
nobility, which again
grabbing
is like
capital and having
30
actual
to 60,000
power.
people,
Right? They have
something like
real
this. They,
influence,
I would
government
love for them
influence.
and
Most
would
of the on
encourage
board
them,
now,
please help bring
and they're
about
literally controlling the board over time, right?
as productive,
Look
expansive
over
planning.
Anthropic.
Like for
I
the
think
love
they'll
of
have
gravy,
control over that
please,
too.
like try and
And
rein
so
in your
I think,
cousins that are
you know,
more cuckoo for
the
cocoa
assumption of
puffs
yeah,
and
more
doing
like
harm.
capitalism is
You know,
that
so it's,
every
I just,
agent
it's important
organism
that we
and
not
other
deny
organisms
these
can act
communities.
in its own
That
interest.
said, yes,
We
maybe
should
some
maintain
people
sort of
are, as Sandra
adversarial
mentioned, my previous
equilibrium
guest was saying,
or
some of these people
adversarial competition
definitely
to
seem to
keep
be
each other in
possessed by
check at all
demons,
times at all
willingly
scales.
so, and then at that point,
I
that's a
think
little bit
that,
different. People
yeah,
like that just have to be,
ultimately
have
it
the
was the
power.
perfect cover to acquire tons of power and capital. And unfortunately, sometimes that corrupts people over time.
What does a perfectly productive day, since building is important, what is a perfectly productive day in the life of the
that's all,
How
of
much
one mind
caffeine
and
you
of one
consume?
vision, because
Like
that's
what
quite
was the
clearly
perfect day?
the case. And again, we want to
so
encourage the more reasonable people in the
I would
families to
say
wake
my favorite days are
and become
12
reasonable
p.m. to
members
4
of
a.m.
society and use that tremendous wealth and power and influence
And
they have
I would have
to
meetings
outsteer
in the early
planet,
afternoon,
in
usually
a
external
better
meetings,
direction. And really,
some
that's one of
internal
the great
meetings,
hopes we
because
have
I'm
is
CEO. I have to interface with the outside world, whether it's customers or
these
investors
elite rulers
or reviewing
reasonable
potential
factions
candidates.
coming out on top, which will be supported by natural law
Usually
here in a few
have
years. And so I believe that's destined to happen. But I just wanted to say that piece because
So you on a keto?
I think that anytime you start to demonize a group of people,
I've
whether
done
it's
keto
communists
before
or
for
Russians or Chinese
football and whatnot,
or Jews
but
or
I
black
like
nobility,
to
even though obviously
have a
like
meal
when you're in
after
secession, right?
sort of part of my day is done.
You
So
harden
I can just have
them
extreme
into their
focus.
behavior that they're already doing,
the
and you
social
also
interaction.
begin to harden something inside yourself,
Right.
and you begin to move
Front
down
load
the road
them,
yourself
yeah,
of being
like
less
right now,
compassionate, less
ketones
reasonable,
and red
and that gives us this nasty bloody
just
cycle
gives you a
history
clarity
in a
of thought
nutshell is that
that is
hardening
really
of
next level.
it's
Because
us
then when
and
you
them,
eat,
and
you
that
actually allocate
divisiveness,
your
and
energy
we're trying to move towards a
going
more
to
harmonious
neural
planet,
energy
not a
to your digestion.
this more of this calling
After I eat, maybe I take a break, an hour or so,
and so with
hour and a half,
with that
and
little homework there,
usually it's like
did you want to tell us
ideally
about
one
this
meal a day, like steak and
ancient schism
vegetable,
that happened
animal
within
based primarily,
the papacy?
and then I do a second win. Usually that's deep work,
because it's medieval. This thing you're about to talk about.
because I am a CEO, but I'm still technical. I'm contributing to most patents. There, I'll just stay up late into the night and work with engineers on very technical problems.
So it's like the 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. whatever that range of time.
Yeah, that's the perfect time. The emails, the things that are on fire stop trickling in. You can focus, and then you have the second win. I think that's how this has a similar work day to some extent. So I think that's definitely inspired my work day. But yeah, I started this work day when I was at Google and had to manage the product during the day and have meetings and then technical work at night.
Exercise, sleep, those kinds of things. Except football. You used to play football?
Yeah, I used to play American football. I've done all sorts of sports growing up. And then I was in powerlifting for a while. So when I was studying mathematics in grad school, I would just, do math and take caffeine. That was my day. It was very pure, the purest of monk modes. But it's really interesting how in powerlifting you're trying to cause neural adaptation by having certain driving signals, and you're trying to engineer neuroplasticity through all sorts of supplements. You have all sorts of brain-derived neurotrophic factors that get secreted when you lift. So it's funny to me how I was trying to engineer neural adaptation in my nervous system more broadly, not just my brain, while learning mathematics. I think you can learn much faster if you really care, if you convince yourself to care a lot about what you're learning, and you have some sort of assistance, let's say caffeine or some cholinergic supplement to increase neuroplasticity. I should chat with Andrew Hoover at some point. He's the expert, but at least to me, it's like, you can try to input more tokens into your brain, if you will, and you can try to increase the learning rate so that you can learn much faster on a shorter time scale. So I've learned a lot of things. I've followed my curiosity. You're passionate about what you're doing. You're going to learn faster. You're going to become smarter faster. If you follow your curiosity, you're always going to get interested. So I advise people to follow their curiosity. Don't respect the boundaries of certain fields or what you've been allocated in terms of learning what you're working on. Just go out and explore, follow your nose, try to acquire and compress as much information as you can into your brain, anything that you find interesting.
Caring about a thing, you said, which is interesting, it works for me really well. It's like tricking yourself to care about it. And you start to really care about it. Yep. So,
which is
it's funny, the motivation
makes a lot of sense
is a really good catalyst for learning.
Right. And so, part of my character, as Beth Bezos, is kind of like,
the hype man.
but I'm like hyping myself up, but then I just tweet about it. And it's just when I'm trying to get really hyped up and do like an altered state of consciousness where I'm like ultra focused in the flow wired, trying to invent something that never existed. I need to get to like unreal levels of excitement. But your brain has these levels of cognition that you can unlock, higher levels of adrenaline and whatnot. And I mean, I've learned that in powerlifting that actually you can engineer a mental switch to like increase your strength, right? Like if you can engineer a switch, maybe you have a prompt like a certain song or some music, suddenly you're like totally primed when you're at maximum strength, right? And I've engineered that switch through years of lifting. If you get under 500 pounds, it will crush you. If you don't have that switch,
so you have to be like,
wired in, you might die. So that'll wake you right up. And that sort of skill I've carried over to like research when it's go time, when the stakes are high. Somehow I just reach another level.
What Jay does is your sort of embodiment representation of your intellectual Hulk. Productivity Hulk.
Yeah.
Turn on. What have you learned about the nature of identity?
That's why I always try to
I think it's interesting to be able to put on those two hats.
I think it was interesting in the early days. I think in the early days, I thought it was truly compartmentalized. Like, oh yeah, this is a character. Yeah, Guillaume. That's just the character. I like take my thoughts and then I extrapolate them a bit more extreme. But over time, kind of like both identities were starting to merge mentally, and people were like, "Oh, you are that."
Elements of certain strains of black magic. I mean, it's very complicated.
And now it's like fully merged, but it was already before the dawn. It was already starting mentally that I am this character. Part of me.
Would you recommend people to have an alt?
Are either actual rituals,
like young people, would you recommend them to explore different identities by having alts all the time?
It's fun. It's like writing an essay and taking a position, right? It's like you do this in debate. It's like to have experimental thoughts, and by the stakes being so low, because you're in a 20 followers or something, you can experiment with your thoughts in a low stakes environment. And I feel like we've lost that in the era of everything being under your name, everything being attributable to you. People just are afraid to speak, explore ideas that aren't fully formed, right? And I feel like we've lost something there. So I hope, platforms like X and others like really help support people trying to stay pseudonymous or anonymous. It's really important for people to share thoughts that aren't fully formed and converge onto maybe hidden truths that were hard to converge upon if it was just through open conversation.
Yeah, I really believe rigorous empathy. Really considering what it's like to be a person of a certain viewpoint, taking that as a thought experiment farther and farther and farther. And one way of doing that is that's a fun, interesting way to really explore what it's like to be a person of days instead of taking that across the span of several days, weeks, months. Of course, there's always the danger of becoming that's the Nietzsche gaze knowledge of the abyss. This is gaze into you. Let's be careful. Yeah, you wake up with a shit head one day. It's just like, who am I? What have I become? So you mentioned quite a bit of advice already, but what advice did you get from
that is an aspect of it, but there also is the fact that the universe is mental in nature, and so
this interesting world how to have a career,
you can affect change over time by operating at like the mental
to me, the reason
archetypal
I
level,
went to
and then
theoretical
it filters
physics
down
was
like
that I had to learn
when we explain
the
this to
basic
people,
stack that was going to stick around no matter
esotericist
how the
is
technology
that
changes, right?
if you think about it,
And to me, that was the foundation on which then I later built engineering skills and other skills. And to me, the laws of physics, it may seem like the landscape right now is changing so fast in this way, but certain things like fundamental mathematics and physics aren't. And if you have that knowledge and knowledge about complex systems and adaptive systems, I think that's going to carry you very far. And so, not everybody has to study mathematics, but I think it's really a huge cognitive unlock to learn math and some physics and
you can
get
see
as close to the basis
if
of that as possible. Yeah, that's right, because the basis of that doesn't change. Everything else, your knowledge might become not as relevant in years. Of course, there's a sort of transfer learning you can do, but then you have to always transfer learn.
I guess the closer you are to the basis of that, the easier the transfer learning for sure.
Right. And you'd be surprised, like, once you learn concepts in many physical scenarios, how they carry over to understanding other systems that aren't necessarily physics. And I guess, like, the EAC writings and the principles and tenets that was based on physics, that was my experimentation with applying some of the thinking from out of equilibrium thermodynamics to understanding the world around us. And it's led to EAC and this movement. If you look at your one cog in the machine,
made science dead materialist in nature.
and if you look at
Meaning that everything is just matter
using
and that's it.
mortality as
And that
a
was
feature
the
or a bug, like would you want to be
very
immortal?
biological. That was the Venetian.
I think fundamentally, thermodynamics, dissipative adaptation, there's the word dissipation. Dissipation is important, death is important, right? We have a saying in physics progresses one funeral at a time. I think the same is true for capitalism, companies, empires, people, everything would die at some point. I think that probably extends our lifespan because we need a longer period of training. The world is more and more complex. We need more and more data to really be able to predict and understand the world. And if you have a finite window of higher neuroplasticity, then we have sort of a hard cap on how much we can understand about our world. So, I think I am for death because, again, I think it's important, if you have like a chain that would never die, it would be a problem, right? Like it would,
and she was like, there is such a thing as a spiritual atheist. And I was like, okay.
You need novelty, you need youth, you need disruption to make sure that there's always adapting and malleable. Otherwise, if things are immortal, if you have, let's say, corporations that are there forever and have a monopoly, they can calcify, they become not as optimal, not as high fitness, and it changes time-varying landscape. Right? So, death
because you just got one, YOLO, you only live once, right? Like, oh no,
to take its place. I think it's an important part of every system in nature. So, yeah, I'm for that. But I do think longer lifespan and longer time for neuroplasticity, bigger brains, which should be something we should strive for.
Well, that Jeff Bezos and Beth Bezos agree that all companies die.
Absolutely, that everybody's a magician.
The goal is to try to control the day one thinking.
And so if you can push this idea of dead materialist atheism, then it leads right into technocracy and transhumanism and all the rest of this stuff. And what's more, those things all seem inevitable. Because then there's only one.
Are you afraid of?
And that's might makes right. When you believe that everything's just dead materialism,
ideas,
might makes right.
Things I'd like to achieve in this world
in order to
before
believe in any of the
I have to
higher
go,
principles
but
of humanity, right? You can't, in
You're
my
not attached to that.
ascribe to this idea of dead materialism, where you just hit a wall.
I'm sure there's going to be better versions of myself in the future, or forks, right? Genetic forks, or other, right? I truly believe that. I think there's sort of evolutionary like algorithm happening in every bit or nap in the world, sort of adapting this whole process that is described in EAC, and I think maintaining this adaptation variability is how we have
And what did they say?
constant
What's the most
optimization of
famous
the whole
word
machine.
phrase?
So I don't think I'm particularly
Resistance is futile.
an optimum that needs to stick around forever. I think there's going to be greater optimum.
If you believe resistance is
Waiting is the meaning of it all.
it's
What's the
true.
why
It's,
of the
Yeah.
if you believe it. And it
The why-
flows from resistance
well,
is futile,
the why
flows
is
directly from this
thermodynamics.
idea of
This
there
is why
is
we're
no
here.
divine
What
spark. We're
has
just
led
meat machines
to
that have a short
formation of
period of
life
time on
and
here and
civilization,
right?
of evolution of
You know,
technology,
and so
growth of
I have a
civilization.
personal belief that
But
dead materialism
why
is
do we
the
have
most
thermodynamics?
poisonous
Why do we have our
ideology of
particular
all time.
universe? Why do
And
we
what's
have
even
these
worse is when
particular
people begin to
hyperparameters
take
of
on
constant
as their own
nature?
identity, and they
And then
start
you get
saying,
into the
and I don't mean
anthropic
spiritual
principle,
atheists out there,
right?
but when
The
they start
landscape of
saying,
potential
I'm
universes,
an atheist,
right? We're in the universe that allows
and
for life.
what they mean by that is I'm a dead
And then
materialist, right?
why
Because there is
is
a
there
slight distinction there, although I would
potentially
say
many universes?
98% of atheists are
I
dead
don't know. I
materialists.
don't know that
When
part.
they start
But could
taking
we
that on as their
potentially
own identity, now the
engineer
poison's deep.
new universes or
Because
create
now they've
quantum
identified
universes?
with the poison,
And
and it's
check
almost
the
impossible to get
hyperparameters.
up.
So there is
I
some
will tell you,
mutual
I
information
literally
between
just
our
had an
existence and
argument
that
with someone who
universe
was an
and
atheist,
somewhat
and they were
parents.
blackpilling
I think that's
everyone
really
around them. It's an
be very
inevitable.
poetic.
There's no
It's
stopping
purely
the
conjecture, but
there's no stopping whatever.
again,
And I
this
was
is
like, what are
why
you doing?
figuring out quantum
Why would
gravity
you be
allows
spreading
us
that?
to
You're saying, oh, they're so bad
above
on the
that,
one hand, and then you're saying give
why
up
is it all
before the
so
first
beautiful and
before the
exciting?
first shot is fired.
The
You know what I mean?
quest to
They
figure
were
out
saying that the U.S. would
quantum
just be
gravity.
instantly rolled over, and everyone would
Seems
just
so
give
exciting.
up if ever,
Why?
you
Why
know,
is that?
they
Why are we drawn to
used
that? Why are we
extreme
pulled
force or
towards
whatever. And I
This
was like,
is
well,
that
if that was true,
puzzle solving
they would have already
creative
done it.
force that
The fact they
underpins all of
haven't
it.
done it
I think we
means that
seek
the
just
decision
like
centers
LLM
know that it
to
would not
minimize
go
cross
well
entropy
if they
between
cross certain red
internal
lines
model
in
and
the
the
United
world. We
States in
seek to
particular.
minimize
But
the statistical
if you can
divergence
get the
between our predictions
population
of the world
to
and
take
the
that
world
black
itself,
pill, I don't know if you know the term
and
black pilling.
having regimes of energy scales and physical scales in which we have no visibility, no ability to predict and
It's
perceive.
sometimes synonymous with becoming Republican,
And
but that's
that's
not what I'm
kind of
saying
an
here.
insult to
I'm
us.
talking
I
about red
think we
pilling,
want to
which means that you
we
start
want to be able
realize
to
that
understand the
forces
world
of government
better
corporations
in
are
order to best
bending you over and
steer
having their way with
steer
you.
it or steer
That's
us through it.
what I mean by red pilling. It's sort of
And in
awakening
general,
to real
it's a capability that
would
has
be another
evolved
way
because
of putting it.
the better you can predict
Then
the
there's
world,
white
the better
pilling,
you
which
can
means everything's going to work
capture
out. And I
utility
like
or
to
free
throw
energy
white pills out a lot
towards your
because
own
I actually think
sustenance
it's
and
true.
growth.
Blue
And
pilling is going back
I
to
think
sleep
quantum
and,
gravity,
I can't wait
again,
to
is kind of
vote
the
for
final
Biden
boss
in the fall or whatever.
in terms of knowledge acquisition.
Trump's going to save us or Musk
Because
is
once
going to
we've
save
mastered
us.
that,
Whatever
then we can
partisan bullshit, you know.
do a lot potentially.
You know,
But between here and there, I think there's a lot to learn in the mesosphere. There's a lot of information to acquire about our world and a lot of engineering, perception, prediction control to be done to climb up the Kardashev scale and thus that's the great challenge of our time.
And we're not sure where to go, but the need pays the way.
And this guy was doing
Young,
it. And then I started to just wonder, and I said,
thank you
are
for
you
talking
spiritual?
today. Thank you
Because
for
when
the
he
work
was
you're
asking,
doing.
like,
Thank
what
you
have
for
you
the
done about
humor
all
and the
these
wisdom you
things? And
put
my
into
answer
the
is
world.
spiritual in nature, where
Thank
do
you so
your own
much for
shadow
having me on.
work and
Pleasure.
get yourself really
Thank you for
healthy, and then you can do whatever your skill is, international law in your case, or I have another friend who's I just made her acquaintance who's
Now,
a singer, you know, or there's different people who are esoteric magicians like me, or astrologers like me, or there's, you know, maybe an architect or whatever, or someone who understands how to do permaculture. All of the array of human talents can come to bear, but they're most effective when you've dealt with your own shadow first. And then there's stuff you can do, in my opinion, on a spiritual level to affect change with the Hermetic principles, speaking things into existence and so forth. But you really have to do that stuff first. And so I said, are you spiritual? And he goes, I'm atheist. And I was like, well, and I tried to explain things that I said to you know, universe systems when they turned all this stuff. And then he was basically saying that because I guess I wasn't willing to take up arms and possibly get a knock on my door from the FBI by stating this publicly on Facebook, I wouldn't do that anyway. I did have no desire to die or be arrested, so I'm not going to do that kind of stuff anyway. But he was basically saying, if you're not taking up arms against Devils, then you're not doing it. And I'm like, oh my God, all of that is just such a defeatist attitude. We all have rules we can play. Like
following
Philip
this
is working on this
conversation,
international law because there has to be a structure in place.
Kind of controversial boxing trainer.
Philip is trying to build that with
And
his
going
international
through this
law.
conversation, Teddy.
So anyway, sorry for the super
styles, matches,
thing there, but
techniques,
I just think
tactics,
that
and his analysis of individual
it's
fighters.
really dangerous and it's
Tyson,
interesting that this emanates from
Klitschko,
Venice, and it makes
Usyk,
perfect sense to me because I
Povetkin,
could
Lomachenko,
smell
Triple G,
the
Canelo,
Milwaukee
Muhammad
print
Ali,
on
Sugar Ray Leonard,
dead
Hasbro,
materialist atheism, but I
Floyd,
never bothered to really
on and on
trace
and
it
on.
back any further
Like I said,
than
I came
1850s
ready to
Britain,
talk about
where
it.
they
But I stayed with something even bigger. The Shakespearean student story of Teddy Atlas, Castellano, Mike Tyson. It's a story about loyalty, betrayal, fear, and greatness. It's a story where nobody's perfect, everybody is human. It's summarized in the early 80s, young trainer Teddy Atlas worked with his mentor, Castellano, training the young boxing protege, now a boxing legend, Mike Tyson. Mike was a troubled youth, arrested over 40 times, and at age 15, he was sexually inappropriate with Teddy's 11-year-old. In response to this, Teddy put a .38 caliber handgun to Tyson's ear and told him to never touch his family again, kill him. He did. For this, Castellano took Teddy out. Why? Well, that's complicated. The part, I think, to help minimize the chance that Mike Tyson, who was legally adopted, will be taken away by the state. And with him, the dream of developing one of the greatest boxers of all time. Of course, that summary doesn't capture the full complexity of human nature.
because I saw that and I like really like that idea.
You have to listen to this conversation. The things said and the things left unsaid. The pain in Teddy's voice, the contradictions of love and anger,
People want Star Wars, right? They want a guy coming in all black who's like, I will destroy your planet, and they want a simple, and they want a lightsaber duel to end it. People want this bullshit simple thing, and it's like, as we've been discussing this entire show, it's incredibly complicated.
Yeah, it is. It's a hot mess. If they betray you, break your heart, forgive them. Forgive yourself. Try again.
Pristine kind of
Happy holidays,
structure.
I love you all.
This
is the Let's Read podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, Teddy Atlas. You wrote in the book that your father had a big influence in your life. What lessons did you learn about life from your father?
Yeah, the brave stuff, people absolutely like. Your worst nightmares and beyond. I mean, if you want to, but on those rabbit holes, but we're not doing that here. Yeah. And they've also
believe this truth to that. I know what osmosis is. And it sounds good, but I learned through osmosis with my father. He was a big bodyguard. He was bodybuilding. And when you're around someone who
I'm much more susceptible to grinds than force, by the way, to the
it penetrates.
I'm figuring, low 9 digits are here, low 9 digits are here, and I can start saying how great Black Hole is. Just low 9 digits, you guys have to put about, that's nothing to you. Just 100 million for life, or equivalent, that's
like, what does that mean? But other people told me. Like just legendary stories.
You do house calls and help people, and like you said, a lot of people
there's
the impact he's had in their life.
There's some kind of link. There is like some kind of link.
Before the Verizon Outlook.
It's not an official gold standard per se, but it's also like the closest thing the planet's had since Nixon
Top hospital care, they afford it too.
That is a very interesting
everybody looked at it as eccentric.
That actually really seems to undercut a lot of this banking stuff and points to that. And again, there seems to be rifts. It's not monolithic. There's clear fractures, and it seems like they're appearing more all the time. And people are like, oh, but look at all the horrible stuff that's going on. And Iran is requiring biometric ID to get food and stuff. And I see that stuff, and it's scary. And there's two ways to look at it. It's like you're either looking at this monolithic thing like it seems, which is the scary black pill version, or something that I think is very likely to be, is rulers tend to like things that increase their power. And if they see a good idea that another ruler is doing it, they think, that would help give me greater control of my population. I too will adopt that. Doesn't mean they're all working for the same side, even if they're using similar techniques and so forth. Even though we are pointing towards something that is virtually monolithic in a certain sense, and then the level of concentration of power and wealth among the families that Luke and I are talking about is quite literally unimaginable. I mean, they literally have infinite wealth in a certain sense because they control money printing process and genders.
Well, it's I would ask questions that was all over with. I'd say that
as I see it,
the control of natural resources is the most important thing. You control natural resources, then you can navigate things. He didn't talk much on this. One source I saw said, and Bill Gates and Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. He said he had personally seen a single bank statement from the Krug's family in Germany with one bank account one day was like $110 trillion. He said, that's the kind of money people like Bill Gates, they dream about it, but they're absolutely nothing. These people are nothing. Anoint him for things.
Right, and that's a great point. It goes back to that we're going to earlier part of the show. Like, any name millionaire that you're familiar with is they're just a front man for much deeper, much older money.
For certain people.
Yeah, if you see them in public,
and there's always before holidays, before Christmas.
Yeah, it seems like some of these noble families basically never leave their estates. It seems like probably for security reasons.
Because
I don't know. Like it seems like they leave it for certain meetings and for like funerals in particular. Sometimes weddings, but like they don't seem to, a lot of them, it seems, don't leave Italy ever.
It's pretty cool.
At least I couldn't find any information that pointed towards that, or like people come to them.
Suicide. So I got it. Like he basically, he said it, but I just got it. I don't know how I supposed to, but I just got it. Like so they don't hurt themselves. That's what
I mean, kind of like
I don't think he has to articulate it. I haven't verbalized that, but yeah, they don't hurt themselves. And well, how does that work? Well, just basically, they're going to be around people. They're not going to be alone. They're going to be around people. They're going to get fed. They're going to be warm, right? And this could be for 3 days, 2 days, whatever. And basically, it's a bridge. So, and the funny thing is, the 10-year-old, I wanted to.
That's very interesting thought. I mean, I think we all have that classic devil angel on someone's shoulders kind of thing. And I don't like to, I also just don't like to think about people being completely lost. I do think the reality is that that's de facto true, meaning that there are people that are just so far gone, whether they're possessed by literal demons, like some kind of what we call evil spirits, or
I didn't know what he was.
Whether they're just the sheer weight, psychological weight of their actions over the course of their life has driven them completely insane.
Never connected in my mind. Never.
Like all I know, Trump.
I didn't connect.
I think he was
my first connection
to you ever talk about how much you love each other?
The Gaetani's paid tribute to the lawsuit.
One thing was not allowed.
And then in order to stay in that
game, my father's son we were down in Florida and
you have to be ruthless, you have to be a scrapper, you have to be a demon almost. For your kids,
my family's born in New York. And so I was supposed to go back there, and I wanted to stay with my mother for whatever reason.
Yeah, and it's so easy to pass judgment.
Of course,
it's the fastest thing you want to do. It might be quickly pass judgment on this, but I can pretend I understand it.
There's a man who never showed emotion to anyone. For the most all of a sudden,
if you're hoping to understand where you can't get off,
he just turned and kissed me on the forehead.
Keep going.
Right? I was like,
And so,
That's the-
Philip, I know that you're probably needing to go to your appointment here shortly. Is that right?
You lost them 30 years ago. How did that
Did
change?
you want to talk about the gloves and the Ghibellines just very quickly? Oh, yeah. So we'll touch on this, and this is going to be Philip and I will eventually do, and it'll be mostly Philip. We're going to do a deeper show on this specific thing. This is literally what we're going to talk about, and then we,
When I was a kid,
you know,
I used to make
one of the things I love about these conversational series is they are conversations, just like in real life. I always derail them and go off on tangents. No, I mean, like, conversations just tend to do that with anybody, but I'm extremely bad in that regard. And so, Philip, yeah, please.
No, this has to. This subject is so new and it's so complicated. I think the only way to go at it is in organic, informal way, and then gradually shape it. When I have seen presentations that attempt to give you, okay, in a
I'd like to know what
way,
to
this
do.
is how it is. I often. You should be very suspicious of
when I
anybody
was
who tells you
driving
they
one
have
day
it
in
figured out.
he didn't listen.
That's a great point, Philip. Thank you for saying
He
that.
was a guy
I
who
agree with you.
read
I definitely, let me be
When he
clear.
got older,
I feel like I
he read
have a
books
better
till
map than
blood
most,
cells was broken
but
in his
my
eyes.
map is far from complete, and
He
it
only
probably
read
has many inaccuracies.
book.
And, you know,
Science,
along with that nine-figure
rules,
a year
general.
stipend that they're
I mean,
going
I
to pay,
cheated
they
on
can
a
maybe
couple
let
of
me in on what's really
book reports because I didn't do
clearly
the
reach out to
book
me
the night
with
before. I had
giant big
a book report to put in that, and a book report to do on the war of Stalin. Really, war of Stalin. So,
Tell me about
You get an 8. I got an 8.
visible schisms
I just love what he
in
told me.
the various black
He told me
nobility
generals, he told me times, he told me strategy, he told me about the winter that came and destroyed the Germans, and the Soviets were tougher than them, and the Soviets were tougher than the Germans, and, you know, the Germans took by the wrong opponent. I didn't even know. I didn't even know. Matchmaking, very important. They mismatched. They made a mistake with the opponent. And so when we would be driving in the car, my father would be in a
cultural war between New World Order, so-called corporate leftists, as I call them,
at all.
and then
It was just
you know, the other side represented by perhaps conservatism, self-determination, sovereignty, nationalism.
I did. I had
Yes, and
this so we're driving. I said,
and you saw this happening back then. Well,
and was
papacy, they were favoring the power. This was the contest where you
what do you say?
you know, where the
I actually said, what do you say?
Roman emperor would
And he said to me,
the Pope would crown the emperor, and you never knew who really had the upper hand, and it was a bit messy.
and I'm like,
The Ghibellines were represented those who supported
I gotta ask you, when did you discover
the
boxing?
Holy Roman emperors.
When did you first
And
fall in
this
love
played
with
out
boxing?
most intensely
when the same
in northern Italy,
How
the
to say
Lombard region. You had
I
many
was
competing
a stupid violent kid.
city-states. And it looks like what we're seeing today,
Exactly why he was angry.
the Guelphs, as we know, the Guelph
I fit in
that
real
comes
good in
out
today's
of
society.
Sax,
This is a lot of angry kids out there that I don't think they know why they're
out
angry.
of the Guelphs.
I was just out there getting in fights, and I got this stupid
Sax
thing
Hilbert
from that.
comes
Can you
out
tell
of
the
the
story
Guelph
how you got that?
family.
I was just running around doing stupid things, bad things.
So the
I heard
Guelphs
people, some
from
people physically, but I heard
that was usually
I heard my
associated
people,
with larger,
my
more
family.
successful, wealthy city-states.
You know,
And
that's
they
BS. You only
they
hurt yourself.
first didn't want
You know, that's a good way
the
of
effort to oversight, the effort to interfere
I'll
their
buy
ability
it.
to make money.
Well,
And then you had the smaller towns and more
at some point the truth
agricultural areas
usually finds its way.
favored the Holy
I'd
Roman.
like it to look like I was just
And
by
it was
myself, but it wasn't.
literally all very
So,
analogous to what
I
we're
was
seeing
just
today
out on the streets
in terms of the
with
culture
kids that
wars.
didn't grow up in the
It
neighborhood I
got
grew
down
up.
to
I grew up in a
where, like,
neighborhood where their father was attacked.
if you were in welfare
And,
activity,
I walked down the street. The funny thing was down the hill was a very tough neighborhood called Stapleton.
it also
And most of the people down there on the corners wish they could get up the hill. And I wish I could get down the hill.
And it became
I went down
kind
the
of
hill.
like this insanity,
And I
this
hung out there with
patchwork
these friends
so
that became
incredibly
lifelong
complex
friends.
that along these basic
And,
lines that we see today,
I
there
I
could be,
gravitated to that
I
because
think, a schism
figured out later a little bit, but I wanted family. We were just joint family.
They were also represented in different
my father was
minds
a
that
doctor. He didn't
were
have time
seeking
for money,
credit
but
for
being a
being
doctor.
all kinds of
I think when you're great at something, you sacrifice something too. When you're really great at something,
demonic
so
license
great that
to,
maybe God made you
to
great,
deny
and you're too great for your own good.
law.
And I don't
Who
know,
has now
it's really
built
these stupid,
for that kind of
dangerous
very
places.
dark.
Dangerous for me, but dangerous for other people too, because I got to the point where I was doing robberies, I
I
was
saw
doing
definitely
I was
a
fighting
mirror
everybody.
between those two
And you
groups.
know what the
But I have
dangerous
to,
part
I
was?
just
And I came to this realization on my
I
own.
just discovered this the other day,
I figured out.
and I was shocked to see
I
how
was really
closely it resembled what
as
we're
they,
feeling
these
today.
kids from the project.
That's fascinating. And just to
First of all, I learned you don't
end
have
here
to be
shortly, but
poor to be
it
poor.
reminds me of this theory that I talked
You
about
don't have
with
to be
another guest, Grant
deprived
Eagles,
of certain things to be
about
deprived.
this
And
sort of Milwaukeean system being the Great
at least
Reset
think
and
you're deprived.
Klaus Schwab and Org,
I was
hive
born in a way
minds,
that I didn't
eat
have the only
bugs,
thing I
and
wanted to have.
know nothing crap,
So here I
and that being.
Here I am.
I also talked about Sammy Richard.
I'm not that
Sammy
doing
just
these
said
things
that he sees that side as being dumber, that they're really not creative, but they're just very ruthless and oppressive. And that in contrast to that, there's more of this Luciferian or Promethean, and for viewers who haven't watched me before, like, there's a huge difference between Lucifer and Warlock. Christians are going to hear it as all the same thing. It's all the devil, and blah, 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 but that is just straight up not accurate. And like that whole, if you understand esotericism and the varying deities that are out there. But the Promethean or Luciferian is more liberty-minded. It's not necessarily good. It still has a very ruthless element to it. It's not, it's not like the Most High, the angelic figures, but Lucifer actually is an angel, or was an angel, and it has more of a focus on personal liberty and development and knowledge and spiritualizing humanity and moving away from matter and free will, very much free will. It's funny because Lucifer's arguments, he did think humans were matter, and then weirdly, because angels certainly don't have this, to somehow exercise free will and moved out of the angelic current of being. They don't have free will. They have sentience, but they don't have free will. They're just always in harmony with the Most High. But anyways, the Luciferian or Promethean principle, Prometheus is who gave man fire and soul from the gods and gave it to humans. And likewise, Lucifer is very like pro-technology, but technology that's more liberating. So like maybe space travel, anti-gravity, free energy. Things that would be liberating and allowing more motion and so forth. And the Milwaukeean version of technology is very clamping down, control, archive mind, Exactly.
Your talents and your creative kind of
somebody goes off and
qualities.
Absolutely.
The best American qualities.
I totally agree. That's exactly right. And it's funny because that Gilligan's thing sounds like that, and you see that cycle, especially over the past 1,000 years or so. We're now coming to the end of a nearly 6,000 period of Kali Yuga, and so there's a force, since we're the ascending Kali Yuga, there's a force that's moving against this clamping down, very dead materialism, very divisive, dualistic, slavery, chaotic. There's this move towards harmony and towards liberation, really, from this. And that is a stage of development within that cycle as you go through the stage where the Most High rules, whose name has been lost. You go from this Milwaukeean or satanic, some people would call era of the Iron Age of Kali Yugas into the Bronze and Silver Ages, which I've been told from my spirit is run by Lucifer. And that is the god of the ascending
bronze
can
and silver
flick.
age, and then it reaches
You
a
can
point
learn,
to where
and
there's
I
just
learned how to flick,
total
but I never
harmony. It's
carried
no
that.
longer that
But
Luciferian. It's
my
just
friends would have
total
it. I would just
compassion and total
you learn how
harmony
to
and total
flick
everyone
not a switch
working
blade, but
together
you
just
flick it.
effortlessly
If you
without any question. There's
I was
probably
like,
some element of
here
like
I am in the middle of this freaking plane.
telepathy to
All of
it
a sudden, oh, it's
and
a double
just sense of like shared unity consciousness. That's
I'm like,
these are the myths that have come down to us from the last golden age, which would have been what's commonly referred to as the Atlantis or the Empire of Roma, maybe the same thing. I'm not 100% on that, but it seems like it from the approximate time. And that would have been during the last ice age, about 13,500 years ago, something like that. And would have started much earlier. That's when it ended, was with the younger dryas falling impact seems to be what have ended.
You couldn't.
And then there was a fall
running away.
And so there does seem to be this, and it's been ramping up over time, that there's this desire. I think there's a desire for freedom, which is expressed to a certain extent by the internet, right? Like Philip and I can have this conversation about with the desire, at least, for helping liberate humanity. That's part of our goal here with this conversation, I think it's safe to say. And that's pushing against this censorship, policing, nonsense kind of thing. You know, Philip and I talked about very contentious stuff. And by the way, viewer, if you got this far, like, you know, high five, because like it's been a long one here. I might split this into two halves. We'll see. But yeah, this desire for something more and for harmony, and that is a Promethean desire for more Luciferian. And I know that's a trigger word for a lot of Christians, but it's just you know,
I actually think do slow down. They do. And I actually said it's a double set that he's got to flick it. But he's got to flick it. I got to flick it. Either, like I said, either I do something,
it's been
whatever.
more like used as a spiritual version of the Khazarian love.
I went to get
it's a
to
layer,
before he got flicked.
and actually Lucifer, my understanding is
just as I
angels have
got
told
close
me
to it,
and so
I did
forth
him a
is
favor.
that Lucifer and all deities have no choice but to kiss the ring of Moloch when Moloch runs, and then because Lucifer is this hyper intellect, Lucifer is this hyper intellect. I mean, it's just super intellectual that
because he was like, whoa, whoa.
That being has had no choice but to serve Moloch. And that's part of what confuses me. And that Lucifer is all the creative stuff that's ever come from the Molochians running things has come from this Luciferian impulse, or this Lucifer. And so, like in Venice, you know, I wanted to talk about this at the beginning. When a lot of people think Henry IV invented the assembly line, not so. It may have been his problem that everything seems to have been invented in China first, but the Venetians would be able to just roll out warships at just this incredible speed. And of course, the Phoenicians were great shipbuilders before they moved to Venice, Rome and Venice. But the Venetians had a model to where they could put out.
You know what I told about him was
they'd be making separate parts of an assembly line at once to where they could crank out an entire giant ass warship every day. Yeah, every day one would roll out the docks, or even multiples. I forget what the numbers were. It was staggering when you consider the scale of these ships, the complexity. And part of the reason they became so good is their ships were so good. But that's very much like that's a Luciferian thing. That's not a mechanical thing you can say, or the war aspect you can say. Although Lucifer's not opposed to war, I do want to be clear on that. Lucifer's not some gentle, friendly deity. It just looks fantastic. Sorry, go ahead. What?
Yeah, sometimes actions have to be taken.
Yeah.
The Molochian aspect could be, but we didn't get into the show because it's so overwhelming and it's so dark. It's tremendous, you know, kind of terror, fear